aus, ne? Also von euch aus, also in der Production. Kannst du dich ein kleines bisschen lauter machen, nur einen Tick, weil es war gestern schon besser auf jeden Fall als am Anfang, aber ich habe einmal was nicht verstanden und ich würde das einfach gern verhindern.
Yo. Bin mal gespannt, wie es später mit der Akustik drinne sein wird im Saal.
Ja.
Es wurde ja quasi versprochen.
Good morning, Dortmund! It is the second day of RARALAND 2023. Yesterday we started the journey with more than 100 players in the open bracket and only 8 survived. They will be meeting the pro players who qualified in the online qualifiers. So we have 16 players fighting for $10,000 here today. It's the World Elite, and we got some banger matches here today at Dortmund Base Stack. It's hopefully gonna be a packed crowd at the moment. We're a little early birdie, but Dortmund, are you awake yet? There we go, that's what we're talking about. All the players are here, people are coming over from the America. Hitman has arrived. Exord made the long journey from Frankfurt to Dortmund. He has arrived as well. Happy, the Emperor is finally here. The Koreans are enjoying their time. The question here today is, are the pro players from the online qualifier the big favorites and will remain alive until the last day tomorrow, or can people from the open bracket cause another upset like yesterday? Because some people who are very good players and were in the playoffs last time are eliminated already. Scars, you saw it on stream, is out. Kevin is out. Razor Moon made it all the way from the Americas, and all of a sudden there's Tedster with a lot of towers kicking him out. So a couple of surprises here. Everything can always happen at LAN, so I'm ready for a wild ride. We got 8 series here today, all gonna be on stage in front of a crowd, and my friends on the couch are gonna tell you all about it. Dennis, take it away.
We're friends with the Gunners, can you believe it? This amazing talented man, citizens at RARALAND, Qbert, nice to have you back here, nice to have all of you back here in chat, and nice to have all of you back there in the crowd. Can I get another woo? Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Well, crowd is not ready yet. They should be though, because we are having Exord versus Side as our opener for today, which is, there's gonna be a doozy.
I mean, what better way to kick off the day, really? We've got one of the best undeads in the world against a former undead who's now playing human at a really high level. And Side, you know, he came through such a tough set of series yesterday. He went 2-1 against Scars initially, and then dropped the first map, managed to take the first map against Pato and had sort of a pretty insane back and forth in the second map there in Northern Isles, and then managed to close that one out 2-1 as well, taking 2 of my comrades down with him. But Side, he's such a great guy, and I'm really glad to see him through as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And Exord, of course, as well. I mean, you know, a legend in his own right. I'm interested to see what sort of form he's going to bring. I haven't personally seen him play too much lately. You know, he did incredibly well to get here in the first place. So, you know, his last round against Starbuck, they're managing to take him down 3-0, which is no easy task, obviously.
For sure.
And against Side, you know, I think he matches up really well, obviously. I would say he's a little bit of the favorite. But I'm hoping with it not being an undead mirror and it being human versus undead, that maybe Side can close that gap a little bit, and we'll see just how well he does.
I think human versus undead always used to be my favorite matchup in the game to watch and also to play. This is like both my most played races, like undead by a large margin, then human. I dabbled in some human earlier, like 10 years ago when I was playing like the Battle.net ladder and stuff. Oh no, we lost the microphone there. I love that matchup. I also love it like historically, like in the campaign, like on the lore side of things. I always thought it was fucking amazing to play these 2 campaigns like back to back. Really, really good stuff. And you know, Exord, as you said, you don't know what his form is like, but I feel like you never really know because he doesn't play as much. You know, he works full time and he plays Warcraft on the side, so to speak. And as I guess most people do, of course. But I feel like he's such an island of consistency, like among all these like fluctuating players. And he like, sometimes it feels like, you know, you don't see him play for like half a year, and then he plays some online tournaments, like, oh yeah, he still does amazing, of course. I think he's very content with like, you know, taking it slow, playing like a very macro heavy play style and whatnot. And I think that, you know, you don't need, you know, to be like very like fresh and up to snuff with your mechanics to play that kind of play style, as long as you can outsmart your opponent like on every decision you make. And I feel like that's kind of the way that I see Exord as a player, and I think that's why he's so consistent and continues to succeed so much.
Well, I definitely see Exord relying on potential expansions against Side, I would say, and that should, in theory, be enough to get over the Side hurdle, as it were. But in my opinion, Exord has also had really good mechanics when he was in form. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, you know, the Exord Happy battles, you know, Happy would basically destroy everyone, but then we would have these insanely epic best of fives between Happy and Exord, and it was always so close.
That's
I mean,
true,
we had like multiple 3-2 series go to Happy in the end. I think Exord did manage to take him down once, if I recall. I can't remember exactly what tournament, but it was at least one occasion for sure. So, I mean, I've seen his mechanics firsthand as well. I've also actually had a coaching session from him before.
Oh,
sick.
sick.
A friend of mine gifted it to me, essentially, so it was totally out of the blue.
Nice.
And I think it was like 3 hours long or something, and he gave me all his replays, and we chatted about the game a bit. So that was really cool as well. I had a good experience there.
I got gifted a coaching session by the best German Melee player as well, like this summer. So I was like, we're the same now. We're the same.
Nice.
Yeah, so what do we expect here? Which maps do you expect out of this matchup?
It's kind of tough to say, actually, because it's quite player preferential, I feel, these days, like the map pool, because it's not the biggest. So I feel like most players know exactly which maps they want to play and get rid of the ones that they don't like. I would be really surprised to see big maps, you know, like Twisted Meadows and stuff. I think it's really tough against Undead for the human player. But then if side is willing to play like a more defensive style, like a lot of towers and get lots of tanks and stuff, then that can be strong. So I would imagine that we would see Tide Hunters as a pretty common pick, and it's usually hard to get around as a veto. Most people don't want to actually veto that map. I think Autumn Leaves will probably make a pretty big appearance as well, and also Human has a lot of options. They can expand like at the natural, and they can also expand in the far corner, which I think the far corner is maybe the better choice as well. And yeah, apart from that, Northern Isles is also usually a pretty stable pick as well, and I think is fairly balanced for that matchup. Especially because over time, humans have learned to creep the expansions, but then send the workers home instead of trying to force the expansion. Because what happens is the undead usually instantly creeps the expand, comes across, and then if the human was building the expo, they just run past and kill all the workers. So they've learned to kind of adapt, send the workers back, and then go pressure the undead expansion attempt, cancel that, and set up the tower and the expo behind. And I think Northern Isles is a really good map for that. It's very lateral. You know, you can just send the workers across and back. There isn't really any like camps you can pull on them. Like on Last Refuge, you can like aggro the Murlocs. The Mercenary, for example, could be a total nightmare as well when trying to bring reinforcements through the fold as well.
Yeah.
So that's what I would expect to see most likely.
I see. We recently saw a series of Happy vs Fortitude, or like two series in the TP League finals. I think it was winners final and grand final.
Such a banger match.
Yeah, right. Where Fortitude just with relying on the quote unquote lane on tanks to bring Happy to the brink of defeat, and Happy prevailed at the end, of course. But it would have been such an amazing underdog story for Fortitude to win this, because he's always been like a really solid player.
Yes.
Like when he came back after his I think he was suspended for like a year or something, like a couple of years back. And when he came back, it looks like he was even more in shape than he was before that. And it's like, very amazing player, of course, in his own right, but Happy, a whole different level most of the time, right? And to see somebody be able to, like, with rather unconventional strategies, because we don't see tanks that often. Maybe it's like some sort of like, code of honor not to go for the tanks. I don't know.
I understand, yeah.
But maybe we see something out of Fortitude's book here with Side, because Fortitude kind of, left an impression on like most human players, I imagine, by bringing Happy so close to defeat. Being defeated in the long run, of course, but maybe Exord, whole different player, and Side, if he can copy the strategy, very like macro-heavy strategy as well. I imagine maybe we could see something like this on like Northern Isles or something.
Yeah, for me personally, it's been interesting to see how we've had basically three human players. We always had Fortitude, who was always not super good. And then we had Chemiko, who for a while was really, really good. And Sok, who also kind of peaked and troughed a little bit as well. He was quite up and down. And obviously Chemiko decided to stop playing professionally for a while. And then Sok started playing really, really well for a while. And then it sort of dipped once again. And then Fortitude out of nowhere, I think especially by adapting in the Undead matchup in particular, which is really, really challenging for human in general, I would say, has suddenly ascended to be pretty much the best human, I would say, in the world at the moment. Yeah. I mean, I've played him on ladder before as well. It's just hellish. And I think this approach with Mountain King first and just relying on the towers and tanks, it's not always the flashiest, but it definitely makes for really exciting games to observe, because it's always filled with insanely clutch moments, heroes dying, like all the buildings are gradually being destroyed, and you're trying to see how much the undead can keep on top of like whack-a-moling all the towers at different expansion spots and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would definitely like to see Sai take a page out of 40's book there, because I think that's pretty much his best chance to win. Playing like Archmage Knight Gyro is a lot more mechanics heavy for the human, especially against a top caliber player like Exord.
Yeah, I think after this, like the winner of this plays, because we have two, I can pull it up, I have the stream schedule here.
Yeah.
After this, we're gonna see Hitman versus Leon.
Very excited about that.
Also very excited. Another one of those humans, because 4 humans qualified yesterday. None qualified through the online qualification process, but 4 qualified yesterday. All 4 through winners, so they haven't lost a series yet. They won 5 in a row yesterday, all 4 of them.
Yes.
And, you know, Side could continue this trend now against Exord. Afterwards, you know, Leon has a shot at continuing the trend against Hitman. With Hitman, you never know, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hitman on ladder versus Hitman offline will definitely be a different beast. I mean, last RARALAND, Hitman played really well. He had that pretty devastating game against Happy actually on Tidehunters, which was like one of the most clipped moments was when the Blade got suddenly Book of the Dead surrounded, illusions were popped and then silenced. It all happened in like the blink of an eye. And this super stacked Blade, I think it was like plus 32 damage or something, which maybe could have carried the game on its own, just got instantly surrounded and obliterated, and everybody in the audience went completely nuts.
Yeah, that was so nutty.
It was one of the sickest plays ever to witness, and I was there live in the audience as well, and it was just so awesome. It's like one of those moments that gives you chills a little bit, because it was just so like, whoa, what's happened? And you must imagine from the player perspective how out of left field that must have seemed that particular moment.
Speaking of Happy versus Orc, I think historically his weakest matchup with only like a 70% win rate or something. He plays FoCuS earlier, later today. If both of them prevail in their first round, of course, that is. But they're projected to. And I remember specifically, I think from the WGL that Happy won a moment out of the Happy vs. FoCuS series where Happy played the Pit Lord back then.
There was a lot of debuffing, like Curse and Howl and stuff like that,
Against the Headhunters, of course. And he had Cleave, right? I think Cleave level 3 or something. And he quadruple killed with 1 Cleave swing 4 Headhunters. I was like, oh my god! Like,
Cleave level 3 I think is 90% damage that goes through, and it ignores armor as well. So it just obliterates like low HP units in general that are bunched up.
So yeah, we're going to see that later today. I think we are projected to see Exord versus Foggy, if Exord prevails here and Foggy prevails in his first round. Also a matchup that I really love to see.
Yes.
Foggy having played, I think we had the pub quiz earlier this weekend, I think Thursday night.
Yes.
The score is 125 to 10 maps in Happy's favor, of course, but that doesn't mean that those maps haven't been like close and like very closely contested by Foggy. They have played so much, and Foggy looked like, you know, the best night elf in the world at that matchup, because nobody could like even compete with Happy at the time being. I think it was the Keeper patch, if I recall correctly. And you know, Exord versus Foggy, I want to see what prowess in that matchup Foggy can bring to the table to contest Exord, because Exord also really good against Night Elf.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that, if both of them prevail, of course. Then we also have... Oh, the other ones are very difficult to call because there's like loser bracket matches and whatnot. So but these are the ones that we are pretty sure that are going to happen on stream. Do you have any idea what the other group looks like? Group B?
We can pull that up, definitely.
All right. I will then, just so you guys know.
Yeah, because today we're really commencing with Group A. So we're getting through that, and then the Group B matches we'll catch up a little bit on later.
It's not on Liquipedia, are you kidding me?
That's okay, don't worry, I'll have a quick look. But yeah, Exord versus Foggy, I mean, they've played a bunch as well. I think every pro undead historically is pretty good against Night Elf, though it has to be said. So I think Foggy has a tall task ahead of him, to be quite honest. I kind of want to see a lot of Keeper expansions from Foggy. I feel like Demon Hunter is not going to cut it. It's so incredibly mechanics taxing for the elf at that level of play. Even though, you know, you get many undead whiners that don't like playing against Demon Hunter, and Demon Hunter is like an anti-fun literal anti-hero, obviously kind of
oh my God,
hero.
makes so much sense.
And that's why he's called anti-hero in Dota, right? In the custom map, isn't it?
Not too sure, but I think it makes sense
Or anti-mage,
lore-wise.
you know? I can't remember. There's like
That makes sense because he has the mana burn.
Yeah, precisely. So maybe they thought about that, right? Like, I guess that makes sense. Right?
Oh, there we got the groups now on stream. I just pulled them up on phone, but we got them on stream now as well. So Law Light versus Ido. Ido also qualified through losers yesterday, and Dice versus Hippo. I'm really looking forward to seeing Dice performing well here.
Yeah.
Because I got a lot of like respect for like his somewhat recent like rise to like meteoric rise to play at the very top of the European level. The European competition.
Yeah.
I've never seen him offline before. This is basically like, you know, LAN ping here. It's LAN, so, you know, it's like really, really good ping, and he's a very mechanically sound player, so I want to see like some sick plays by Dice, of course, as well.
Yeah, I play versus Dice a bunch, actually, and, you know, he used to have an account called Stranik, and he was like a 2K night off, and I remember playing against him, which was like similar to my level, basically. And then he got coached by Neutron. And he was just, the rise was meteoric, as you say. It was just insane. He was like straight up there. And then almost, it feels like the vast majority of Back to Warcraft weekly cups is just Happy versus Dice. And obviously Dice has an incredibly tough time there against Happy. I think there's still a little bit of a gap there, obviously, just to get to close out any of those games. Because a few are close, but he's never able to close out a map against Happy. I think he's taken like one map or so in the past, and that would be a tall order there.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit different conditions. Obviously, we have LAN ping for everyone. I've met Dice himself. He seems like a pretty laid-back guy.
Yeah.
Seems very excited to play and to be here. So hopefully he's been prepping a lot. I've seen the Night Elves in their booth there, practicing and talking all the time. Obviously, Razor Moon as well, one of his proteges, as it were, and discussing strategy and preparing. So hopefully Dice can make a splash here.
Yeah. He also kind of dodged the B2W Weekly Cup curse. Last year we had Soin winning the cup against Happy playing Human. And this year Dice also lost in Grand Finals to FoCuS 2-1. So FoCuS seems doomed now, just like Soin was last year. And maybe Dice will pull it off here.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a pretty tall order for him, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be a tough time.
Yeah, he's got Hippo into maybe Law Light, and then into the winner of Foggy Exord, most likely. That's gonna be rough.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna find out very shortly, guys.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the players are ready on their lead desks. Everything adjusted, the height adjusted, everything adjusted. You know, you guys really should check out lead desk. I think there's a chat command for it, and just check out their offers. They provide amazing setups for the players to play on, and I think nobody complained so far, and Happy even was happy with them.
He was delighted.
You know, and now I think we have our first game, Exord versus Side. Casters, take it away.
Good morning, RARALAND. Good morning, Warcraft Warriors. Yes, we are here ready for the second day. First match about to begin of our Being Esports World Series. We're going to start with Exord and Side, two of the very strongest players on the European continent. One French, one German, just like us. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, it's great. The rivalry lives on. And what's your lead desk guy? I need to ask first.
My lead desk, the height you mean?
Yeah.
Well, yours is 75.
How do you not know? It's
Well,
like #1 priority, man.
I need to get a new one, is the thing.
75 centimeters.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
a big guy.
I was trying to do the math in my head, so it's probably like 65, because as you can tell, I'm a lot shorter. I did manage to not look like a Bidu and Bear next to you, though. I count that as a win.
Well done.
As we're about to hop into the first map. First match of the day. In the top left, nowadays playing as Human from France. Give it up for Side. And his opponent in the bottom right, in the blue, a very successful player known all too well to the German audience, is Exord. Starting with what made him quite famous and quite successful in the German league, the ESL Meisterschaft as well, the Crypt Lord, something that you, I believe, also have some experience against.
Yeah, it's somewhat unconventional these days to go for Crypt Lord. We see a lot more Lich first, especially that match where Exord qualified for this very tournament when he played against Starbuck. He was playing Lich first a lot, very convincingly as well. So I wonder what the reasoning is here. Maybe it's about the map. He feels a bit more comfortable here just expanding with the Crypt Lord. There's going to be, for sure, a bit of a surprise effect going up against Side, who initially was an undead player, so he should know better than anyone how to play against that style as well.
Yeah, Side, but he was an undead player. It seemed like his favorite hero was the Dreadlord. Interestingly, now he's not playing UD anymore. We see more Dreadlord than ever from Happy, for example. But yeah, it's very interesting. You mentioned the Lich. We see him the most, I would say. But the hero choice seemed to be very map-dependent, also player-dependent. Dreadlord especially on big maps, but Crypt Lord especially on Hammerfall and Lost Temple. I've seen Crypt Lord the most, from 1 to 0, for example. It always seems to me like level 3 and Mercs are the big difference maker here. Human would love to have Mercs, but no Mercs here. Human would love to be level 3, but not easy to get level 3 here either. So it seems like on paper the Crypt Lord on level 2 versus level 2 might do quite well.
And there was a bit of a game of chicken happening in the middle here where both players ran past one another and it's like, okay, who's gonna cave first, who's gonna go back and defense? In this case, Side just evacuated the expansion knowing that there was gonna be ghouls there ready to kill all those peasants. He's gonna get the cancel on the other side. I don't see a tech starting yet for either player, so I think they're trying to reassess, like, okay, do I expand, do I tag? Like, did he tag, is he still expanding?
And Qbert was touching on this a bit earlier in the pre-show, and yeah, it's very interesting how this early game dance has developed. Back in the day, the humans would always creep the national and then power build right away. But like Qbert pointed out, nowadays, it's also sometimes wiser to pull back the peasants, go for a counterattack, look for damage yourself, and try then to reestablish a base on your own. Especially for humans, it seems like losing workers, losing peasants early is really damaging and crippling for the rest of the game.
And it can happen very easily, I tell you that. If you're not careful enough, you need to really be on point with the movements, with anticipating all of the units of your opponent that are gonna go there. Side didn't even leave a single footman on the expo. That may be a mistake. He's about to maybe... I thought he would just head down and try and fight more, but no, he's just gonna go home and defend here because he feels like he has to make sure he doesn't lose peasants. But Exord uses that opportunity to get an extra camp, and he's gonna get level 3 from this, which is huge.
Yeah, I would say both. Good play by both here, nicely reacting to each other, both splitting off their forces, and this would be gigantic if Sai can get the last hit steal here. Like you mentioned, this would be level 3. Impale would secure it, doesn't want to use it, but got the experience in the end, got the staff as well, and now we're heading north to do more damage. The Crypt Lord is ready against the peasants, and this could be very painful.
How is that tower not up yet? He made that way too late. That should have already been up. And then now Beetle's level 2. Against no arcane tower, the tower is going to go down, the floodgates are open, there's going to be a ton of peasants dying here, and units in general.
Oh yeah, Side had to run back, man, this took a long time. Seems like the panic is ensuing for the Frenchman. Great start by Exord. This has always been one of the strongest of his matchups, perhaps the strongest. He's trying to go for the right click, he's trying to go for the cancel. If this doesn't work out, it will be a lot of lost opportunity, but there's no repair at the moment. I think he's going to get this one.
Yeah, it looks like it, and that's an absolute disaster. It doesn't even look like there was a cancel at all, so Side losing a ton of resources. Of course, he can restart that, but in the meantime, Exord is just happy to take. He's got his expansion up, and he's in a great spot now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right on the money. You said he didn't leave that many peasants, or footies rather, back at the expansion, perhaps even none of them. And that attack really hurt him hard. Also the telestaff. I wonder if Sai was also trying to spam that item. Can't wait for the next patch when we have 2 of those in the shop.
Yeah, actually, when that happened with Boots, we didn't really see many scenarios where a player bought both of them and then sold one. But with Staff, that might actually happen here. Like Exord, for example, could have done that if that was the case. But yeah, Side in a world of trouble. Like his expo is just so late. He needs to find damage. He needs to go across the map now, start killing Acolyte. There isn't the Necropolis completed at the expo yet, so if he kills Acolytes now, they're not going to be replaceable for a while.
Exord keeps on creeping here, trying to get closer to 4. He's got such good experience already. High level on this Crypt Lord, nice and maneuverable as well with the boots. And we saw a Shredder being picked up. Very unusual from Undeads, especially with the ghoul opening. You have tons of ghouls that translates into tons of lumber. Seeing the Shredder here is definitely a rare sight, but that means that Exord can always use all the ghouls for fighting. He's gonna have all the lumber required from that Shredder. Really wants to make sure not to lose it though.
He's not even upgrading a nice tower, actually. It's a bit weird. I guess he knows he can repair. Worst comes to worst. Is that actually the case, though? Because water elementals do a lot of damage.
Moving into a corner. It seems like a micro mistake by Exord. This Shredder, oh, this would be a huge pickup.
It was on purpose, because not many units can hit. One of the water elementals was going all the way around. And it's gonna live with all the repair in the world.
Nobody... Second water elemental, it's not over. Oh my god.
Nobody puts Shredder in a corner except Exord.
Dude, that was such a close save. A little bit more damage would have done it. Crippler is back in the action as well. Archmage, by the way, needs to be careful about the next impale. AM now super hurt. Side still in trouble. And the tech difference is massive.
Damn, even the pig got taken out here for a couple skellies.
No mercy.
Schweine. Die Schweine. The tech advantage is just so insane. We see the keep tech only now starting, Black Citadel starting on the other side.
Yeah, that's bad news, baby. Especially when the Undead is ahead on tech, they can go for a strong frenzy timing. We are all too familiar, and normally the human needs a strong tier 3 force to hold on against it, or a whole bunch of towers. Seems like Side needs a Shredder for whatever endeavor he chooses, but Exord is just seemingly in full control of this game, start to finish.
What are we trying to shop for, Side? Maybe a Zeppelin? Yeah. So he grabs it, gets ensnared, but should be able to get out here in a second. So that's going to give him more leeway to be able to maneuver around everything without getting like properly caught ever, because there is no Fiend with web yet. But double Fiend production now begins for Exord, and surely when he sees the Zeppelin, he's going to be getting web shortly after.
The Archmage is still hurt here. Yeah, the Nerub gonna slow him down right away, put some more pressure on the AM. Remember, Impale Coil is coming. Of course, here the Zeppelin is supposed to be the saving grace. Cryptoid a bit late for the defense. What was he doing? Checking out something else. But with the DK and the Fiends coming, this should all be resolved.
Ooh, the Archmage. Exord's very good at timing perfectly the nuke. So if he sees an opportunity to impale Death Coil to get the Archmage here, he's surely gonna go for it.
He's thinking about it. Trying to focus him a bit with the towers as well. All these footmen now seem to be forfeit. That is unfortunately oftentimes their fate. Supposed to buy time, sacrifice themselves for the greater good, while we have the AM trying to find more kills and Side trying to get everything he can. But Side knows this game is not going exactly according to plan. The timings have been messed up. He's taking a quick gander at the main base, sees tier 3 coming, and I imagine he knows there's not much time left.
I don't know what he would take for Side to win this. I guess he's going to need an insane hold eventually when Exord goes for the push. But the thing is, if Side would be ready, then Exord could just creep a little bit more. And he's almost always going to get to 70, up to 80 supply way quicker than Side here. As we see, he immediately goes back into creeping, which is the right choice as well here. You want to get some hero levels. You want to get that DK at least to level 2, eventually to level 3. And get closer to Creep Lord level 5 as well. 51 supply though, that always hurts the eyes a little bit.
Look away, Todd. Look away. Avert your eyes.
I can't.
Yeah, you're being paid, so you better look, boy. Side has a lot of money. That's good. Gold has been hoarded, but the tech is still the issue. The MK is coming. Tier 3 now finally started, but I see, I believe, only a single tower this whole game. It's the Arcane at the expansion, and the Frenzy is queued. Exord might even hit before 70. Honestly, he can seemingly go for whatever timing he wants.
Yeah, once he's gonna have Frenzy, which is in a few seconds. He can even bring all those ghouls. As we saw, he's still at the Shredder. But this Archmage has been in dangerous territory the entire game. Not much mana to work with on the Crypt Lord, but he has a mana potion behind this.
Ooh, lucky that there was no web there. I guess there would have been a TP regardless. Double Workshop coming now, trying to get ready for the Destroyers.
Oh my god, he has no towers.
Yep, indeed. It does look worrisome. Exord doesn't even have Destroyer upgrade, by the way, skipping the Destros, as it seems. We're just going to give no credence to these flying machines. And now this is going to be one hell of a tough push. Here come the ghouls. We do have Frenzy. All can be brought thanks to the Shredder. But Exord staffs home to deal with the harass. The Crypt Lord seemingly able to deal with this by himself.
Yeah, side this attempt was just to buy time. Force Exord back, but Exord is too experienced to just press Town Portal and go back home with everything. He knows he can defend this with just the Crypt Lords and one tower. And on the other side of the map, he's doing absolutely insane damage. Side already has a bunch of gold, but it's just not going to build up too much more.
First juicy impale we saw right there, hitting all the footmen. And the towers, plus the Crypt Lord. And a bit of a mana potion, another nice impale. Throws them all up in the air. I don't think they enjoyed the ride, though, with the footy soon to fall. The objective of taking out the Haunted might be successful, but that's not all that it's about.
I think not even. I don't think he even gets it. That Shredder put in work, by the way. And he's going to escape!
Save it again, no way!
The Expo goes down. That's okay. Shredder finally goes down, but that guy did a hell of a job already in the game. Exord already banking a whole bunch of lumber. And I feel like Side may be about to have to wave the French flag minus the blue and reds. It's just going to be plain white.
Well, he's going to keep it nice and clean in that regard, at least. He's going to TP back one more time, trying to go for tanks now, but without an expansion that's normally not really supportable economy-wise. And Exord's going to keep pressing on. And we're going to see the GG. Well played. Exord here with the clear 1-0. Looking very much in charge of things. The Crypt Lord strat, like you said, not the norm anymore, but Exord shows that he is still very potent with this strategy.
I think like Human against Undead, when it's played like this, it's just very snowballing. You can't let one single mistake happen. I kind of like how they both played it initially, but then after that, Side a bit of a late tower. Like maybe he had to force it with 5 peasants on the Expo and upgrade it way earlier, because then it's a very different game. And he had to stay on top of Exord a little more, like letting him creep even just a few of those creeps from the shop. Actually, he got all 3 there eventually and got level 3. That was the big mistake, I think. He had to maybe be on top of the Acolytes and canceling the Expo a little more, at least. Because if you're doing neither, if you're not following the Undead around, preventing him from creeping, and also, or canceling the Expo, then you just fall super far behind.
It also seemed like you pointed out, when so few footies were defending the expansion, that came to hurt him. When I initially saw the 2 footmen running around and scouting, I thought, oh, this is cool. He's looking for with the footman. He's going to find a creepjack, make creeping hard. But when you look at 40 and Sock playing, they normally only scout with 1 footman to see what's going on. Thank you, good sir. Always taking care of me. Such a nice guy. Also off the air, the way he talks to me, it's just it's just the most pleasant.
Is that what happens?
Yeah, absolutely.
You like my quiz?
I was saying though, scouting with one footman might be better. Look with the 1 footman where the undead is, then look for your opportunities to punish there if there is one. And with the rest of the bunch, plus the Archmage, maybe there be more proactive yourself. Either be attacking onto the Acolytes or be at home defending, making sure your economy is safe. It seemed like Side was spread a little too thin, which sometimes can happen when you're spread out like that. I like the initial play though, like splitting up your army, being active in multiple places at the same time. It can look really good, but I guess sometimes it is just a little bit too thin.
I wonder if the creep route was the most optimal by Side, because I've seen a lot of human players on this map, they creep the expansion straight away. Like, what would that be bad against? If a Death Knight rushed you, who the hell rushes with Death Knight anymore? Like, nobody. So you can creep it, and then if the opponent comes immediately after you did it, you just evacuate, and then you creep a little more to get 3, and then you expo. So there's not much downside to doing that, but instead he went for a small green camp, which I'm not a big fan of at all. I think when you have militia, you always should start with like a medium-sized camp somewhat, and maybe try to expo a little bit earlier if you can. So it's a lot. I said it was like a really snowballing matchup, and the creep routes are key, I think, to securing the early game lead.
I wonder what the hero is also going to be continuing on here. If we see a Crypt Lord again, MK is notorious for having a really tough time against the Crypt Lord. We're going to see what we get on the next map as we're loading into number 2.
I'm betting on Archmage against Lich.
I'm saying Archmage.
What about Undead?
Lich, yeah.
Boom.
No. Wrong
So
and
you tried
wrong.
to go with me, and this is what happens. So Crypt Lord, apparently the theme here for this matchup, maybe Exord feels like Side is really good against Lich, or maybe he might think like, okay, he struggles a bit more against Crypt Lord, or maybe it's just the flavor of the month, you know. He's been thinking that Crypt Lord could be making a huge comeback in this matchup.
Yeah, the Crypt Lord has some weaknesses. We didn't see him really on map number 1, I think, levels
Does he,
here.
though?
I think so. He has a very low int gain, doesn't get much smarter with time. Reminds me of somebody else.
He doesn't need to get smart, he just impales everything.
Yeah, but
kills everyone.
once there's no juice, there's no more impale, baby.
Wait, what? But statues give infinite juice.
That is on tier 2. You're correct there. Here we see the AM again. You mentioned the creep routes before. I wanted to mention, of course, Side didn't know exactly what here was going to be happening, what expansion timing for Exord was going to be happening, but if he had gambled on a lab creep first, this could have been potentially very good. I think AM3 is really where this matchup can turn around in the early game. Level 1 and 2, in my opinion, the Crypt Lord has a bit the edge, but on level 3, when the Water Elementals reach that powerful state, that's when oftentimes the AM can take over, and also when the mana regen favors the human. But with Side here not taking the biggest camp at the start once more, reaching level 3 again might be difficult.
I really hope I didn't just hear favors the human, by the way, but it's all about the damage items here. And then again, we get a claw for Side, so that's a great start. If you can find 2 to 3 damage items early on, and then you shop for 1 or 2 more, you just have like a hero that hits like a truck. And it's just kind of the dream that you want to have happen on this map in particular, because of the very easily accessible marketplace near Expo.
Yeah, and where both players are expanding, it's also up in the north, they're close to each other, so the pendulum could be swinging back and forth with counterattack, attack, defense, and so on. And levels, of course, are crucially important. This is why Side must make sure not to get the first footman surrounded, otherwise the Crypto will get level 2 too easily. AM is 2 already, gonna pick up the next item, double claws, here we go, we got the damage rolling in.
All right, does he stand there and try to let the expo happen no matter what, or does he pull back with the peasants? It looks like Side wants to make that expo happen immediately. He's gonna get perhaps a creep jack. Okay, he sees the army there. So I think here, when he does that, he's basically gonna evacuate the expo if he sees Exord running up, which should happen. And he's making sure that he gets the cancel on the other side. Actually, the peasants are not going away yet. And there's nothing to cancel.
We see the armies being split off again. Getting the narrow cancel here would be amazing, but it's hard to do with only so few footmen. The footies back at home. Exor splitting his forces. Exor seems to be in a great position here to be attacking and defending at the same time.
Wait, what is going on? He's going to lose every peasant plus the town hall here.
The peasants aren't building. The peasants weren't building for a long time, has to cancel it. And the AM seems to be a bit impotent at the moment. Not too effective here. And the tower, oh, if that one gets cancelled as well, which it will, this is a rough start again for Side.
Oh, this is really bad, but he did get away with a lot of those peasants. Exord maybe not paying as much attention as he should have been, because he could have clicked those down. And 2.5 against 2.5 right now. I think either player might try to go for a level 3 here sometime soon. And when I look at Side's situation here, I feel like there's no chance he just techs. Like, he's just gonna needs to insist with the expansion. Exord finding an opportunity, just like last game, to go for the exact same camp that he did, the merchants. And we saw how good he is with the staff.
Yeah, it seems like Side perhaps here lacking a bit of experience. Seems like he's been not too efficient with his movement. The counterattack didn't do much. He couldn't defend his expansion. Now...
Are you not seeing enough movement?
I want to see all the movement. If you can take out the Nerub, though, this could indeed slow down the expansion quite a bit. Crypt Lord staffing in, trying to defend, needs to take out the Acolyte. Side might still be able to get this Nerub, especially if he summons another Water Lily. But back at home at the Expo, we see it on the mini-map. Again, the peasants will be threatened.
And Nerub going down. I thought you need 100 supply chimps for that to happen. Actually, it lives. Of course it does.
Everything seems to be working out here for Exord. Great start for him.
I mean, he has no Expo. And he's not taking. He starts the Expo now in front of Side, so Side will have that information. So I think Side is okay here. Especially with 2 claws, he can actually get 3 in a second, whether from the schools or from the Murloc camp. He should definitely be grabbing some extra items. You always have the gold for it here. We see he has 360, so maybe there was only rings and garbage in that marketplace.
Crypt Lord is 3 already, has a bunch of mana still left over, would love to summon some more beetles, I'm sure. The tower timing at the expansion is also a big deal. When is that arcane gonna be up? 20 seconds or so. Is there enough time? The town hall is finished, but Exlord now ready to punish the workforce. This tower must finish.
Save a little juice 3 times. And he shall appear. They're already all there, as he has a lot of mana. That tower, he needs to save that no matter what here. But even if he does, he's still going to take a bunch of damage. And Militia finally coming in. Oh my god, if Side defends well here, and he shoots, he's in a very decent spot. He needs level 3 really bad. The Ghoul! All right, he gets 1, and that's level 3.
That's a double claws, baby. That was a double claws damage, resulting in enough damage. And yeah, I think you're right, dude. Side all of a sudden looking good. I was perhaps being a bit too pessimistic for the human. The tech starts now for Side as well. Lumber Mill should be coming up soon. We got a shop also. And Exlord, his expansion is still far away and still no tech, as I say it, queuing the tier 2. But if Side can now manage to play a stable next couple of minutes, this is a good position for him. But Exlord is still looking for weakness.
He's threatening on the main base. Nice wall, so the beetles actually can't get in. They're a little too thick for that. Side is not really running home yet. He's busy kind of fighting some ghouls on the other side. I'm surprised he's not diving for the cancel, because he could easily get it on that haunted gold mine, and that might almost be game if he could let that happen. But he has to run home with a bunch of his units to push that army back. I would like to see him tower up a bit more like last game. I mean, obviously he wasn't in a great spot, but he definitely didn't get many towers. And Exord wants to get in there.
And he is gonna take out the altar. The floodgates are open, but now the human... Oh! Actually, might just barely hold on, but there's quite a few peasants going down as well. This will become noticeable. This is a bit painful, but of course, Side had the faster expansion. More resources are coming in. And now we have the footies fighting against the ghouls and everything else. Heal scroll could have been used there for the perfect time. There it is. A slight bit too late, perhaps. But yeah, the beetles here are proving difficult.
Exord is finding exactly enough damage here in a position where he needed to achieve damage. Really well done. And that allowed his expo to go up as he wanted. In the meantime, Crypt Lord 4.1 here. So usually when a Crypt Lord gets level 4 this quick, that's going to mean level 5 quickly. And then we're looking at a very strong Impel coming into play.
Yeah, very hard for Side to deal with this. He's having to deal with pressure on two fronts at the expansion and in the main base. Even some denies here being displayed. Exord now with a big experience lead. AM has to do most of the heavy lifting by himself. The footy's not really in fighting shape anymore as the beetles are slowly being dealt with. Crypt Lord is starting to run out of mana. This is when Side hopefully will be able to stabilize at long last.
All right, Keep Tech about to finish, and the altar will be a... Oh, actually, he just finished. Okay, so he can start Mountain King very soon. Needs to start Castle Tech, but he doesn't have any lumber. He lost too many peasants for that to be possible. Actually, I think this is a moment where you need to be spamming peasants from your expo and from your main base as well, because you really need to catch back up. Ideally against Sunday, this is where you need the most lumber. You need somewhere around 12 to 13 lumber peasants. And now he probably has like 5.
Yeah, this was an excellent attack by Exord. He didn't have the best early game timing at all. You could say the early game wasn't his, but then with a two-front attack, Exord is able to come back into the game, and now he's grabbing the tier 3 lead and will have a noticeable edge there. Yeah, Crypt Lord 4.2 really scares me, because that usually means level 5 is right around the corner, whether he creeps or he fights. And he still has a bunch of mana as well. Not like he's completely empty on that. So Mountain King on the way, but that Castle Tech is going to be so delayed. We see he's still pumping peasants, he's getting improved lumber harvesting upgrade as well. I only see one peasant being produced. That's the mistake here. He needs to be producing peasants from both town halls here. There we go. A bit late though. Still trying to catch up in the lumber. We got improved lumber harvesting coming as well with the MK soon to join. There's going to be more kill threat out on the map. But just as the MK is here to greet the rest of the gang, so is the...
Oh, the Impel. The Impel, can he get it? If he impels, he actually get the Magi here. And the item. He's trying to get it without an Impel, and he gets it! 4.3. And great amount. Oh my god, alright, this is Sacre Bleu.
Yeah, this is a scary sight indeed. The MK comes just a little bit too late. In fact, the MK isn't quite here yet. AM had to do a lot of work by himself this game. He did a lot of things very right, especially canceling the expansion. Twice, I believe it was in the early game.
Oh, the Archmage said, you guys didn't wait for me? I'm not even getting healed now.
Potion will need to be added. Exord this time, by the way, not going for Fiends. He's going for Ghoul upgrades and plenty of Ghouls. That is another Crypt as well. Could be a strong Frenzy timing here on the horizon.
He's gonna Mad Frog him, isn't he? A swarm of Ghouls coming in.
And the triple hero as well, I imagine. The statue is now soon to be added. Crypt Lord a bit hurt, but Exord's always seemingly where he needs to be.
It became a thing. Like, Undeads realized that, you know, Fiends can be a struggle against Knights. So they're like, all right, we might as well get some Ghouls, Hill Scrolls. We've got the micro for it. Improved Unholy Strength and Ghoul Frenzy on the way now. And when the Knights are in low numbers, and there is not Clap level 2, Ghouls can do very well in those fights.
Now we have the Shredder, but that one might be a bit late. With that, lumber will be fixed before too long. But look at this! Exord again exactly where he needs to be, and that's because there was a scout, a beetle there up on the high ground seeing everything. Last hit goes to Exord as well, or was it? I'm not quite sure.
He was side. He went to 1.3 with the MK.
And going for the DK. On level 1, he's pretty squishy. Could be a kill for him. A few more right clicks will do it. There we go. Gets the hero kill. Side getting some fresh air.
And he picked up a belt as well for his efforts here. Initially, I thought it was a good creep jack, but I guess he did get pushed back eventually. Crypt Lord is still 4.3, so not much was killed. No God Tower in the Expo. Only the Arcane Tower against
Oh my
Mad
god,
Ghoul
so
Frenzy.
many ghouls. What is this? This is like a Zergling
This
rush.
is the Mad Frog, bro.
And 3 ghouls producing just endless, 3 crypts producing, I mean, endless ghouls. MK with a Stormbolt, sure he can deal with 1 ghoul, but how is he going to deal with the rest of them? Zeppelin is pretty nice right now to load in and out, and the water elementals are providing some good damage. AM level 4, that helps with the mana.
Where is he getting black gunpowder? Okay, castle just completed. Side needs to start a Paladin and Knights right now. He needs a miraculous haul here. 2 Knights in production now, but ghouls flooding inside of the expansion. Lich ready for the next Nova. If that MK gets dropped down, he's gonna get a taste of ice from the Nova. Potion used. Tower being overrun. No militia being sent from the main base. I mean,
There's too many.
barely has any peasants anyway there.
It's so many ghouls that he can reproduce so quickly. Exor is not supply block, but he could make even more of them. They produce so fast from these crypts. 2 upgrades in the works. MK, he is living a delicate balance here between life and death. The Zeppelin is indeed a lifesaver. But I think even with 2 knights, even with 4 or 6 knights, this would not be holdable.
Yeah, the upgrade is absolutely amazing for Exord as well. He's almost 2-2 on his ghouls. Completely steamrolling through that expansion. Creep Lord right around the corner from level 5. And usually losing to your expansion means the game. It's so hard to recover from there.
Side of the lab again, hoping to get something done here, but it seems like just like on map 1, this expansion will have to be given up, and on 1 base this is not really feasible. Perhaps if you have insanely strong heroes it is, but that is far from the case.
And Exord immediately knowing as well how to keep on applying pressure, goes to the other side of the map. He's gonna take that camp away from side here. And he's gonna make sure he stays on top of when he has to fight. The worst thing he could do is just play too passive, go back to his side of the map and creep. He knows that right now he's still very powerful. Impale lands on all 3 heroes. Archmage goes down. He did have Town Portal. And that's gonna be it. Exord with a 2-0 victory.
And that was a clean game as well. This is Exord's strongest matchup, you could argue. He showed that in Meisterschaft before, shows that here again, side with some good moments, especially at an early game on map 2. But Exord has a few more tricks still up his sleeve. Side still lacking perhaps a bit of experience there with the human race.
I'm really curious, did he play Crypt Lord because he was just confident in that match, or is he saving strategies? I guess we'll get to find out later if he faces other humans, because in his last match, again, he played Lich first, I think pretty much exclusively against Starbuck, but now today was all about the Crypt Lord. His might could not be matched, Remo, just like yours in the gym.
I can only second that. Yeah, I wonder if it's also very map dependent. We didn't see the bigger maps, so to speak. We didn't see the Merc Camp maps. There's still differences there, perhaps, to be discovered. But yeah, Undead at the moment looking very versatile. In fact, all 4 heroes see a bit of first hero play nowadays. DK being rather low on that list in this matchup at least. It's a lot about 2 base, and yeah, we can't blame here side for not winning this game. Exord is a super tough adversary, and especially in this matchup. I think, like you very correctly said, once you make 1 or 2 mistakes as human, things can fall apart so fast. And yeah, it's a house of cards that can quickly collapse, even if you're not Kevin Spacey.
For sure. All right, let's go check what's going on in the jungle of the Koalas with the couch.
Man, what a series. And just as we expected, Side found himself stuck in Viridian Forest with bug catcher Daniel, just tearing him apart with a bunch of caterpies. that was actually rough to see. As we discussed during the game, you guys didn't hear, but we had some stuff to discuss, and Hubert has loads of notes on the previous series. I think also Todd said it. Crypt Lord, rather unconventional hero choice for undeads these days, but Exord really loves his Crypt Lord. He's the bug catcher, as we said, and I think against opponents that he doesn't feel as confident against. Maybe we're gonna see the Lich, just as Todd said, as we saw against Starbuck. But maybe our interviewer has a question or 2 about Exord's hero choice there. We throw right away to the interview with the winner on stage.
And here we are with our first winner of the main stage at RARALAND. Guys, make some noise for Exord! Impressive first performance of the day. Good, sir. It looked very convincing on your end. Map 2, maybe the early game not going perfect. How difficult were you expecting this game to be ahead of time? And how tough was it in game?
So I was playing against Side on ladder a lot, I think. And some of the games he won convincingly, so I was not sure what to expect. So I tried to play something that he maybe doesn't expect. No standard play with the Crypt Lord, and yeah, the games went pretty good. As you mentioned, game 2 was a little bit more difficult, the start of the game. But I think, well, I assumed that he would try to make this hidden run thing, getting level 3 and his expo up, which he did. And therefore I was leveling a little bit more with the Crypt Lord and got a higher level hero, so I could make a little bit more damage, maybe in the so-called mid-game. And then I saw that he was super late on tier 3, and I saw the opportunity to go for mass goals there.
Without Meisterschaft being a tournament anymore, you're not practicing for that currently. It seems like you have been playing ladder less, been practicing less. How do you gauge your form right now? How strong do you feel yourself? Would you say there's 20% missing, 30%, or do you feel close to 100?
Definitely not close to 100, but I think I'm on a decent level, I guess. But I would say a lot worse than the top players of the tournament, like Happy, Lolite, Moon. I definitely will have a lot of struggle against them if I might play them. But nevertheless, I'm basically here for having fun like last time. And last time also did go pretty well, I would say.
And there's a lot of players in the way for you to get to top 4 or wherever you want to go. I would like to know, who are the 2 players that you would like to play against the most?
I think I would like to play against Happy, because he's always leaving in the ladder against me. I don't know why, so Happy, if you see this, tell me why. And yeah, it's just super fun to play Must Destroyers and Undead Mirror nowadays, so I would like to experience that against Happy, I guess.
And the second player?
Starbuck, I guess, but I'm not seeing Starbuck yeah, going to the second round, so we won't meet, I guess.
Yeah, we're all sad to not see you in the same group, but maybe there is a way. Anyways, Exord, thank you very much for a great performance and the interview. And we give it back to the couch.
No more lames indeed. Yeah, that was quite the non-lame energetic series that we just saw there. So, you know, Exord sticking to his mantra. Hubert, you have an amazing notebook here, filled with
You know, it's got a few animals on it as well, and I'm trying to see. Oh, there is a koala. Look,
there's a koala.
You can see it right there. There we go. See, I'm representing even with this notepad all the way from Scotland.
That's right. Yeah. Shout outs to Kuchenmeister. They got their hands in every business possible, even in the Edinburgh Zoo. So what do you got here, Hubert?
Yeah, so for me, this was a pretty interesting series to dissect. Game 1 and Hammerfall there. I think quite a good map for human in general. I was a little bit surprised to see Side actually go for the expansion with the kobolds. I would have quite liked to see perhaps the rock golem camp be crept. It's a little bit closer by, and with the pool, with the footman, it's pretty easy to do. Also, the item potential is pretty big there as well, and it's a bit easier to take. But honestly, it was just that moment when Side and Exord met at the shop in the bottom left corner, and the Crypt Lord got level 3 instead of the Archmage, because the last hit went to the Crypt Lord, and then staffed across to where the ghouls were coming to attack the expansion was just such a sick play.
Yeah.
And you could tell that was a premeditated move. Like, he had the ghouls on the move, he was buying time to try and hopefully get level 3, but he would have still done a lot of damage had he in fact not got the last hit. He was ready with the staff anyway to go across. And that was a huge moment for me there. I mean, that just sent Side infinitely far behind. I think we saw a nearly 9-minute tech coming out from the side of the human. And Exord, he was just well on his way to tier 3 pretty much at that point. It was a full tech lead, so that was really, really tough for Side there.
Yeah. I love these moments where you can see, like, as you said, like the premeditated moves, and you, as an observer or like as somebody who watches the game, like seeing both sides of the game, it's so cool to see like the pieces being set into place, and then imagining like the other player having no idea what's going to hit them, and then you see it, they realize, and you're like, oh my god, the poor guy.
Oh, that happens to me on ladder all the time. It's like, oh, I think I'm doing well, like I've got a solid game plan in mind, and then somebody just shows up, and you're like, oh, I didn't see that coming, or I didn't scout for that coming, and it just derails everything super quick.
Yeah, that's a great thing about RTS in general, is that you have a genre that's not represented as well anymore in the gaming sphere, right? Especially in esports, where we mostly have like, you know, non-RTS games on the
a lot of MOBAs
on the top. Yeah, and we rarely see those like very strategically broad games where basically you could cheese somebody. You can have like some like secret strategies that you don't reveal like before a tournament, that you don't play on ladder, and you think about it, you practice with your practice partners or whatever, and then you hit them on the big stage with like strategies that they've never seen before. I love that. I love to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely the beauty of RTS in general, is the ability to prepare for opponents, and knowing potentially that you could play something pretty off the wall, or just adapt something basic about the game, like change the creep route and show up at a different moment potentially on their side of the map, and it could just completely alter the course of the game. Because, you know, high-level players know what to expect generally, obviously. Not even professional players are required to... You don't even have to be professional to know generally what's coming. But then when you throw in a spanner in the works, it can just totally derail the other player's game plan, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Anything else you got for us?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Well, the Shredder moment was pretty sick. I mean, Exord managed to not only keep it alive by repairing it, but also the Acolytes kept the Shredder in the corner, not only so that the footmen had no area, but then, of course, they were all able to repair. All five could repair it at the same time. It was pretty close. I still think killing the Shredder wouldn't have been that impactful, though, because Exord went for so many ghouls.
Yeah.
And that was, for me personally, as an undead main, it was pretty interesting to see how Exord decided to really skip on Fiends until after Tier 3 began. So he really wanted to rely on like 12, 14, 15 ghouls over the course of the early game. And we just saw how deadly the unit splitting was, and especially with a hero like Criplord, right?
Yeah.
You have so many summons available. So you're able to just send, 5 goes to the expo, the rest of the army goes to the main base. And for human, it's really chaotic to deal with, especially when you're not absolutely top tier, like Side isn't, unfortunately. So that was super, super tough for him. And we saw it in that first game, basically. It was just a nail in the coffin pretty much right from the get-go, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think on Tidehunters we saw at one point like having, I think, 5 or 6 ghouls pretty early on trying to defend the expansion of Exlord, while Exlord was walking over to Side's expansion with like his Cryptlord and then I think like 7 or 8 summons.
Yeah.
So you had like basically a full-fledged like, ghoul army defending at home, and then the Cryptlord being like, I got my guys here. If I find a skeleton every here and there, I got another army to take care of your expansion. And it was like perfect like splitting of the forces in order to overwhelm the opponent on 2 fronts at once. Amazing stuff here.
Yeah, that's the major strength of the Cryptlord, is the ability to attack on multiple fronts. It's not so easy, playing DK or Lich or Dreadlord. It's not the same kind of game. It's very much about overwhelming your opponent with the Cryptlord. And Cryptlord has his own weaknesses too. Like, he's pretty susceptible to like mass caster army. Eventually, if the human gets very far into the game and has like a huge wall with strong casters behind, or going air, for example, is also potentially a threat. Triple Avery, Griffin, stuff like that is really strong. And also doesn't fare too well into tanks because you don't have DK first, so your army is a bit slower. It's harder to react. But I think going for the overwhelm and destroy strat here with the Cryptlord Beetles and Ghouls was definitely really, really strong.
Yeah, and it worked out so well. Even though he played kind of like iffy early and mid-game in Game 2, he still managed to recover and outplay his opponent basically on like 2 like very important occasions, just in order to, just keep the stranglehold up, because you have such a strong early game advantage against human in that matchup when you play the Cryptlord. And have this massive like army going against somebody who's just trying to expand and live a life as a farmer out there, farm some gold, get some wood eventually, right? Yeah. And then there's like a bunch of bugs knocking at your door. It's like, come on, get off the tree, little peasant. Yeah.
It has to be said overall, though, that Side, I think, really stepped it up in Game 2. It looked like a real game. It was very even early on. I love that Side was able to get across and cancel the expansion, I think twice in total. Didn't lose the peasants that were at the expansion, but then just that middle section where, as we were watching ourselves, Exord went to the main base, destroyed the altar, but then in the meantime put 5 goals in the expansion again. And I think there was the absolutely crucial moment. Side couldn't go to tier 3 quickly. Exord just went straight to tier 3 and just hit again with a deadly timing. And unfortunately, for human players, it's a bit snowbally like that. You know, if you end up not being able to immediately hit tier 2 when you can, immediately hit tier 3 when you can, and have a really strong defense prepared for when the tier 3 timing comes, you pretty much have no shot. So I would suggest to Side perhaps that he needs to, if he ever falls behind, but it also doesn't even necessarily need to be played when you're behind, but just in future games to consider playing like a lot more towers and just accepting that you're going to be flooded with units all the time, and you just need like 5-6 towers to hold, and then transition to like Night Tank or something like that, which is pretty hard for Undead to deal with in general, especially once the lane game gets going with those units.
I think in game 1 at the end, I could see in the production tab that there was like 1 knight and 2 tanks in production, but it was too little too late.
Yeah, precisely. It was like more than 2 minutes too late, unfortunately, so that was pretty much that.
We also saw I think 6-unit Impale, which you also don't see every day.
I think it was even 7 footmen, actually. It was a ton just outside of the main base on Tide Hunters. I was watching as I always just leveled up to level 4, lining up the perfect Impale and just hit all those footmen as well. And, you know, for human, they don't have an instant recovery option, you know, like Night Elf, for example, or like Undead, where they can just send the units far into the back of the base where the cold tower will protect them and stuff, or Orc Burrows. It's very much so like they have to make sure the units don't die, send them to the shop, then the scroll of regen has to tick, and it takes 45 seconds actually to give the full healing back to the units, so you have to spend a lot of time in recovery mode, which is tough for human because the Undead will just keep putting pressure and resummoning the beetles, the skeletons, etc. Yeah.
Also, Side had no chance at like getting his units back into the base and behind closed walls because Exord also killed the Altar there, which was, I guess, kind of crucial in order to, you know, cut off the escape route that the humans might have had, you know, to...
Yeah, I was sort of questioning that play as we were casting, and you pointed it out, as we were watching, sorry, and you were pointing that out, and I was a bit like, oh, actually, that makes sense, because now, if he wants to, Exord has the option to just flood the main base as well, which would just be, I mean, it would just be horrendous if that actually came to fruition.
Yeah. But Exord was too busy killing 7 footmen at once. So, so the peasants had like another lease at life for another 30 seconds before the GG was said. Oh man, yeah, what a series, man. Exord looking like he's in good shape. As he said himself, he's like pretty close to 100% of what he feels like he's capable of. Next up we are going to see Hitman versus Leon.
I'm personally super excited for that.
Yeah, you are?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Leon is one of my teammates in Phantom Aces. Leon, he is a super grinder on ladder. Like, I remember when he came back, and I played versus him a little bit. I went on his stream. He was a really welcoming guy, and we played a few custom games together. And I usually had the edge, and then he just started playing like 30 games a day, all the time, and it was just insane how much he improved really, really quickly. And now he's just one of those players that's like super solid on ladder. And he's played versus all the top competition. I went back in his search history to check how many maps has he played against Happy on ladder, and it was like more than 100.
Dang.
And he's won, I think, 2 or 3 times, maybe 4, I don't know. It was a few. It was on one hand, I could count how many wins. But versus other players, he does really well. Like versus Moon, for example, like Leon is really good against him on ladder. So that's encouraging.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not sure how often he's played against Hitman, but Hitman, I feel, is not insanely strong against human. So I don't want to give the edge to Leon, but he definitely has like a 50-50 shot of progressing through that particular stage against Hitman.
That would be quite the upset. I mean, you said it. It's like one of the, you know, better draws that Leon could have had in this particular bracket. Out of like all of the pre-qualified players, I think Hitman might be the one that he has the best shot against. Maybe Dice, I don't know. How is the...
Yeah.
But in general, I think this is going to be a very, very exciting match, and it's always exciting to see Hitman because, you know, he doesn't go to that many like offline events as well because there's none in the Americas happening. And he was here last time, put on a great show, underperformed just a little bit. I think he was eliminated by, like in the group stage, but by virtually losing to Exord. I think that was like what sealed the deal last year. And really looking forward to seeing him seeing him do well today, but also rooting for Leon as well. I don't know who to root for, man. All these people, just such sympathetic guys.
Well, you know, it's been such a great experience coming to Baystack here, hosting us this year. We're basically the premier event for this location, which is fantastic. It's crazy to think that, you know, we've got this beautiful venue with all of these, you know, rows upon rows of computers and everything's set up magnificently. We've got nice lighting in here. We've got a great hall.
Just like the
an
orcs.
Audience hall. Sorry?
Just like the orcs, we got a great
The
hall.
orcs, the great hall, yeah. For the audience in there as well. And you know, we've had the opportunity now to meet all of these guys. And it's so difficult to know who to root for because it's like, everybody's so nice.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
And that's definitely for me been an absolute highlight just to meet everybody. But it wouldn't all have been possible without our sponsors, Jan Ulrich.
Oh, that is correct. Have you heard about Kuchenmeister?
Well, I was going to say that I think maybe Side needed a few Kuchenmeisters to get his, level up his game a bit.
Maybe it would have been great. The Kuchenmeisters, Koalas. Of course, we have a little like representatives of Kuchenmeister right here, Koala Bears. Kuchenmeister, great sponsor of this event. They provided us with billions of little koala snacks. I know them since I was a child. Very, very tasty. We see in the back of the venue, you guys can't see it right now, but we can see it like right next to the entrance of the venue. Remo is practicing catching Kuchenmeister koalas with his mouth, which we did yesterday and we will do today as well. I think after the second series, we're going to have a little bit of a Hit the Koala challenge on stream.
Yeah, that's right. After Series 2, we'll see Hit the Koala there. Remo lost yesterday.
Yes.
Against the North America team.
Yeah, he was the only one out of the four of us who didn't hit 3. He only hit 1. I was like, But his throwing technique was a little bit bad because he threw like this.
Yeah, it should be underarm.
We threw everybody
underarm
threw
is
underarm.
way easier to control.
Yeah, because he gets such a nice bow, so it's so much easier to catch. But yeah,
I can't imagine trying to. It's like he thought he was like a darts player or something. I think a little Kuchenmeister koala isn't exactly shaped like a dart, is it? So you can't just. You're not going to just throw it like that.
You can put a fly on it and then. But even then, darts is a pretty difficult thing to aim at. Like
as it is, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, shoutouts to Kuchenmeister, of course. These koalas are delicious, and you have. Oh, I even brought the goodie bag.
Nice.
Because you have the chance to win a goodie bag when you play the Hit the Koala challenge, and the goodie bag contains, of course, Extaler Mineralwasser, which is, I think, not a subsidiary of Kuchenmeister, but they just provided us with that. We have a little bit of a cheesecake thing going on here. I remember those from the vending machines at train stations. That's where they stack them up. They're actually quite delicious.
Really nice.
For like a cheesecake to go, it's as good as you expect it to be. Then we have nice muffins here. The double choc vegan muffin by Kuchenmeister, of course. How about the nutrients though? Just 400 calories for 100 grams? That's amazing. And we have, of course, the tried and true classic, the koala snacks with milk, with like milk cream in there. I love that so much more than I like the chocolate ones in almost anything.
See,
like,
I'm the exact opposite, right? Because I didn't know there was multiple flavors initially, and then I was walking around and I saw the chocolate one. And I was like, oh, this is actually delicious, and I love it compared to the milk cream one.
Man, so there's different tastes and there's something for everybody in these koala snack boxes. I'm glad that we have them here. Also, shoutouts to leetdesk, which is the kind of desk that our players are sitting on. Go to their website. And maybe think about ordering one of them. Anyway, we are going to throw to some highlights of yesterday. So take it away.
But I'm not sure it's going to be enough to keep his defense alive here. Trunks with so many resources at his disposal, nearly 2,000 gold, but not able to spend it, trying to go for that 2-3 tech in the end. I'm not sure it's going to work out for him. TP into the base as well. The keeper, 168 crit, goes down and gets a level 5 Blade Master now. Oh, this might be it's level 3 illusions. We have 4 illusions going on now. The Demon Hunter just dies at the back as well.
You see the Archmage dropping very low. And as you said, Chain Lightning is online, so a few more hits and the Chain Lightning. And
the Archmage goes down. I can't believe this happened so early into the game.
Yeah. For the human player, maybe Side is hoping to force the TP.
Oh, is it this round, is it?
It's going to be close. That's a tricky one to do. Oscar's beautifully using the Headhunter to keep the counter block up. The hero, I feel like maybe a mana potion would be huge for Paladin. And there we go, mana potion purchased for the Paladin. Maybe to potentially keep the MK alive. The MK's being focused. There we go, Holy Light. Holy Light coming up. The mana pot not even being used, but wait, the MK is still in danger.
Oh, but he gets a heal cord.
Oh, it's 80 mana for the mirror image, but nice job.
Oh,
it just came up in time. Just enough mana to dodge the bolt there. And the Hex prolonging that period of time, which the MK could have killed the blade, but the Archmage with boots. Wait, he's gonna die. He went to the last fireball. No way.
Oh, that's a GG already. Oh, that was really quick.
Side bringing the series back and winning it 2-1 for the team.
And obviously we're going to see that rough Gaza.
That's Northern Isle, right?
That looks like a nice little yeah, Northern Isles.
Where's the green can?
That's the AI art for Northern Isles. That looks like up North Canada, to be honest. Getting a nice Yukon Territories vibe there.
He should use Staff of Teleportation. Okay, there it is. Staff of Preservation used.
Oh, such a huge play from Pato. He's going to be able to get out with...
Oh, he
the
got bash! Oh, no. He has an invuln. Okay, he uses it early. And Side actually is merciful. He could have chased and bolted the demon after the invuln ended, because it's not the long invuln here. It was the one from the shop. He's about to have another bolt. Oh my god.
That's so close. But Pato, you need to get out of here by some time. Get that mountain kick, can you? Is there a chance? Fork lightning. He's right-clicking. Demon under, no way. Oh, he gets the mountain kick. Pato get away with murder right now. Archmage too. No,
he has a TP. He has a TP, so he can get out there. And he's going to force the Town Portal out. Demon, 5.5 now. He has a heal scroll as well. Last Bear will survive here before being targeted.
Killed being a problem. Archmage is in the back, and he's stuck.
Oh my god. Wait, he had a TP. So he's got a TP all the way at the back, but the Naga is fishing for the shot. The money shot. He gets the invis. And he escapes. He's trying to run away from this army, but the main is wide open for the demons to step inside and kill more and more units. Side going for the big push here. He's very close to level 3 on the Mountain King. Goes for the Naga at the back. There is a heal scroll that's going to be used. Maybe he buys a Zeppelin to try and micro. Yeah, there it is. Mountain King kind of surrounded by a lot of units. But has to use the invuln, but there is so much supply. He can really just pull back the units that are being damaged. And a lot of his army is going to survive. And Pato taps out. Side moves on to the main tournament.
Merde là, il a quoi sur lui là
Oh putain, il peut pas s'échapper. Et il staff la Naga juste derrière. Le moonwalk qui va finir. Il peut tout sauver.
Il a fait... Oh là. Pareil là. Il n'y a pas de staff. Il n'y a pas de staff. Il n'y a rien. Non, c'est le staff. Il va aller le chercher, C'est pas grave. Oh, allez, bam. Allez, alors là. Ça, hop. J'ai envie de dire easy peasy.
That is enough for the TP.
But he will lose the main before he TPs.
Wait, the keep! Oh my god, Scars is gonna lame his way to victory. This is the lower bracket. This is down to the last wire, and he's too late. The Raider damage. Oh, falls back in the chair. No, that doesn't feel good. He's gonna force the TP out right away. One person survived. Oh, look at that. Little Billy up there, still ready to work.
Yeah.
But no has to call it GG. Scars.
On the flip side, Scars now laying the siege to this main, or continuing to lay the siege with a Demolisher.
Good, nice mana board, by the way.
Always, right? Oh, Chain Lightning, another one! That's to keep him away with us. It's only the Demon Hunter remaining for poor Pato. Scars retreating. He got a shot now as well. All eyes on the Demon. Grunts are coming in for the block. Mana burn again, but this Demon Hunter might be forced into a TP. No.
Fine.
Yeah, and you can't really spend too many wisps for detonating.
No.
It's finally a kill. Demon Hunter, Raid Boss, and Tango. Finally, Chain Lightning on the other side! Gets it in the Naga bolts! Oh my god! Demon Hunter, when are the potions restocking? They need the Staff of our bar to restock faster.
I think this is over, Mr. Neo.
Oh, is it? Is it though? Is it though? Keep it right for the heal scroll and Tango on the fast here! Not going for the town ball, mana burn again! One Demon Hunter against them all! Engine of Protector surviving! Oh my god! There's the answer you were talking about. Raider survives as well. Pato supply stuck at 19, now 24. Chain Lightning in for potion. Going for the Demolisher. Can he get it? 3 seconds left on the clock. Entangle, mana burn, FoCuS, speed scroll. Oh, it's saving him. The towers are attacking. Goes around, gets the kill. Pato in shambles. GG, well played.
You know, those grunts are barely making contact with him. It's just dead.
Here we go. The peon is blocking a little bit as well, and that's another kill. GG, well played. Scars is not going into the round of 16 again. Smile on his face, but the Brazilian is celebrating in Dortmund.
Será que vai conseguir?
Agora é Naguinha. A Naguinha vai cair. A Naga cai, meus amigos. E é Pato classificado! Pato classifica no Mundial de Warcraft 3!
And we are back. Hubert, how you doing?
That wasn't the kind of question I expected, to be honest. It's so nice of you to ask.
Yeah, I'm trying to throw a nice little curveball of niceness every once in a while.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. I wasn't expecting today to be on the couch twice in a row, but it feels good to be here.
Oh, thank you very much.
I love being in the casting booth, but it's nice to sit here with you and chat about the game, of course, amongst other things as well. It's been a great experience.
Having it be a little less hectic than if you're on the casting booth, I guess, right?
A little bit, yeah. Yesterday was really hectic.
Yeah.
But it was really cool to have all the VIPs on stage with us as well, and they had their chance to alternate and cast with each person. I had 5 people, which was pretty overwhelming, but it was an honor as well. I was surprised so many people asked. So yeah, I had a blast, and I think I'm in for 4 series today personally. So
dang,
for casting purposes. So that's gonna be really exciting.
Nice. Who do you got? Do you know?
As in, who am I paired with?
No, who are you casting? Like which series?
I've got the list. But I know for a fact for caster pairing that I will not be casting with Todd, unfortunately, today. So maybe Todd and I will do one tomorrow. Okay. But I'll be casting with Neo and Remo twice.
Oh, that's
today,
nice.
Actually,
that's
well,
nice.
Which is cool.
I have it here.
Yeah.
Happy FoCuS.
Yeah.
Yo.
That's, to be honest, pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, and also Starbuck.
Yeah, potentially. It depends who comes through against FoCuS and Starbuck, right?
Okay.
We're not so certain about who would make it between those two, obviously. That's going to be a super closely contested match. I spoke to Starbuck a little bit beforehand about his game plans, which I'm obviously not going to say. But
dodged a bullet there.
Don't everybody listen again. But yeah, he feels confident. I know what race he's going to choose and mainly what strat he will roll with. And yeah, between him and FoCuS, it's going to be close. And then against Happy, man, that's just insane. Both, even FoCuS himself as well, will have a pretty tough time against Happy there. But he's beaten him plenty of times before. Starbuck, though, that will be a lot tougher for him, I think, to get through that series, as we said.
I see. Next up, as we already established earlier today, in case you're just tuning in, I'm Young Ulrich, and I'm joined by Qbert, and we are about to talk about a little bit beforehand what's going to go down next on stream, which is going to be Hitman, all the way from, I think, California, right?
He's West Coast, I think.
West Coast, for sure. Against Leon, all the way from
Hamburg.
Here.
Yeah, from Hamburg.
From Hamburg, yeah. So we got Orc vs. Human, the classic, the OG, the Warcraft 1 matchup.
Yeah, it feels like I've watched so many Grubby Sky games.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, in the past. And here, actually, we can see the head-to-head between the players that they have never played, basically, in any competitive competition, which is to be expected. I mean, Leon doesn't really play much of the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cups. Hitman was playing the NA LoL Cups primarily, so the two players here haven't really had the opportunity to meet too much. But we can see from the world rankings here that Hitman is actually 4th at the moment in terms of ELO, and Leon is actually 6th, which is pretty... Oh, sorry, for their races.
Yeah, for their races.
I'm actually... Yeah, that makes sense for him, and actually being 4th seems pretty reasonable. And Leon there is number 6, which, considering it's a worldwide race ranking, is pretty impressive.
It's actually crazy. Like, who's in front of him? Like, Sock, Fortitude,
even Chemico may still be up there technically.
Yeah. And then, does Starbuck count for human?
I actually don't know. That's a good question because obviously he is a race picker / random player, so I don't know what stats actually they go with there.
Maybe he's the one and like one of the 3 multiple players. Like they have their own ELO bracket, like the multiple, and then he's one of the 3.
2 of them or something.
Yeah. But yeah, being number 6, the 6th best human ELO-wise on this planet is actually quite amazing for Leon, judging by knowing that he, was like a 2000 MMR player like just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I mean, he's put in, gosh, I think it's like 8,000 ladder games or something to get to where he is now from playing at the level he was at when he rejoined, which was already quite decent, but then 8,000 games later, here we are. He's playing on the world stage here right now, which is really exciting. Yeah. But if I'm not mistaken, you might know better than me, Young Ulrich. Leon was kind of a professional player back in the day, no? He even practiced with Grubby, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I remember that, but very, very like foggy in the back of my head.
Yeah, it would have been a long time ago for sure.
It's so long ago. I remember like very vividly like some players from back then, like some German players, because we used to have like the Intel Friday night, I think, or like Intel Extreme Masters or whatever, like the Friday night Warcraft competitive games where they like sold out arenas for and whatnot. That was actually amazing. I remember because I think Exord is the same age as I am, and I remember being like 14 years old or something and seeing him on TV. I was like, this guy's living the dream. Like he's gaming for money. Like, and I was like, dang, I want to do that as well.
Yeah, I think that's every teenage boy's dream, right?
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Like, imagine playing on stage for money, playing video games, which you do all day at home anyway.
And he's there representing us edgy teenagers, right? On TV. It was like, dang, this is amazing. And I remember quite a few of those players from back in the day. I don't recall Leon was ever like in these types of tournaments or like competitions in the Intel Extreme Masters or whatever. was called, or Intel Friday Night, I think. Friday Fight Night, something like that. I don't recall. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, maybe participate in the fight night or something, because the IEMs, I would be a little bit surprised. It was typically the very highest caliber players, right? I mean, I remember when I was new to the game, watching a few of the series back, you know, in like 2007, 2008, I was chatting to Todd earlier, actually. He played 2 finals in a row, winning one and losing the second.
Oh.
And it used to be a different system, too. If you came from the loser bracket, you know, in current Warcraft, there is no advantage for the winner bracket player at all.
Yeah.
But back then, you used to have to win an extra set in order to win against the opponent, which seems to be incredibly harsh, actually.
I think for Warcraft, it would be a little bit weird because series could take so long, but especially in fighting games, just like as we know, I come from the Melee community, we do that all the time. We have bracket resets, so we play double elimination brackets basically from start to finish at the largest of tournaments. Sometimes we do a round robin group phase before that, but eventually the tournament concludes with double elimination, and the winner of the winners final has the advantage that he can still lose a set. And in Warcraft, that's not the case, right? So basically, if let's say Happy hypothetically makes it to winners finals, wins this, and then loses the grand final in a double elimination format, he would lose the tournament. Which is a little bit mean, because everybody has the chance to lose twice, right? And then the winner of winners finals, who is the best player in the building, and he proved it, he gets punished for that. That's why we don't do that. But with the format we have, the way we have set the format up for this tournament, we have double elim up until top 4, and from top 4 onwards, it switches to single elim, but best of 5, and then best of 7 for grand finals. So I think that's fair. You know, you can, you still can, you know, only have lost. You can have lost nothing up until this point. There's 2 players having lost one series and 2 players having lost nothing up until this point in the top 4. And it's seeded in a way that the players who basically go undefeated up until then are seeded above the players that lost one up until then and then go to the grand finals against each other. That's the way seeding should work. But yeah, it's you could say it's a little bit unfair in double elim if you don't give the winner bracket winner an advantage. But in Warcraft, as I said, it's a little bit silly to play 2 best of 7s, right? You would be sitting there for 19 hours or something.
Oh, it'd be insane. I mean, we've seen some best of 7s go on for nearly 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
So it would just be painful to repeat the set again. But then I think back in the day, it used to always be a best of 3 grand final regardless. So it would be quite short regardless.
Yeah.
And then it would be, you know, if you had to play 2 best of 3s and it went to 6 maps, that's still shorter than a potential best of 7. So I think the full best of 7 just being played out, I think, is fair there. We also saw the player cameras for a brief moment there. It was funny to see Hitman. It looks about as dark as his room does on stream. I think he's comfortable in the shadows a little bit there.
Are you familiar with Super Mario 64 speedrunning?
I'm familiar that it exists, but I haven't watched it before.
There's this one guy, his name is Liam. He used to be a world record holder, I think, at 2 points in the lifespan of the speedrun, 120 star. And he basically has the same stream setup that Hitman does. You can barely see him sitting in front of a white wall, like no lighting at all, and he degens the game for like 5 hours straight, barely talking. Just like Hitman on his stream. It's so funny, the parallels. And I think both of them are from the West Coast US, so
there we go.
Something in the water there. Maybe.
Yeah, something in the California culture or something, I don't know.
Yeah, might be, I don't know. Yeah, anyway, have we talked about Base Stack yet?
Yeah,
my new favorite esports location.
Yeah, I mean, last year, obviously, we had our venue in Arcadia, which was fine, but this time we've got such a great team behind us with Being Esports. Obviously, having had the chance to work alongside them for this event. They've put an immense amount of work in order to help set this up, and we're really grateful to have them with us. And of course, we have the Base Stack personnel as well, who are doing a great job. You know, from everyone who's, you know, taking care of, you know, everybody that comes in. We have people, obviously, you know, keeping the place clean and stuff like that. Like, everyone should be appreciated for their efforts. And, you know, it's right in the center of Dortmund. You know, I was really happy to get off the station and just take like an 8 or 9 minute walk to the venue. It's not in the middle of nowhere like before. So we have this great venue just around from the train station. So it's absolutely perfect where it is.
Yeah, it's actually really, really like well in the town center of Dortmund. And it's also, we have a Christmas market going on, but I don't think it's starting until tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just being set up. I saw a couple of giant trees.
Oh yeah, this one tree looks humongous.
One was just unbelievably big, and the taxi dropped us off nearby, a little bit further from here. I actually didn't know where it was. And then I just saw how huge it was. It was just absolutely immense. I mean, you guys go hard here.
Yeah. When we walked here, I think we took a little bit of a detour unknowingly, and we walked past like a Ferris wheel. I was like, this is RARALAND. RARALAND sounds like an amusement park, right?
Yeah,
and now we got the Ferris wheel. Anyway, keeping this very wheel that we have here spinning, we are going to throw you right over to the casters to bring you the action that's going to be Hitman versus Leon.
Right on, Dennis. Thank you very much. Finally, the second game of the day. My name is Neil. This guy is Todd. And Todd, when are the humans playing?
Finally, right now. It doesn't happen that often as of late, but the humans are playing, and they've got a great representative in Leon, Mr. Hot Coffee himself.
There we go, boys.
That's some sick merch.
That's some sick belly, I know, but that's some sick merch as well. I got my name on the back. Thank you, Leon, for that. He is facing the pride of NA, man. Hitman, the best to ever do it in NA?
Probably, yeah. Definitely a great representative himself in that he's very, very high skill. Currently as high as like rank 5, I think, Grandmaster ladder very often. Grinds like crazy, plays a lot, and he has an insane record. Like they mentioned, those two never met in a tournament. Let me tell you, they met on the ladder. They got between 70 and 80 games this season alone against one another, and I think Leon wins between 20 to 30% of games. But that's the thing, that's what ladder is, it's practice. It's time to put it all together here, take everything that he learned during those games, and play his best to maybe get a win.
Okay, that's a sick statistic on ladder. I got another sick statistic for you. In tournaments, Hitman didn't lose to a human in 9 months.
That was Chemico probably, or something?
I think it was Fish.
Okay.
And there was a best of one, maybe a throwaway game. But man, 9 months, he has beaten Hawk multiple times.
Yeah.
So is Leon better than Hawk in this matchup? Can he compete with Hitman?
I think Leon is very good, but usually Hitman is kind of like the level above, which is, like, I think their record on ladder kind of speaks to that, 70% win rate-ish for Hitman. It's all about putting it together as well as he can right now, right? Take everything that he learned. He's got a great team. Phantom Aces, they have someone like Starbuck. I'm not even Starbuck's teammate. If I have to prepare for a match, I message him. Before a lot of my MasterChef games, I message him. I was like, what should I do? Yeah. And then he will tell you like a great game plan and a great general idea of what you need to do. So I really hope Leon did that, because that would help him a lot here.
Yeah, for sure. And Leon is here since yesterday morning. Had, of course, to play the open bracket, where it was very successful. Hitman arrived pretty late yesterday, all the way from the West Coast. Hopefully not too jet-lagged. That can, of course, influence you. And could be the first few games of the day here. I hope Leon had some good hot coffee, though.
Yeah. Can you find that in Germany? I'm not sure.
Whoa. Of course, the venue offers the best coffee there is, probably.
Yeah. The one thing about Leon here going into this match is that I feel like he relies on like a very solid style. So I'm curious whether he's going to try to mix in something a little bit different. Like, let's say if he theorized with Starbuck and chooses to play something a little bit maybe more off meta, or like a specific timing that he's going to look for. And on the other side, we're purely standard by Hitman. He just relies on great execution, amazing creep routes. His creeping is one of the best out there. I really think like that's something that maybe doesn't always like get mentioned, but when you watch him stream, the creeping is the cleanest. Like, he never messes up with like a lightning shield going on the wrong unit or something. No, it's always like maximum damage outputs, very efficient, very fast. Yeah. He doesn't have many weaknesses.
Exactly. Last time at Arcadia World Series, both kind of underperformed a little bit. Leon was eliminated from the open bracket by one map.
Yeah, the famous, in every tournament this happened. Like MasterChef as well.
Now he's finally here in the round of 16. I wonder what his ambitions is. And Hitman didn't get out of the group last time. Also not the best performance. So both on a little bit of a redemption arc, I'd say.
You talked about jet lag. I actually think this might help him. The way he was kind of stuck in traffic and like waiting for a train for a very long time with his phone dying, which sounds like a movie thing from Hitman yesterday. I feel like last Rara, he probably arrived in the afternoon. I'm only guessing, by the way. I don't have the information 100%. But I do feel like he was quite jet-lagged, and he probably went to bed too early. So then what happens is that you wake up at 2, 3 a.m., and then you're really tired, and then you play bad when you have to play in the afternoon. Here, if he was stuck in traffic like we know he was, and he was up the whole time, and he was really tired last night, he probably went to bed, slept decently well, got up today, and now he's ready to battle and play closer to his best compared to last Rara, where I remember specifically, like he played against Happy and he played against Exord.
Yeah.
The game against
rough.
Exord, come on, like he lost his 0 to like 1 coil or something absurd. And I remember like he was just like smiling after that and Exord was laughing. Like, it's like, this is not something that should happen. As good as Exord is, it should be way closer.
All right. So we still have some technical difficulties that we are about to fix, of course. Thank you for your patience, everyone. So Todd, who's your money on? I know you're a gambling man.
I often vote with my heart, and of course Leon is a great guy. He's my one human player that I hug and like we cry in each other's arms. You didn't see? Like we talk about that, and like when I saw him here, I hugged him and I was like, why is our race so bad?
You know there's a certain human overperformance happening right now.
Not in this tournament, there ain't.
Well, if I look at the results of yesterday,
in the open
is.
brackets,
In
and then
the
when we get to the main thing, they all lose. You know how it goes.
So Leon is losing now.
I hope not, but he probably will.
Okay, then you said Leon is a great guy, so you root for him. So Hitman is not a great guy. Ooh.
I don't get along with him as well as I do with Leon. Yeah, I'm for sure closer to Leon.
All right, my heart is with Leon as well, and we got an obnoxious dude from NA here. You know him? You casted with him?
The mullet guy, yeah. I still don't know his name, but I just know.
Yeah, he never introduced. Weird thing happening, but I really don't want him to brag about a Hitman performance. So.
Well, the thing is, actually, it might be better this way. Hitman wins here.
Yep.
He brags, and then Hitman plays happy. And then will he brag?
That would be gorgeous.
No, but I think it would be a crazy story if like NA was to deliver big time. You know, it's always hype. I know there's a lot of NA people watching. Yeah. Maybe not necessarily right now at this time. It's probably a pretty bad hour for them, but they're very passionate. They've got their own community.
They set their alarms at 6 a.m. I'm sure.
Do they?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 a.m. at the West Coast. That's a bit rough, but
we've got a couple NA people here.
We do.
Ed Williams, SNS,
Disengage. Lots of people making the trip.
Razor Moon. Great guy, by the way.
Great guy. Not the greatest performance, being tower rushed by Tetster yesterday. Ay, that hurt.
It happens to the best of us. I got tower rushed by Tom in MasterChef. I didn't have that on my beacon card for that year.
These filthy orcs, man. They just... The old take a strat, still working.
I wonder, he probably didn't really know that Tester does that or something, so that comes into play. But our two players here, they should know each other really, really well.
Yes.
I do think like 95% of the time they just both play standard and try to rely on good execution. They pray for good items. Like this will be the time, you know? You get unlucky on ladder sometimes. In tournaments is where really you want to get the good items, and I know all about that. I played against Leon in Meisterschaft. I found some pretty damn good class of attack, you know, and it helped a lot.
Yeah, it helps both. Of course, both insane micro. As you said, not the most creative player, just follow the norm, follow the meta, and then just own it. Leon surrounds, Leon's blocks, almost legendary at this point, and almost no orc does it better than Hitman in shape, so it's going to be a banger of a match when it finally starts.
Leon has really high APM, actually. It's just a little bit... Like, when you watch him, it's like, how is he, like, getting this high APM on a game like Warcraft 3, you know, where it's not necessarily, like, the most important thing, but he's a very fast player. He's super dedicated. I always have a ton of respect for anyone that grinds hard, and these are two of the biggest grinders on the ladder. I would say the two people that play the most every season is probably Happy and Hitman in terms of number of games, but Leon is probably shortly behind them.
Very close. He's definitely in the top 5 alongside PCG. These guys must have like 3,000 games combined, 4,000 games combined this season.
Yeah.
Sick.
They got like a fridge nearby.
Must be.
They're sitting on a toilet.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, especially with Hitman. Like, he always says in the stream, like, I hate this game, I hate this game, I hate this game. But then he plays like 3,000 games.
He loves it.
And travels all the way to Germany. We love to hate it. Most of us do, I guess.
Yeah, I know all about that.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's going to be fun. I hope Leon can put up a good fight. You know, I don't want to see Hitman just come out of the gates swinging and absolutely crushing him. I do think Leon has the potential to win here. Yeah. I've seen Hitman, like when I played against him, even though as of late I haven't, it feels like it's very hard to face as human, but I've seen some humans have mixed success against it. Like I remember Chemico, Sok, when they play against him on ladder, even Fortitude. They will look very convincing and even have a positive win rate, I think, for some of these guys. But yeah, Leon obviously will have a harder time against him, but yeah, it's not like a complete... You know, if you play against Happy, it's like, okay, well, I got like 1-2% chance to win. But against Hitman, there is a very real chance and it's there. Yeah.
Do you think one of these guys has a top 4 run in him?
I mean, Hitman, Definitely Kudus if he's like in prime condition, like if he slept well, if he took the conditioning seriously, and if he's on his A game, I definitely think he could get top 4 for sure. In Sweden, for the big DreamHack, he went very deep, and I don't think he was that surprising, like even when he beat Sock.
Yeah, the groups was really good. Also at Anaheim, 2020, whenever there's LAN, except the World Series last time, Hitman usually performs. For Leon, little bit the other way around. He's usually best when it's like regular season cups, whatever. But in the big and important matches, sometimes he crumbles and underperforms a little bit. But yesterday, everything looked really good. So
yeah, because Leon practices as hard as he does, I feel like he's bound eventually to get like a big performance. It's only a matter of time. Is it going to be this time? That's really the question here. Or will it be maybe the next RARA or the next tournament?
The next RARA, are you announcing anything already?
You should be.
You're in charge next time?
No.
Next time, there was a lot of work that's falling off my head
Actually,
now.
I think Remo kind of did that earlier. He was like, there was a segment where he was like talking about next RARA. Like,
okay, Remo, you're in charge now. Good luck with that. Okay.
I don't know that when I attend that RARA that Remo's in charge.
It's going to be a disaster. It's very, very clear.
Sweatpants enabled. You can only wear that. You're not allowed to wear normal clothes.
I don't know if you're allowed to wear anything, actually, if Remo organizes.
Yeah, probably not.
It's going to be weird. All right, we're still having some technical difficulties, unfortunately. Did you try the koalas already?
Yeah.
And?
Yeah, it's nice.
I mean, you have
need to be
quite
careful because I like sweets too much.
Yep.
So like when I went to our room there and there's like a giant stack of them, I was like, oh God, like don't do this to me. You know, like, so I need to be careful.
Will you play the Hit the Koala challenge? It's right after this game.
I don't know that.
Why not? You can win like tickets to Gamescom next week.
Yeah.
You can get an entire year of Koala as a supply.
The meme potential after me doing this is a little high, so I don't know.
Okay. All right. Then we also have the giveaway. That's actually where the Gamescom tickets are for, and the annual supply. So if you meet the koala here running around, just take a selfie and share it with us on Instagram with hashtag KoalaLand, and then maybe we see you at Gamescom next year, or you get free koalas for an entire year.
That's pretty nice.
It is.
Yeah.
You never have to get shopping anymore. Like, never go out anymore. You just eat koalas all year.
Hitman and Leon already don't. They're sitting at the computer the whole time. So there it is. Cola, diet, and ladder.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Since we still have some technical difficulties, we throw into a little bit of a break. And you guys can chase the koala around if you see him. Hashtag KoalaLand.
Get him.
Welcome back to RARALAND 2023. We are solving some technical issues on the stage right now. Something about the connections between the players not working at the moment. I don't know. But this gives us more time to do what we're paid for. Making a little bit of an advertisement for good people at Kuchenmeister. Backtradition seit 1848, 84. And there's actually a giveaway. I think you can win, the first prize of the raffle is like winning Gamescom tickets. I think 2.
Yeah, the first prize was winning 2 Gamescom tickets, and I think an annual supply
of Koala,
of Cookie Master koalas.
Oh, that's amazing! All you have to do is, I think, take a picture of yourself watching the stream, putting it on Instagram, and using the hashtag KoalaLand.
Yes, Koala.
And that's what you got to do in order to, get a annual supply of these nice little things, the koalas, koala cookie. Is it cookie? I don't know. Yeah, it says Knusperkeks. I guess that's...
I was going to say, how do you want to translate that exactly?
It's like crispy cookie, I guess?
Crispy cookie, yeah. They're like little crunchy cookies.
Yeah, crunchy. That's a good word.
Crunchy.
Yeah, pardon my non-native speaker English. Trying to find vocabulary here and there, especially in segments like these where, all I know is the German words for these things that I've known since my childhood and never really thought about other languages having to deal with those koala snacks as well. All right. Also, the good people at leetdesk, you should really check them out. I think there must be a chat command for that in chat. On the leetdesk website, there's like a lot of customization options and whatnot, and this, these tables are incredibly flexible and adjustable to whatever you need, what gaming needs you need to be met. There's also the option to put ghost touch, which means there's no fingerprints on your desk whatsoever, which is
that's really cool.
That's a dream for anyone getting like a black table, for example. I have like a wooden table, a very old table I got off of like eBay Kleinanzeigen, which is like neighborhood pickings, and I would love me some leetdesk here. And if I go to their website, I think I can get something that's affordable even for my price bracket. So if you are looking for a new gaming table that is very flexible, very adjustable to all your needs, please visit their website. leetdesk has been, of course, a sponsor at last year's RARALAND as well, and we are glad to have them back.
Yeah, I've seen one be unpacked before, actually. The craftsmanship on it is pretty exquisite, it has to be said. And see it all come together. It's not that difficult to assemble. It's, the parts are pretty, they're not super heavy, it's robust, and not so complicated to set up as well. And then, of course, once it is set up, you can just adjust it to your preferences, whatever you prefer, height-wise and comfort-wise. And they're also notably rage-proof, is one of the adjectives we'd use to describe this desk. I mean, as I said, it is a very robust piece of
furniture,
of hardware, indeed.
Oh.
Furniture. Yeah. You don't ever test lying on a leetdesk? I don't think so, bro.
I think you could if you wanted to. Like these hospital beds that are adjustable in height, you can do that with a leetdesk as well.
In an emergency, you might need to use one.
Also, I have some results. So in Group A, everything is going according to plan. All the upper seeds won their games 2-0. So we have Foggy versus, that sets up Foggy versus Exord.
Yep.
And Lawliot versus...
I'm not too sure, actually, because Lawliot had to play against Pato, who I'm assuming... Yeah, he won 2-0 against Pato.
Yes, he won 2-0. Oh, that sets up Lawliot versus Dice. That's what I wanted to put.
Another elf in there, actually.
Yeah, and we have Exord amidst these night elves trying to make it out first out of his group. But yeah, if Foggy has to say something about it, I just met him having dinner.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God. The Portuguese casters are going off. Is it the French or Brazilians?
That's the Brazilian caster, yeah. He is loving every moment of being here. Obviously, Pato is countrymen cheering for him all the way.
Definitely. So Pato must be playing Moon at the moment, so... Damn.
Yes, sorry, it was Moon against Pato. That's right.
That is something. Yellow Light made quick work of Ido in the first round.
Yeah, apparently one game was pretty close. Actually, I spoke to Ido.
Did he play Worms?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just Maskarks.
Weird.
Well, it was Concealed Hill, and if I'm not mistaken, the Light had an Alchemist first and a Panda second.
Ooh.
Which is pretty unorthodox. But Ido assures me that's what they like, what Lolite likes to play on concealed, which I'm like, okay, I guess.
That's sick.
But yeah, I went to like an 80 food fight game in the end, so there was at least one closely contested map.
Nice, that's cool.
Which is good to hear.
We were on our drive here from Berlin. It was Young Hofer, shout outs to Young Hofer on the observing table, and then Nase, another player from Berlin who's also here, and then Heide and I. Heide, of course, being the lovely assistant to everyone at Being Esports for this weekend, and myself. And we were sitting in the car, and Heide doesn't understand Warcraft as well as especially Nase and Young Hofer do.
Yeah.
And we were trying to explain to her, like, she's like, okay, so give me like a quick breakdown of all the races, like, and we call them fractions. We don't call them races because we don't want to be racist if we hate on humans, you know. So give me a quick breakdown of all the fractions and whatnot. And then when we came to the night elves, she's like, I want to hear about the night elves. They're the most interesting to me. They look so nice. What heroes do they play? And we're like, it's difficult. They could play any hero. It's like there's 12 heroes available, and like any single one of them could make sense in a certain situation, which is vastly different from all the other races. I think Night Elf, especially in early, they're the most versatile race there. So seeing Lolite playing, what was it, Panda and Alchemist on Concealed Hill.
That's just nuts.
It's nutty, but it's nothing out of the super ordinary, because, like, you know, I've seen this before. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's the thing with Elf, is that you have Moonwells, right? So that sort of mitigates the ability to recover here. It enables you to recover any hero's HP and mana. So it doesn't matter necessarily what hero you pick, because you're always able to send the hero home and heal them up and get mana back, and then carry on with whatever you were doing before. And other races, they just don't have that sort of immediate support. You know, it takes longer to come online. Orc isn't too terrible either with heal salves and clarities and stuff like that. But the race's units don't generally pair well with a lot of the tavern heroes.
Yeah, that's right. I think with Orc, I like to see like the tower push with the tier 2 Tinker. I like to see that with the Pocket Factory and just, you know, building a base outside the base of your opponent's base. That's always funny to me.
It's pretty funny. No, one of my teammates, Phalo, he likes to play Shadowhunter Tinker. Ooh. And he just goes with snakes and robo-goblins and just pushes people.
Oh, that's so cool.
Against Elf in particular as well, just tower rushing, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, nothing happened yet in the other group. I think the Group B matches are going on right now, but we don't have definite results yet. We are waiting still for Hitman versus Leon, of course. I think, is Leon still on stage? Because we saw Hitman go to his desk around in the player area.
Yeah, I didn't see Leon leave the stage, so I'd assume that he's still there probably.
Oh, I see, okay. I think we saw both of them on the player cams for a moment.
Yeah,
right?
we did for a couple of minutes.
Yeah. All right, if I'm not mistaken, and if I'm understanding things correctly as they are set to us, I think we have a match about to happen though, so maybe the technical issues have been fixed at this point. Yeah. And I think we can leave you with the casters right now to finally bring you this amazing series of Leon from Germany versus Hitman from the US West Coast, all the way from the US West Coast.
Thank you guys, and Forks, I guess, for the coverage there. Man, we had some technical difficulties, Battle.net and War3 Champions acting up a little bit, but the wonderful people of War3 Champions are here, so it seems like the problems are fixed now, and we finally get a game again. Hitman versus Leon.
It's finally happening. All good things come to those who wait, Neo, and I can't wait to see how well Leon can do here against someone that he struggles against on ladder. He does win a few games here and there, but now he has to win 2 maps out of 3. He's going to have to put it all together beautifully. Yeah. And there would be no better time to be on your A game here.
Exactly. I mean, there's a crowd here, of course, behind us. They'll definitely be cheering for him. I saw a couple of them already cheering him on, and he was celebrated quite heavily, and things will get loud once the game starts, I'm very, very sure. Tough situation, right? Sitting in front of the stage, you hear everything, and all you can do is wait. Could throw you off.
I don't know, by now I feel like both players should be experienced enough that they're not going to be affected by it, but of course it's always easier said than done. Like, some people crack under pressure, they start thinking about those things. I feel like, I remember I explained this in the past a bunch of times, but once the game starts, the world disappears. Only the world of Warcraft exists, and only, you know, your Archmage, your Footman, your Farseer, your Headhunters, everything else disappears. Yeah. And that's all you need to be thinking about: when to scout, when to hit your strong timings, when are your power spikes, what is it you need to do. Of course, this matchup features a lot of creeping, so that's what they're going to be focusing on first. Strategically, yeah, honestly, I just expect them to play purely standard. For Leon, that would be usually Archmage, Mountain King, Rifle, and then maybe into Double Sanctum. For Hitman, it's going to be Farseer, Headhunter, TC, into Shaman and Raiders and all that, and he likes to expand, which might be the key for either player. Like, can Hitman set it up? Can Leon get a cancel even once on it?
Yeah, friendly caster of us said a long time ago that human fast expansion is the solution versus Orc, and some other people doubted him, but it's the meta right now.
On some maps, it's great, and because they've really refined their creep routes, they know when to get defense, or even to skip defense if you go for like a very quick expo. And at first, it looked like, all right, like this guy's, you know, like when Sok was doing it, it's like this guy's an alien, you know, he's just like straight expanding, and somehow he's not dying to Headhunters.
Yeah.
But there was a method to his madness. He understood that if he gets the tower quickly and he pulls back all the footmen when they're mid-hit points, then he can use an insane value regen scroll and be totally fine and then win after that. And then the Orcs at first, they had a hard time adjusting, but now they really understand like how many Raiders do they need to get. Do they counter Expo? We saw some recent Starbuck series where it was really like that too against Human. Like both players pushing the lengths of what can be done with their race.
You mentioned creep routes, and I'm very excited about that. You mentioned already that Hitman's creeping is the cleanest. I'm always surprised Leon constantly comes up with new creep routes, where especially the evasion creeping and being in close proximity to the Orc base, that's where he absolutely shines in this matchup.
Yeah. Sometimes Leon plays funny though, like I remember some of his games in Meisterschaft where like he got level 2 and then he went to attack or cancel a burrow and cancel a shop, and to me that's like, that's so crazy. That's like the opposite of what I do. I'm all about level 3. If I don't get level 3, I don't even want to get out of bed, you know, like I don't even want to do anything. But Leon was like, yeah, level 2, I'll go for it, I'll get a cancel. And it worked out in a lot of his games. I think he's a very crafty player like that, where he can play a little bit unconventional at times with some of his timings, but overall he likes to play standard and rely on very good execution.
Still very hard to predict. That's a really good mix. Like you have your one way to go that always works, but if you see like, oh, I want to be a little cheeky here today, he got a full toolbox as well.
If Leon was a football player, he'd be the guy that like is really good. He has like good speed, everything, good dribbling, good passing. But once in a while, you do like a little trick, you know, like the ball over his head, and then like pass it after, like go high, go deep. He's a really nice guy as well. So it's easy, I feel like, to cheer for him. He's got the hot coffee gang here,
for sure.
And it's almost like routine for a lot of people. I think nowadays in Warcraft 3, obviously like Back to Warcraft is like the stream that everybody watches. But Leon also, he goes live early compared to most people. He's like a morning guy. I mean, he's hot coffee, I guess. Like, can't go live too late at night, otherwise he'd be very unhealthy.
Yeah, I think he does his spinning classes, and then he takes a shower, and then he grinds Warcraft for 8 hours.
I thought you were serious for a second.
Yeah.
Does he do?
Yeah, he does.
Spinning?
Yeah. He's a spinning coach.
What?
Yes.
Well, what is spinning?
Spinning is like a sort of workout. Not that I know anything about workouts, but I do know that it finally works out, and we do have a game here at RARALAND. It's time for Leon versus Hitman. Shades of Sok, oh my god, I didn't know that's in him. All right, everybody, we finally have the game. The winner bracket quarterfinal of Group B in the bottom right-hand side, all the way from Western USA, representing Dust Gaming, it's Hitman. And almost my neighbor in Hamburg, starting in the upper left-hand side, representing Phantom Aces, it's Leon. I think we got a crowd favorite, Todd.
Yeah, definitely. And it makes a lot of sense. Looks like we're going to have a 3-farm opener, very standard to creep the small orange above your main here as human. And then the question is, does he go towards the expansion or does he go elsewhere? Question though, if Leon's a spinning coach and is your neighbor, Why haven't you done spin?
Well,
class?
technically a neighbor. It's the same city. I just came up with it on the fly. I'd never be able to do that. Just like I'd never be able to play like these guys do. Instant harassed by Hitman. How threatening is that for Leon right now?
Yeah, it's a lot about creep routes countering one another. Maybe he was worried that obviously that they have 80 games against one another this season, so you have to always change your creep routes. Maybe Leon recently did a quick lab against which Hitman was worried. Against that, you kind of want to harass very early. Oh, he almost got it. Hitman very good with the micro. And actually, that might be like the first time ever that it's the first time they meet in a tournament. It's the first time ever that they play on low ping, both of them. Because online, surely there has to be a ping factor.
And both thrive under good conditions, both rely on their micro. And here we see the first little skirmish. Archmage found the claws of attack, best thing he can find right there.
Yeah, definitely. Killing those wolves is going to be a little easier. I'm surprised he's not attacking here. 2 hits on that wolf would probably kill it, and then that's level 2 immediately in the game, very early. But you also have to prioritize not taking damage. Retaining hit points on the Archmage is very key. And we have the tunnel now about to start as soon as he's going to have enough golds, as he's morphing a tower Hitman. Not finding much damage right now, but his big power spike is going to be when he has like 3 to 4 headhunters, because then fighting that without defense is very tricky.
Leon wants to stabilize here with an arcane tower, wasn't able to get a wolf, so no level 2 just yet. Gotta be very conservative. That deny didn't really work out. That wolf is not level 2 because Hitman comes in with the deny.
Yeah, Hitman, a very micro-oriented player here in those small skirmishes, always those great. He's going to get another footy here. So he's finding important kills here. Leon, you know, he had to retain hit points on his Archmage. He also needs to retain a decent footman count to fight more effectively.
And we said it before, Hitman unbeaten by humans for 9 months now. And we see why. Great last hits, great pressure. Take some creep camps off the side of Leon, who obviously is working on his expansion now. Town Hall has started, but Hitman's tech is all the way at 60% already.
He finds the gauntlets. Leon threatening the steal. Not going to be quite able to get it. That would have been level 2 here.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to maybe grab boots in a bit. Obviously, he doesn't really have the gold right now since he's still making that tunnel at the expo, which is about to finish. So it was still a pretty fast expo, which got completely untouched.
If he could finally get this one more kill, but the kills go all the way to Hitman, fittingly. This one also denied. Wolf resummoned, so also no experience. And the Farseer didn't really creep much, but they're same level, so early game, I'd give it to Hitman for now.
Yeah, great shots not to overextend, I think, by Hitman. He's just kind of sticking around, and he's also stealing camps that Leon would have liked to be able to do himself to get level 2 and get closer to level 3 eventually. So you can tell Hitman knows exactly how to play against it. Leon has to be careful. Don't go too deep here with the Archmage.
Wow.
Actually, he could have gotten an ensnared if Hitman didn't trigger that on his own units. That's kind of what you try and aim to do when you go for this Murloc camp a lot of the time. Torrent Chieftain on the way. We've got a Lodge. And I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a counter expo here, since it's not playing Raiders.
Yeah, and there's nothing really to worry about, right? It's super far away from level 3 for the Archmage. Mana is low, health is low, has to rely on a shop. Footman's got to carry for a little bit, but there's no defense yet, and also very low lumber. So Leon has no right to be out on the map at the moment. It's all Hitman for the first 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, he took complete map control. Leon, after this Footman that's about to come out, he definitely should have defend queued in his barracks. Keep timing is actually very decent, and we have Troll regen on the way now as well as a Bestiary. You kind of need, you know, Raiders to take good map control.
Very impressive how confident Leon seems to be now with only 4 footmen and a herd Archmage, preventing level 3 for the Farseer instead of creeping himself up to level 2. So, like, you try to prevent Wolves level 2 at all cost?
Yeah, I think like going to creep himself would allow too much space for the Orc, so he kind of stayed on him. Interestingly, Hitman's not creeping the expo. He's trying to not let this Murloc camp be taken away from him here.
That is really weird. The Murloc, of course, spreads the poison, so there might be some easy pickups for Hitman down the road with the TC coming out.
Level 2.
Oh, got it. Finally. Took him 4.5 minutes. Now the TC is here. Not coming in from the left-hand side to use the Storm. Didn't actually choose yet, and eventually decides to go for Endurance Aura. But also Hitman is able to get level 2 Wolves and got the Beast Scroll now. Lots of damage for the American.
Yeah, like when you get a Scroll the Beast like this and you have a high DPS army, it's always like you have to ask yourself, should I go for an attack? Should I use that and try and do a lot of damage? The thing is, Leon, I don't know how many footmen he lost, but must have been like 1 or 2, because he has an insane amount of footmen right now.
Yeah.
Look at this, 42 supply.
And supply blocked fix farms.
And tech is about to finish. That tech was insanely fast, considering like how he expanded. So does he get a panda?
Where are the farms, Todd? It's 42-40, can't build the second hero.
Yeah.
Massive mistake by Leon, unfortunately.
And he's not starting one either.
Yeah, exactly.
You can power one. With human, that might be the one race, you know, like with Terran in StarCraft, you drop like a call down depot, which kind of breaks your heart because you would like one more mule. But here you can kind of save yourself powering a farm, which is still not doing. This actually tells us that maybe he's not really like, you know, on his A game right now. Because that's the mistake you make when you're struggling a little bit more than usual.
Yeah, he's gonna, nice little save into the war mill, soaking up more damage. But eventually gets the kill. But Archmage is under level, Mountain King can't be on the way, farm only now. The only thing that's going for Leon right now is the gold income that he can't spend.
Yeah, this is not ideal. He can kind of threaten the Peon line with Footman. The fact that Hitman is not even attempting an expo right now is very interesting. I wonder if he's just planning on delaying that a little bit further. Maybe he can tell that Leon was around and would have killed it if that happened in the first place. So he pushed him away, and now he's going to start it.
Yeah. Easy game for some Shaman as well. Water Elemental can now constantly be dispelled. Good retreat for the Footman. That could have been some extra experience, which is not now. Ensnare is ready, so Raiders always dangerous. There we go. That's a kill.
Leon made like a lot of towers, by the way, which is very costly lumber-wise, not only because you need to make scout tower into upgrades, but also a peasant has to build a scout tower, so you mine even less lumber. And he might have made too few peasants on lumber because we see he's really lumber-starved, so his double sanctum is greatly delayed. He wanted to be safe, but the thing is like Hitman didn't even have any plan to attack, it seems like. He's just happy to creep his side of the map and start his own expo, which now will be cancelled.
Yeah, man. Hitman creeping this spot here in front of Leon's base. That's a statement creep.
Yeah. Actually, could get a very important item.
What he got? What he got?
Devotion.
Oh, man. Having extra armor on orc units, that's really damn good.
This is the push. Now Leon's towers have to help out a ton against this, because this is the scary push here. He has Call the Beast, he has Ensnare, finds the Mountain King immediately. Purge is available. He might not even need it. He's trying to surround without it.
Oh, usually Leon is the surround master, but Hitman turns it around. He has to seek help from the creeps, but that looks very, very desperate. Mountain King was waiting so long to finally hit the battlefield. Hitman with the first hero kill of the series, and man, this is just NA #1. This is all Hitman.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of salvaged it. Like he Leroy Jenkins the creeps in that corner and got them to help for a little bit and slow down the attack. He has a bunch of towers, to be fair, so as long as he can hold here, I would have like at least Masonry level 1, but we see he's pumping breakers left and right, and there's still no expo on the other side of the map. Hitman, it might seem like it's going well for him, but he has to find a lot of damage here.
Exactly, the tide might be turning. TC going deep, getting mana burn. Arcane Tower still working on it. Stomp, almost impossible. Leon definitely stabilizing, was able to spend like 900, almost 1,000 gold, getting the supply lead now.
Yeah, and actually, I think the second Arcane Tower is amazing here. He drained all of the mana from the TC. That's no more Stomps. He has no mana potion. Those Footmen, if he can get them healed up, Leon might be fine. Grabs the Scroll of Regeneration. He's using that, and he's buying so much time. Speed Scroll. Hitman feels the urgency of not having an expansion. He needs to find more damage himself. Archmage comes in from behind, snipes one of the Shaman.
Oh, TC level 4 though. The heroes are definitely in favor of Hitman, but he can't really use the spells. That's the downside. Leon still holding on. Archmage comes back. Gotta be so careful to not be ensnared. Shop is down, and I don't think he has a backup, so that's it with the breaker production for now.
Yeah, but he did make a lot in the first place. Archmage needs to stop overextending. He goes down without Tom Portaling, and he had bought the Scroll of Regen. He's only level 2, so he's gonna come back decently fast in the game.
Mountain King can start to level now, but there's no hammers no more, no Brilliance Aura either. Hitman, it's the art of the orc race, I guess, to know when to retreat. At some point, you're running out of fuel, and that is the time right now. Nice snack cam, there we go. But the fight goes on. Mountain King, big shoulders, but low levels.
Yeah, I think Leon probably should be disengaging. He tries to get a surround on the Torrent Shift, and the Farseer kind of counter-blocked. He's going for the Mountain King now. He's going really low. He gets the Purge, and the Mountain King will go down here. The Torrent Shift and should be able to escape. There's a Temple on him, and he doesn't even end up having to use that. Still no expansion up for Hitman, but he just restarted it only now.
Okay, that's the one thing that goes in favor of Leon. That's the economy, but both heroes down. The XP chart must be insane now. There we go, snacking some koalas. I like it. but I don't like the XP graph from the perspective of Leon. It's all downhill.
Yeah, the point about expanding this quickly is that eventually you'll make it to a far superior supply, which right now is not the case, obviously, because they've been trading a lot. So Leon needs to just remake his heroes, creep whatever he has on his side of the map, which is not much, just green, orange, and then the Expo on the left side. And if he can make it to 70-80 supply, you always have a chance here in this type of game, even with lower hero levels.
Question is if Hitman is going to allow that. He, of course, is a little bit passive as well. Okay, we have some technical difficulties here in the arena, but supposed to be fixed in a bit. Will Hitman allow that? Is the big question. Does he want to grind up to level 5 and wait till the Expo is finished? Or does he want to interrupt Leon's expansion, or not expansion, but creeping plans again? And I do think we have the answer, as there's a big yellow wall, not only in the stadium here in Dortmund, but also approaching Leon's base.
When he catches a breaker, that's a big deal here. You really want to have as many units as you can have here available for you to fight. And Hitman's late, actually, to this camp now.
Yep.
Leon already secured that. Tipping it out now would be totally fine. He's going to try to kill 1 or 2 units first before tipping out. Goes for 1 Raider.
Stomp was good, but of course we know the big thing about Stomp is the disable, not the damage. And Leon is building a tower here, trying to leapfrog forward towards Hitman's expansion. I like that. Little Yumiko-esque.
This should be an arcane tower, I guess. And like, what happens is that you kite back into it and then you drain all mana from the heroes and the casters. Wait, Leon? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, needs the Raider. Storm cancels in. Here we go. Raiders there as well. No chance. Third hero kill for Hitman. Standing true to the name, and I guess the Mountain King is next on the list.
I think Leon got a little overeager here. He was trying to make it across the map to his towers to kind of camp there and re-engage. Mountain King is next. He gets targeted. He's only level 1, but he's going to go down. And Hitman is almost 5-5. He's 4.9 on both of his heroes now.
Absolutely insane. 1 kill after the next. Next breaker is falling as well, just when we thought that maybe Leon has a good plan and a good shot. Hitman bites his head off of all the heroes again. And now it's down to a handful of breakers to hold this.
Oh, and he went chain 3. So no wolves.
You know, I love that sound of dying peasants, Todd. How about you?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It is the best.
Leon getting completely overrun now. 52 supply. Towers are going to go down in a second. He only has his Archmage alive. He needs to buy time for the towers to do something, to stay alive. But Hitman prioritizing those snipes. Archmage being targeted again. He has no temple. He has no escape. There's no priest healing him either. No invis.
Oh, Fasir is chasing, but the big escape. Mountain King is back still at a pathetic level 1, but we talked about it.
The TP
Leon
on the TC.
with the surround TP coming in. Where's the damage? Where's the damage? Oh! Okay, Leon's back.
Well, back is quite a statement, but he survives. This was going to be the end of the game here if he didn't get this. But sniping a Fasir level 5 is quite a bit fixed. Mountain King's almost 3 now.
Holy, just because of the skill.
Yeah. He did find a pretty terrible item in the Scroll of the Beast because it doesn't work on breakers, but he should sell that, get a TP, get invuln, get a scroll, build up your army count a little bit. Still a massive lift for Hitman though. 66 supply to 53 right now. And he's going to be happy to catch Leon in the middle of the map. This Archmage, what is he even doing here? Go home.
Go home, please, pass.
He's going to go for the push.
He is, right? Oh, TC? He has nothing. No TP, no potion. He is, of course, a tanky boy.
No way.
Trying to stomp, but it doesn't work against breakers, we all know. Archmage in jeopardy as well, but what about the TC? No ultimate, of course. Purge again, trying to step away. TC, the big escape again. Archmage falls. Stomp out. There we go. 5.9, but he dies before the ultimate. Double kill for Leon, single kill for Hitman. Mountain King, can you carry this now?
He doesn't have any mana, it's going to be really tough. TC just rebought. Hitman having a bunch of gold. He's not been losing any units. He's happy to chase, and Leon still with a massive supply deficit.
Level 6 now. That TC ain't falling again. Here's the big supply. Can he save himself to the towers? Maybe. There's Purge. There's its there. The Breaker's trying to hold the fort now, but how to escape? That way.
I've rarely seen a Mountain King being hunted this badly the whole game, but yeah, this guy's been having a rough time. Hitman does not even care anymore. He just has so much supply. Gets on top of the towers. They're going to go down one by one. Mountain King gets back to the action. He's like, focus on me. And Hitman is like, no.
Oh man, these towers one by one, they're gonna fall. Still attention to the MK. Barely any breakers left. We do have level 4. That's a little bit more mana. That's a little bit more Stormbolt. But that's GG, and Hitman takes map number 1. That was worth the wait. What a banger of a game.
Yeah, it wasn't the closest, but Leon kind of tried to salvage it as much as he could. Honestly, I like that he had the expo up and he was getting the cancel on the expo of Hitman, but I think he fought a little too much.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, when Human was doing extremely well in tournaments.
Back in my day.
Let me tell you, we expanded and then we took 0 fights. We were just like mosquitoes. We were running around, harassing everyone, whether it was the undeads or somebody else, up until we got bigger supply, stronger army, usually on castle tech in most matchups, obviously not against Orc. But I feel like nowadays the humans, they sometimes fight a little too much. Obviously, it's easier said than as observer. You can say many things, like Leon's probably way better than me. I do think he probably fought too much here. Maybe play a little bit more conservative. Camp behind your towers if you need to. Yeah. You just need to make it to big supply, and then you have a real shot at winning. If you fight too early, you don't allow your expo to kind of pay off and allow you to get enough units to fight effectively.
Yeah, I think it was high priority to him to somehow prevent that level 3 Farseer, but eventually that was almost impossible.
Yeah.
So if he takes that time and creeps a little bit, then he gets to a fast level, at least like 2.5 Archmage, and can finally rely on Water Elementals a little better, and that helps him through the mid game, and then maybe the Mountain King doesn't fall as often and gets to a higher level and is able to carry this game a little more. But man, this hero action is all we want from a Warcraft game.
This might have been one of the greatest comeback ever if he actually won this from the point where like his heroes were dead and he killed the TC on 5.9. Like, it's so rare for that to happen.
And that was, of course, an expensive Tavern revive, but at that point, the expo was up, and it was all cruise control for Hitman at that point. But Leon Lionheart, man, he is here to fight. He doesn't want to go down to that gruesome lower bracket.
If lions could drink coffee, yeah, that's what it'd be. A caffeine-filled lion. All right, let's go straight into map number 2 to see what these guys can pull off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want more Warcraft action because we all know it, that more Warcraft is always more good. And I want to hear a little more from the crowd. Who's rooting for 2-0? Who's rooting for Hitman? All right. Not too many. Dust Gaming very, very disappointing in that regard. But who wants a game 3 and who wants Leon to win? That's what I'm talking about.
And conceal here a map where rifles is very common if you're going to play one base. Expanding this is one of the hardest maps to expand on because of how tough it is to creep the expo, but there's many tricks you can do. Sometimes you can pretend you're playing one base, you go across the map, you buy a staff, and then you staff back on your side of the map. Sok was one of the big proponents of that. Hitman, though, it looks like a fast tech play from him, in which case you prioritize getting Torrent Chieftain second out very early, and usually that leads to an expansion a lot of the time here.
Yeah, it is a switch up for sure. Fast attacks, no grunt to work with at the moment with the super late racks. So, okay, some adjustments being made. Things are calming down a little bit, but one thing stays the same. It's going to be a Farseer harass.
Yeah, we don't see much Blade Master anymore. It's almost like completely unconventional. Very rarely you'll see one make an appearance, but not from Hitman. The one thing he practices day in, day out is the Farseer. And when you open one single Farseer here, there's never any creeping. You're always going to head straight across the map, slow down the opponent. You pretty much know that Human is going to secure that whole first camp easily. But it's about keeping him on level 1 as much as you can.
Yeah, you said that Leon should probably play a little more conservative, and I think this is pretty conservative. There's no fast expansion. He's also not opting to go for the lab on the left-hand side, which can, of course, lead to a great level lead, but it's also very risky.
Oh, he forgot to tech. Because he's on 2 farms, so he had the lumber to tech here for a little bit. So he forgot to tech for a few seconds. Not ideal, but his tech is still decently fast because he only had 2 farms and he skipped the tower, which you don't want to get a tower before tier 2 here. So we see a blacksmith starting, and it's going to be rifles on this map. Very important to have enough damage so that you can creep your Mountain King.
Man, this is a tiny, tiny Leon army. He's also, again, not building a farm to produce more footmen, so nothing can really help here. Thank you, Mr. Koala, person for supplying our fans here in the arena for free with the sweet koalas by Kuchenmeister. Love it. Do we love Leon's position? Do we love Hitman's position?
I find it very hard to play with the build of Leon against what Hitman's doing, but I feel like he probably should know way better than me how to. The thing is, when Hitman's tier 2 completes, he's going to get a TC, and then supposedly you go for the expo very quickly, which is then very hard to counter because it's like so much earlier than it usually would be. And then you have also all the crowd control that you need with TC and all that. But yeah, we see grunt production now. And well, why is Leon not starting a tower, though? I wonder.
Not too sure, a little sloppy maybe, or he's saving all the resources. He's gonna be very, very footman, not heavy, the opposite. Very low on footman, that's what I want to say.
He needs to evacuate with those footies actually on the right side and go to Fountain, but maybe he's worried the Farseer will be on the intercept. But there's no point keeping them at home on this low hit points here.
No chance for Shop, really. He's stuck at home, man. Quarantine Leon. And Hitman again playing a great Farseer RS, just like in game 1.
Yeah, he did such a great job with that. He made sure he didn't lose any wolves too much up until now. That was a little bit sloppy. The moment I said that, of course.
Cast a curse.
But yeah, TC, Spirit Lodge, Bestiary on the way. Oh no, he's gonna lose. Okay, that's crazy actually, to lose a footman here. He could have sent it the whole time on the right side and then straight to the Fountain, but he kept them at home for some reason.
Stress, but finally level 2 for Leon. Rifleman is out. Wolf is hungry, trying to eat it, but yeah, let the Brilliance Aura work now. Pump out these water elementals if you can. Hitman, in comparison to game 1, very low level, not close to level 2 at all.
Did you see that Farseer? He was like almost... Look, he's like, I mean, no, I'm not. He goes to the edge of the wall, pretending he's gonna go in to bait the Archmage to come back and defend. And then he chases the Archmage.
It's more and more HP being drained from the rifle, from the footman, from the Archmage. That is really annoying. TC is out now. Bestiary and Spirit Lodge about to be finished. And then is he moving straight across to creep the shop, maybe? Tells me that Hitman is very, very confident and he knows that the Archmage is going there. TC, stomp first this time, maybe.
Yeah, he hasn't picked yet. It's really opportunistic when you play like this. Sees the Archmage, he's trying to block him over there. Oh, he faked the stomp as well. Debated.
So sick. Okay, similar to the Mountain King on Tidehunters, the Archmage is stuck now. Dodging a possible stomp.
Wait, is the TC stuck? No.
No.
Okay, oof.
Ooh. Oof. Okay, so he decides to go for stomp now as he saw the opportunity that takes away the endurance aura at this stage of the game. Is that a big deal?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit annoying for Hitman, but he forced the TP, which is very hard to afford because not only Leon's playing one base, he also hasn't crept anything in forever. He literally only crept one small green, so it's not like he has a bunch of golds. And now Hitman's going to try to use this tech difference, which means he has really good map control with Shaman and eventually Raider. Ooh. Oh, he lets it slip. Okay, Leon needed something like that.
Yeah, that's good. That saves him a bit of time. There was inefficiency, of course. I know these Ogre Lords, man. They're bastards.
Would you let it slip or just capture it? He let it slip.
He did. Okay, so we turn to the little orange here. 1-1 levels for Hitman. Leon finally starts into the game. Long rifles, priest, it's all coming together. The heroes are naked. And of course, this time he has to work with only one base. So if Hitman catches him again, the heroes are in jeopardy.
Leon's a very aggro human player in these cases here when he plays rifle caster like this. A lot of human players, myself included, would be very happy to stay on our side of the map, creep level 3 Mountain King before we fight, but he often, will do this kind of stuff here. He went across the map, he stole the entire merchant away from Hitman, and now he's looking to get the surround here on the Ogre, perhaps, yeah, Stone Bolts to make sure he keeps it in place long enough, and he's hoping for one of the better items here, perhaps. I think Kodo Aura might be the best.
Oh, Helm of Valor also not too shabby for a Mountain King. More strength, more damage, more HP, more armor. Just nothing in the mana department, but I guess that is fine, even though he will rely on that with the clap becoming more and more powerful.
One Kodo being added here for Hitman. He's going to want to keep that all the way back. Obviously, Kodo's pretty terrible against rifles, but rifles pretty terrible against Stomp, which will be level 2 momentarily here after Hitman creeps 1 or 2 more camps.
Hotkeys, that... XD. Okay, technical difficulties.
Maybe it means inventory?
Yeah, maybe the inventory hotkeys changed. Okay, there we go. Technical difficulties here, of course, at LAN, when we are not playing from home, can happen any time with our old and fragile game that we have to work with.
Yeah. You tell me about that. But nice game so far. It feels like Leon is still very much in this one. And it really depends what's going to happen in the next few minutes. Conciliar is such a different map to most maps because of how the camps are like really tough. Let's go back into it. Apparently we're ready to resume the game. And you have the big X factor, the fountain on this map, where you can get free healing. Usually that benefits more the orcs than the humans, but occasionally it will come into play for either race.
Yeah, if you control the map well and keep the orc away from the shop.
Beast.
Oh, that's sick.
With
on
mass rifles.
With the level 3 now.
The dream.
That is the dream indeed. There is a fountain creep now for Hitman. I don't think you can... Can you snipe that? Does he want to snipe that now? Oh, Footy is scouting.
Usually when someone's almost done with a camp like that, it's not even a creep jack anymore. You just go there and then you fight them after they're done with the camp. So you have to think very carefully about if you want to do it or not. But the Drake is not down yet.
Yeah.
TC is not level 3, he's 2.8. Can he steal the Drake maybe with a Stormbolt? And he gets it!
Wow.
I'm not sure actually, but it says 2.9 on the TC. I think he might have stolen it.
Me too.
There is no Stomp level 2 for Hitman. This is not a fight he particularly wants to take. Scroll the Beast is used immediately, but he's sitting in the fountain.
Oh, that's the fountain to help him here now. Scroll the Beast. Leon, commitment, goes for the
Militia.
TC. This is going to be sick. Good. The Popo is coming with the Mountain King, being zapped right there. Net needs to get out, but his own units are blocking him. Get out the way, move! But the MK goes down. Leon overcommitting.
But the Archmage is going to get all the XP now because so many of the units have already died. Torn Chieftain not very healthy. He goes back in, lands a big stomp. Fountain helping Hitman right now. Is there enough damage? With the Scroll of the Beast, the peasants trying to go. They're trying to snipe the TC.
Oh my God! The invisibility from the cloak.
And he has nothing at the lab.
That's so sick! Send something, send help! The Kodo might go down. TC is back again after the healing. Gets another stomp out, but now Hitman out of mana.
He should go for the Shamans here. They would die very quickly from rifles. Then for the TC, he should send something to the lab so that he can use Revelation. Lightning Shield used on both of the heroes. On one of the rifles as well. Despool used on time for Leon.
For once it is. Where are the reinforcements? Where's the MK? No resources to revive him from the tavern, I guess. Everything is stuck at the back. This is looking bad for Leon, but also Hitman can't feel comfortable. He's going for the Shaman now, so that's the spell.
All right, Leon choosing to disengage. The militia kind of stuck behind one Warcaster will be sniped. The TC is on the chase with no mana and not that much hit points. What am I watching right now?
I don't know, it's craziness here in Dortmund. I think we're getting back to safety somehow, somewhat. We said don't have a stomp. He's trying to block until the regen kicks in. And now, okay, we cancel the Alta revive. Mountain King is back.
He was 50 seconds away from that Mountain King coming back, so I understand just because he's getting chased, he's like, all right, I'll get it back in the game.
Ooh.
And he went Brilliance too, by the way. Against Shamans, it's very standard, so the mana regen on Mountain King is very decent, but the problem is that when you get it back like this, it doesn't have full hit points. Mountain King being targeted as well. He's trying to do an encore from the first game.
Zap again! There's no opening! It's a dieback! Back to the tavern you go! Open a pint and stay on the bench. Archmage's again in the role of running away now. No control almost. He has the resources again!
All right, that's a lot of rifles, but as long as Hitman keeps saving units and sending them to the fountain, they're always going to come back full HP. One Grunt escapes with very low hit points. Only Leon is losing units.
Fossey has surrounded now. No TP, trying to pass it. And now he can escape. No mana. Man, what a slobber knocker on Conceal.
And now the expansion's mining for Hitman. So Leon, does he want to go there straight away? Can he guess that this was made? He should be able to. And he should head there straight away. If that wasn't there, by the way, he should go to the bottom right and creep the entire rest of the map. Archmage about to get level 4 here from this camp. And I don't think there's that many Shamans, so if he kills them, then Water Elementals are going to come into play massively.
Okay, Mountain King also very close to 4. Hitman was stalling so much time with this fight, and that worked out. But the Expo is not fortified at all. But also, I see a Mountain King maybe going down once again. Storm comes in, no Zap to follow up. Raiders, Shaman, all in the mix. Kodo reinforcements as well.
I think Leon's being very more wary with his Mountain King. You saw he started pulling him back early, so I think he understands that Leon...
Oh, no TP, no Invo Potion, no Heal Potion. Zap again. Clearly willing to go for the hero.
The
TC indeed.
The peasants.
Stop again! The great escape by the cow! Hitman is mad!
Oh my god, and he makes it out. The Rune Bracers helped tremendously against Stormbolt here. And he makes it to the fountain. That's going to be all the free healing I was talking about.
No.
Leon getting chased. He has no town portal. There is no more ensnare for a while. I don't know if there is a purge, but
Hitman is committing everything on the Archmage.
This is so sick. He's trying to escape. This is all about hero focus. The units almost don't matter. All the attention on these levels 4. Chain Lightning again doing tons and tons of damage. 4.5. The Orc heroes had a slow start, but now they're online. A new purge, more crowd control. Leon trying to evacuate to the lab. Zap! Is there a Zeppelin? More purge!
Oh, the priest.
Oh, no!
Oh, he messed up with the priest. He wasn't healing the whole time. He might have survived. And Hitman takes the win. 2-0 in this match.
Woo.
NA lives.
NA #1, baby. Hitman off to a great start. Like, if you compare this to last year, night and day.
Yeah, for sure. Disappointing for Leon, but obviously he's going to have another shot. And yeah, Hitman, honestly, he delivered here. He played his usual game plan, really good execution. The hero target was there. Those town chieftain escapes were absolutely crazy here. So little hit points both times.
Yeah, Leon, I think, didn't necessarily play his best, but he's in shape to compete in the lower bracket. It's a brutal lower bracket, of course, in this Group B. But yeah, Hitman, very, very impressive. Maybe performing better than most expected.
Who knows? NA thinks he's #1, so and they'll win the whole thing. But I think the couch is ready to talk about this game, so let's go and check out with them.
We're back on the couch, and what an amazing series we just witnessed. After all this waiting, all the anticipation paid off in a big way, seeing Hitman versus Leon and Hitman prevailing with a very solid 2-0 here. Second map looked a little bit closer than the first one. I think the first map was definitely somewhat of a very uneven matchup, but on the second map we saw a lot of back and forth. And the Orc heroes in the end prevailing, and 6 saves by Hitman here. I think that one TC save was the micro decision of a lifetime here that kept him alive as well. And this concludes the first round of the winner bracket for both these groups, and all 8 players that were preceded through the open online qualifiers actually won their sets. 2 close ones. Starbuck versus FoCuS went to game 3, but FoCuS prevailed. And also Moon versus Pato went to game 3. We heard the Brazilian caster behind us going crazy for that. And yeah, now I would like to have everybody from the main hall go to the entrance area, because we have the Hit the Koala challenge. Again, the most important 2v2 of this weekend, if I might say so. People are going to try to toss those really nice koala snack treats into each other's mouths. And I think we have 4 contestants, and we go there right after the winner interview with Hitman. Let's go.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations, Hitman. Very convincing first match here. You play against Leon a lot on ladder. I think you have like almost 80 games this season alone against him. So, and that you win somewhere between 70 or 80% of those. So, what was your mindset going into this match? Do you think you were the heavy favorite if you can play your A game, or were you worried he's able to put it together really well and it's going to be a tough match?
Leon's definitely improved a lot since the last time I played him. I was actually a little nervous playing him this time just because the ladder games, even though they're mostly going my way, he's putting up a lot of good games. Some of them are really close. He knows how to play like a lot of strats pretty well. I gotta say, I think I played pretty bad in this series. Like the micro was pretty bad, but he played worse. Neither of us had a really good showing, so I was a little like not like warmed up for the first game, but I think I played it a little better the second game. So I hope it's all just gonna like get better from here. So yeah.
Okay, I hope I'm not too off base about last RARA, but I was under the impression that you were pretty jet lagged and you didn't play your A game. So is there any difference between last RARA and this one? Like, are you coming into it more focused, more motivated, and how is your conditioning? How is your jet lag management? We know you got in here late last night.
Yeah, so last time I was really jet lagged. I got really sick last time I came here, and it was a really bad experience, I gotta say. Not because the event was bad, just because like I had a bad time being jet lagged and like being sick. But this time I feel a lot better. Like my sleep schedule is so messed up already that I'm kind of like on Germany time already. So I'm not jet lagged at all, and my shape is pretty good. So like I'm feeling pretty good. I just gotta like play a couple warm-up games, make sure I'm ready, think about my strats, and I think it should be pretty good from here.
Is there anyone you particularly would like to play? Like, is there anyone you're looking for revenge against? In last RARA, you played against Happy, and then you played against Exord, I think, and like those matches were pretty difficult. So is there anything like that this time around, like someone you'd like to play against to perhaps prove yourself once again and show that what you can do against?
I definitely want to play FoCuS because I really like playing Orc Mirror, and I've never really gotten a win over him in like a big tournament, so I kind of want to like get one over on him, but I'm not sure if he's gonna make it past Happy, and I'm not sure if I'll make it past Moon either. So it's a toss-up, but I just want to play Orcs because I'm really confident in that matchup, and FoCuS is a great player too, but like for an Orc player, I feel like for such a good player, I think he's one of the few players that I can beat confidently. I'm not that confident against like Happy or Lolly yet. So yeah, Orcs and Undeads in general, besides Happy, are probably what I want.
All right, thank you so much, Hitman. Good luck in the rest of the matches. Let's go and check in with the couch once again.
Thank you very much, Todd, for the interview of our winner, Hitman, seeming quite confident, I must say, in his ability to maybe even make it through winners in this group, saying that he might be able to beat Moon, not necessarily sure about that, but might be, which is something that, not a lot of people would say about themselves. But for now, we have a 2v2 coming up on stream, which is the Hit the Koala challenge. So I would like everybody from the main hall to get there and witness the madness. And we, I think, are going to throw you guys right over to Coach Remo on site.
Take it away, Remo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Got confused right there. We are back with our favorite segment, Hit the Koala Challenge. We had that yesterday already, starting off the day with yours truly. Now we have 4 more contestants for the next round for the wonderful prizes by Kuchenmeister and the Koala Snacks. Now, you good sir, what is your name?
Nico.
Nico in the team with?
Paracupa.
Paracupa from Switzerland. Over here we have?
Just Ross.
Our only Irish resident. Nice to have him. And?
Rene.
Rene. All right. So we have 2 versus 2 teams. Boys, you know how it works. We're going to have 10 tosses each, and we're going to keep score. All right. Good, sir. Start. First one. Oh, a little bit too much. Oh, with the rebound, my man. 1. 2, very good. All right, 2 more tosses. Oh, close. 1 more. All right, 2, not bad, not bad. That was the first 5. Give it over to the other team. Yes, sir. All right, let's go. Oh, dip a little bit too deep. All right, there's the first one. Oh, slow it down, take your time. Take your time. No need to rush. Oh, little short, little short. Wait, was the 4th throw?
This is 5th.
Yeah, next one is 5th. All right, one more chance. All right. Score is
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Score is 2-1. Can we have some reinforcements? Ricky, can you get us some more of these, please? Inside. Thank you. All right, next up. Yes. Ross, you are... And now you are the one leading the team right now. We got him. We got him. 2-1. Oh, almost. Another one. There we go. It's a 3rd point. 3rd point. And... Oh, did you get it? Oh, okay. 3 points still. Way, 4th one. 2 more throws, right? Okay, that was the last. Or I think that was it, right? That was 5? I think that was right. Yeah, it was 5. All right, 4 points for you. All right, you guys have 1 point at the moment. You need 3 to equalize. A little bit too high. The underhand is the right approach. Oh, almost. Coming in hot, coming in speedy. Yes, there we go, there we go. Yeah. Now is the fourth, I think, yeah. Oh, okay. This is the last one. If you get it, we draw it. Ah, so close. Gentlemen, thank you very much for playing our winning team. There we go. Very good. And goodie bag. And presented to our winners are the goodie bags from Kuchenmeister and the Koala snacks. Round of applause, please. All right, here are our next victors. We will see more Koala challenges tomorrow to see if we can beat the high score maybe. And I think now I can bring it back to the break. I can't hear anybody. We have more contestants. Oh, all right, we have more. Apparently. Yeah! Hell yeah! Von unten ist normal einfacher. Schön hoch. Einfach so in den Mund werfen. Ja, ihr macht zusammen. Einer links, einer rechts. Jeder hat 5 Würfe. Right. Are we doing this on stream? I'm confused right now. Yeah? Yeah. All right. We're continuing on. Guys, here is round 2, because when you have this much fun, you're not supposed to stop. We need some more snacks. Where did it go? We need snack refill, please. We need some ammunition. We need some more. 20. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. So, we're going to introduce the teams once again. Sir, what is your name?
Iklur oder normale Namen?
As you wish.
Iklur.
Iklur over here in the team with the infamous
FVB.
That's right, legends of the German community. They're going to be team number 1. And over here, the contestants, the challengers.
Justin from Kuchenmeister.
Oh, you are from Kuchenmeister? Wait a minute, does that mean you have an unfair advantage?
Kind of, yes.
Okay. We're going to keep a close eye on you.
Yeah, I'm Vincent from Kuchenmeister.
You're also Vincent from Kuchenmeister, all right. All right. I guess then, in that case, you guys are the challengers. All right, boys. Now, you want to start? Let's go. So we're going to have 5. Yeah, hold it. Okay. All right. So you're going to try to throw it like this. 5 underhand. And I can give this to you already. I kind of missed keeping count. I'm going to try to do this up. Yes, you can start. All right, first one, hit right away. Let's go, boys. Good start. Hey, take your time. Take your time. No need to rush anything here. We have a lot of Kuchenmeister around. Oh, there's the next one. You're facing a tough team, guys. Yeah, these might be the Kuchenmeister champions. They're going to take your jobs if you're not careful. 3 out of 3! What is going on, Iklur? This could be your next career path. Holy! If you get all 10, I'm pretty sure you get to win the company or something. All right. 5 out of 5! 5 out of 5! Boys, what is going on? Pressure's on. Pressure's on. All right, gentlemen, 1 to the left, 1 to the right. You have your marks. All right. Nice, good catch. Good catch. We got the first one. Take your time. Oh, there we go. We got 2 formidable teams. Well matched. Well matched indeed. Oh, close one. Close one. Oh, nice. That's 3 out of 4. Also still very good. Whoa, my man. Also well done. Those were some great catches. All right, that was the first half. Now, gentlemen, you reverse roles. That's some cigarettes. Maybe I should go here. Should I go here? All right. All right, this is the line. Let's go, boys. All right, first one. Good catch. Get out of the way, Dondo. There's a camera. All right, all right. Keep it calm, boys. Keep it calm. Ooh, close, close. Almost. Yes. All right. 7 out of 8. 7 out of 8. Now comes number 9. Oh, another one. Almost a perfect score. Can they get the 9er? They got the world record already. You got the world record already, boys. Only still room to improve. Almost. No, that's it. That was 10. Yeah. All right. Well done, though. 8. That's our high score. You had 4 so far, right? All right. Now, the defending Kuchenmeisters. Here comes the first one. Oh, good catch. With elegance, if I may say. 5 points. 4 more throws. Almost. A bit off the mark. Now the best they can do is tie. Oh, good catch again. 2 more. Here comes another hot one. And they just barely miss it. That means we have our champs already. Can they get to 7? 1 more? Almost. 6 is good, though. 6 is also good. Gentlemen, well done. Well done. Our grand champions, though, Iclaw and FVB, so far. Truly impressive, gentlemen. You are the winners of today, and you are rewarded with prizes. We have goodie bags for each of you. Please take it. Please take it. All right. Very well done. 8 points. We will see if somebody managed to stop that, best that tomorrow. How do you feel about Kuchenmeister?
Amazing. Amazing.
Amazing is the right word. That's the best word. I completely agree.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for a truly astonishing performance, gentlemen. Thank you. And to a wonderful weekend. Are we done now? I think we are done now. We got 2 more. We got 2 more. Are you kidding? All right, let's go. 2 more, baby. Okay. Yeah, come on. What? But the camera isn't red. Now it's back. There we go. And we are back, guys. Do you want to see some more Hit the Koala? I thought the answer was yes. I can hear a resounding yes, indeed. All right, boys. We're going to try to step a bit closer to the camera so that people can move behind us. All right? Guys, if you're trying to get in and out, please behind us. We're going to be a bit closer to the camera now. All right, which teams do we have? Who's playing? Who's playing? We have.
Yeah, we are the Polish community, Wes and Lemes.
Wait, go to my left, and the camera's here, guys. So it's so Lemes, yes?
Lemes and Wes.
Yes, Lemes and Wes. Both from Poland? Yes. All righty, and over here we have
Bierdosenritter.
Bierdosenritter, I like this one. And
we are Team Domination.
Team Domination. Ooh, that is a lot of confidence.
We can be both, man. Domination and Domination Phantom Beer.
Domination Phantom Beer. That's a very catchy name, boys. All right. Team first. You guys know you have to stand across, so one of you has to go to this side, please. All right, and one of you has to go to this side, please. You have to stand across from each other. Yeah, you both have to throw. You're gonna take. Okay, no, if you want, you can just have one thrower.
Okay, I just throw this way.
You just throw. All right. We need more ammunition. Where do we have? There. Look at this guy. He is perfectly ready.
Try to aim to the mouth, right?
Yeah. All right. So normally we do. You throw 5 and you throw 5, but these guys are gonna split it up. He's gonna be the receiver. He's gonna be the thrower. Do you want to do 5 each?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, hold it. And then now you can throw. They do 5 first, and then you take 5. Oh, we started already, boys. Here we go. Great first catch. Impressive. You can take your time. No need to rush things. Seems like we are stretching quite a bit here, so it's all good. Oh, close one. All right, that's the second one.
Come on, man.
The agility is there, though. I can see.
Let's go for it. Yes.
Yeah, very nice. 2 points so far. 2 points. They're looking not bad. And was almost in. That was on the rim, like in basketball. All right, first team. Yes, sir. First 5 throws. You guys have 2 points so far. And now we come to Domination Biermeister. Yes, please. Oh! With a lot of panache. There we go. Clean. Yeah. We have time. With a swerve. Very good. 2 points. And almost. We are tied right now at 2 points. Wait, was it in? No, that was 5. That was the 5th. Yeah. Wait, did you get 2 or 3? I did 2. It was 5. Yeah, you're gonna have 5 more. It's 2-2 right now, guys. We're tied up. Now it's gonna be. Yes. Yeah. It's a mouth. Now we're warmed up. Here comes the next one. Oh, little too high. Just a little bit too high. And, close one again. Dude, I know that feel. I was missing all day yesterday. Not quite. Yeah, I know. Take your time. Hey, there we go. That one landed like a beauty. And one more, good sir. 3 points right now. All right, 3 points though. Not bad. 3 points.
Yes, okay, baby.
Leon and Mr. Dodenbier. 1 to tie, 2 to win.
All right.
Oh. Leon is trying to finally win at RARALAND. Hey, there we go. 3 points. One more. Oh, that would have been the catch of the century, buddy. Like a baseball midfielder. Oh. One more. Yeah, all right. We do sudden death. You won. All right. Yeah.
Let's go. Come on.
Here comes the birdie. Oh, and that's in. Leon, now it's you. You can equalize.
Come on. Look at my eye. Just chill, man.
Pressure's on. We need your best performance, buddy. Summon your inner beast. Oh, we're still in it. I'm starting to sweat, boys. Good thing I'm wearing a headband. Oh, that's a miss. What now? Oh, millimeters. It is millimeters. All right. It's gonna keep going for 2 hours, guys. Oh, the nerves. That's the nerves, bro. That way.
Yes.
All right. One more to win it all. all the glory. And there we have it. We got the winners. Team Beer Domination. Winners again. Well done, gentlemen. All around, all around. And do not forget your prizes. Do not forget your prizes. Leon, 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 Leon. Prizes, good sir, prizes. Yes, yes, yes. Thanks to Kuchenmeister, we are wonderfully equipped and have the best prizes in town. Best show in town, best prizes in town, god damn it. All right, and we have one more team. All right, teammates, stand across. Yes, yes, yes. So, let's get to know these fine gentlemen. Good sir, what is your name?
Robin.
Robin, in a team with?
Boomwolle.
Blumenwolle or Boomenwolle?
Boomwolle.
Boomwolle, Boomwolle, yeah, of course, yeah. Boomwolle, and yes, I forgot already. And your name?
Nikola.
Nikola, yes. Serbian? Serbian. Ah, yes.
Ivan.
Ivan, yes, sir. All right. Who wants to start?
We will start.
You will start. Let's go. You know the rules.
No, just throw it.
Yeah. You throw 5 times, and then he will throw 5 times later, and we keep score. Okay. Who catches the most?
Okay. 5 times.
Yeah. You can do over or under.
No, just under.
All right, let's do it. Here goes the first. Man, these guys are quick. Need no time to warm up. They were practicing before. 2 out of 2. Oh my God. What are we seeing here? What is going on? These look like professional athletes. Yeah, I know. Another one. And he makes it look easy. He makes it look easy, my man. Perfect score so far. What do we have here? Guys, you have some challengers.
Just say GG.
All right. Don't get overconfident. Oh, okay. Hey, there's a second round. Don't worry. It's going to be 10 total, not 5. Oh, can you go a bit to the side? There's the camera there. Yep. All right. So, 3 throws, 1 point so far. All right. There's still a way back, boys. Not over yet. All right. 2 points. Not bad. 1 more for all the glory. Good one. That looked good. That looked like with good technique. All right. We have 3 points and 5 points. Let's see how much they can get. Oh, another one. Oh, there goes one. That throw a little low. Still good though. We are at 7 out of 8. 8 out of 9. That's our current record. Oh, 9 out of 10, my man. You guys won already. You can be looking forward to the prizes, but we still have to finish the round. We had 3 points. Oh, first one, little off the mark. Ooh, that one with power. You saw the power in that one. I could see the streaks. 4 points, I think it is. 4 points. 2 more throws. And, all right, 1 more. Can we get it to 5? Oh, almost. 4 points though. Still not bad. Gentlemen, well done. Good games. And you, what is going on with you guys? You look like world champs. And now, you may collect your prizes. Goodie bag from Kuchenmeister, the Koala snacks. Please, gentlemen, these are for you. Very well done. These may be our champs. You may have just witnessed the greats, the goats, the champ. All right, and I think that is all the Kuchenmeister fun we have for now. I hope you enjoyed this, and I think with that, we give it back to perhaps a break. We'll see. We have some games coming on later. Stay tuned.
Sehr, sehr, sehr gut. Direkt auf der Couch schon, du hast es großartig gemacht.
Jo.
Also direkt auf die Couch, die ging gleich auf euch.
Like,
Game is fast ready. Habt so
we said very, very good.
Probably needed the break.
Yeah.
Because he has to go back.
Yeah.
by Coach Remo, the one, the only, the Kuchenmeister Challenge coach. So you learned a lot about the about the game yesterday.
Yeah, and I continue to learn about Serbian athletics.
Oh.
Unbelievable! Did you see that guy?
Yeah,
he was like a darts world champion.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Well, that I think concludes all the Hit the Koala challenge stuff we done today. I think we got our champions now. It was FVB and
No, they got second, 8 points. And the Serbians got first with 9 out of 10.
Oh, damn.
9 out of 10, dude. Pretty crazy.
9 out of 10 is crazy.
I think there's going to be more opportunity tomorrow. So if you guys are here or close by, if you get a 10 out of 10, I'm pretty sure you're going to get a kiss from Neil. Not 100%, but
oh my God.
90%.
We got to try again. We got to practice all night.
I'm a bit ashamed, dude. after my horrendous performance, seeing these guys deliver so hard. But we hope that there's going to be more impressive individuals tomorrow. Tell you what, we're going to have also impressive individuals on stage.
That's right.
Coming up next.
You know what? All 8 players that qualified through the online open qualifiers prevailed in their first round. So no upsets happening at all so far. We had 2 close calls with FoCuS and Starbuck playing 2-1, FoCuS prevailing, and Moon beating Paro 2-1. I heard it was pretty hyped from the Brazilian casters right behind this wall.
I heard it as well.
I think you could hear it in Düsseldorf. Yeah. And now on stage we are going to have, of course, 2 first-round winners. In winners semifinals of their group, respectively, we have Exord versus Foggy. Now this is going to be amazing.
Yeah. That's also another European classic, of course, 2 of the greats of all time of European Warcraft, and also in the second age, the Renaissance, since, you know, ESL, DreamHack days and all that. In fact, in DreamHack tournaments, they met a lot in the past, and they've been oftentimes vying for that second place spot. Happy, of course, being the Emperor, being uncontested most days on top of the throne, but behind, we've had a very strong field of European players for a long time. Foggy and Exord come to mind first and foremost. Also others like Vortex and stuff were in there. But yeah, at the moment, both don't seem to be practicing the most that they were before. I think here it's going to come down a lot to how quickly can you get back into your juices, into the groove again. And I must say, I'm a little bit worried for Foggy here. Because normally Foggy really looked the best when he was practicing hard, when he had all that time to prepare and was putting in the work, putting in the hours. Whereas Exord, a very, very gifted individual, super gifted player, oftentimes felt like he needed 1 week of practice max, and all of a sudden he's reaching those high frequencies again. So I feel like this may favor Exord a bit, unless Foggy has some really specific tailor-made strats prepared.
And that's something that Foggy is specifically known for, that preparing for like specific opponents when he knows beforehand who he's got to play, which wasn't possible in this case. There's way too many people to prepare for, but Exord definitely one of the ones that he could have prepared for because we knew that he would be in the tournament, right? Because he also qualified via an online qualifier. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Foggy brought some tried and true Foggy strategies here, specifically tailor-made to overthrow the Lord. As you said already, want to heavily contest Foggy's spot as the Foggy spot among the upper echelon of European Warcraft players. It is crazy to think about. Like I think I've had this debate like time and time again over the last 20 years, from like, you know, the raw talent versus like the grinders. And Exord definitely, like, it feels almost unfair how much raw talent is in there, and how like little he needs to prepare, so to speak. And you talked about this earlier. I feel like with Foggy, he's a lot more reliant on preparing beforehand, as we, you know, the old like WCG days when Foggy like showed up and surprised everybody by, you know, making upset after upset after upset. We haven't seen something like a run like this from Exord before. I think he went to one online WCG, if I'm not mistaken, and I think he got washed there in the group stage by Fly, if I recall correctly.
In the olden days also, you know, in the old days of Warcraft, WCG and so on, Andre was having a tough time. It really took the new age, some patches and strength of players like 1-0 and Happy to show how Undead can be played. Now, the game is on a way different level, and yeah, I'm excited to see where this one's going to lead.
Yeah, and I'm also excited to see how this one goes. I'm rooting for Exord here. I think, I don't know, he's a childhood icon of mine, so to speak, right? Because he was playing like way back when I was a teenager as well. So I'm rooting for him. I take it that you are rooting for Foggy, and afterwards we are going to have like a little scuffle here. We are giving it up to, I think, Hubert and Neil right now to take it away.
Baby, give it up. Indeed, Exord versus Foggy, two European titans clashing in Undead versus Night Elf for the winner bracket final. My name is Neo, and by my side is the guy who coached me, so I'm able to play some Warcraft myself. Hubert, man, how's it going?
It feels fantastic to be here, Neo. I think it's about time that we did our first cast together, isn't it?
Absolutely, and then we have this banger of a match. We got Germany's finest, the multiple-time Meister versus Foggy, who we haven't seen too much of Foggy recently compared to like 2 or 3 years ago, but he played the online qualifiers and he was steamrolling everyone. So who's it gonna be here? 2 maps to glory. We look at the comparison of the casters. Historically, Foggy has the lead in this matchup. Notoriously, Exord not the best matchup versus Night Elf as a whole. And of course, Foggy, he went through the grind and playing happy again and again and again and again, and he has a very good Night Elf versus Undead matchup.
Yeah, I always felt like Foggy was superb against Undead. He's played so many series against Happy, and we used to see those epic best-of-5s where it would go the distance, and all 5 maps would be played, and it used to be half-an-hour games every single time. Do you remember like all those mass guard games and mass air games? And it would go on for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, best-of-5 between the two. And I always felt like Foggy was one of the most potent Night Elves against Undead. He really, out of all Night Elves that existed, that were participating, was able to actually take maps off of the Emperor himself. And against Exord, I feel like he has a really good shot today.
I think so too. If he's in shape, if he had a good night's sleep tonight, he can definitely take it. But Exord, never underestimate the Lord. He's about to turn this place into Dortmund. Badoom.
That was beautiful, Leo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the game is already on the way. We got the heroes out. We got the winner bracket semi-final. Who's going into the top 4? And who are you guys cheering for? Is it the German? Is he a hometown hero this time? Are you cheering for Exord? All right.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Not too bad, but I think people can improve on that. Do we have a lot of Night Elves in the house? Do people cheer for Foggy?
For me personally, Neo, right now, I'm really hoping that Foggy manages to make it through. It'd be really cool to see him ascend back to kind of his rightful place and getting deep into the most competitive tournaments. And he has a great shot here against Exord. A pretty strong start, I would say. The DK is already out of mana, Neo. Things are looking actually quite good from the first camp.
I think so too. There was a Wisp detonating, 2 skeletons gone. And I like what Foggy is doing. Don't let Exord get into his comfort zone. Harass right away. Take the mana away, take the coils away. Don't let the undead heroes unfold, because we all know how strong they are.
Yeah, I would have almost preferred actually to see Exord go with the Aura first, potentially. If you go with an Acolyte Scout, you should know if the Demon Hunter comes cross early on, and as a result you could maybe pick Aura, since the DK comes out a little bit later than the Night Elf heroes, and as a result he might have had a bit of an easier time microing around this. As a DK without mana, you know, he does some damage, but it's really hard to save ghouls at this stage.
Oh, big
Beautiful
detonate! There we go, 2nd time in a row. Free XP for Foggy. He doesn't even have to creep. These items are amazing. The level is amazing. I think this early game as a whole is pretty damn amazing for Foggy.
Yeah, Foggy also with a substantial tech lead here. He went for the 2 Moonwell tech and no immolation creeping, crucially. So that means that the Demon Hunter has a lot of mana at his disposal and didn't use it early on, just picking up the item and heading off over to the other side here. So that means when Foggy comes back, he'll be able to regenerate back to full, and he's teching faster as a result of not having to build so many Moonwells. And Exord here, in the meantime, his tech is a little bit slower, and I feel like Foggy should be able to push the advantage here on tier 2.
Okay, Exord trying to go for some surrounds, but Foggy heads up play, retreating in time, and then the archers are in position. You don't want to dive with your ghouls, because ghouls are fragile, and you need them for the late game, so I think we've drawn a line in the sand. Everybody knows what they're up against, and... Ooh, Foggy with another building somewhere on the map, I see. Let's see if Exord can push that down.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it seems that another Tree of Life is actually coming up in the bottom corner where the green camp used to be, if I'm not mistaken. I can see a blue icon down there. There it is, Tree of Life coming in a really unorthodox position.
Sneaky.
The only trouble is, yes, it might go unscouted, but it's so far away from the expansion. So, but we know Foggy loves that Nature's Blessing. Close around, though, right now from Exord. Nice try by him. Not getting the result he wanted there, unfortunately.
Yeah, you don't want to lose the town portal that early. Tier 2 is done in Exlord's positioning, seems fine. Foggy wants probably a Panda, maybe a Naga, but Exlord is the innkeeper now and says, you're not buying anything in my tavern.
Yeah, from Foggy getting the Hunter's Hall here, I kind of feel that he's probably going to choose Panda over Naga, but I'm not entirely certain. Both heroes are perfectly viable in my opinion. It is indeed the Naga, and actually there's a bit of a Naga war in the middle, but the DK has boots, and Aura can easily keep up the block on this Naga that has absolutely nothing to protect her. Oh, but the Wisp block at the back!
Sick.
The Naga's getting blocked in the background. Beautiful heads-up play by Foggy here.
Wow.
And Exord not quite able to get the surround on the Naga. It's extremely close near right now. He's not able to get it. The Wisp is still blocking the Naga in the back right now.
Holy moly, what a play by Foggy! Insane! The Naga wasn't able to catch up, so no Frost Arrow. Only now, after like a minute of body block by Foggy. Definitely the play of the game so far. Naga survives, and Exord, he really needs to level.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky as Undead right now. You know, you don't have statues early online this early, and at the same time, you also don't want the Elf to creep big camps with Ancient War, which is so easy to do on Last Refuge. And of course, the expansion as well, which we're not entirely certain if Exord is aware of yet. But you kind of feel like as the Undead, you want to hang around a little bit here. But Foggy, he's getting value elsewhere. You know, he's moving to the Goblin Merchant, getting a nice item for himself. Potion of Greater Mana, pretty potent on a level 3 Naga, it has to be said. Oh, sells it immediately though, and it's gone.
I guess if you can trade it in for an Invo Potion and possibly a heal scroll, or accelerate the tech or Dryad production, the money at the moment, at this stage of the game, might be worth more. You need staffs, of course, as well, so it's fine. On Exlord's side, no Gargs. This seems to be the strategy that all the Night Elves are afraid of, but Exord not willing to go there.
Yeah, it seems like Exord is going to go for the most traditional style of Undead play that we always used to see, kind of the happy death push, you know, try hero, frenzy goals, and just go cross map, which is really strong into the expansion play of Foggy right now. And as I pointed out, you know, the tree is taking his sweet time to move on over. Those old lumbering legs, not quite managing to get over. And Nature's Blessing is a really long upgrade, and you can see from the time it took to start researching, the tree's only about halfway done, halfway making his way across. And by the time he roots, the research will be done. So I don't know how I quite feel about getting Nature's Blessing right now, honestly.
I mean, it's always good to have the extra armor when the ghoul push is coming and you really want to hold on. I yell at players if they don't have Nature's Blessing. I think Foggy is aware of that. He doesn't want to be yelled at by me, so better be safe and go for the Nature's Blessing. Exord not pushing this. The tree was in transit when no tree to eat was around, so that would have been an opportunity, but the Demon Hunter plus Naga plus Dryads and Archers protecting it really well, and Exord has to do something against it. Is it possible to go for an expansion himself?
It's a little bit tricky, honestly, because I feel like Exord has got a good timing here to go for a push, and should probably just all in my honest opinion. But Tier 3 expansion is always an option for Undead, of course, but he needs Exord actually needs to clear the camp first, so he's taking his time getting the mercenary camp, and now potentially heading to a different direction other than the expansion, which means it won't be cleared, and of course Undead, you know, they can't proxy it. So it definitely needs to be cleared. Maybe Exord will actually catch on to that and do that for himself. But in the meantime, Foggy here is making great progress on the Naga. She has excellent items. I mean, Robe of the Magi on her is just superb. She's already here with great base damage. Intelligence, of course, giving her more damage. Another set of claws, Neo. This Naga is absolutely stacked right now. But my only criticism is Foggy has no boots.
Correct. Am I casting with Remo or Qbert? Man, I don't know. All my co-casters are the same. They don't listen to me. They yell for boots. It's fine. Yeah, good. Fine. Exord, push or expo is now the question. I don't think I see an extra Acolyte So the push has to hit soon. Foggy seems to be scouting in the north if an Acolyte is moving on, so he's well aware. But we have a fight coming. There's the staff, there's the heal scroll. Naga might be a bit exposed. We have no Staff of Preservation to get out. And Exord with the Scroll of the Beast, lots of damage.
This timing here from Foggy is absolutely impeccable. Taking the fight before the Lich with Orb is even present. That's one of the main weaknesses of selecting the Naga second for the Undead. But focus on to the Naga. There's no staff to save for. Heal scroll needing to be popped just to save the hero. And the hero might go down regardless. And the Lich just coming for the Nova. They doesn't even need the Nova to secure the kill, Neo.
Great body blocks right there. Fiend is going down as well, while Foggy is suffering in the hero department. Exord is losing a ton of supply. Fiend down, duels down, skeletons, of course. We got the Berserker down in the Lich. Usually the carry of the Undead army might go back to the altar, but what is this? The game of body blocks. Lich falls
mana
to the mana burn. And the Demon Hunter, he ain't done yet. The Naga slow, the Dryad slow against the Naga. This is not looking good for the Lord.
This is a super clutch moment right now, Neo. If Exord Naga is to die right now, that'd be huge, but a Potion of Healing saves her last second.
Just in time. Man, the crowd controlled by Dryads, exceptional. So is the damage of the Demon Hunter. DK, only 50%. No TP, no more. But TP drawn by Foggy. He has the gold. He can fall back to that. And that was a great exchange for the Night Elf.
Yeah, I feel like Foggy, if he just managed to keep the Naga alive and play around her a little bit better, realizing that there's no boots on her, that she could easily be caught out, then Foggy would be in a supreme position right now. But I think everything is still going quite well for him. I like the Foggy TP'd immediately, just go home, everything is done. He's not going to get away from the Naga and the DK, just go home and heal up. And we can see the gold mine difference right now is approaching that 1,000 mark. Foggy being below 50 foot the entire time, has the second base. I feel like everything's coming together for him. And Foggy, he is so good at remembering to get upgrades at all times, and we've got that 1-1 for the Dryads incoming right now.
Exactly, and he's mining in no upkeep for the longest time. Like, only now he's breaking, and he's falling back to it. Like, okay, it's not the time yet. I can still save some money. There's no real pressure coming for Exord. He's still hurt. He's at 43. Fiends are queued behind each other, and there will be more creeping, so why not spend more time, squeeze out that extra gold coin, and then build the mass Dryads that we know from Moon and Foggy alike.
As a player, this is always such a difficult moment from both sides, because the Undead has the urgency at this point to attack the expansion, but really wants to get strong items, especially for Undead. You know, you get the levels, the items that you require before pushing. But as the Night Elf, you want to bank as much as you can, but you can't be too greedy. And if you get caught with your pants down, Neo, you know what's going to happen.
I know that feel. I know that feel. Ogre Lords especially tend to do that, but now Foggy, great scouting. He had the Dryad upper left-hand side, and now he knows, okay, there can only be one spot where you're at, and you'll probably hurt, but Exord with the old Coil Nova game. Naga is there with the staff finally.
Oh, the Naga still needs to be a little bit careful here. One cold arrow and she could easily be in danger, but manages to get to safety. And this Ancient of War is in such a good position, Neo. We've got potential for a huge Dryad concave, and I love that he's even Foggy is even uprooting it right now, potentially to eat or to reposition itself into a different location, as Exord actually chose to back off from that angle and seems to be heading home. Interestingly, we see the Acolyte in production as well right now, suggesting that there's going to be a counter expansion, but it might be too little, too late.
Yeah, this feels very much like Plan C, I guess.
At this point, maybe, yeah.
It's not looking that great. Foggy on the other side, going for the 1-2 upgrade. Keeping the Dryads alive for as long as possible. And if he feels comfortable, he can still queue the tier 3 tech for orbs, for possibly bears, MGs, whatever. But yeah, maybe he's just stopping Exord expansion altogether, and then the game's over.
Yeah, I think two ways of playing it is either Exord is allowed to have the expansion, or you maybe only get like a single cancel, but the elf goes to tier 3 and gets bears and has the most powerful army he can possibly produce. Otherwise, you keep massing the Dryads and ensure that the expansion does not come up, and keep that one base economy advantage even though you're a tech down. And I think that's what Foggy is going to do right now. He's purchased a lot of consumables, Neo, and he is ready to brawl.
Oh, there's an AP. He wants to push that second base. Weird position now, as Exlord's reinforcements are obviously hitting the back of Foggy's army. Fort Lightning on both sides. That Fiend is great damage output. Exord also does a good job in keeping them all alive for now. Dryad damage, is it already there where you want it to be? Coil Nova, miss. Fort Lightning, and he finally gets the kill. Foggy collapsing on Exord. Is there even a chance for the Meister?
It's going to be tough for Exord right now, Neo. There's a few Dryads going down, but the Fiend numbers are dwindling. FoCuS coming back onto the Naga again, who has the heal potion to save her. Once again, nice job by Foggy here. And the thing is that Exord now, he's pretty much dry of mana. There's one mana potion that was used to coil a burrowed Fiend, but the next mana burn that comes down could be deadly for that Naga, potentially. Oh, there's an Anchor Reincarnation on her, so she will be saved, but it will be triggered momentarily. There we go. But a lot of damage was used to secure that hero kill there, but the Lich might be next on the menu. Neo.
Yeah, Dryads get him with open arms. The body block, it's the name of the game here on Last Refuge. It's perfect. It's the Lich going down. Foggy getting further and further ahead. Exord down the dumpster. Expo is up, but the Engine of War is there. This Ziggurat won't hold. The Acolyte goes down as well. Foggy from Alpha to Omega pretty much dominating this map, I gotta say.
This is just simply awesome Night Elf gameplay right now from Foggy. It's so good to see him show up and play so well. This is, from start to finish, been such a solidly executed game by him. And it seems like he has all the cards on his chest right now. And we'll see, actually, a level 5 Demon Hunter, which will be even more difficult for the Undead to get over. Exord, on the other hand, though, is coming for the creep check, but it feels like this is pretty much the only move left he has.
Unholy Aura. So good. More movement speed for the Night Elf. Dryads are already fast. He's able to catch up now. Lich, almost forgotten about. There's mana burns on the statues. That's always a great sign for the Night Elf. Burrow coming in. All right, but Reveal is there right away. Heads up play by Foggy. That was the last coil, and I think a couple of units and also heroes are about to come down. Nature's Wrath, Engine of War gets the kill. Naga down, level 5, GG. Foggy takes map number 1. What a performance. Damn, dude. Foggy is online. Like, really online.
He's plugged in.
He's plugged in for sure. Exord felt a little hopeless at the end there, of course, but it was really the early game that decided it all.
I feel like just Exord wasn't really able to get enough done. You know, he did get the level 3 Naga kill, but Foggy had such an excellent timing there. You know, as the Undead, you really want to try and avoid those middle game skirmishes because all you want to do is be maximum power so that you can push as hard as possible and end the game. And unfortunately, Exord was not able to do that. He wasn't able to avoid Foggy, and Foggy was able to just find him, take a superior trade, and get some kills. We hear some more cheering in the background there, which is wonderful. Isn't it so great to have an audience behind us, Neil?
It is a dream, dude. I'm kind of curious about the opening of Foggy as a whole, because he went Demon Hunter Mana Burn, and that's not that likely, right? Usually the Demon Hunter, you pick Simulation, he creeps up to 2.5 or even 3, and then he goes for the arrest. You think Exord was thrown off by that opening a little bit?
I would say in today's meta, it's a little bit unorthodox, but perhaps Foggy, you know, because he's not playing so much at the moment, I feel like perhaps he's resorting to his more old school tactics, as it were. And of course, Mana Burn is still equally as a potent skill, of course. And I think the early aggression worked out perfectly on Last Refuge. It's so difficult for the Undead to get the second camp. You know, there's a lot of poison and snares. There was 2 detonates used in the early game, which is a little bit expensive. But then Exord had gone for that coil first and had 0 mana to work with in the early game.
Really, really well done. So there's a lot of options for Exord now. Of course, the next map will be a lot different from Last Refuge. You are an Undead main yourself, even though I know you play very good random. Don't brag about it, okay?
I'd say anything.
But is it time for the Gargs now?
Yeah, I would say Gargs is pretty map dependent, but there are some players that just choose to use that unit no matter what. The difficulty, though, is that playing at one base is going to be very tough unless it's maybe Concealed Hill, for example. You know, a good map where you can get the Drakes, get early level 4 DK. But on other maps, you tend to go for an expansion creep, or at the very least, you know, get it cleared and set down the 2 towers, tech to tier 2, and then get the Expo behind. So we might see that strategy from Exord.
Lots of options. Exord played Gargs last time when he was at RARALAND, and maybe he was the visionary. He was trying to talk to Happy if that strat is actually good, but never got a response with the Alchemist third. And 1 year later, Happy is playing it all the time. So maybe Exord is the visionary, actually, and now goes back to the winning strat that was Gargs. And Foggy, what's left for him in the tank? We've seen him succeed with the Warden, and we're about to see what heroes they're gonna pick. Game number 2, Foggy versus Exord.
Foggy versus Exord on map number 2. It is indeed Concealed Hill. So, in my opinion, that opens up the option for Exord to try 1-base Gargs. But it's actually going to be a keeper first for Foggy, interestingly. So we'll see how much that affects the early game dynamic here. And of course, the Death Knight, as always, you know, for Undead these days, especially in this matchup, it feels like a pretty irreplaceable hero. And also, just to note, the Ancient of War positioning here is a little bit interesting for Foggy. He will almost certainly open with the orange spot as per usual, but I like that it's a little bit further up, so it'll be easier for him to potentially creep the lab as the game goes on.
As a follow-up, exactly. With the Keeper, you have a lot of control in the early game, as of course you can control everything you want with Entangle. We all know you got the summons with the Ents as well. And then maybe we see some dives into the Undead base. Foggy loves to go for the staff play. He's done it multiple times against Happy, successfully as well. So hopefully Exord is ready for that.
Yeah, one of the strongest plays for Nightel for sure is getting that level 3 Keeper as early as possible. Oh, beautiful pool.
Ooh.
Actually, the pool ended up not being the best in the end. The medium armor creeps have moved directly into the range of the Ancient of War here. So actually, I think the pool did Foggy a little bit of a favor, and I think this Ancient of War positioning was intentional to try and counter the Acolyte pool.
Ooh,
in
damn.
hindsight, yeah.
And I thought that Exol is just such a nice guy. I was apparently wrong. So, how aggressive is Foggy going to play with the Keeper now after this early game? He got 1.8, he got claws, he got a lot of damage. Where is he finding level 2? Is it at the creep camps or is it at Exlord?
I think at this stage in the game, especially with Keeper, you do need to try and creep up. But we see Foggy here, he seems to be sniffing something out, but there's no Entangle available. But I do see at the bottom of the minimap here, there are units, the leftover trees and the Archer, trying to get level 2, so Foggy could potentially get a kill here, and he will secure that level 2. There might be some dead ghouls right now, Neo.
Exactly, there's one more coil, maybe two, but a lot more Entangle. But Exor is controlling this well. You don't want to expose this Keeper to Frostmourne, because Frostmourne hungers, and that hurts. So how much can Exord creep? He needs that aura to go for these devious surrounds, but if he goes for creeping, his base is wide open.
Yeah, Foggy here correctly identifying that there's no Nerubian Tower in the main base, so he is able to walk in pretty much with reckless abandon right now. Exord now upgrading that Nerubian, which doesn't take too long, but it just means that Exord can't creep, and we actually see the Entangle and Treants being used. There should be a kill guaranteed here for Foggy, as he does have the claws.
Ooh.
And there we go, no deny there on the side of Exord.
Can he get
two? And a second Entangle coming out as well. There's one more coil available, but I think it's still not enough to keep this ghoul alive. With 9 seconds, is the Entangle on level 1, and the second ghoul goes down. Really severe losses for Exord in the early game. And he's doing a lot of split creeping at the same time, which really opens up the potential to make mistakes as well under stressful situations.
Lots of multitasking from both players. We are going for tier 2 now. Foggy has the lead once again. Expansion play is the name of the game. So I would say this was just the first of many, many, many harasses.
Yeah, I would love to see Foggy potentially get the Goblin Merchant camp, and then with Staff go back over to the Undead side, but Foggy has other plans. Well, Exord, to be fair, is coming across to intercept, so it's good that they just met, and Foggy wasn't creepjacked here. So that's what would have lost me a ladder game right there.
An Entangle will not cost the DK's life, though. He got a staff to get out of that. More roaming opportunities, more vision, more mobility, always nice to have. Cuts into the gold, of course, which you will need. Fight for the creeps. Ooh.
Actually, Foggy here is just tunnel visioned on those ghouls, trying to reduce their numbers as much as possible, and I actually really love that. If Foggy can keep the numbers controlled, a potential tier 3 push is going to be so much weaker for Exlord.
Exactly. The fewer ghouls, the better it is. Chip damage on the DK, so Exlord might have to go to a fountain to heal up. You don't want to go all the way back, but a little bit. And this Keeper play is pretty extraordinary, I'd say. Always out of range, not losing too much HP. Not necessarily close to level 3 for the really dangerous summons and Entangle, but it's going good. Waking up the creeps here, and we see a Panda this time.
Yeah, and that Ancient of War is already in position, as we saw from the early game. Just a few steps around the corner for it to be in position for that Panda to creep up immediately. And getting the lab for free is absolutely massive for Foggy right now. That cannot be understated. Even though the expansion on Concealed Hill is going to be quite late, that's to be expected on this map. So Foggy is doing his best to get advantages elsewhere, and we see the experience advantages only going to grow. And we see the progression of the Lich on Exord's side is pretty far off, and this Panda will be able to get to at least level 2 before the Lich even comes out the altar.
Yeah, it's definitely a slower game. Last game we had 2 Naga. It was high tempo, pretty much from the mid game on. Exord, what can he really do? He can't really steal anything of big value with the 1 coil. Oh, there's no coil no more. So it's all Panda time, and Lich isn't even out yet. And we have an interesting strategic choice for Foggy as he's mixing up the tier 2 units.
Yeah, I like this decision by Foggy. He's gone for a pretty wood-heavy build. You know, the Tavern Heroes cost a little bit more lumber. And the Ancient of Winds don't require the Hunter Saw, of course. So 2 wins it will be. And I think especially when the Undead hasn't had the best early game. We don't have an early level 3 DK. And the pressure isn't going to be so immense on Foggy's side when we see the DK and Lich inevitably come down to Creepjack right now. You know, imagine a level 2 Koi right now, that would be deadly. So I feel like the mass Fairy Dragons is definitely the right call.
Yeah. You can't nuke them, their damage ramps up the more they come. And Exord now with the push. That is dangerous. The Panda isn't ready to carry yet. Lich has arrived only on level 1. The creeps are still heavily attacking the tree, so this is expensive for Foggy.
Yeah, Foggy's losing some resources right now to the repair, but the tree is standing tall in the face of those 4 creeps. And it was absolutely crucial for Foggy to keep the creeps attacking, because otherwise the Lich would have just stole them with Nova.
True. And now there's no mana anymore. No Coil, no Nova. Panda level 2.4, got the parry up, not bad either. And it's Treants versus Skeletons. It's a Summoner's War, and Foggy again, like, give me this juicy XP.
Yeah, we see a level 3 keeper now at last on the side of Foggy, so he really did not want to prioritize that level 3 keeper this game, which is very interesting to me, but definitely worked out brilliantly this game, it has to be said. I think Exord maybe trying to bite off a little bit too much. He wanted to creep the first camp with just ghouls only, buy the circlet, sell the TP, and instead, you know, he hasn't managed to be able to get level 3 at all this game, and the Panda actually is almost head-to-head with the DK here in terms of experience right now.
Yeah, Exord's army is not looking scary at all. The Panda, as you said, getting stronger. Tier 3 is now finished. We got the Orb. That is big upgrades for Exord, but he still has to wait for Frenzy. If he's even going for Frenzy at all, I don't know how many ghouls are still left. He's switching to Fiends already, which he has to. In the past, Exord used to go for double crypt when he's up against Mass Air, but I don't see the second crypt yet.
To be honest, I don't see much on the side of Exord right now. We have a single Fiend and a single Statue, and now there's Web and Destroyer form coming out. And that Undead push, it needs to hit within the next minute, really, and that's about as much time to get maybe 2 Fiends and no more Statues.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a tall order for Exord here to deal with the amount of Fairy Dragons that are coming out, but it cannot be understated how weak Fairies are. When they're webbed and focus fired, they can go down really fast, and Foggy here will need to use the Mana Flare Micro once they're webbed to try and mitigate as many losses as possible.
100%, and then down the road he needs upgrades, and he's working on that already. Little skirmish to distract Exord. This is usually the time for a push, but now he's forced to defend at home. A little bit of a focus fire to the Keeper of the Grove, and Exord's time seems to be running out as the gold income is getting higher and higher for Foggy.
Yeah, Foggy here approaching 50 supply, getting just taking the most brilliant timings before the Undead is really able to actually fight back. We see Destroy form hasn't kicked in yet, just a couple seconds away, and I bet Exord wish he had that a few seconds sooner.
Absolutely. Whew, okay, Foggy's retreating now. Once again, he's playing a safe game, just like on game 1. He's never overcommitting. He's not diving to some ghouls that might be hurt. He's not flying around the tree line to go for the Haunted Gold Mine. No, he said, okay, I got the 20 seconds that I needed for my expo to kick in, and I'm happy with that. And I move back, and I heal up, and I will annoy you again and build this Armada with the Fairy Dragons.
Yeah, Exord here is in such a tricky spot, actually, because he feels like he has to attack. And Foggy was just waiting patiently. The army was just standing AFK outside the base, waiting for Exord to move across and just sees the opportunity to come in and attack the Acolytes. Actually, Foggy focusing the Spirit Tower, interestingly. But the Breath of Fire here does help to secure the kill potentially. But we see the Spirit Tower is standing pretty tall. The Acolyte Repair is doing the best they can. They're working overtime for Ner'zhul right now. And in the meantime, is Exord really getting any damage down at the bottom? I'm not so sure. And nice heads up by Foggy, tap the staff on the Panda.
Me neither, dude. This Panda is frying the Acolytes up north. There's no mining. The Keeper is coming back with new mana, new Entangle, new Treants. Nature's Wrath, indeed. And now we're going for the Haunted Gold Mine, and the Acolytes aren't even in position to repair. And if they do, then there's a Panda saying hello with a big bad breath. Is that enough? Is that the kill? Is that the series?
Well, it's looking certainly dire for Exord right now. He has to call the GG.
Foggy, 2-0 winner bracket final. I didn't dare to say it after game 1 because I didn't want to jinx it, but that looked like a well-prepared Foggy. That looked like the GCS WGL Foggy when he got to conquer Shanghai. And that was pretty impressive. Cupid is leaving me already. Okay, it's all me now. He's gonna do the interview, it's fine. But man, what a game that was. What a performance by Foggy. He's online. Exord has to go through a gruesome lower bracket now if he wants to stand a chance to go into Championship Sunday. And our boys on the couch are gonna tell you all about this series. Or not just yet. I was fooling you because the boys are probably not ready. So, Dortmund, are you enjoying the game so far? Wonderful, wonderful. That's good. Hope to see you later at the bar and at the Koala Challenge, of course. And now, my boys on the couch are ready. Take it away, gentlemen.
Indeed, we are, and I'm here joined yet again by Coach Remo. I think before we go into the proper analysis, we are waiting for the interview with the winner to happen, if I'm not mistaken. But just as a quick, analysis to get into the groove of things. What did you think about the series, watching it very closely from backstage?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised, honestly. I would say this was not Exord's best perfect day. I feel like some scouting was perhaps lacking. Some moves didn't quite work out. You know, when you watch happy games all the time, as we do oftentimes as viewers, it seems like, oh, everything does make sense. Every move works out. But sometimes, and especially here today, we saw Exord trying to go for something, didn't work out, went for something, didn't work. I think this was the story of the day, because Foggy just came too prepared. And I'll be interested to see, or to hear rather, what is coming from him in that regard. It does make me optimistic for Foggy's chances. Looking really good here. Looking really good in a tournament format where he couldn't necessarily prepare so much for his opponent, but the builds work out, different strats as well. Always one of Foggy's strengths, can draw from multiple different strategies, and yeah, just great performance.
Yeah, I think so as well. It looked really, really good, just as we were discussing beforehand. He looked prepared, right? And I think we are going to have a word from the winner now. That is Foggy, and Qbert, I hear, is with him. So take it away.
Hello, it's Qbert here with Foggy, who managed to dethrone Exord here 2-0. Foggy, that was an absolutely exceptional series, my man. It's very clear to me that you came very well prepared. Could you give us a little bit of insight into your strategies for Game 1 and Game 2?
Yeah, I think Night Elf strategy you can use always Demon Hunter or Keeper. It's meta heroes, so it's nothing special like Warden or Tavern hero play. I just play my classic standard.
Yeah, for me personally, it was very interesting to see that you decided to not go with Immolation in Game 1 and rather stick with the Mana Burn and play so aggressively in the early game, which worked out amazingly. Did you think that perhaps did you already know ahead of time that you were going to pick Mana Burn, or do you think that Immolation just wasn't really needed in order for the Demon Hunter to be successful in Game 1?
Yeah, I think in late game, Immolation not best. Evasion with Demon Hunter level 4, important when you play Dryads. You have only Demon Hunter to tank all damage. Yeah, so it was my plan at the start. Yeah, Immolation you can play, it give you tempo, but this map may be too contact, and maybe if he buy boots of speed and be more aggressive, it can be worse for me. But he, in the middle of game, he play a bit passive, not scout my expo, so, and my Naga lucky to, snake and go away. It was lucky moment for me that I not lose my hero.
Yeah, for me personally, something that really impressed me was your timing in both games. You always managed to catch Exord before the Go Frenzy is done, before the Lich with Orb is online, Destroyer form, and you took such good skirmishes. That seems to be a very clear part of your game plan. One thing that I was interested about game plan-wise is Game 2. You didn't want to prioritize Keeper level 3 early on. You decided to actually play really aggressive with the Keeper as well. Was that something you had in mind before going in? And do you think that that's a stronger approach than creeping the level 3 first on the Keeper?
Yeah, that's why Keeper can be better than Demon Hunter, because you can make a distance creep. So I go harassment, and parallel I crept my green camp. And it's all about why keeper strong and early game. So you have fast level 2, trance and entangle, and you can really stop undead and parallel make a safe expo. And in middle game, I think keeper also very good because of mass trance. So yeah, I think it's very hard to counter by undead if not have like many games with so strong Night Elves who can make it. Because nowadays Night Elf like to play only most of Demon Hunter. So I think many Night Elves forgot how to play this keeper meta.
So up next is a potential showdown with Loliot or Dice. How do you feel playing against either of those players? Would you feel more comfortable against Loliot or Dice? And in general, in Night Elf Mirror, how comfortable do you feel?
Yes, I think my Night Elf is good. I have some strategies and I played many matches against Moon. He's one of the best who play Night Elf against Night Elf. Yeah, but it of course depends about my opponents. If they prepared good these matchups, I feel confident to play Night Elf against Night Elf.
Well, Foggy, listen, it's so good to see you again and to see you playing so well. You've obviously come prepared. You know, we know you're not playing as much as you used to do in the past, perhaps, but we can tell that you've come really dialed in and that you're ready to play this competition as best as you can. Thank you so much for being with me, and I wish you the best of luck in the next round.
Thank you.
What a great guy that Foggy fella is. Yeah, he just won 2-0 against Exord. It was kind of looked like Exord got schooled there. And I think you were backstage watching closely those games and looking for situations that you found to be crucial and that we can analyze right now in this Koala snack break.
Absolutely. We had a couple of clutch moments and precise moments as well in the games that we saw there on these two maps. I was also quite surprised to hear Foggy say something that he rarely says, by the way, to get back to the interview. He said, well, I played the old classics, nothing crazy, no Tavern, no Warden, just kind of my meta plays, which I'm familiar with, and those worked out well for him. And here we have the first snippet. First map, Foggy here playing a fairly unconventional style, the Demon Hunter Naga Expo. But you know what? I've seen this strat before. Demon Hunter Naga Expo either with Dryads or Mass Air Foggy's been playing a lot. And why we saw the clip here, sorry we were a little bit late on that, was because the expansion was behind the Creepjack. You know, earlier when I mentioned Exord was trying to make things happen, trying to find a way in, find a weakness. No, I don't think we have to show it again. It's fair enough. He was moving south, looking for the Jack. But Foggy was ready with what he needed. He had the Ancient One in the right position, he had the army in the right position, didn't have the archers out of place, so he could hold on, defend. Exord had to fall back, and the expansion came up. I've seen plenty of games where Happy goes for similar moves, it doesn't quite work, things crumble, Night Elf has to get to the Moonwells, expansion cancelled, game plan instantly over. But here, it worked. Foggy was where he needed to be, when he needed to be there, and so the first piece of the puzzle was solved already there on map 1, and I guess we can look at the second clip then, right after. This is shortly before the push. Perfect timing for Foggy, all the experience that he has. We can see the Lich just came out, not in the fight yet. The Destroyers aren't quite ready yet. Frenzy Ghouls are ready to fight, but the Demon and the Naga are looking strong. Look at the levels. Double level 3. So important. And of course, the splitting also by Foggy, looking good. You know, I've sometimes criticized Foggy before for not having the best micro, and I think it wasn't maybe his biggest strength. But here he was looking quite nice. Of course, here the Naga is going to go down, and all hell breaks loose because lots of heroes are going to start dying here. Foggy sees the opportunity, goes for the enemy Naga as well. He took care of the Ghouls quickly already, thanks to the strong level 2 Fog Lightning. Goes for the res, loses more units, but everything's pretty squishy here. Of course, this is the point of the Demon Hunter. You burn the mana away from the decay, there's no healing anymore, and then you can look for the targets. The Lich goes down here as well. The push is greatly delayed. And basically, the game here goes on for another 5 minutes maybe, but basically was over. Yeah. With Foggy having the expansion lead, Exord needed to strike hard and strike swift. But Foggy, again, in the right place at the right time, finding the opportunities, the ones that eluded Exord, Foggy was able to capitalize on. And all in all, just was almost a one-sided looking series, considering the caliber of these players, right? I would have expected this to be much closer, but Foggy just seemed utterly in control. Kind of like Exord was before, first match of the day against Side, where he was dictating everything. Foggy here really came to impress. Of course, Foggy, having learned under the mask that is happy, he got so much experience against Undead over time that I don't want to downplay Exord's performance, but yeah, it almost seemed easy. From Foggy's perspective.
I think to me it kind of looked like Foggy always was like throwing Exord's timings off. Because, for example, when the Lich came out on tier 3, it was like slightly before the Lich could have been like effective, right? And Foggy right then and there choose to pick the fight, knowing that Exord just hit tier 3, the Lich is gonna come online like any minute now, and then the Lich comes there, does basically nothing. He comes there with an orb, right? That's like a total of like almost 800 gold investment there that did no damage whatsoever. I think Lich sent off one shot, couldn't ever like, you know, throw out an over or anything. So yeah, I feel like Foggy mostly, threw off Exord's timing, and that kind of threw off everything that Exord tried to throw at him in the first game.
Yeah, and a great way to derail your opponent right away in the game and throw him off is what we see in the next clip, which is going to be off map 2. Because right at the start, guess what Foggy does? He mentioned in the interview, you can creep level 2 quickly and then be in the Undead's face. He says, for the Undead, it's hard to counter, especially if you don't face it much anymore. Honestly, Exord's here making big mistakes. He took a lot of damage from creeping, and then he leaves the ghouls in attack range. He also could have had them way in the back. He loses one ghoul, which is already not supposed to happen. And then he loses a second ghoul. 2 ghouls going down in the early game is catastrophic. This is so bad for economy. It's experience for the opponent. It limits your creeping. It limits everything you can do. And Exord had to play on the back foot right away from that point on. And in some games, it's all right. You know, some matches, they're just one base versus one base. We're taking up. There's lots of time to develop and creep. But against the keeper, it's all about tempo. It's all about momentum. You need to keep up with them. And once you start falling behind, it's almost impossible to come back from. And yeah, of course, Foggy there playing a very different strategy. As we move into the next clip, we're going to have the next crucial moment of that game. No Demon Hunter there on map 2. It was the Keeper and the Panda, which we're going to see in the next clip.
Any moment now. There we go.
Ah, that's the replay.
Oh yeah, that was a clip before.
We saw that already.
Also, one thing about this clip, I think Exord did something to try to alleviate his mistakes here by losing the 2 ghouls, by having like, I think 4 other ghouls split creeping here, netting him the level 2, right? So that the DK, you know, gets something going while trying to fend this off. But of course, still a big, big mistake here. I think these other 4 ghouls maybe could have fended off better and try to put some damage on the keeper in order to, you know, make him run away. As opposed to get 2 kills for that.
It also had a lot to do with the circlet. Exord is going for a greedy opening here, popularized by Happy, buying the circlet and creeping, taking damage on the ghouls. If you don't go for the circlet, you can just simply creep with a DK safely, take no damage on the ghouls, and there's no danger of ever any ghouls dying. I think, are we going into the... Oh no, that was not the one. But the next clip that we have should show that. Yeah, there we go. Now we got the Panda, so this is the next crucial moment. Foggy loves expanding, Foggy loves playing 2 base. And here again, like on map 1, Exord is trying to go for a play. He's coming south with his whole army. The Lich is ready to throw the Nova. What happens? Foggy's in the right place at the right time. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, Treants are instantly ready to face the ghouls. The archers are being pulled back, nothing's out of position, and Foggy flips the Creepjack around. It's a little bit stressful because the tree is getting low, but what does Foggy do? He's moving the Panda, attacking the right targets, taking out the creeps, the tree survives, and Foggy holds on. Some more Treants, cleans up the rest. One Wisp detonate here would have been utter perfection, but even as it is, really good play by Foggy. Exord's move again doesn't work out, and in this matchup, when you're on it, you have to be efficient. You have to get stuff done, either go creeping or fast tech or find timings, creepjacks, but you can't just walk around the map, attempt things, and fail. That is what loses you the game. By that point, Exord had made 2 big mistakes. He was far behind, and the last clip will show us how things then led to his demise. Foggy knew he had time, he slowed his opponent down. What does he do? He's got the Panda already, who's not the standard second hero, by the way, would be the Demon Hunter. So he said, like, all right, guess what? You're tier 3, you're pretty strong at fighting. You know what I have? I have 2 bases, you have 1. Let's trade. I'm gonna hit you in the main base, use my Panda, use my Breath of Fire, take out your towers. You think you can solo defend with a DK? Well, let's see how well that bet holds up. And we can see it won't. Exord didn't want to be cornered here, didn't want to be forced to only defend, so he's trying to counter pressure with the Lich. I think this is the right play, but it's just too far behind. The timings aren't there. Foggy was too disruptive, and Foggy is playing it massively, strategically. Doing the right thing, that's a checkmate move, no way back anymore.
Yeah, it looked pretty rough for Exord, and I think the clips you chose to show us in the analysis later, like right now, really exemplify like how far Foggy was ahead, like mentally or strategically, to his opponent, like in conjunction with his opponent. Like Exord looked like you know, like nothing seemed to work for him, and that's because Foggy always was one step ahead. Like, Exord came there to threaten the expansion that he, of course, predicted and went down there to, you know, threaten it. But all of a sudden, there's a Panda there with massive AoE damage. So, you know, yeah, what do you do? And then, yeah, you go there, you fail. Foggy was just ready for everything that he thought Exord would do, and Exord did exactly what Foggy thought he would do.
And I wonder if it's a bit of practice missing right now, which is why Exord is trying to go for these moves and some fail, because Exord always seemed like a very intuitive player to me. There's some players with a spreadsheet, all right, if this happens, I do this. If that happens, I do this. I have a backup plan, I have a contingency. But Exord has always been more fluid in my mind. He's like, oh, I think this is going to work, he does it, and it works most of the time. First game of the day, what did we see happen? Cryptot falls behind early against Side, but then he's hitting the main with the ghouls, he's hitting the expansion with the ghouls, and boom, there is the move that works out, pays dividends, and he's back in the game, and he's done tremendous damage. But here, for whatever reason, it doesn't work. He doesn't find the way in. He doesn't find the weakness to exploit. Foggy just too solid, looking really solid. I'm very happy to see Foggy in this shape. I was a bit worried, to be fair, because we haven't seen Foggy much. I mean, was Foggy the talk of the town? Not really. TP League, no show. Not no show, but no really relevant presence. Ancient of Wonders Cup, he wasn't even playing. It was like more Starbuck, for example, who was taking the international limelight. But Foggy here again, showing us what he's made of. And I guess we should never doubt him on LAN, right? Like every time he's on LAN, he's always doing...
Exactly.
I keep making this mistake. I'm always like, is Foggy really going to look this good this year? On LAN, he always does. So I'm excited to see him go further. He mentioned before he's going to have to deal with the Night Elves now.
Yeah.
Night Elf Mirror, which is a lot about Bear Mirror nowadays. But Foggy oftentimes is the one who is refusing to go for the Bears.
Yeah. I don't know if I can't update my Wikipedia right now, but my last knowledge on the situation is that Lawlight dice is 1-1.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he will play a Night Elf Mirror either way, while Exord now, of course, still has another...
Dice
is there.
Dice, what's the score?
Did you win?
Okay. He lost 2-1.
He lost 2-1. All right, we got
lower bracket though.
Lower bracket. That's
lower
gonna
bracket.
Be it.
You can do it.
And it's going to be Dice versus Side in the lower bracket.
I love the Beach Boy look.
Yeah, he looks
long
great,
hair.
right?
Doesn't it look amazing?
Yeah,
it looks so much better.
Yeah, we got Dice versus Side then in the lower bracket because Side beat Tetster 2-0. And on the other side, there's Edo versus Hipposaur. And the winner from Edo versus Hippo is going to face Exord. So what do you have here for Exord? Coach Remo, what can he do better?
Well, it's a very different matchup coming up. Good news for Exord is, I think against Human he is so in tune, and he plays the expansion Cryptolord game, whatever, or even Lich, so well. I think against Human he needs no help, also he's the big favorite. And against, who was it then?
Edo.
Edo, yeah. Good old Edo's Mannschaft. Admiral also.
Exactly.
This is normally something where also his mind games work out really well. Honestly, I think here he's also going to be able to rely on his confidence. I think he will correctly assume to be the stronger player, and from a position of strength like that, I think Exord always does well. And like I said, being the intuitive player that he is, I think he can just rely more on his game sense there, where things perhaps don't have to be so crisp and so precise as today it was needed to be against Foggy.
I see, all right. In the other group, we have Happy FoCuS happening. I think that's going to be the next set that's going to be played on stream. Really looking forward to this. And on the other side of the bracket in Group B is going to be Moon vs. Hitman for winners finals. Also pretty interesting. Hitman earlier today said, not easy, but he could do it, right? That is more confidence than I expect from anyone against Moon. And oh my God, yeah, FoCuS only took one ever? This feels wrong, doesn't it?
This does feel wrong.
Yeah, the tail of the tape might be a little bit misleading here. Also,
it's most of the time correct though, so maybe we are wrong. But have they only played 15 times, really?
Should be more often, I feel like, yeah.
It is certainly the truth that Happy has been winning most encounters recently. Happy has been not exactly struggling, but he has been facing some challenges specifically against Lin lately with his new playstyle. They, by the way, also played yesterday. This was the grand final of the B2W Weekly Cup where Happy was victorious.
Oh.
And FoCuS is, well, suffering at the hands of Happy recently, as are most others. This matchup is definitely a bit in flux at the moment. We have new strats being introduced by the orcs. to find just one thing that sticks to the wall and will be able to work against Happy. So far, they haven't necessarily found the silver bullet yet. But yeah, there's interesting stuff happening with FoCuS here. Fast tech on the one side, tier 2 expansion, lots of tier 2 units, or Blade Master play we've been seeing attempted. Might come down to the map as well, but more so than map and strats, I think this is going to be a question of how strong is FoCuS going to show up. He is known to be a fairly inconsistent player. If FoCuS is having his highest highs, he can even win a tournament, especially online tournaments.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, there's a bit of a streak, a bit of a reputation that follows FoCuS, and that is that the big matches at the big tournaments, offline, on stage, is not necessarily where he shines.
Yeah.
Happy, you can 95% assume he's going to bring his A game, but FoCuS needs to really have some polished play prepared, otherwise it's going to be a slaughter.
Thing is that FoCuS hasn't been in Germany for a tournament in a minute, but he has friends in Germany, and he's been here many times, like in the olden days of in the golden age of Warcraft, so to speak. We talked to him a little bit on Thursday night. He said he has a friend in Oldenburg, and he like somewhat regularly visits them. So he's very happy to be here. So maybe, you know, a little bit of the positive energy being back in Germany, where he spent so many like he has so many nice memories, spent so many good like tournaments and whatnot. Maybe that, you know, feeds a little bit into his motivation to take it over Happy. I think for most people in the building, like most people I talk to, they say FoCuS is the most likely to take down Happy here. Because it's Happy's weakest matchup, even though he still has a 75% win rate or something against Orc, but still it's his weakest matchup, especially seeing him, as you said, struggling against Lin every once in a while. Every time Lin decides to, you know, show up and play according to what we expect of him. FoCuS, yeah, fairly inconsistent player, especially offline and on the big stage, but yeah, maybe, you know, that's due for a change.
Yeah, I mean, inconsistency means that sometimes you play bad, but sometimes you play really good.
Exactly.
Maybe today is one of those days, and we would all love to see it. Yeah, Happy's kryptonite for a long time was really the Orc matchup, but lots of things have changed. Happy has really adapted there. I was quite critical of Happy years ago when he was playing way too passive, in my opinion, against the Blade Master turtle style. But nowadays, I would have actually said Human. Imagine that. Human is his most beatable matchup. But Sockane here, 40 here. The top dog humans aren't here, but we have a lot of strong humans still in the running. Leon and Starbuck, for example, although they will now have to fight on in the lower bracket. And did they say something about the break? Did I understand that right?
Yes, I think we're going to have a quick break here.
Right.
Don't go anywhere. Eat some Koala snacks while you're at it, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with Happy versus FoCuS.
But I'm not sure it's going to be enough to keep his defense alive here. Trunks with so many resources at his disposal, nearly 2,000 gold. But not able to spend it, trying to go for that 2-3 tech in the end. I'm not sure it's going to work out for him. TP into the base as well. The keeper, 168 crit, goes down and gets a level 5 Blade Master now. Oh, this might be level... It's level 3 illusions. We have 4 illusions going on now. The Demon Hunter just dies at the back as well.
You see the Archmage dropping very low. And as you said, Chain Lightning is online, so a few more hits and the Chain Lightning. And
the Archmage goes down. I can't believe this had happened so early into the game.
For the human player, maybe Side is hoping to force the TP.
Oh, is it this round? Is it?
It's going to be close. That's a tricky one to do. Scar's beautifully using the Headhunter to keep the counter block up. The hero, I feel like maybe a mana potion would be huge for Paladin. And there we go. Mana potion purchased for the Paladin. Maybe to potentially keep the MK alive. The MK's being focused. There we go. Holy Light. Holy Light coming up. The mana pot not even being used. But wait, the MK is still in danger.
Oh, but he gets a heal port.
Oh, it's 80 mana for the mirror image, but nice job. It just came up in time. Just enough mana to dodge the bolt there. And the Hex prolonging that period of time, which the MK could have killed the Blade, but the Archmage with boots. Wait, he's gonna die. He went to the last fireball. No way.
Oh, that's a GG already. Oh, that was really quick.
Side bringing the series back and winning it 2-1 for the team.
And obviously we're gonna see that rough Gaza.
That's Northern Isle, right?
That looks like a nice little Northern Isles.
Where's the green can?
That's the AI art for Northern Isles. That looks like up north Canada, to be honest. Getting a nice Yukon Territories vibe there.
You should use Staff of Teleportation. Okay, there it is. Staff of Preservation used.
Oh, such a huge play from Pato. He's going to be able to get out with...
Oh, he got bashed! Oh, no. He has an invuln. Okay, he uses it early. And Side actually is merciful. He could have chased and bolted the demon after the invuln ended, because it's not the long invuln here. It was the one from the shop. He's about to have another bolt. Oh my god.
That's so close. But Pato, you need to get out of here by some time. Get that Mountain King. Can you? Is there a chance? Fork Lightning. He's right-clicking. Demon Hunter, no way. Oh, he gets the Mountain King. Pato get away with murder and Archmage too. No,
he has a TP. He has a TP, so he can get out there. And he's going to force the Town Portal out. Demon, 5.5 now. He has a heal scroll as well. Last Bear will survive here before being targeted.
Killed being a problem. Archmage is in the back, and he's stuck.
Oh my god. Wait, he had a TP. So he's got a TP all the way at the back, but the Naga is fishing for the shot. The money shot. He gets the invis. And he escapes. He's trying to run away from this army, but the main is wide open for the demons to step inside and kill more and more units. Side going for the big push here. He's very close to level 3 on the Mountain King. Goes for the Naga at the back. There is a heal scroll that's going to be used. Maybe he buys a Zeppelin to try and micro. Yeah, there it is. Mountain King kind of surrounded by a lot of units. Has to use the invuln, but there is so much supply. He can really just pull back the units that are being damaged. And a lot of his army is going to survive. And Pato taps out. Side moves on to the main tournament.
Merde là, il a quoi sur lui là
Oh putain, il peut pas s'échapper.
Et il staff la Naga juste derrière. Le Moonwalk qui va finir. Il peut tout sauver.
Il a fait... Oh là. Pareil là. Pas de staff. Y'a pas de staff. Y'a rien. Non, c'est le staff. Il va aller le chercher, C'est pas grave. Oh, allez, bam. Allez, alors là. Ça, hop. J'ai envie de dire easy peasy.
That is enough for the TP.
But he will lose the main before he TPs.
Wait, the keep! Oh my god, Scars is gonna lame his way to victory. This is the lower bracket. This is down to the last wire, and he's too late. The Raider damage. Oh, falls back in the chair. No, that doesn't feel good. He's gonna force the TP out right away. One person survived. Oh, look at that. Little Billy up there, still ready to work.
Yeah.
But no has to call it GG. Scars.
On the flip side, Scars now laying the siege to this main, or continuing to lay the siege with a Demolisher.
Good, nice maneuver, by the way.
Always, right? Oh, Chain Lightning, another one! That's to keep him back with us. That's only the Demon Hunter remaining for poor Pato. Scars retreating. He got a shot now as well. All eyes on the Demon. Grunts are coming in for the block. Mana burn again, but this Demon Hunter might be forced into a TP. No. Yeah, and you can't really spend too many wisps for detonating.
Nope.
It's finally a kill. Demon
I
Hunter, Raid Boss, and Tango. Finally, Chain Lightning on the other side! Gets into the Naga bolts! Oh my god! Demon Hunter, when are the potions restocking? They need the Staff of our Bar to restock faster.
I think this is over, Mr. Neo.
Oh, is it? Is it though? Is it though? Keeper arrives with the heal scroll and Tango on the Farseer. Not going for the Town Portal. Mana burn again. One Demon Hunter against them all. It's an time! There's the answer you were talking about. Raider survives as well. Pato supply stuck at 19, now 24. Lightning Ego Potion! Going for the Demolisher, can he get it? 3 seconds left on the clock, Entangle, Mana Burn, FoCuS, Speed Scroll! It's saving him, the towers are attacking, goes around, gets the kill! Pato in shambles! GG, well played!
You know, those grunts are barely making contact with him. It's just dead.
Here we go! The Peon is blocking a little bit as well, and that's another kill. GG, well played. Scars is not going into round of 16 again. Smile on his face, but the Brazilian is celebrating in Dortmund.
Será que vai conseguir? Agora é a Naguinha vai cair. A Naga cai, meus amigos. E é Pato classificado! Pato classifica no Mundial de Warcraft 3!
Ra, ra, ra. People of RARALAND.
Gaga, ooh la la.
Todd, we're back here on the couch waiting for Happy vs. FoCuS to happen. What do you think about this particular series coming up?
I think it's a storied rivalry, so to speak, in that they faced a ton of time. They're two of the world's best players. Happy currently ranked 1 ELO. FoCuS 12th. You might think, okay, well, this is close, you know, like, might be up in the air as to who might win. Win rate-wise, though, they've met 74 times in tournaments, which is a lot.
Yes.
Would you care to guess how many of those times FoCuS has won against Happy?
Out of 74, I guess... now that I think about it, like, there was a lot of Jera Cups and everything back in the day. I guess 10.
Better, actually.
Better.
24.
24?
Yeah, so you might... Okay, wait.
Okay.
Here's the punchline. It might seem like they're not that far away, right? That's 66 to 34% win rate. But the last 14 series went to Happy.
14?
14 in a row he won against FoCuS. And yeah, as of late, FoCuS has greatly struggled against Happy. FoCuS relies on the mass air style. Straight take, one false air, double bestiary, mass wind rider, shadow hunter second, straight to tier 3. He was doing really well against Sundead for a while because he was like kind of new and it took them time to adjust. But nowadays, Happy just looks absolutely insane. He goes like Alchemist third, that's extra anti-air, potentially a bit of healing if he wants to go healing spray, but Acid Bomb is absolutely amazing against Wind Riders and Bat Riders. He makes the right amount of fiends to destroyers. Sometimes he can even play like one more with ghouls and just mix in a couple of fiends. He's just incredible against that style. So, you know, at first when I saw the win rate, I was like, oh, like FoCuS has a shot. And then I saw, okay, he won 14 series in a row against him and looked incredible. One of those was like a 3-0. I watched him, saw the games. Happy is just on another level. I watched him set up, by the way. And he brought tape with him. He had like a small plastic bag. I was like, what is it? Is that like a cake or something from the bakery? No. He brought tape and scissors.
Yeah.
And he took it out and he like kind of like tried to figure out exactly how he wanted everything positioned. And he taped the cable of his earphones, I think it was, to the table. And he taped his mouse pad exactly in place so that it doesn't move.
Oh my God.
And it's very reminiscent of Flash in StarCraft Brood War, where he used to bring a ruler to events, and he would like measure everything to make sure it was exactly the way it was at home. And honestly, I don't fault these guys because that's one of the things that can throw you off your game if you don't have the exact same conditions, which is very hard to achieve when you travel.
Yeah, I think last year I remember when we came to RARALAND 2022 at Arcadia in Hamburg. Happy brought like some sort of like, you know, it looked like a brick. It wasn't a brick, but it was like the shape of a brick, like, you know. And he taped it to the chair, to the armchair. So his arm was on the exact perfect height that he needed it to be in order for, you know, be like improper like adjustment to the in conjunction with the desk and whatnot. So he is very meticulous about the way he wants his setup to be set up, if you will. And I think this also is why it takes a while right now to get the game going, because these players are playing on their dedicated desks most of their games, but some of them have to play on stage, and Happy, of course, being the reigning champion, we, of course, want to see him play on stream and want to see him play in the arena.
We want to hear from him that the tournament was all right, like last time.
Oh, if he says that, that's the biggest praise that we could get, right?
The tournament was certified all right by Happy.
If you want, you know, if you yourself are a meticulous gamer about the way you want your setup to be, I could refer you to leetdesk. These guys do like amazing craftsmanship with regards to the gamer desks that they are selling. I think there's a command in chat that you can click in order to get to their website, purchase a leetdesk desk yourself. It's like adjustable in height. They have like the, what's it called, like the phantom something, where you, I have it actually on a piece of paper here. Let me find that. Oh, Ghost Touch. It's called Ghost Touch.
Yeah.
So that you don't have like fingerprints or whatever on your desk if you know want to buy a black desk, for example.
75 centimeters. That's my lead desk height.
That's your lead desk height?
Yeah.
Dang,
it's kind of high compared to me, but I'm really tall. I'm 1.93 m. So like if I sit straight up, which doesn't happen that often, grounded, but like I sit straight, I'm pretty high. So even my monitor is like fairly high, and I have the thing where like the monitor arm the triple one. So then, so you can move the monitors around. It's amazing.
Oh,
so
that's
like
so cool.
I adjust everything perfectly, and there I know 75 centimeters. That's for most people probably would be lower, I think.
Yeah, I like when I play at home. I have like some old wooden table where I have my monitors on and whatnot, and I have like this, you know, an office chair, not a gamer chair because I'm not able to afford that kind of chair, I guess. An old office chair from my office actually that they wanted to throw in the trash, and I sit like a child on these, right? So I go like super low on the chair, like lowest thing, and I sit like this. So for some reason, this is most comfortable for me. Like
really?
I don't know.
Everyone has it like their own way, I guess.
Yeah.
As long as you don't have back problems or something.
No,
but
not
it's great
yet.
to be able
Not
to
yet.
adjust. Yeah, it's great to be able to adjust. Like I love that you can rate. Like it goes super high. I don't remember exactly the number, but like over 105 centimeters.
Oh dang!
So like if basically like since I'm seated all day and it's kind of unhealthy, like to sit a lot occasionally. I won't do a long time, you know, but like I'll put it all the way up for like 15 minutes and then stand. And then you feel like, yeah, it's almost as if like, not you were walking, but like it feels better to not just be sitting the whole day, which as a gamer that spends a lot of time in front of the computer is what I do.
Yeah, I think last year we had like a showcase of how the lead desk actually works, and like Natalie, who was showcasing the lead desk, she also like readjusted the heights. I was like, dang, this is also so smooth. It's like it looks like alien technology to me. Like especially to me sitting on a wooden table. Right?
Yeah. No, I like those desks a lot. Honestly, very happy that I got one, and I think the players seem to like them here as well. And I think they have the same ones too, like over where they're warming up, so they can already kind of experience what's their height and then figure it out. And then it's literally like return when you bring it up and down, so you can get the exact right number that you want. So. But the armrest, eventually, maybe we'll get there. Maybe we need to get some lead chairs eventually where Happy wouldn't have to bring a brick to have his arms level.
Exactly.
That's the thing too. Like imagine you play at home and like you have your arms perfectly rested on the armrest, and then you go to an event and like the chair is way lower. Like what do? You're like,
damn. You're all wobbly there.
He like misses all of his desk scores. You know. By the way, Blast played against Happy. So Blast has like the performance of his lifetime. Like here, he qualified for the event. He played against Happy. Unfortunately, that was his reward. I think he was in one of the games. On Last Refuge, he keeper harassed. Like so, he went to the base. He entangled an acolyte. He killed an acolyte. He flustered Happy. Happy made double graveyard.
Oh my god!
Double graveyard.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I talked to Blast
legend.
about it. Blast was like, he made it sound like he won the game. He got 2-0. But he made him make double graveyard. That's something.
Also, Blast strikes me as a player from knowing everything that happened yesterday that also doesn't easily get flustered himself. Like I watched like some of the highlights from his game against Kevin, especially in a winner bracket when they faced off the first time. I think the first game went to 47 minutes. We had like level 9, level 8, level 7 heroes and stuff like that. It's like and he prevailed in the end, and then he lost the series in the winners, and then he got the run back in losers, beating 2-1 to make it.
Those were some great games. I cast like you heard the highlight in French. I was with those guys casting, they absolutely lost it. Those were some great. He was playing really well, and I think he's playing Starbuck right now. Hopefully, he's still in it because that's a tough matchup. But yeah, we have other parallel games going. I think Hitman's gonna play against Moon as well. That's a pretty crazy match.
Oh yeah, we have Pato versus Leon.
Yeah.
Or
that's why we hear Fork screaming over there.
yeah, exactly. Fork's going crazy. Yeah, Pato had a pretty crazy showing as well, beating. Winning against Scars yesterday in a really like clutch series where Scars tried to cheese him, and like it worked in the first map, and in the other two maps, Pato just kept his cool.
Yeah,
I talked to him yesterday about it when they when tournament concluded and we met at the bar, and we were talking about it. He's like, and I was like, man, that's so great. I have level 4 Demon Hunter. He can't do anything, and then I realized. Oh, there's an expansion all this time.
The emotion in the narrating of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Yeah, this is great. Happy has the exact same camera shot as he does when he plays from home.
That's
like straight shove into it.
I think his monitor is also like a little bit tilted every time, right?
Yeah, I saw him earlier. Like he was really trying to adjust it as much as possible to make sure he's comfortable with it.
Yeah. So Happy, the reigning champion of RARALAND, facing his toughest competition so far. He was a little bit flustered by Blast in the first series, but now against FoCuS, I think this is really where he needs to bring his A game in order to prevail here. As we said, He won the last 14 in a row, but you never know, man. FoCuS is a very, very capable player. Also, a seasoned veteran of the game. I think first time I remember seeing FoCuS, like the oldest brackets I've seen from him is like 2005 or something like that. Like he's been around since forever. Yeah. And Happy had a little bit of a ditch. He left the Warcraft community to compete in StarCraft 2 when it came out. And I think Happy came back somewhere around like 2015, 2016 or something like that, playing the MoCups back in the days, from Berlin-based Warcraft caster Marcy Moo, yeah, exactly. Where he would usually play like, I think it was random heroes, and he would face off against Lucifer all the time in those. And that was like when he was coming back into the game. And then
I played one of these. And I got, I think, Death Knight Warden with Human. So basically, I never signed up again.
Yeah, those were some crazy Monday nights at MoCup. Shout out to that guy, man. I wonder where he went. But that was crazy times. I met him at Meltdown in Berlin once, the esports bar. Ever since then, like I think Happy looked a little bit like stiff in his approach to the game back then, but I think he really cleaned up his act and he learned so many potent strategies. He had so much, so many adjustments to his gameplay, and really like not necessarily all the time shaping the meta, because that's more of what 1-2-0 does. I feel like in the undead meta, especially like over the course of the last like 1.5 years, where 1-2-0 has really been stepping it up. I think he's the only like real competition to Happy when it comes to like yearly earnings. Yeah. But still, he has. Like Happy has earned more than double of what 1-2-0 has earned this year, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, it seems like Happy was always really good at Warcraft 3, but his StarCraft 2 stints somehow made him even better. Like he really understood more aspects of real-time strategy games, maybe more about practice, how to practice effectively. And now he's just been a dominant force in the Warcraft 3 scene, and he has virtually like no weakness. He's just like solid all around. You can't cheese him out. The only way you can beat him is by playing straight up and having great execution. And I think that's going to be the key here for FoCuS. Like he needs to be on his A game, go for his game plan, even if it's the mass air and it's somewhat predictable, and just hope for the best and for some good things to happen along the way.
Yeah, so all FoCuS fans out there, it's your time to hope for the best right now. All Happy fans out there, just pray for your boy to not fall to the orc that has beaten him once in the last 15 series. So we throw it over to the casters to bring you this amazing series.
It is finally time for our next game here on the main stage. We're in the winner bracket, and we're going to have the meeting of two juggernauts next. The reigning champion of RARALAND 1, Happy, is stepping into the ring against FoCuS, who is being proclaimed as many to have the best chance against Happy here and be the Happy killer. And I think we are ready to jump into the game right away.
Here we go, folks. Happy versus FoCuS. I don't know about you, Mr. Remo Demo Man, but I am super excited to see this series today.
Hells yeah, we're well on the way here on map number 1. Guys, give it up for Happy!
I'm sure as well, Remo, we've got some FoCuS fans in the chat. Let's go, everyone. Pick it up, pick it up. Well, I don't know about you, Remo, but I expect to see a very close contest between these two, even though the scoreline may not necessarily indicate from before that FoCuS was doing successfully well against Happy, but we're also seeing a dangerous start here, actually. FoCuS getting boxed into a corner a little bit by the DK.
Flirting with the creeps, a classic on Last Refuge. The rock golem here can be dangerous. Boulder flies. Dizzy! Farseer finds himself stuck in a corner. Can he make his way out? If he can, you can perhaps chalk this up as a win, but the Farseer now hurt already. But it's not looking the worst so far for FoCuS. DK has tough time here continuing to creep. Mana is low. FoCuS is buying time.
Yeah, as we can see, FoCuS is actually about to hit tier 2 in 5 seconds time here, which would almost certainly indicate that it's going to be that mass beastery style. We'll see the bats, the wind riders, and potentially some run-bys on those acolytes, Remo. And in the meantime, that gives Happy the opportunity to creep his level 3, although he has seemed to have blown through a lot of mana. And then, of course, the mercenary camp got involved as well, and I think that doesn't really play into Happy's early game here.
Yeah, some viewers here might be confused. What's going on here? We have a Farseer, no barracks, double bestiary, and it should also be a Torn Totem coming. Yeah, folks, if you haven't seen Warcraft in a while, this is the new build, popularized, innovated by Lin. We skip all the tier 1 units. Tier units equal bad. We rush tier 2 right away, get the Raiders and the Walkers. And this was really the true innovation by Lin. Walkers have been considered to be super trash against Undead for a long time because Destroyers counter them extremely well. But Lin figured out a timing. You tech fast, get the TC and expand. It's all about the expansion, and then you win with superior numbers. And you mentioned the bats before. You have the double bestiaries to deal with the Destroyers, and it turns out when there is no Destroyers, Walkers are really good.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see FoCuS deviate from the mass air strategy and actually incorporate the Lin build. The Torrent Totem, as you pointed out, is actually going to be amazing for FoCuS to mass up those units as quickly as possible and help establish that expansion. And then with the double bestiary to counter the Destroyers later on, you're able to have all the buildings in production necessary to generate the units to counter Happy's army. But the level 3 DK, which of course is what we should expect with FoCuS playing a fast tech here, and the Farseer just gets caught out on low HP and is killed immediately.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You know, FoCuS steps back, gives Happy just some time to creep. Happy was tremendously slowed down in the beginning, but then when there is some room to breathe, he crept the lab, got a fast level 3, and insane items, by the way. Mana Stone, Claws, Mantle, Gigabyss, and also a Circlet that he picked up as well. And this is a rough start for FoCuS. I said it just a moment ago, it's all about the expansion. The timing of the expansion is so important. With the Farseer here falling, the wind are certainly utterly out of the sails.
Yeah, the trouble is that the Orc expansion takes 2.5 minutes to come online. It is the slowest in the game, which is pretty painful. And of course, FoCuS, they're not able to actually fully clear the expansion, has to double back to his own side, clear an easy camp. It's just further and further delaying the gold lead that FoCuS needs in order to survive in this game. And Happy, I mean, as you pointed out, the items are insane. Mana Stone, of course, it feels like a classic Happy item.
It's going to go for the next big camp. You know, the first 2 objectives, you could say, successful for Happy. He got level 3, he didn't lose any ghouls, and he delayed the expansion by the opponent. So everything working well so far for Happy in this early game. Next step is get strong heroes and make sure FoCuS doesn't run away with economy. And right now, Happy has like nothing to worry about. Next big item, Sobi Mask, maybe?
Oh, it's a Devotioner actually, Rebo, which is a pretty good item, I would say, especially against all the damage that will be undoubtedly coming towards Happy's army. Although saying that, if the Orc heroes do get high level, we'll see a lot of spell damage. Obviously, the Devotioner won't do much to mitigate that. But for now, definitely a strong item. It feels to me like Happy's tier 3 timing is really fast. He is hitting Black Citadel already. We're not that far into the game. Oh, the Nuke is super strong right now. Level 2 Coil and the Nova. The Farseer is definitely going to be forced into a teleport right now. Oh my gosh, what? Oh, the Spirit Link was not enough to keep the Farseer alive against the Nuke. I think a bit of an underestimation of the damage there that would come out. The Spirit Link not doing enough to mitigate the DPS there.
Yeah, oftentimes with this new Orc strategy can be a great timing for Orc because there's no Destroyers and there's no Frenzy yet. Right now, there's no Destroyers to punish the Walkers, so especially with Ensnare and Spirit Link and magic damage against ghouls, you can be really good. That is the theory. But if the game went wrong, if the Undead is over-leveled, if the Farseer dies twice, all of a sudden the usually strong Orc timing is not looking strong at all. Ideally, with this little push that we saw here, you want to lose nothing, keep yourself alive perhaps with a heal scroll, buy time for the expansion, and ideally snipe statues. If you get statues here early with a Walker damage and the Ensnare, that would be ideal. But this game has been only ideal for one man, and that certainly wasn't FoCuS.
Well, we're certainly used to seeing that. Rebo Happy, of course, giving himself the biggest opportunities to have the most ideal of games. Ghoul Frenzy coming along right this second. This is the most second perfect timing here. The ghouls are going crazy now on the Great Hall, which is definitely going to be cancelled. And he doesn't even need the Destroyers here right now. The paltry force of FoCuS won't do much here to mitigate the damage of Happy right now, but the Stomp does come out in order to stun those ghouls. But again, they're so full HP right now, and I think Happy could even potentially look for a surround. I would be interested to see, but the 2 bats, though, will help take care of that Destro. Oh, beautiful calling over to get rid of the second bat. Oh, wait, there we go. So 1 bat was detonated, 1 was killed, and FoCuS has to call an early GG.
Quick 1-0. Clear first map here by Happy. Leaving no doubt. who was a superior player, at least on map 1. Things looking a bit off for FoCuS as well. He was pretty late with the TP. Some hotkeys weren't pressed right away. Maybe something was a bit off there with a feeling on the stage. Happy though, looking utterly convincing, as always. And FoCuS here on the first map, really not yet getting things to go his way. I'm still not quite sure if he has the practice necessary to play with a new style. I think if he was to go for the more classic Blade Master style, I would have more hope for him, to be honest.
Yeah, I totally agree, Remo. I feel like the Blade Master was a hero that FoCuS used to use a lot. We saw Soen as well be successful with that in the past, and I feel like maybe it's time to dial it back to old strategies that they used to play a lot. I mean, we've seen so many times how successful the Blade can be against Undead, but it is super execution-based. So FoCuS hasn't been practicing the Blade. I feel like maybe throwing it in now wouldn't really work out, and he might have to stick with that Farseer.
Yeah, his Farseer mass air style, for example, was really looking good, especially on maps like Concealed Hill. Farseer first, Shadow Hunter second, and then with Hex creeping, you can be really sneaky. Snipe big items, take camps away from the Undead, and perhaps try to overwhelm with mass air. In fact, in the tournament circuit that he's been playing over the last few months, he was able to get a lot of victories against good Undeads. 1-0, for example, oftentimes fell to the strategy. But you know, the little wrinkle in this argument is Happy almost never seems to lose to that mass air stuff. He has adjusted with his excellent creeping as always to hit the timings, level up timings where he needs them, and the Alchemist third and all that stuff. So I mentioned to you off air before, honestly, I'm feeling a bit pessimistic for FoCuS's chances. I don't see a clear way to victory for him here.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, honestly, either, because the old style with Headhunters, you know, I feel like is really figured out at the top level. Even though Orcs were trying to add additional base defenses just to prepare for any sort of frenzy timing push, I feel like it doesn't really matter for Undead. You know, if they just find you on the map or prevent you from creeping, it feels equally as bad. They could even set up another base behind or just sit on 50 foot for as long as they want. So yeah, perhaps we'll see the double beastry style with mass air. I think that would probably be FoCuS's best chance for survival.
Yeah, it may come down a lot to the maps as well. There are some maps which tend to be really strong for Orc with some strats. I still think the Blade Master triple hero style is extremely good on Twisted Meadows, because normally there you can hold off timings fairly well and then explode onto the map, creep a ton yourself, and make use of the late game heroes. Also Turtle Rock, in my opinion, can be very strong for that style. In fact, yesterday, these two played already in the best of 5 grand final of the Weekly Cup. It was these two contestants in the grand final. FoCuS lost that game 1-3. Did get the one map win on Turtle Rock, though. But of course, Turtle Rock not in this map pool. Twisted Meadows would be. Of course, we have a mostly modern map pool. I've been informed that we have slight technical issues again arising, unfortunately. But the team is hard at work and should be about to fix it. It's time for FoCuS to reset his mind, wash this one away. Good thing is he has experience with, you know, getting broadsided by Happy, as they all have pretty much.
Yeah, think of how many countless players have been put through the ringer with Happy. I mean, he always comes out guns firing. The first map of any series, it feels like he starts really strong, and he just never really seems to lose momentum. It's very rare that we see him go down and then have to fight back, but we have seen Happy also able to turn series around when he is down and do those insane reverse sweeps.
Yeah. Yeah, last time in RARALAND, he wasn't really in that position, didn't really need to. We'll see if FoCuS can now make things more difficult for him on map 2.
And here we go, folks. The map will be Springtime this time, a relatively new map. How do you feel about this matchup in general, Remo, on Springtime in particular? Is it particularly good for Undead or Orc?
I would say because of a lack of sample size, I couldn't really give you a definitive answer here, meaning I don't think I see this map much in this matchup. For Orc Triple Hero, I don't think I would like it much. It seems like you lose, you're not able to gain map control for most of the game, which means a lot of the important middle camps should go to Undead. You know, the furball camps in the middle with possible Sobi masks, the shops, those will be very hard to contest. Normally, if you play Blade Master Triple Hero, you want to have a big map where you can play passive, give up map control. And if we don't see the Blade, we see the Farseer, Fast Tech again, which seems to point towards that expansion play once more.
I will say one thing about Springtime is that for Undead, you know, typically you creep an easy camp and then tech up and pull all the ghouls and try to get a big camp done, especially against Fast Tech, because you know that there's not going to be grunts or headhunters streaming in. But Springtime doesn't really have the easiest orange camps in the world to secure. We've got the Sasquatch With Inner Fire at the Mercenary Camp, we have the Sasquatch and the Trappers at the Gold Mine. And then in the middle, we've got those trackers with the High Priest as well. And then the shops are also very hard. So what I'm hoping for FoCuS here is that he's able to put on enough pressure in the early game and prevent that super early level 3 that we saw last time from Happy.
Yeah, level up timings will be crucial on both sides. Every last hit matters. Happy, normally, if he's playing his best, will not allow anything to go to waste and be given over. Some ghouls go low, but they're all saved in the end. But if FoCuS manages to drain all the mana here, the DK could also count that as a win, more or less. And of course, it's all about slowing down that DK as much as possible. Already, preventing level 2 is quite valuable. The aura, of course, making everything easier. FoCuS is fast, tech with no units means there's not much he can do early, but he's being as annoying as he can with the wolves here.
Yeah, with just the Farseer, it is pretty difficult to put pressure on the undead, and we can see that Happy has brought in more ghouls just to make sure that he gets this last hit. This is absolutely crucial, and it does indeed go to Happy. And one wolf may potentially also give experience away. Hopefully FoCuS can micro that one off. No, he does not. So that is level 2 unlocked for Happy right now. And the aura, as you mentioned, is just absolutely crucial in being able to micro the units around. You see this ghoul, he's too speedy and is able to retreat into the back of the base. Happy playing this early game very well indeed.
Yeah, crazy min-maxing here by Happy, by the way. Almost every undead there would throw the coil, but Happy sees, okay, the Farseer is backing off. I don't need to use the coil. I don't need to expend this mana. I have a Narrow at home. I can trust in my mechanics. And so far, this has been pretty much a flawless game. And especially looking at the DK's mana pool, can be a bit worrisome for Tier 2. The weird thing is, FoCuS at some point will have to fall back, will have to creep the natural, will have to get the second base running, and that will be free time for Happy to creep, at which point he is likely to get that level 3.
Yeah, I feel like this time FoCuS needs to get a much cleaner expansion off and be able to hold off any DK Lich harass that may be coming out. It is very hard to prevent the level 3 in general, but you need to make the Death Knight use as many coils as possible in order to secure that level 3, so that if he does decide to pressure you as the Orc player, then it won't be nearly as deadly as it was last game. I mean, Happy just waltzed out over and took out the Farseer right back.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the items aren't quite as insane just yet. Now, worth mentioning, the gloves and the mantle are still very good for the Lich. You can see the DK here following after the ghoul, ready to use the coil if it's necessary. But again, Happy is trying to not use it if it isn't quite necessary, which once more it's not. And that, along with the coil before, that's 150 mana saved already. Happy has an Acolyte in the enemy base, confirming what surely he must have been expecting. And FoCuS, is actually eating some aggressive coils here. Happy now suddenly willing to make use of that mana.
Yeah, it's interesting to see from Happy, because that's going to cost 3 coils at the very minimum. And I don't think Happy can really catch up. The Staff of Teleportation purchase here from FoCuS will surely keep him alive no matter what. So I'd say perhaps a little bit of a waste, that particular coil, especially given that Happy did such an excellent job preserving his mana up to this point. But I would say that it's still not the most consequential, still more than half of Happy's mana pool available to him on the Death Knight. And FoCuS, in the meantime, he's getting 2 Raiders out immediately, usually followed by Ensnare, and that does help to mitigate any pressure that may be coming from the DK and the Lich. Happy not going to quite get level 3 here from this creep camp, I do believe, Remo.
Yeah, seeing the ghouls to the natural. 6
nice.
Ghouls, parallel creeping. Good scout, though. This is a big deal by FoCuS. It's got the tele staff to staff on top. Ooh, this is cool. This prevents this camp being taken. This prevents level 3 DK. This is a good play. A ghoul goes down as well. But a key part is still missing. We still have no expansion in sight on the Orc side.
Unfortunately for FoCuS, I think Happy is going to get that level 3 still from the camp. It's going to be fairly close. Just the level 2 Tuskar left, and it may indeed be level 3, and it is. That is unfortunate. So FoCuS unfortunately did not manage to accomplish one of the goals here, which is delaying DK level 3 for as long as possible.
And again, we see super strong items on the DK. Glove, Circlet, Claws, and Mantle. This Lich will once more be amazingly equipped right off the bat, as we're about to see him join. TC finds a ring, that's always a good item for him, but FoCuS is behind in levels, and he's still missing the most important part of this strategy. He just didn't find the window, didn't find the timing to get the expansion planted, and I think Happy knows this.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit of a blunder on FoCuS's part to go all the way cross-map with everything, your heroes and your units, instead of creeping the expansion. Yes, the Sasquatch with the item does look juicy, but what's juicier is getting the gold mines. The gold mine secured for yourself in order to produce as many units as possible. But that timing from Happy, again, is going to hit like a truck. And this Expo is looking real late. Oh, it's going to be set up in the middle, though.
Yeah, This is pretty cool. FoCuS making use of the specialty of this map. Here on Springtime, we have an expansion, a gold mine in the middle, which is very exposed, but there's 0 creeps there. You can just plant a base, and nothing's going to be attacking it. There's no creeps close by. Perhaps the reason why this is FoCuS's pick. But it's in the middle of the map. It's easy to attack. Not easy for the Orc to reinforce towards. And now we see FoCuS going for the same timing or attempting it again. He's got the Raiders, he's got the Spirit Link. If he could fight Happy right now out in the open before Destroyers, this could be great.
Happy just does such an excellent job of knowing when the Orc is going to pressure. Manages to buy the Orc Corruption just in time before the shop goes down.
Yeah.
Destroyer Form was also cute. Happy is so on top of these moments. He knows what's going to happen 2 steps ahead.
If FoCuS had gotten this shop 5 seconds early, this would have been so huge, dude.
It would have been huge.
Prevent the shop, prevent the upgrade, at least for a while. But Happy's there just in time. Everything seems to be falling in place for Happy. And importantly, Happy realized, okay, my statues are right now a weakness. My ghouls are right now a weakness. Happy held them back, just was defending with the heroes, which are, of course, looking strong, especially on that Lich. Tell you what, though, if the expansion finishes, maybe we get a tower there, there might be a chance for FoCuS.
Yeah, this time from Happy, we're going to see 3/1/1 heroes, which is significantly weaker than before. No insane consumables like the Mana Stone. And FoCuS has 2/2 heroes, which is probably about the best you could hope for by the time the Undead push comes. One of Mana Stealing, a decent item, but not insane. Would have loved to see the greater heal potion or greater info, but a fight is going to kick off straight away, and the Raider goes down immediately to that first Koala Nova FoCuS fire. And the expansion, I love that Reinforced Burrows is done, and Spike Barricades is prepared already in advance.
We're waiting for the Bad Riders, they're not quite here yet. The Destroyer has absolutely no counter at the moment. FoCuS taking some damage already. FoCuS also trying to expend mana on the Undead side. The TC seems to be taking quite a bit of damage despite the ring being there. Coil flies once more, TC in trouble. Spirit Link to protect him, but still the Destroyer is ready to counter.
That one to the Mana Stealing was absolutely crucial to prevent the Lich from finishing off the TC with the Nova. The Spirit Link was coming in a little bit late, and I think he actually really needed to use that item straight away to keep himself alive. We see the Peons being ravaged right now by the Skeletons and the Frenzy Ghouls, of course. The 2 Bats looking to try and make their connection with the Destroyer, but actually the DK doesn't have any Coil right now. Okay, Coil just came up, so there is 1 Coil Nova available. We need 2 Bats in order to secure that Destroyer kill.
FoCuS trying to entice the Destroyer in. If he's close enough, he can use the Unstable Concoction. It takes 2 Bats for Destro, and especially if Happy's mana is low, there might be an option here. Koala Nova, though! Right before the staff, that must have been just on the threshold. Now we got the Bats, perhaps even too many, but outside of the Bad Riders, what is there for the Orc?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused, honestly, Rainbow, why FoCuS decided to Staff of Telly so close to the Undead. Happy clearly had enough mana for Koala Nova, and that was the end of the TC. But FoCuS is still standing as strong as he can. We see the Bat Riders and the Wolves actually pressuring the statues well. Also, Walkers do good damage against statues, of course, as well. But the trouble is that the economy is not really online for FoCuS. Yes, he has the Burrow and the expansion, but it's not mining, and FoCuS won't be able to really get up to the massive units that he needs.
Oh, Fast in trouble next, and that's the next hero kill. How many is this now for Happy? I think this might be number 4 in this series. Is this the end already? It almost looks like it. The Burrow here is a good reinforcement, a good static hold, and a bit of help. But now with more statues coming for Happy, we can see the Undead having the supply lead. And things for FoCuS looking dire. But as long as there's an expansion, perhaps there is still hope.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't count FoCuS out too soon, but the Bats here, they did manage to secure 1 kill, but 1 Bat does go down for that as well. I feel like FoCuS needs every unit possible right now. He has absolutely no heroes to hold the expansion, so we need as many units as possible. The Walker's actually getting a kill here, yeah, on the Ghoul that does go down. Happy, he's sieging away, but the trouble is the Undead is building the mana pool back up again. We see the statue with mana, providing that regeneration to the Undead heroes. Actually, both are casting the mana spell, which is interesting to see. Well, Dark Ranger hits level 2 as well. That means that she's able to silence the TC. We should see a perfect silence timing here. No, actually, the silence does not connect. It connects a little bit late, and we see a few more ghouls potentially going down. Destroyer tries to soak up the wolves, but still dies even though the Devour Magic went up. And the TC is in danger once again. Is this the 3rd hero kill of the game, potentially, Remo?
Good Spirit Link there. I think it came in just in time to save the TC. The Bad Riders also were flying in at the right moment to get 1 destroyed, but there's still another 1 left. Burrow, Spear! Oh
so close.
My! Not even 20 HP separating this Destroyer from death. If the Burrow falls, the game's over. No Burrow means no expansion, and the chances are 0. FoCuS has to try everything to hold this static defense. We have more Bats coming in. If they get the connection, a double kill here would be monstrous. The Fudge is also almost back. Here comes 1. That is almost the double. Got the 1. And the Burrow is still up for now.
This burrow has been fighting for dear life, it feels like, for the past 2 minutes right now. I think we still have peons being microed in and out, but the health is getting low on all sides. Torn Chieftain's coming back, but it feels like he hasn't healed up enough in order to stand in the face of Happy right now. Does get a good stomp, but I feel like the burrow here should be going down momentarily. Really nice dodge, actually. Oh, one peon does go down, unfortunately. Not able to keep every peon alive. Does FoCuS. 2 more Raiders streaming in, though. Might help FoCuS to get potentially a hero kill, which I feel like is something that he needs to stabilize in this game.
He's weighing his options. What can he go for? Not again! The TC shall fall once more, and this game is over. Happy, convincing as always. 2-0 play. And FoCuS, who was supposed to be the Happy killer, unable to do it here. There will be a chance still in the lower bracket, but Happy has yet to face a real challenge.
And it feels like a situation we all too often see. It's only in the very, very final stages of a tournament I feel like we ever see Happy ever really break a sweat. But I thought, FoCuS obviously is a quality opponent, no doubt. But unfortunately, the Lin build here was just not enough for him to get over that hurdle for today.
Yeah, I like the map pick though, I think there's really something there on Springtime. Normally, it can be, such a momentum problem when you have to fall back to your natural, creep that one, and then keep the pressure on the undead, look for the timing against the statues. But here on Springtime, with that expansion in the middle, I think there's something there. A bit more practice, a bit more development, and there might be something doable here. Also, perhaps, though, a veto to be considered for Happy for the future. But Happy moves on. We can see him victorious still. FoCuS, who is our #1 orc hope, I suppose, now against the ropes. All right, that's it for us. We'll give it back to the couch.
We are back on the couch, and what a series it was. Happy prevailing just as we expected him to. FoCuS looked, even though he had like some amazing micro, especially there with saving the burrow for like more than 2 minutes at the end, that was under constant like pressure from all the like destroyers, heroes, ghouls and whatnot. That wasn't enough. It was too little too late in order to salvage that game 2. Game 1, I feel like he kind of got schooled, but game 2 looked a little bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, he lost his Farseer early in game 1, and after that it's like, oh, well, we know how that goes against Happy once you get this start. I feel like this is not what rank 1 against rank 12 should look like, but Happy is just so far ahead of the competition at this point, it's getting ridiculous. And then game 2, he has Death Knight level 3 against Farseer 1.5. I was like, am I watching Fanlex or Chasm over there, like struggling? And then I saw that FoCuS had spikes. I was like, no, okay, it's not them. But no, it's a struggle. Like last Rara at the end of the tournament, Happy said the tournament was all right. Maybe it just meant that he cannot meet his equal in this tournament, and that's why it's only all right.
Kind of seems like it, yeah. Maybe we need to bring in some Chinese players next time if the other international competition cannot really compete with them. We'll see what he has to say about this game against FoCuS right now.
All right, guys, we're back here with Happy with yet another win at RARALAND. Well played, Happy, first of all. Convincing win. Ahead of this game, quite a few people were saying that FoCuS might be your biggest threat, might be perhaps the #1 Happy killer here. Did you think the same, or would you say there's another player here who's more dangerous for you?
No, I'm not going to be saying anything on that matter.
All right, fair enough. Well, perhaps then I can ask you something about strategy. Many orcs, also FoCuS, have been playing different strats lately. Blade Master stuff, Mass Wyvern stuff, we'll Shadowhunter second. Now we see a lot of this strat that I think Lin played, Tier 2 Rush, Expansion, Raider Walkers, all that. Does that seem like the strongest strategy against Undead right now? Because at the same time, you seem to be beating it on the regular.
Well, I don't know what's the strongest strategies. There's plenty. There's also Must-Win Rider or other strategies, so hard to say.
Okay. Lastly, we're only here in the beginning of the tournament, so to speak, but so far, what is your judgment of RARALAND? How do you feel about it so far?
Well, the general feeling is pretty much the same, although I think last year it was easier to set up for players in general. I mean, like in terms of like changing PCs, setting up. Other than that, pretty much the same, I would say.
Okay, thank you, Happy. We'll be looking forward to seeing more from your magnificent performance, and we'll give it back once again to the boys.
Well, what a talkative interviewee we have right there. Happy, very few words to say. Don't want to reveal anything about his feeling about the competition as long as the tournament is not over, which is understandable. We cracked up quite a couple of times during this interview.
I won't speak about that matter, no.
Okay. Remo did his utmost to, you know, get something out of the ice.
He tried his best. It just wasn't good enough.
Man. Yeah, Happy.
I'm looking forward to interviewing Happy later.
Oh yeah, I want to see that.
He's not rocking the Fred Perry though. I thought we were gonna be bros.
So bad, yeah.
But maybe tomorrow. Maybe he saved it for tomorrow. He was wearing the usual one yesterday.
Yeah, I know. The dark blue one.
Yeah. And then like today he has like a random T-shirt. I was like, is this a bad omen? And then he smacks FoCuS in like 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, it doesn't matter.
And maybe that's the beginning of a new Happy here.
Yes.
I don't know.
Imagine he's even more dominant.
Maybe he looked as cold as ever though. Yeah. Very dominant performance as was to be expected, but Remo was right. A lot of people were talking, especially us as well here on the couch. A lot of people were talking about FoCuS being like the potential Happy killer here. But you know, at the end of the day, FoCuS's utmost didn't look like it was enough to, you know, beat through that brick wall. Who else do we got? Who else can we throw at him? I think he's facing Moon or Hitman in the winner bracket final of this group, right?
That should be who? That should be the guys that perhaps can give him the biggest run for his money, potentially. Especially because it's Undead against Elf, it's like the GOATs, so to speak. Even though nowadays Happy is the best player by far, so perhaps Moon might be the best chance for anyone here to beat Happy, but even that should be like a very difficult matchup for Moon.
Yeah, I think so as well. I feel like it's always funny like to think about Moon as being like the GOAT of Warcraft, but I think I talked to the Koreans on Thursday night, and I think they said for the last, I think 2 years straight, all of Tier 1 tournaments have been won by Undead. It's either 1-0 or Happy. No other like fraction has taken a Tier 1 event in 2 years. And so every single one of them was like, I think it's gonna be Happy. Like, you know, who else would it be? Maybe Edo, I don't know, you know?
Edo's out.
Unfortunately, Happy, that's where the hopes of the Undeads lie. Okay, so I think we have a quick peek at the brackets right now, so to keep you guys up to snuff here. Shout out to Kuchenmeister, by the way. Okay, so yeah, we saw Happy beating Foggy beating Exord. We heard about Lawlight beating Dice. I think we saw it on the French restream, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, in losers, Hippo beat Edo 2-0, which Edo was not too happy about. And now it sets up Hippo versus Dice and Exord versus Side. In losers.
So there is clear favorites in the lower bracket matches, I feel like, but in the upper bracket, Foggy and Lawlight, that's a crazy good match here with the two Night Elves legends going up against one another.
I wouldn't be able to tell you who is favored here, not even at the moment, which like who is the more skilled player or the better player today, but also like judging by lifetime, because I think Foggy has taken quite a few off of Lawlight, but Lawlight obviously considered the better player, the more accomplished player for sure.
Yeah.
I think he got second in that one WCA that had like more than 100,000, and he got third in the year before, so he has a lot of that WCA money in his Warcraft 3 lifetime earnings.
And Mirror is always considered the most volatile, because that's where there is the most luck with items, right? That's where they're like the most impactful.
That's right. And with Night Elves also being able to play basically every single one of the 12 heroes available from the get-go, you never know what awaits you, especially with both these two that are very innovative players that love to play off meta. All right, so we saw Happy beating FoCuS 2-0, of course. We just witnessed that slaughter, if I may say so. And we have Moon versus Hitman in order to see who gets another shot at Happy here. What do you think about Moon versus Hitman? I don't recall ever seeing this matchup.
Yeah, me neither. I think it might have happened before, like in some online tournament. You know, obviously it's not nearly as important usually as here offline, after especially these guys that one of the longer travels to get there. It's a really nice matchup. I'm not sure who's streaming that, but Moon should be quite favored, I think, because I think so Hitman historically struggles against Elf, and he's against the GOATs. We're going to keep repeating that.
And then again, we were talking about the volatility of the Mirror matchups, especially in the Night of Mirror. We saw Moon dropping a map to Pato earlier today, which is why the Brazilian casters right behind us were going crazy.
And in lower bracket, I think those were completed, right?
These are completed, that's right. Starbuck beat Blast 2-0, as well as Pato beating Leon 2-0. So yeah, Blast and Leon, two people who qualified yesterday, are out at 13th, shared 13th place.
Yeah.
Good performance by them. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough today to even take a map for both of them, which is unfortunate. But I think 13th place definitely more than good enough for people who didn't qualify before the event.
So that means Starbuck against FoCuS, or is it swapped around? It must be, right? I think Starbuck against FoCuS.
No, Starbuck already played against FoCuS. It must be Starbuck versus the loser of Moon Hitman then.
Okay.
Because otherwise we would repeat the winners final.
And so
the winners
Pato
match
against FoCuS?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a quick peek at our stream schedule. So to see Group A winner. Oh, okay.
So next is Foggy Lolite, right?
Exactly. Foggy Lolite is going to be the next set on stream. Elf Mirror, man. Lately, these have been, you know, a lot of times bear mirrors, like in the good old days when we had no patches for a couple of years. But with both these players being very innovative, I doubt we'll see 3 games of Elf Mirror, of bear mirrors here.
Yeah, it really depends how they're feeling on the day. Like also it depends about the maps, like what's prepared. Foggy is such a specific guy. Like when we got there the first day, like 2 days ago, he was just like he got set up somewhere, and he only played against computer. And I was like, "Well, you're not playing WT Champions." He's like, "Why would I? You know, I don't want to meet Lola. I might meet him in the tournaments.
That's right.
I don't want them to see anything." So he was practicing creep routes, build orders, and unit composition against computer. And let me tell you, that computer didn't stand much of a chance. I don't think he was too happy with how he was going.
Do you play against insane AI or?
Yeah, well, don't matter. Like, shreks him every time.
Well, that is actually crazy. But I like me some grinders. I like some, like, that's one thing that I don't know from the Melee community that only happens in, like, RTS games, which there are not very many left in the esports sphere, but especially in Warcraft, I've seen this time and time again over years that people just hit their strategies until the big tier 1 tournament, and then they came out of the woodworks with like some crazy strategy you've never seen before. It's like, how? Wait, what? How did he come up with that? Remember when Fly started beating the Night Elves after? I think it was like sometime like 2 years ago or something.
Yeah.
After the Night Elves have been like very, very dominant over like Lin and FoCuS and all the like really good orcs. And then Fly came out of the woodwork with like some Blade Master strategy and started whooping their asses. Like, what's happening here?
Yeah. Sometimes some players, they manage to put it together super well.
Yeah.
And yeah, in Elf Beer, I would say it's very likely we're gonna see like just standard Demon Bear against Demon Bear, whether it's like Naga, Second or Keeper, almost doesn't really matter. But Foggy in the past has been one of the better Priestess of the Moon player. So if there's like one map where he feels like it might be better than other, even though these days most of the maps are just like Demon maps, so we end up having a lot of bear mirrors.
Yeah. I would love to see some like tier 1 push with like Potom. I like that. And then like, you know, go to tier 3, go for the marksmanship. I love that.
Maybe a remake of the Blast against Kevin, the Priestess level 9 against Demon level 7.
Oh, yes, I want to see that.
We haven't seen many super long games, right?
What?
We haven't seen many super long games so far, I think.
Oh, no, we haven't. Today has been...
on stream.
Yeah, today has been, you know, we've been going through these matches as if we had no time.
Yeah, the setup took way longer
much
than
longer,
Happy's double smackdown of FoCuS. Like
that's right. That's right. Yeah,
the Koala mirror, man.
Yeah, maybe we need to fill some more time with the Hit the Koala challenge if the players need more setup time. I know Chad would love that.
But by the end of this tournament, some people are going to be real good at throwing food in other people's mouth.
That's right. I think that is a skill that, you know, you might never know when you need it.
Especially if your name is Remo Demo.
Exactly, yeah. He was so bad at it, but he wants revenge. He wants revenge.
Oh, God. Would you say he's like a 1300 MMR?
You know, do you know about the creep camp community, this German sub-community? Their lowest league, they have like leagues like, I don't know, 5-1 or whatever. Their lowest league is called the Peon Pit. And I think that's where Remo is in terms of throwing koalas into other people's mouths.
Nice. Maybe Sparta can do a cup for him. I know Sparta has the Peon Cup.
Oh, man. So who do you favor here, Foggy or Lolite?
Foggy is pretty open about the fact that, you know, with everything that's going on in the world, he had a kid and stuff also. Like, he's not the most dedicated to Warcraft frequently. He doesn't practice as much as he used to. So I would say that should give him a disadvantage compared to Lolite. But you never know. Like Foggy is such a monster. He just comes out of nowhere. He's well prepared, and he just plays those. His games against Exord.
Yeah.
Like Foggy was saying, like what I was just mentioning earlier, and then he played against Exord and played absolutely amazing.
Exactly.
So it's hard to say. Like if he plays just like that, he might be able to win here.
Yeah, I think against Exord, key was like throwing off his opponent's timings, and Exord just wasn't able to adjust, you know, to really like sort of like unconventional timings that he threw his way, because Exord just could never ever gain an advantage or like get his power spikes to really work. In the mirror, there's a whole different story, of course, because you tend to have like the same power spikes in terms of timings and whatnot. But you know, maybe I think for me personally, I believe in Foggy. I think he's cooking. I think he's got something up his sleeve. Let him cook. I think he's got something up his sleeve here. I think he practiced against computers or against what's it called? Yeah, against AI for a good reason.
Yeah.
And Lowlight was too busy having fun, you know. So.
I think, yeah, Lowlight was practicing a bunch himself, but he's also been having fun, memeing with the guys from Phantom Aces and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to be in good spirits going to matches like this. It's always important to have fun. You don't want to be like miserable and stuff. Definitely, I think neither player is going to experience any burnouts, which can be a factor there.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes you think the best thing to do is just to practice really hard for a match, but then you practice really hard and you lose a lot of your games and you're like, God, I hate this.
Yeah.
And then you end up playing really bad in your match. God knows that's happened to me many times.
Yeah. I know I've played like 10-hour tournament days, like where I had to play game after game after game, and like after like I don't know, like 10, 11 like series, you're like, come on, man, like can this finally stop? And then you find yourself in like losers bracket top 4. You want to prevail, but then again you're out, and you're like, I'm kind of glad I lost here because I lost the energy.
You're going through the ringer to somehow get through.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I like how much this tournament is like spaced out over the span of 3 days. Except for the people who had to play this grueling gauntlet yesterday, of course. But yeah, some of them will prevail, and some of them will make it through to, well, maybe we'll make it through to the top 12 here.
Yeah, I think like those rounds later are going to be absolutely insane, because now we're in the main tournament, but in most of the matches, there was clear favorites. And we've had like a lot of 2-0s, and we just even saw Happy like win very easily against rank 12 in the world. But I do think once we get to like the quarterfinals, I want to say, I feel like the games are going to step up in terms of quality, and that's where we might see like longer games, very close series, like, you know, 3 mappers, and eventually like 5 mappers. And I hope so, at least, you know. Happy is very likely to speedrun these tournaments and wreck everyone, but I still want to see some epic games, and I want to see someone give him some trouble.
Yeah, me too. Speaking of which, one person that potentially could give him most trouble would be Lowlight, but that would only be tomorrow, because they're not supposed to meet today because they're in different groups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a nice finals last time.
Yeah, that's right. That was an amazing series.
It felt like there were some things that happened that kind of were a one-time thing, but then every game there is something new like that. Like remember on Conceal Hill, he had like the burrowed fiends, and then he caught like the air units flying by and he webbed them and stuff. Like, it's like, how does it, like nobody else would ever do this here. And even Lowlight, he was just smiling. He's like, this guy's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
At this point, it's almost like he finds it funny. He's like, he's just too good. And Lowlight keeps miming everywhere. He's like, yeah, Happy's gonna win. Happy's gonna win. Nobody can beat him. At the end of the day, he ends up being true a lot of the time.
Yeah. I think we talked about like Moon being the GOAT and having like, you know, won the most of the most important tournaments in the golden age of Warcraft back in the day, and also ever since he came back from his mandatory military service, also showing up and winning some big tournaments. Like he won one WGL, for example, like somewhat recently, like 3 or 4 years ago or something like that. With all that being said, I think even with Moon in the picture, and Lin, and TH, and Infi, and whoever is still up there, and Fly, and Sky, nobody has ever been as dominant as Happy. Like the stranglehold that he has on the competition for the last couple of years, for like the last 3 to 4 years, is actually ridiculous, almost like unheard of in like any esports I've ever seen. This is, Happy he is the person to dethrone. He is the emperor for a reason, right? He is, and he's a global emperor. You know, it's not just Europe. Used to be Europe, but he's definitely like, you know, the player to beat at all times.
Like we'd always talk about how Foggy is good at preparing, but I do think that Moon is also a master of preparation. So I really hope like he's putting in work. And I do think that if eventually Moon has to play against Happy in this tournament, which is likely to happen, he will be watching a ton of VODs back there. He's going to be doing his homework, and he's going to show up like super prepared. And what a story it will be here.
Yeah, that would be
in this tournament. If they had like epic games and then somehow Moon pulls it off, I think like people will go absolutely nuts. And Happy is the emperor, but Moon would You know, if he beats him, he could just say, well, the era of the emperors is over. Call me the president, homie.
The president of Warcraft. That would be quite a nice storyline of, you know, Moon, you know, just confirming his GOAT status, you know. All right, I think we are going to get the head-to-head from Foggy and Lawlight on screen. Apparently they have never played, but they have played. Yeah, something's really like buggy about these head-to-head graphics. But
so rank 5th for Lawlight against rank 11th, very close together.
Yeah, closer than Happy versus FoCuS, of course.
Yeah, which was 1 against 12. And 28 Series 1 it is, I assume, for Lawlight against 19. So he's definitely the one with the winning records in this matchup. Even though Foggy has a great winning record in Mirror, we see 66% to 55, maybe Lawlight like tougher opposition, playing all the tournaments over in Asia. And race ranking, Lawlight currently ranked 1st elf in the world against Foggy, who's in 5th.
That's actually crazy. Who are the other 3 in between? Is it gonna be like Colorful Moon and who am I missing? Dice maybe?
Kaho, I would assume, perhaps?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, elf race ranking has always been like very competitive because like most of the, like, you know, not the majority of all players, but like in the top echelon of Warcraft, I think we see a ton of Night Elves and a lot of like Night Elf mirrors. I think that is also historically been a thing in Warcraft. I remember the.
Dude, Kao is 6th. Oh my god.
He's 6th. Oh,
Yeah.
who was then in there? Dice?
No, Lawlight is 5th, yellow. Kao is 6th. And then the next elf is Moon 7th, so Night Elf is 5, 6, 7th.
I see.
And then Colorful 10th, Foggy 11th.
I see, all right. Oh, that's interesting, man.
Lots of elves.
Lots of elves, yeah. That's it.
Yet they complain all the time.
I mean, it's Warcraft tradition to have a lot of Night Elves, you know?
Everybody plays the weakest race. We all know that, right?
Yes.
we should have merch that says that. RARALAND, I play the weakest race.
And then have, you know, no specific like indication of which faction you play. Just I play the weakest race. Everybody will be content with that.
Exactly.
I play Undead myself, and I feel like I'm pretty like helpless
Wait a
against
second,
Orc.
is Undead the weakest race?
No, but I'm pretty helpless against Orc, and we just
Okay.
saw Happy demolish FoCuS. I'm like, how does he?
Yeah, it's like you have no excuse.
Exactly. I have no excuse. Exactly. Yeah. Like
Just
in melee, I play Peach is like clearly the worst of the top 7 characters.
Really?
But
Okay.
arguably the GOAT of melee. There's contention around the title between 3 players. But Armada, he stopped playing in 2018, but he played for like more than 10 years. He has been like the most dominant player ever, and he played Peach. So I got no excuse.
Yeah.
He did it, so could I.
But there's no patches, right?
No, never been a patch.
Imagine if there was patches.
Oh, melee, if there was
Imagine if Remo made 2-hour videos about Smash Heroes and they got patches. You'd be living our hell then.
Yeah. I don't want Remo infiltrating my community and getting them funny ideas.
It would be dangerous.
Because we do be hacking the game, but only for like convenient stuff, not for like balancing or whatever.
Damn, we should do that. Maybe I could make human viable finally.
You can always, you know, throw on the map editor and give it a go. I used to do a lot of like map editing stuff, like when I was like not a child, but like an early teenager or something like that when I played Warcraft, and I would like pick and choose like units and create my own faction, you know, from units that I like, because I always like humans, but also undead. So I tried to do like the, you know, an amalgamation of those.
Yeah.
I like that. But these guys never would consider playing such silly races as that. These are 2 Night Elf players getting ready. This the chair that Foggy is sitting in looks like he has like devil horns, right? But white devil horns?
Lawlight's actually pretty decent with other races. Like he's one of those guys that sometimes will off race, even in tournaments. Not always the most successfully, and usually like not the biggest tournaments, but you can tell like he has a good understanding of a lot of aspects of Warcraft 3, even with other races.
I think in general he's just a giga gamer. He's also top 2% of League of Legends players in Korea.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah.
Especially because it's so competitive, I think.
Exactly. And he says that that still means nothing. He could never go pro in League because it's more like the top 0.2% that can go pro.
Kind of like that, yeah.
But he's still a very solid League of Legends player as well. And I don't know, there was somebody who played Dota. Was it Chechi?
Yeah.
He became like a really good Dota player as well. So I think, you know, the skills that you learn in Warcraft definitely go well, like transfer well over to MOBAs. And that's why Lawlight is so good with the Warden, which is his favorite hero. So maybe we are going to see a Warden here in this series. I think the casters will answer this question over the course of the next 2 to 3 games?
I thought I'm...
That you were on? Shit, I don't know.
Something happened. After Happy finished, we didn't...
Yeah, boy. Back to Mutecraft, everybody. That was, of course... There we go. Just an act, of course. What would RARALAND be without Back to Mutecraft?
Yeah, that's just an homage, you know?
Yeah.
Just to give the people what they want.
Yeah.
This is, after all, about the people,
Exactly.
for the people.
Exactly.
This is an event for all of us to enjoy, and a bit of muting goes a long way. And yeah, we're well into the tournament now, the main stage. We're moving on. The upper bracket, we have 2 exquisite players from 2 different regions. Lawlight and Foggy will now be showing their wits and skills.
That is the match for the semi-final, everyone. The winner is done for the day and has to can get some extra sleep. And to show you these beautiful players, we have some videos ready. Here we go, everybody. The first winner bracket final of RARALAND 2023 is on the way. On the upper right-hand side, all the way from South Korea, representing Phantom Aces, is your vice champion of last year. Give it up for Lawlight. His challenger coming from the Ukraine, trying to challenge Lawlight for the title of the best night elf in this group. Give it up for Foggy.
Off we are for map number 1, Last Refuge. Indeed, one of the older maps in this pool. We're starting off with double Demon Hunter. It seems to be hard to say no to this hero nowadays in the matchup, where of course in the Night of Mirror we're seeing lots of Bear Mirror at the current time. But if there was always one player who was trying to think outside the box and play something else, it was Foggy. This is something that is very much known to us, and also something that Lawlight will be aware of and will be remembering.
Exactly. I don't think we'll see too many straight-up Bear Mirrors here, which is obviously good for our entertainment. We all know that. Lawlight, not a fan of the Bear Mirror, even though he got better in that. Foggy, we know it, lots of bottoms. So it is already a little odd to see 2 Demon Hunters here, but the big question is, how many archers will we see? Because that is an indicator if we see mass range or not.
Yeah, in fact, for Foggy we have a little expansion attempt as well already coming up. This means probably there might not be enough money in the bank for Hunter's Hall as well, and could just be a bunch of archers and mercs. In fact, the merc camp is being prepped already. Both Demon Hunters here about to get level 3, and Foggy's Demon is looking mighty tanky. Look at that. Lots of bonus health, lots of bonus armor. He's gonna be a difficult boy to bring down.
Double ring and the belt, we love to see it. Lawlight on the other side with the Sobi mask. It's not too bad. The more mana you regenerate, the less moon juice you use. And look at this timing, man. He's reading Foggy like a book, sees the expo, sends the demon, kicks it down.
That should be enough. He doesn't have that much damage items.
True. Not a single one, actually. That is very few.
Less than 1 is oftentimes not that much,
correct.
Believe it or not. Wait, is this enough? Oh, it's not enough.
Ooh, sick.
That's a lot of wasted time, a lot of HP lost. This is going to take a lot of moon juice as well. Foggy really wants to get these tomes. He's a member of the Twitch chat. We appreciate that. And this is the first W for Foggy. The expansion will be coming up, albeit a bit damaged. And Lawlight needs to think quick how to deal with this.
Thank you, Observer, for pointing this out. There's a counter expansion coming up on the upper left-hand side. And another attack by Lawlight. Maybe with the second try, he's getting it. Town portal is necessary soon. Does he have the timing calculations down? You said it's a big W. I say this is a big L.
Yeah, in the end, the cancel was indeed successful. Foggy trying again. The second attempt might be working out, and Lawlight's buying the time to keep the expo timings comparable. Lawlight's Tree of Life is coming up, but still has a long ways to go. I wonder who's going to be starting mining first. And Lawlight was able to fully heal. He lost a lot of HP, but the moon juice was regenerating for a long time, so he's in healthy fighting shape again. But we have a second hero advantage now on Foggy.
That is correct for the time being. Naga Seawitch, he played a fantastic Naga against Exord already, who is, by the way, out of the tournament after losing to Hippo 2-0. And now...
Wait. Guys, did you hear that? Hippo 2-0'd Exord. Okay, that sounded mean. I didn't want to dunk on Exord, but what a great tournament by Hippo. Really excited to see where he is going to go. But we're going to watch the fight now. Both Nagas in trouble, as they oftentimes are, in the middle of the map. And indeed, Foggy's Naga being run down. But we have no boots there on that side. We have boots on Foggy on the other side. And now, boots indeed very fashionable. Naga trying to get away. One more mana burn would deal with her, but she does make the great escape.
Oh, Foggy's Naga, what about her? Nope. No chase anymore. But can he... Oh, okay. I hope it's not turning daytime anytime soon. Archers are falling. That is, for a Knight of Mirror, quite action-packed, this middle game.
Absolutely. And the Naga up there at the red camp. That Ogre Lord is dangerous, dude. You gotta be careful with that one.
Are you, like, pointing towards a certain clip?
Which clip?
Where I lost 2 heroes at that camp?
Oh, that happened? We should play that later. That sounds like a fun clip. Demoner again trying to get the solo cancel here. Once more, it won't be quite enough damage. And he's gonna be taking some hits himself. Wait a minute. There's no TP, but there is enough move speed to get out. And it's gonna be crucially important here. Will there be enough moon juice for Lawlight to heal up everything? Because guess what? There ain't no bears yet.
If only we had the Chinese overlay, right? Weak production here from the Back to Warcraft team.
Yeah, I love how it also shows how much healing the Unholy Aura has done.
Yep.
Always a very crucial point of information. All right, take a look at the main base. The Demoner is healed, but not fully healed, is he?
And it just turned daytime, so not much regen. Maybe the shop has to hand out some heal potions. Foggy's just storming into Lawlight's base. 92 mana burn. Naga's
asking, where are the drinks?
Exactly, trying to come in to the rescue, but she's in trouble now. Gets the level up, little more HP. It's quite wild.
Yeah, Foggy here having a good timing. The heal potion's the only thing really keeping Lawlight in this game. And remember, there's no boots on the demon. He's not quite as maneuverable as Foggy is right here with his own Naga. And healing is a crucial issue. Lawlight's trying to go for bears. He's got the Hunter's Hall. He wants to go for lures. That's a long tech away. Foggy's got talents coming out any moment, probably.
Man, the amount of pressure by Foggy is threatening. The talents are coming, as you said. The Adept upgrade tier 3 is way faster for Foggy as well. Lawlight seems a bit overwhelmed for now.
Yeah, Foggy with his expansion playstyle, refusal of playing Bear Mirror, perhaps. Lawlight not exactly aware what was going to face him, what was going to hit him. And now this push is hitting hard. Mercs are needed, healing is needed. Lots of things are required here for Lawlight.
Wow, Muddy coming in, Staff, right next to the shop, of course. He needs that Moonstone, a little bit of extra nighttime for the Moonwells to regenerate. The siege continues, and talents are streaming in slowly but steady, and then the focus fire, thanks to Fairy Fire, lots of fire, gets way more explosive.
Lawlight trying to buy the time. He needs the tech, he needs the tier 2 units. But these talents with the Fairy Fire are going to be dangerous. The Berserkers here for Lawlight, also a crucial part of the army. Outside of the Demon Hunter, that's the only thing really threatening. And Foggy is looking for a punish.
No Maulers now, some extra damage against archers. Foggy maybe a little bit too aggressive with these. Hero kills didn't come to fruition. Now it's time to slaughter some mercs and level up. Fork Lightning getting good damage in. Counter Naga is up. That Berserker actually survives. Whoa, okay, quite surprised. But that Mauler is going to town.
Sick collapse by Lawlight. He comes in with all the forces needed to push Foggy back finally, and the talents apparently were just a little bit too late. But there might still be healing advantage on Foggy. His Moonwells should be looking better. Yeah. He's trying to get away with the rest, and we have a Dark Ranger third, by the way.
Love it. Against the talents, Black Arrow plus Silence. That's amazing! Just like the Zap, and all of a sudden the first hero's down, and so is the lead for Foggy.
What happened? This game all of a sudden seems to be swimming away, wasting away. The Demon Hunter was surprisingly squishy there because the items were given over to the Naga earlier. I wonder if Foggy perhaps forgot about that little detail. But anyways, Foggy still has a supply lead. Foggy was nicely ahead before that turnaround happened at the Merc Camp. Maybe there is still a bit of a lead with Foggy after all.
I'd say that was a shocking turn of events.
Quite shocking. Plus 20 shock damage. This Naga finding some malignant rings or something like that. As Foggy is continuing to creep. He was able to fully heal, and is going to get the next big consumable. And this is looking like a pretty scary push. We have skeletons, we have Fairy Fire. Lots of Dispel is needed. Lots of Dryads are needed. Lawlight doesn't quite have the numbers yet, does he?
I love the Demon Hunter by Lawlight now. 3 rings against the Fairy Fire. Also interesting choice going for Keeper. Nice orb carry, of course, but no solution against the Talons then later on, as Foggy has. But there's a good reason for that. The Naga is kind of useless. The Dark Range is kind of useless because Lawlight is not going for Talons. He's just adding Dryads.
Double level up there here for Foggy. Not bad. 4 and 2. The consumables are a massive deal. And Lawlight, having found the big healing potion, is absolutely perfect. But triple, I repeat, triple heal scroll on Foggy. This might be enough to brute force the way through. If Lawlight holds here, he should have the lead.
Okay, nice detonate here. It's about to turn nighttime for extra regen. He absolutely needs that. Wisp detonates like he did against Orc when the DreamHack started. Detonating, draining the mana, trying to hold on, trying to survive till reinforcements arrive.
The strongest part of the army, the Demon Hunter, is being disabled for a long time, cycloning up in the air, but it's a matter of mana. And now the mana's gone on the Talons. Demon Hunter now has to face off against his, well, mirror image, I suppose, on the other side. Both demons ready to duke it out. It's nighttime now. Moonwell region is kicking in. We also have Wellspring. Lawlight on a tightrope.
Looking better and better though as nighttime falls. There was a lot of repair necessary, also a lot of wisps necessary, but Foggy's Mauler about to kick in and that Demon Hunter is just tanking so much damage. He got the big heal potion still, the info potion still. Like how much damage do you have to throw at this first hero to finally get him? It's infinite amount of EHP.
Yeah, he's tanking so much, it is kind of absurd. And now Lawlight may have enough to break through finally. He's got the numbers, he's got the range, he's got the damage, and still the demon in fighting shape. Keeper also levels up, he was dropping kind of low, but now there's the Moon Juice still to be relied upon. The Wellspring here is doing so much, and I think Lawlight has done it, has held, and now a big advantage on his side.
How do you tackle this Demon Hunter? How do you tackle the Dryads? The Talons can't attack them. You can't really go too far because the Keeper is creating distance with Entangle once again. Little bunny block there, run to the shop, who gets it? Heal scroll number 4 for Foggy. The other 3 are all gone already.
Talon numbers still looking decent, but of course they can't attack the Dryads. It's all about cycloning the Demon Hunter as much as possible. Trying now, perhaps even with a surround against Immolation. Looks a bit painful. And there's also a staff.
Uh-oh, these heroes here. Demon Hunter on Foggy's side, Naga on Foggy's side. That's the last bit of healing he got. Demon Hunter stands in the middle of Foggy's army, but he doesn't even bother. He can tank the world, or is spinning high up in the air. Naga staffed out. Where's the damage now?
Demon Hunter entangled, staff not ready at the moment. Demon Hunter will go down, and this might be the end. Foggy loses his opportunity to keep the push running with a hero dead. It seems pretty much hopeless. Foggy's not giving this one up yet. He's gonna try to evacuate, get home with the TP, and lick his wounds.
You wanna avoid that lower bracket at all cost. You're 2 maps away from the semi-final. But Lawlight turned this game around with the hero kill in the middle, and now the great hold on the upper right that started like 3 minutes ago or something. That fight lasted forever, including a lot of consumables. Now Foggy, 10 food down, no consumables anymore, and Lawlight is getting just stronger and stronger.
Yeah, looking at these hero levels specifically, absolutely tremendous what they will be able to bring to the table. Trying to get the next big item here as well. Lawlight is also sort of close to 3 level ups if he finds a bit more XP. Yet more agi, yet more armor for this demon who is still such a difficult piece to bring down.
How do you turn this game around? How can you turn this ship around, Dreamo?
Yeah, whenever you're behind with Talons against Dryads, you know you're not in a good spot. Dryads, though, can sometimes have a weird late-game counter with archers, maybe?
Fairy dragons, I'd say.
Marksmanship archers, or fairies. Yeah, that is definitely the better idea. That is truly the better idea. We've seen that before.
Am I coaching Coach Dreamo now? God damn.
Yeah,
I'm nailing this.
I indeed took off the jacket, so I guess some coaching powers left me.
So the brain is in the jacket, is what you're saying?
It's getting too hot. I've been getting cooked.
Hot games, hot crowd. It's all right. And there's silence when I say that.
I was thinking of hot coffee. And Leon, I wonder how he's going to be doing
dude.
later. Yeah, I know.
I'm rocking the hot coffee shirt. Red spot. Foggy needs an amazing item. Of course, Kutka's Pipe would be the best if we're playing Talons, but man, these Ogre Lords, they don't obey today.
Yeah, hopefully he's gonna come back for round 2. Foggy needs something to go his way. He's finally gonna have his Demon Hunter return. And we are seeing more archers, by the way. Foggy again going for the scrolls. He's been getting a lot of those, but those have not exactly been leading to victory. Naga 3, great item. Ancient Django. But
We can
Lawlight
work with
already
that.
at 80. We got the MGs on the way, the upgrades as well. Super strong heroes.
Yeah, I raised the question, how do you beat these Dryads? How can you ever even touch these Mountain Giants? 1600 HP, normal armor, and you got magic damage and some piercing archers? They're never gonna fall, except if you throw all the hero damage with the 2 orbs onto them. But still, it takes forever. And that is all free range for the heroes, for the Dryads, and it is not looking good for Foggy.
Moonwell falls. It's gonna also add a supply block to the troubles of Foggy. And Lawlight now very ready to fight. Surprisingly, didn't bring a heal scroll. Perhaps it was out of stock. But he's looking confident, looking very confident.
It's all about the heroes. He got 2 invo potions, he got the mana shield on the Naga. Let these orbs win the game. MG equals GG. The German Moon Kevin said it long ago, and Lawlight obviously listening to that. Demon Hunter pretty much out of the fight. Dryads marching forward. He could use a heal scroll now though.
Yeah, the Entangle, by the way. The Demon Hunter is being locked down by that so much. The level 2 Entangle from the Keeper is looking so effective. A beautiful heal ward in the back. Didn't stand long though, was taken out, and we have a lot of units dying on both sides. The heroes so far largely untouched, except for the one Demon Hunter. Heal scroll comes in as well. That was the last heal scroll by Foggy. Can he still hope to hold on? I don't think so. More right clicks. There's an invul to save him last second. Demon Hunter in trouble as well. Heal potion will keep him alive for the time being. Now we try to pick up the heroes one by one. The Dark Ranger was the most disappointing appearance so far. Has also got to bite the bullet, and that is the 1-0 lead for Lawlight after a super stressful hold and a very well done one.
Right on, man. Lawlight plowing through the online qualifier in the Korean region and now plowing through the winner bracket here as well. And mentally so stable, this fortitude that he's displayed there. He was under pressure a lot the entire game. The timing pushes by Foggy just keep coming in, but he never lost his cool. Held once, held twice. Got the expansion at the bottom right-hand side in the second try, and then it was his game.
Yeah, I think the crucial moment really was when Foggy was first pushing with that Fairy Fire timing, or shortly before Fairy Fire into the main base. That was scary, dude.
Yeah.
You're staring down the enemy army. It's basically only the Demon Hunter there holding on. Next to the shop, you have to use Moonstone, you have to use Staff. You know, if you bring in the Naga and the Archers, they're all gonna die. It's gonna be a massacre. So you had to buy time, wait for daytime, go for the Mercamp, and then collapse, and then find the targets. Great micro there as well, by the way, using the right slow on the right target with Muddy. And I think Foggy there bungling the focus a bit. He was targeting the enemy Naga and the Demon Hunter a lot, and that really didn't lead to anything. He could have gotten kills instead, either on the Mud Golem or on the Mauler, or of course on the Archers, which are always frail. Foggy there perhaps a bit frustrated with not being able to close it out earlier, but yeah, Lawlight just expertly done. That was a lot of experience shining through as well, and Lawlight shows it's not going to be caught off guard so easily.
I mean, you are not a vice champion of DreamHack and RARALAND for nothing. He knows how to play this game, and of course that little blunder by Foggy in the mid game, losing a Demon Hunter, unacceptable.
Yeah, that especially when you're trying to go for a push timing, trying to win the game sooner rather than later, as the Dryads and MGs would be taking over later. You can't really afford to do that. When you got the triple heal scroll, you're like, all right, you know, that can make up for a lot. Triple heal scroll, healing up to 1,000 HP plus, possibly even way more, can still get you across the edge, but Lawlight didn't allow it. Just really well done. Also, thinking back to the early game, when he got the expansion cancelled, buying time for himself, not sweating it, going for the counter expansion, always keeping the game even, making sure he doesn't fall too far behind, just enough.
So, map 2 is coming up in a bit. Is it time to play the same strat again, or do you want to mix it up and go Bears this time?
I think I don't actually remember when I saw Foggy play Bears last.
Right?
To be honest.
I think he never did.
If we had AZ in the pool, which, thank God we do not.
You're welcome, Mr. Remo Demo.
Screw AZ!
Delete AZ! We got the War 3 Champions people here.
Helpstone, where you at?
I bribed them already at the bar yesterday, Remo. Don't you worry.
For a good cause.
For a good cause. We all know it. Yeah, I don't know. Like Foggy back in the day at Jera Cup days, he already there he hated the Bear Mirror, right? He went so far and played Mass Fairy Dragons back then just to avoid Bear Mirror. And he's like a man of the people, right? He knows people don't like Bear Mirror. Foggy doesn't play Bear Mirror.
And I am 100% in agreement. Would love to see a different strat there, and I think the bigger map's going to be favoring Foggy more. He loves playing the hit and run, he loves being hard to predict, he loves expanding. That all goes very well with big maps. Perhaps Titaners could come into play, perhaps, of course, Twisted Meadows could come into play, which there has been a clear lack of so far this tournament.
Yeah.
We've been seeing very little of Twisted.
We were a little behind the schedule. Maybe the admin said that's not possible, the games are just too long.
That's why we had all those 2-0s. We were getting hurried along.
A little bit. That was also the very first map of Happy versus FoCuS. We're like, okay, guys, can get over with it. We have to catch up a little bit.
That was a pretty quick one. Yep. Gave us more time to check out our amazing sponsors, leetdesk, excuse me, and Kuchenmeister, with also the Hit the Koala challenge. You know, many of our wonderful viewers have done it already, and some. Did you see the 9 out of 10 Kuchenmeister challenge, by the way?
Insane,
that was
dude.
crazy. I also tried. I almost did as well. Almost did as well as 9 out of 10. But you still have to do it.
I'm a very busy guy, Mr. Remo Demo. I don't know if I can find the time.
For Kuchenmeister, I think you can.
Yeah, but you know me, I'm more a guy for the final day, for the main event.
Tomorrow is the final day.
Tomorrow is the final day.
All right. Tomorrow's the final day.
But who's partnering up with me? I need a partner.
We need a teammate.
Yeah, I need a teammate. Who could possibly be by my side?
Lawlight.
Oh, I was looking at you,
no,
obviously.
I already did it.
If Lawlight wins, I'm teaming up with him. And
that's a deal.
We are ready to go into map 2. It's match points for Lawlight for the playoffs. There we go, everybody. Can Foggy stop the Korean Night Elf machine? We are indeed as if you were the prophet on Twisted Meadows.
Yes, and that's a map that I'm very fond of, and so are many of us.
Can we get a round of applause for the best map of all time for Twisted Meadows? There we go. You think Amazonia would have gotten a single clap? Absolutely not.
Would have gotten boos, deservedly so.
Right on.
And guess what we also have? We have the bottom with an instant harass. Lawlight here perhaps, biting it off a bit more than he can chew, getting harassed right away. This could be scary with the creep. But look at those Demon Hunter items already.
Oh my
God.
God.
And Circlet. Boy, is that a start.
Where? Oh, he went to the shop, of course. That's where the boots are. So yeah, the bottom looks at the inventory and thinks, maybe that's not my time. Maybe that's not my place.
Yeah, of course, can absolutely not fight this Demon Hunter one-on-one, but he can keep the demon busy. Threaten the archers, threaten the creep, threaten the wisps, and Foggy's going to try to play a very disruptive game. He is going to be massing up some huntresses, but then what?
Yeah.
Could be expansions, could be pushes, could perhaps even be glaives. You don't quite know with Foggy. And the Demon Hunter will be the linchpin trying to counteract all of it. So the level progress of the Demon Hunter on the Lawlight side is going to be crucially important. This is what Foggy is going to try to mess with.
Can Lawlight scout this in time and react properly? We'll see about that. The Demon Hunter can stop all the pushes single-handedly. He's checking already. Of course, on a big map like this, the timing push that Foggy is working on will take some time.
The pull.
Creeps, follow me. Okay, a little bribe here, and with joint forces onto this Engine of War.
Engine of War didn't attack the creeps. That was very important. So the Engine of War didn't act with the creeps, but could rather hit the demon so they fall back. So looked scary for just a second there, but the Ancient of War is up. Lawlight knows we're going to have double hunt production. That is pretty much a given anyways with the bottom. But yeah, now still fighting on, having reached that level 2. Doesn't have mana burn, but rather evasion and immolation, which I actually like quite a bit.
Okay. There is a second Engine of War coming by Lawlight. Again, Foggy still needs quite a bit of time. We don't have True Shot yet. The first Huntress are only trickling in now. And then the question is, do you creep yourself for the True Shot, or do you want to harass Lawlight and keep the Demon Hunter low?
Yeah, perhaps he can get the best of both worlds. He could take Lawlight's camps away from his side, for example, especially the small green, easy to get, and the bigger green next to the main, once you have a couple of hunts, I think also doable. So for that reason, opening-wise, I think this is a pretty nice map for the bottom, because normally the Demon Hunter should never, ever be allowed to get more than 2 camps. But here we see the big map coming into Lawlight's favor. This one is hard to predict. Right now, Lawlight knows if he sends the archers out on the map, they might be getting caught easily, so scouting not so easy for the Korean.
Whew, stressful, but of course they've played on Twisted a long time, and everybody knows that Foggy is an apprentice of Moon, and everyone knows what Moon is doing on this map, so you can't just abstract that Foggy is going to do the very same thing, and that Lawlight definitely knows how to counter.
And Demon Hunter, by the way, was able to sneak in one more green camp. Maybe a tiny mistake by Foggy, not there punishing that instantly when he perhaps could have. But it's still a level 3 demon, so it's not that bad, I suppose. What is bad is these items for the bottom. On the demon, rings are great. On the bottom, rings are not welcome.
Not really. I mean, it always helps a little bit if you got a Demon Hunter on your heels, but ideally, you want to be out of range anyway. This Demon Hunter is still a beast, even on level 2. Add some damage with Immolation, and the bottom got to run.
Yeah, double circlet and ring, and Boots of Quel'Thalas is pretty scary. And I can also play fairly free at the moment. He knows he's not getting pushed. He knows he's not getting all in. He saw the expansion. So just like Map 1, he says, all right, you want to play 2 base? Let's play 2 base. Getting ready for his own expo.
Alrighty. Ultra Vision coming, that will please you, I guess. Also improve both for some more range. And man, Foggy's, I mean, there's no real timing for Foggy coming, as he has that expansion, which still needs to be creeped though. So at some point, Foggy has to retreat.
Would love to find some archer kills first. You can see the damage starting to stack up with the Podemora and soon more upgrades on the Huntresses. And of course that normal damage is also pretty good against the Demon, who only knows 1 target so far. This Demon Hunter is quite fixated on this Podem.
Yeah, maybe someone should call someone. It's a little sketchy right now how obsessed he is with the lady. Archer position looks good. Hunters are losing HP. Archers can always heal up. Oh, things are getting a little dangerous now with the Searing Arrow. But yeah, this will cost a lot of moon juice on both sides.
Yeah, I think this was perhaps the primary attempt here by Lolai trying to trade moon juice. In fact, I would say it cost Foggy way more moon juice with how many of his Huntresses were hurt. Of course, Demon also needed to recover mana. But yeah, he was so tanky, dude. So much armor. All right, seems like it's now time for the expansion. Big decision for Lolai to be made. Is he going to run across the map with a slow archer army trying to punish her? If he does, it's going to be a lot of archers far out in the open.
Whew. Okay, both still need a lot of time. This game should be far from over. I might cast a curse this now and the game ends soon, but we'll see about that. I got an idea that should take a few minutes more. Wisps are coming in, needs a little bit of repair. That is a lot of damage. Oh, can you get these hits in like these guys get the koalas in? I hope so. Podem in trouble, gets an item! And he loses it! No TP! The crystal ball obviously didn't help, but how can he lose the TP? He might even lose the expo and the game! The curse is real!
Oh goodness, the Demon Hunter with a few more swipes. The items are insane, the damage is amazing. The Demon Hunter might just have enough. No! Gets that one! The Naga dies, 2 heroes dead, but the Demon has enough, and the expansion falls for Foggy. And not only that, of course, Lolite has his own. And Lolite has calculated just right. The expansion creep check was just in time. And Foggy was just derping with his Podem a bit. She was just there getting blocked by her own units.
I mean, if you portal, then you lose the TP as well. If you don't portal, you lose the hero and the TP. It's not looking good regardless. And Lolite, man, this is looking pretty good despite the hero loss. Naga is back in his sack. Demon Hunter will never fall. His own expansion is about to be up. He can just retreat and wait for whatever Foggy is coming up with.
Yeah, this raid boss Demon has been looking utterly impressive. These Quel'Thalas boots have gone a long way, to be honest. I'm sure Lolai was very glad to find those at the start, but of course also a tremendous play by Lolai. It seems like the game sense here is working out perfectly. Every step makes sense. Everything is the right next move, and Foggy just a little behind there. I wonder if the Podem had been positioned better. He could have been able to hold there. And look at the Demon, still causing more issues.
Absolutely. There might have been a chance to lame a little bit with glaives, put them in the Zeppelin, you know, go behind the trees, kill the entangled gold mine, but Lolite figures it out immediately. He doesn't need the Demon Hunter for this creep spot. He's taking care that he sees everything that Foggy is doing right now. Nothing can surprise him anymore.
There is perhaps one timing still left. With a 50 supply, with a big push, with some scrolls, Foggy has now completely changed course. He was thinking about expansions earlier. Now it's about an all-in. We got the APs coming. In fact, APs on both sides.
It's amazing, man. Of course, Lawlight is on tier 2 already, unlike Foggy. So that's a lot of consumables here. Gets all the scrolls and the invo potion absolutely necessary because he couldn't bring a heal potion from his own base. Lawlight has access to that once again. Hunts are flanking here, but of course against Dryad they aren't that great. And these glaives, they are the backbone of the push. And the first one is down. FoCuS switch to the AP is done. Needed TP. Soon living on the edge, but that's 2 cancels. Probably the Naga falls. Hola! Is this push still alive?
Oh, I think it is. The second AP actually finished just barely. Will have to be repaired now. The Demon was able to stay in there for a long time, but all of a sudden this is looking doable, I guess. Healing, healing, healing is what it's all about. And the Demon is still far from fully healed.
Not building the Naga back, only has the resources now. Gotta click that button quick. 10 food down, Engine of War can maybe buy some time, but it's 70 seconds for the Naga to be back. Usually you need that control.
Demon's still looking mighty tanky with a 12 armor, but he's not unkillable. Not by this many Huntresses. Backed up, of course, by Scrolls. There's one heal scroll still there, also an invul, and the Demon Hunter charging forward. But these APs coming into position, they're gonna eviscerate the Dryads.
Oh boy, yep, that is correct. They're falling one after the next. 40 food only. Lolite has to hold on. Has this expansion has to pay off, but all I hear is death Dryads.
Dude, this is shocking how good this is working.
Yeah.
The first game plan completely failed.
Yeah.
Utter catastrophe, disaster, and tragedy. And suddenly this push is probably gonna win the game.
Dude, these Dryads, what the hell? They're all gonna fall. Bottom is level 4. Lolite shaking his head there a little bit. Foggy, so desperate, but man, desperation might lead to game 3. Always good to have a plan B, apparently.
Yeah, oh, the Naga, that is not the right neighborhood for you. Oh, she has not been having a good time.
Oh,
this is not a fun day for the Naga.
I know that Lolite is off-racing as human, but man, getting blocked in that spot, not good. Amazing comeback for Foggy. I thought that all hope was lost, but obviously the magician found a way. Foggy Houdini.
Lose your hero, lose your expansion. Lose all of Plan B, Plan A, excuse me, and then win the game.
Just Night of Things, bro.
Was it me?
No. You know, living the meme.
This is one of the most confusing games I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
This is very weird. Lolite is not giving up yet. He has an expansion. He's trying to rebuild, and he has a strong Demon Hunter.
Yeah, he lost the tech, of course. He lost the second source of income. Foggy might be able to expand. He's actually a little short on lumber, as you said as well. Can you survive on that expo when you have to rebuild everything?
Yeah, it's going to be hard here to hold over there. The Huntress is pushing on. It's going to have to be the Demon Hunter defending. He's the only really strong thing that Foggy has. For another great item, by the way. Slippers, even more agi, even more damage. But it's all up to the Demon.
Yeah, no TP. Only an Invo Potion. That's 7 seconds, and then she's prey again. Can he reach? The boots are amazing. Is there a way out for the bottom? Doesn't look like it. I'm looking for a Zeppelin or something, but no, all you need is to maneuver the way Foggy does into safety. And there was a little bit of a Hail Mary, I feel, but it buys Lolite time for this expo to gather a little gold.
The Glaives now made their way to the tree. That's a lot of damage. That's Engine of Lore taken out. Foggy expanding again. In fact, Lolite is also expanding, but Lolite seems to be losing way more at this rate. And this Naga, I doubt she's coming back either.
And the Demon Hunter is not close to a super crazy level, like Metamorphosis is far away. Cheeky Lolite expanding there in the upper right-hand side, also rebuilding all across the map. Lolite has FFA experience, and this is where it shines.
Demon Hunter still hurt, trying desperately to heal, but he's gonna give it up now. The game is over. GG in the sickest comeback so far in RARALAND.
I guess so, man. Foggy is not giving this up without a fight. If you look at that lower bracket of the group, well, then it's kind of obvious why you fight to the last one. On ladder, you just GG out, Alt QQ, go next. Not here at RARALAND, everybody. You try everything, and if there's a third possible push, you would try that as well. Great comeback by Foggy.
Yeah, pretty wild. Goes to show that sometimes you can find strengths where you didn't expect any. It seemed like it was about the expansion, it seemed like it was about the bottom, but that wasn't everything. The Huntress count wasn't touched basically at all that whole game, and Foggy found himself with a decent supply advantage, 10 supply or so, and getting those 2 scrolls. Oh, were those important.
Yeah.
If those had gone to Lolite on the other side, probably would have been a different story. But yeah, also shows the willingness of Foggy to quickly change gears if necessary, and then have the best idea of how to still possibly win the game.
Yeah, man. And now he got the momentum. Like, if you're with 1.5 foot out of the winner bracket, and then you are able to turn it around, must feel good. I never had that experience. I just always lose first round. But he got the momentum now. Lolite might be thinking like, why? How? What happened? What did I do? Where did it go wrong?
this game felt really weird.
Yeah.
Like the Demon Hunter was absolutely owning everything at the start, and suddenly there's 10 hunts in your base, and I suppose it kind of came down to healing. Maybe he overextended a bit, maybe he didn't get a shop up enough quickly, maybe he didn't get enough potions, but yeah, once the Moonjuice was gone and he couldn't heal anymore, that's when the main base crumbled and everything fell apart then. The big question is now for the map 3 decider. Thank God, by the way, we finally have a map 3.
Yes.
It's been way too many 2-0s over here.
Yes. Shout out to map 3.
Yeah. What's the map going to be? And is it going to be suitable for a Potom or for an expansion playstyle?
Yeah.
If it's something like AZ, of course we don't have AZ, but a small map, I think, wouldn't favor him too much. We just were informed. It's Northern Isles, which is like a medium-ish sized map. For many Night Elves out there, it's very popular to play Bear Mirror here. Foggy, however, not one of them.
I would think hunts are possible. You can open up the lab real quick. We might see some Zeppelin shenanigans. These guys have played Glaive Mirror against each other back in the day, and also not too long ago, I think. And that's just amazing, Microman. Use the Zeppelin, pick him up, ding, 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 put him down. It's amazing. That's my favorite kind of mirror.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of different options here available to Foggy as well. He showed the Demon Hunter expansion, he showed the Potom expansion, well, attempted expansion, we should say. And especially on Northern Isles, an instant expansion creep can open up quite a few options for you. But that would limit him to a demon. You don't really do that with a Potom normally. Potom. That was my American coming through. Beto is influencing me right away. That can only lead to good things.
That's not good. Please behave. Let's not go there. I'm curious if we might see something very unusual, like Demon Hunter Pit Lord, Potom Pit Lord. Pit Lord has been on the rise in Night Elf Mirror in many regions and many MMR ranges, so maybe it's his time to shine.
That would be pretty cool. We saw this tournament by Scars, right?
Yes, we did.
One game, yeah. Pit Lord, a hero that's always fascinating on paper. Like, the ability of Cleave, the potential that it has, just to do like 300 damage per hit.
Yeah.
It sounds so insane. It sounds like it has to be broken.
To me, it sounds about right.
But it's not really broken. Like, it works out mostly. We used to have a fun little time when we had plus 10 damage on the human orb, and they would build 6 shops.
That was a great idea.
Plus 60 damage on the Pit Lord. I still think that wasn't too bad.
Okay, I think we should put plus 10 damage on the undead orb. How about that?
That would be
great.
Way too strong.
Great.
Yeah, but it's
great. Don't listen to this. Great.
How much damage is the orb right now?
5.
Is it 5? Is it 7? No, it's 5, right?
5.
It's 5, and it's cheap, and we haven't seen too many yet. No orb there in the second map. We might get ready, or we might soon see one on tier 3 if we get there for map 3. We've already told you it's going to be Northern Isles. Yet to see what strategies will reveal themselves. I wonder also if this favors Foggy a bit. He can be the one dictating where the game goes. Lawlight's scouting needs to continue to be great. So far it has been. Still crazy that map 2 turned around in such a way. Even the Whisk Scout was perfect. Like, he saw it basically instantly.
He also got a Glaive Thrower in transit. That was also awesome, but yeah. Lawlight has been there before, today actually. He was in a winner bracket semifinal versus Dice. Was also 2-1, very, very close. There he won the first one, then it's 1-1, and he succeeded. So this was, of course, Foggy's loser's choice, the last map. That is the map that suits his playstyle the most. And the upcoming map is Lawlight's loser's pick. So that should be the map that suits him the most.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, especially against Foggy, he wouldn't mind going into a Bear Mirror.
Oh, yeah.
With Foggy having little experience there. We're going to have a little bathroom break, it seems like, before we're going to be returning. Should be ready before too long. A lot of time here to consider, and we've seen Foggy get very creative on this map before. Yeah. Like, red cam, shenanigans, you mentioned the Zeppelin before. There's fancy timings to go for in the middle. If you go for a certain Archer Flood, you can also secure property there, and there's certainly a lot of things to tinker with. Foggy was very impressively able to rely on tried and true old strategies against Exord. He looked absolutely amazing.
Alrighty. I didn't understand what our dear production is trying to tell us. Did you understand that?
Maybe highlights from last game.
From the last game. Okay, let's look at some highlights from the last game.
Yeah, that was the crucial loss, I suppose, of map 1. The Demon Hunter going down there. I wonder if he really thought he had more HP because he didn't have the item anymore on him. And then we saw a lot of Cyclone, but apparently not enough in the end. I was quite impressed with how good the Keeper looked. That level 2 entangle on the enemy demon when there's no dispel, it seems like every second of uptime for the Demon Hunter is such a big deal. And when you can limit his effectiveness, we saw White Dark Ranger, by the way. This Dark Ranger did like nothing.
He thought that Lawlight would be going into Talons as well. And then Dark Ranger is of course amazing with Silence and Black Arrow, but Lawlight was probably already building a Hunter's Hall and kind of fooled.
It also helps a bit with the creeping. Creeping 1 or 2 camps, doing this fast, taking a lot of damage, and then attacking with skeletons. It can also be really strong, but against Dryads, obviously, is not going to be of much help.
Yeah, and this is so weird, man. How are there 3 APs all of a sudden? How did that work? I mean, the Demon Hunter was kinda low, but not that low. And man, the Potom just on a rampage, getting 1 kill after the next. Good stutter stepping there as well. What a great day for her.
Yeah, well, certainly a showcase that the Potom can be really strong in the right moment. But I've been impressed with other players like Colorful in the past because he is a great player.
Yeah. He just has to work on his macro decision-making, creep routes, timings, multitasking. I'm struggling now.
I think you got 7. That's pretty good, though. Yeah. Some players like Colorful, for example, to not only meme, are really, really strong at perfectly defending the Potom push. But the point I was trying to make is, even in a weird game like this, when you make 1 or 2 mistakes or 1 big one, this can still work.
Yep.
This can still be deadly. You need to be really precise and make sure nothing gets out of hand. And yeah, there's certainly a bit of an execution advantage on the Potom in some regards. You can make some mistakes, fall behind, be in a bad spot, but if you get that 1 push timing right, the game can end right there. Foggy was able to pull the rabbit out of the hat there, so to speak. And yeah, I'm going to be curious what other tricks we have in store. You have sold me on the Pit Lord now. I'm thirsting for the Pit Lord. Would love to see a bit more of him.
What's your favorite Pit Lord name? There's only one right answer to me. You know that.
I think I only know the name from you.
Yeah.
Groganos or something like that?
No, dude. What the hell? You never listen to my cast, do you?
I do.
It's of course the almighty Asgalore.
Asgalore.
Yeah.
Wait, but there's also a Gorganosh, no?
There is a Gorganosh.
And there's a Brutilus, I believe.
Yep.
And I think Toxie told me that the Pit Lord is the hero with the most names, even.
That might be correct. I trust Toxie when he says something because Toxie is one of the greatest.
Yeah, we were thinking about casting together. He told me that he wanted to drop a wait a minute on me. But that will have to wait still. Like, we're still having to wait
a little bit
for our next map to start.
But Foggy's back.
Foggy is back.
Yep. Reporting from the scene. I hear from our lovely producer that we will start the game in less than 30 seconds.
That's right. The pressure's on. The upper bracket is still raging. The good thing for both players is there's going to be a chance in the lower bracket, but wouldn't you just love to cruise through here in the upper bracket and not have to deal with the plebs down in the lowers?
The plebs! You say, have you looked into this group, dude? There's no plebs in this group, but it's so convenient. You can rest earlier and longer because you'll finish faster and start later. And now we talked a lot and too much, and we want more Warcraft. There we go. Dortmund wants to cheer. All right. As we have one last game, I want to hear you one more time. In the bottom left-hand side, fighting for the semi-final, representing Phantom Aces. Give it up for Lawlight. And fighting against all odds on map 2, just barely staying alive, punching for the semi-final now, is Foggy. Well done, Dortmund.
And my, do my eyes deceive me? It is a keeper first for Lawlight. That might be a hard read, might be a hard misread. It's hard. It's impossible for us to know exactly what the thinking here is, but oftentimes, for other Night Elves, the thinking is, okay, if I believe you to go for a Potom, I'm going to go for a Keeper to be able to snipe 100s by 1 with my archers and make your Potom push a lot less dangerous. And of course, the glaringly obvious thing here is, Keeper needs the mana, the demon burns the mana. That hurts.
You know what, my friend? This is the setup. That's the setup for the Pit Lord second. You play the Keeper first, you create some space, you grab up some items, and then you put the Pit Lord second, and he's going to carry to the late game.
I would love to see that.
I'm the prophet, dude. It's gonna be exactly that way.
Yeah, I used to see, especially on this map actually, some of that strategy in the past. But when I saw it, it was mainly bear mirror, where also there's a static front line. The pit lock can keep cleaving away. But
unfortunate. Are we in Dortmund or are we in Anaheim, Remo?
Well, it happened only 3 minutes in, so we are blessed in that way.
Absolutely. Totally blessed that we have a chance to start the game anew.
Yeah, we had a desync right there, guys. That is an error in the different versions of the games between the clients, so that sometimes happens. And happened to Foggy, I believe it was.
Yep.
So we're gonna have to restart. All right.
More quality time with Neo and Remo. People will enjoy that.
I think so too. People have been enjoying RARALAND quite a bit, haven't they?
They could do better, in my opinion.
Try it.
Try? You enjoy RARALAND so far? Better.
Correct.
Still not 100% satisfied, but they have a day to learn for Championship Sunday.
Hell yeah. It's gonna get hotter and hotter in this tournament. We're getting closer to the best players. Players have been starting to get eliminated. Should we look up? No, that's... let's do that later. Who has been eliminated so far? You're staring at me like...
Well, for people who did not listen earlier, we might have to report from the playing field that Exord has been eliminated by Hippo 2-0. And I think that is, next to Tetsta eliminating Razor Moon yesterday, the biggest surprise of the tournament.
Yeah, this is also by far the sickest run that Hippo's ever had in anything. I wonder how far it can go. Like, I was talking about it yesterday on the couch, and I would love for that insane dark horse that gets to go super far. What a great story this is for Hippo. How amazing this must feel for him as well. Would love for him to go even further, but the competition is stiff and things ain't getting easier.
Right. We have a couple more matches here, of course. You know what my kind of dream is for tomorrow, what never happened before? We never had a Laola at a Warcraft event. I kind of want that, and I think the people can do it later.
Yeah, I think so too. This is the time to do it. We had a lot of people streaming here into the venue early on already. When we were casting the Happy Game, for example, it was packed, very packed indeed. All right, folks, we're ready now, finally, for map number 3. Let's jump in.
There we go, everybody. And now let's see if the hero choices stay the same.
We have same spawning positions. Foggy again the top right. Going again for the Ancient of War creep opening at the natural. But Lola changing things up, isn't he?
He absolutely is. Demon Hunter, no keeper, no more. Okay, doesn't feel it anymore. And let's see, it's gonna be a mirror match, but the creep routes are already different. Very conservative route by Lawlight, I'd say.
Yeah, this means that he could pick up the item at the green camp right away and then keep moving north with the Demon Hunter, either to harass or to keep creeping the green, if he doesn't assume that it's going to be worth it enough. But Foggy wants to clear out the natural right away, have the option open of expanding. This seems to have been the standout feature here of Foggy's play, wants to be able to expand at the right opportunity.
Lawlight already scouting, parking a Wisp in the north to see what's going on. Creeping starts, Demon Hunters are about to pop out. For Foggy, this will be level 2, of course. Lawlight still has to work a little bit more, but it's also a lot about items. Whoever gets the best items can be the aggressor in this match.
And there's a lot of great ones here. Ring of Regen and the Claws of Attack, the best, but even Ring +5 is really good. And of course, this is the patch of the ring. So many camps where they can drop from. Lawlight got the first one already. How lucky is Foggy gonna be here? Claws +8, all right, that's a good one.
Ooh, not bad at all. More damage, always more good. We have an interesting choice by Lawlight, going for evasion first versus immolation. So Lawlight is definitely gonna be creeping slower.
Yeah, a lot slower, isn't he? This is taking a while. He's gonna have a strong late game build with the burn and the evasion. And again, the scout is there. Lawlight knows what he needs to look for, knows an expansion is a possibility, but so far, there's none of that. We have a tech starting on both sides, and it's looking quite mirrored.
So I'm really happy that Lolliot finds these items and also going for evasion. When he was exposed to a mass range strategy in the War 3 Champions Finals for Cini quite some time ago, he got obliterated due to hero focus. So with evasion first, he can obviously tank a lot more than his opponent because Foggy is going immolation and then mana burn, and evasion will be a lot later down the road. So far Lolliot again, the aggressor, and will scout that the upper left-hand side is free.
Indeed. No expansion here, not yet. Could still come at a later time as the tier 2 is in progress. And guess what? Actually, it's Lolliot now who's leading the charge, and he's gonna be the first one with the tree.
Sneaky, sneaky. Not even an unusual position, trying to trick someone. Just straight up. All right, let's get a lot of gold.
Are both gonna skip the Hunter's Home?
Mass range mirror.
That'll be kind of fun. Lots of archers, lots of Agents of War like back in the day. Well, Agents of War, unlikely. They are a lot weaker than they used to be back then. But creeping continues, and Foggy's gonna have a nicely timed quick level 3 over here.
Ooh, I like the sentry wards by Lolliot, so much vision, but Foggy can actually counter that as he gets the same item. And Foggy is setting up for a defense, but I feel like Lolliot is playing this a little more conservative than before and a little safer.
Yeah, and also...
Ooh, Hunter's Hall now.
Yeah, okay. It's going for the Hunter's Hall again, so it's looking fairly similar to map number 1 without the attempted expansion cancel. This is the notable difference here. It was Foggy who got the staff, Foggy who got the boots. He wants to control the map now, and with Lolliot here busy creeping still, it does appear that both expansions should be coming up.
Okay, more experience here. We're cruising on to level 3 for Lolliot. Foggy is there already. And so far, so calm and collected, but I think it's fair to say that we are not running into a bear mirror. Foggy is sticking with the guns, got a lot of archers, will stay with the range. Scouts it now. Did he see the Tree of Life, actually?
I don't believe he was in range. Oh, Hunter's Hall getting caught.
Oh, that's a big one here. That blocks the tech tree for lores. This is, of course, what you want, but the wisps are there.
Ooh,
I guess this is safe?
Yeah, should be. With the claws plus 8, it was scary, but Foggy quickly does the math and realizes, okay, this will not be enough. But here comes the Naga. That is the pressure still up.
Our vice champion is struggling a little bit under so much pressure. And let's not forget, whoever loses here, if you still reach the semifinal, you should be facing Happy then there, which is brutal. So you really, really, really want to win this.
And since there's no...
the ward!
Oh, yeah, the ward revealing the archers getting dispelled by the wisp. That was cool.
Wow! Foggy was so good in the online qualifier, but who would have thought that he can carry this here to Dortmund and perform so well here?
The Naga was late. Lolliot not having the second hero made things really difficult for him, but here she finally is, and that should be the main base. Stabilizing. But pressure was supplied, and lots of moon juice was drained. If Foggy again goes for a follow-up attack, this could be scary.
Foggy, don't lose your Demon Hunter this time. There's only a staff, no TP. No, not enough right-click damage on Lolliot, but the pressure finally seems to be over. Naga, though, on the right-hand side, some arrows towards the Entangled Goldmine, but not nearly enough. Lolliot weathering the storm again.
The expansion timing, pretty much perfectly on par between the two. Nighttime soon over. This is something that the Night Elves aren't very fond of. Night Elves not really morning people, are they? Perhaps that's why them and I are so different.
I should play Night Elf then, maybe. We need more Night Elf players on the ladder.
You have the right micro for it. Oh, archers meeting in the middle. Now it's a Naga for Foggy, missing. No cold arrow right here. Nighttime about to end. A bit of Shadow Meld apparently still active. But the healing for Lolliot is a problem. Does he have enough juice at home? I don't know. Oh, the shop, by the way. Is that shop late? It's only coming now.
Looks like it, but so far Lolliot has been later with everything. With the tech, with the expansion, now with the shop as well. Foggy...
Look at his supply.
Look at he. It's a big difference. But, of course, Lolliot had to wait for Hunter's Hall, for lores, while Foggy is only building archers.
We also had a shop coming up for Foggy, pressuring the expansion. The Entangled might be going down. The Dryads are late. And, you know, the Dryads are going to be good in high numbers for all that dispel. But against archers right now, against the mass archers, then most likely won't be. And Foggy has the items, he brought him here. Invuln's there at the perfect moment. Foggy looking better and better here on map 3.
Ooh, Harry Potter, now some magic. Can he kick out Lawlion of the winner bracket? Lots and lots of repair. No Fork Lightning just yet, but I like that Foggy is not falling into the trap of blindly going into talents again like he did on map 1. He was waiting patiently. What unit should I buy? Is it talents or not? No, he's going straight for archers. Now the lures. And man, this battle is going on and Lawlion has barely anything to work with.
Lawlion needs to pull off a great hold like he did before. Again, he's under lots of pressure, but this time, there is no Merc Camp. He cannot use the mercenaries. He has to use the good old Dryads, nothing else. Tier 3 started, but it's so damn far away. Needs to rely on the shop, needs to rely on the healing. There's one juicy heal throw for Foggy, but still also a lot of archers.
Man, Foggy at offline events, it is something very, very special. Every Wisp that's trying to repair can easily be sniped by all these archers. Peak strategy by Foggy. Just archers, man. It's enough. Why build any other unit?
Demon has to staff out, heal up. Is that a window for Lawlion to do something now? Perhaps. Great archer block. Look at that. The Demon was trying to go for the Naga, but the archer was there to close the door. Mana's running real low on Foggy. Not much cold arrow anymore, but also again healing. I feel like this whole series has been about healing and about moon juice, and right now Lawlion has basically nothing.
And also he's running out of lumber. How do you want to go for bears, mountain giants if you don't have the lumber? And he needs to spend his gold on new potions as well. Foggy seems to be super oppressive, but we had a lot of comebacks in this series already. Can Foggy close it out?
The rejuve here is wonderful, but it's not going to be lasting forever. Still taking more damage, still lots of archers left. Sure, some have fallen, but more are still there. Demon returning from the main base, and now he is looking way healthier, way stronger than the opponent. There's a heal potion still, but also heal potion on the other side. Foggy brought one from back home as well, and Foggy might be able to close it out here.
Whoa, can he even step out the demon? He's trying to run away. Naga not following. Normal movement speed is back, and the shop for Lawlion is gone. Foggy getting closer and closer to a top 4 performance. What can Lawlion do? How can he escape?
He's waiting for tier 3. He's waiting for the bears. The master training is going to be incredibly useful. Much needed indeed. Love the shop also at the expansion. There you can get more potions. But the pressure is far from over. Foggy is all in here. Yeah. There's no tier 2. There's no plan B.
There is tier 2.
No, tier 3, I mean.
Okay. Correct. Good that we clarified that. Dryads are coming in, but you're right with the tier 3. And at some points, Orbs could take over. But yeah, just as on Twisted, he wants to close it out with APs.
Demon Hunter should be able to get the cancel here, but still, again, taking damage, a good amount of it. More and more APs coming. Foggy can smell the victory. Foggy can smell the next round.
Incredible. Naga in trouble. More. The block with the Wisp is not enough. The Naga is falling. Another step closer to the top 4. Can you believe it? The Lion holding on, but he's supply blocked. The bears are not ready yet. All your base belong to me, says Foggy.
And the timing is working out wonderfully. The master training about to finish, but for the times the bears will be there, it's going to be a hostile takeover of the other firm. And now we're going for the Tree of Eternity. This is the so-called throat. And now we have a shop here as well. Foggy seems to be in prime position. Lawlion has to try one last time.
He's going for it with Orb, with the bear, but against these archers and so little movement speed, they're just melting. Foggy doesn't even have to kite his units. Maybe he's getting a bit sloppy here. Never underestimate a Demon Hunter like this.
But here are the APs, 2 already. That's so much damage, especially against bears and dryads, and the third one's going to be coming up as well. The Demon Hunter can't do it all by himself. There is potions. There is a shop here. And now Foggy has seemingly an unbeatable foothold in the enemy base.
He's supply unblocked. The Naga is still not back, by the way. Little bit of moon juice on the right-hand side. Foggy sees, all right, I got the left-hand side base done. Still got some work to do on the right-hand side, but the APs and archers are doing the job. And that would also mean no potions, of course. Naga could even be revived at the tavern, but there's just no time to get there. And the Alta will probably be kicked as soon as he starts the revive.
This Ancient of War seems to be made of paper. So much piercing damage. Oh, there's also a level up. Isn't that nice?
Oh.
New bears come out, trying to heal, trying to TP away, saving the bears. Will it be enough? Just barely it is, and that is some rejuve at least. But this Tree of Eternity, this one's going down.
Incredible. Losing the tech here. Foggy could, of course, even expand if he wants to with a secure position like this. Time to lick the wounds, I guess, and Lawlion time to come up with a master plan.
He went for a Dark Ranger, this is really cool. Before tier 3 went down, while he still could, and of course Dark Ranger extremely good against mass archers, especially out in the open. But Foggy is trying to play the transition, he's trying to get to Dryads. Everything is looking amazing here for Foggy if he can keep his heroes alive.
Super interesting how he's not reviving the Naga, but rather go for the Dark Ranger, for the Black Arrow, trying to get rid of these archers, but he can't. The damage output is just too crazy. He's trading one bear for one archer. That's not great. Two bears, actually.
They're going extinct. Another one's gonna fall, and no tier 3 also means no more bears. It's only Dryads for the time being for Lawlight, which are gonna be running into a bunch of piercing damage. Foggy, it seems like he's done it. Lawlight doesn't want to believe it yet. He's down by more than 20 supply. The writing is on the wall.
This is amazing. He arrived here saying, hey, I'm not playing that much at the moment. I became a father, you know, I'm taking care of my kid. And here he is winning this group, apparently. He has 30 food more than his opponent. He got a tech more. The levels are looking better. I don't see a way out by Lawlight, but I said this before and was proven wrong. No, there's not! Foggy does it! The boxing champ knocks down our vice champion Lawlight into the lower bracket. Wow! The crowd favorite prevails.
And we were so close to a 2-0 the other way.
Yeah.
With what happened on Twisted Meadows, it seemed like the upper bracket dreams were over. It seemed like Lawlight had the perfect game. It seemed like this game was absolutely done with. But Foggy, very resilient player, looked for his opportunity and kept on making things hard to predict for Lawlight. Push is coming at weird timings, truly at weird timings.
Yeah.
After you lose the expansion, there's the push, there's the win. And then on map 3, an adjustment to the strategy, no talents anymore, but archers and a big designated attack. And Foggy, with quite aggressive play indeed, makes it through into the next round.
Very, very cool Night Elf mirror. Not a single bear mirror map is always amazing, but it was high tempo at times. We had cancelled plans, a lot of strategic variety, great execution on both sides. These guys definitely deserve to be in the winner bracket final, but there can only be one, of course, to make it through. Foggy in the final 4, Lawlight in the lower bracket, and I throw it back to the boys on the couch. I think. Or maybe not. We'll see. I do.
You do, Giannis, you do. And as you can see, Todd and I have stacked up on expertise and got Leon on the couch now. I think we don't have too much time until we throw to the winner interview. That is another winner interview for Foggy, who prevails and goes on to top 4 through winner's side, going through 2 very tough opponents, an Exord and then Lawlight. Beating Lawlight just like he did Exord with like sort of weird timing mix-ups, which I really like to see.
Yeah, we saw a lot of I completely predicted this wrong, by the way. I was like, this is going to be mostly bear mirror with maybe one priestess. You were like, no, there's a lot of variety. You know what? You're the host and you're the expert. I'm,
Yes.
I'm basically useless here because it was just totally different strategies every game. We saw talents against Dryad into mountain giants, and I was honestly really nice to see so much variety. And Foggy, what a monster!
Yeah,
to show
right?
up like this and beat Lawlight, the finalist of the last Rara, absolutely amazing.
And he even almost got robbed by that disconnect from the observer, because he had the perfectly right call for predicting Lawlight to go keeper against his Potom, because the Potom worked so well in game 2 for Foggy. And then it all worked out. He won the rock, paper, scissors guess, and then game crashes and Foggy just beats him straight up in the Demon Hunter mirror. Amazing.
It's actually very interesting to see how Foggy adapted through the whole series. It was not just like, you know, playing one strategy, like seeing him adapting to Lawlight first game, didn't work out that well, mass talents, you know, like against Riots. And then finally in the last game we just saw mass archers. So it's so insane. I'd like to see that.
Okay, I think we do have the winner interview with Foggy right now, so take it away, stage.
All right, everybody, here we are. He conquered Shanghai before, and now he's about to conquer Dortmund. Give it up for Foggy, everybody! These people love you, dude.
Good.
That was a super close series. The first map went to Lawlight. What went wrong, in your opinion?
Maybe a talent strategy was not the best. I think I should invest my resources to make a full all-in, because I was ahead in start game and middle game. and I was not expected that he hold on. But I think I gave him opportunity because I went tier 3 talents, invested to my tech, not to army. And his Naga somehow got level 2. I think it was a big deal because he could hold on. So he played really well.
And maybe not lose the Demon Hunter in the middle?
Yeah, it was, I don't know, maybe I got luck or something, because Lowlight said it was some spike. I'm not sure. I think my micro not bad, so maybe I could save this Demon Hunter, but something went wrong. Maybe a misclick or something.
Let's not talk about the negative things too much. Map 2, we thought that you lost already because you lost the Expo as well, but then an amazing push. Like, how did it look from your perspective?
Firstly, it was risky for him to come because I'm already done with this creep camp, and my Priest of the Moon almost level 3. My mistake was I sold Staff of Teleportation, and so I could even save my Priest. So the situation could be I could save my Expo Priest, so his move was not the best, and he lose all Archer and Naga, and it was a big deal because I could just organize a counter-attack, and he just have nothing to defense against it.
All right, and then game 3, the deciding one. Were you nervous going into the map?
No, I just analyzed it all serious. I think every game I was ahead a bit, so I was confident that I can win my last map. Unfortunately, this disconnect showed my opponent my opening. It was sad, but anyway, I thought that I could do it, and his mistake was he make Dryads Expo first game, and I make. I got experience from first game, and I just made mass archers, not talents, and it was the key. Just archer counter mass Dryads.
Very, very nice, man. You said that you're not playing so much anymore because you just became a father of a very lovely child. Yet you show up. People like Daddy Foggy. So you show up here, and now you're in the semifinal, and nobody can beat you, apparently. What's the secret?
Yeah, I think many people think it's about practice and preparation before tournament. Of course, it's very important if you want to get champion. I'm not sure I can get champion because I became daddy, and I play not much, maybe 2-3 hours, but still I got so much experience from China tournament and many different offline tournaments. From last event, I made some changes. I started to play with music, so it's my focus become better.
Okay, I have to ask, what are you listening to?
It's just Asia instrumental music that I can't understand words, so I don't need to concentrate, but it's have a tempo, so just a fast instrumental music, and I think, and what else? Yeah, I think I had too much experience, so I can play even without so much practice. But not sure I can go to top 1, but yeah, top 4 for me, it's already well result.
You are playing great, and you deserve all the love that you get. People here in Dortmund, give it up for Foggy one more time. Fantastic, guys. Couch, take it away.
Man, what an enthusiastic boxer this guy is, and he's still unbeaten. 3 in a row today, losing only 1 map that was game 1 to Lawlight with very easy to counter strategy that got countered very easily. But after that, he had an amazing showing on both these maps against Lawlight that he won to take away the series and become one of the top 4 players in this tournament. The first one actually today.
Twisted was a bit scrappy, like that tree just wouldn't die at the expo, then eventually went down. And I was unsure exactly what was happening, but he talked about his experience, and I think his crisis management is very good. Even when a game is somehow looking like, some things could go wrong and stuff, he always knows how to make the best happen out of it. And I think that's a very important key to being a top player and doing well in these tournaments, because other than for happy, there's nobody that's going to play and it's like, oh yeah, the game is smooth the whole way and it's always going well. No, like you're always going to have times where stuff is hitting the fan and you need to have some good saves and all that.
Completely agree. I think like playing this tournament already gave me so much experience. Just being here, playing offline, playing with people you see, you interact with, and then they say, come on, let's play, and we know each other very well. Like Pato and me, we play so many times in ladder, but I need to be like fresh in mind, know what I can play best, and also, just be ready to switch things up. And I feel like sometimes I'm like at the moment also like relying on my strengths, and sometimes just having a lot of options is very, very important here, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like Foggy was able to adjust like just about perfectly in all these situations and all this, like these curveballs thrown at him, and like Twisted Metals gave him lemons, but he for sure made lemonade out of it. So yeah, that's one night elf for the grand finals tomorrow, for the top 4 tomorrow. Following might be another night elf, because in losers bracket of Group A we have Dice versus Hippo. Now Hippo on a tear against these German undeads, beating Edo and Exord both 2-0 after losing early on to Dice, of course, and now they have their rematch. Dice, of course, beat Hippo earlier, and then he lost a very closely contested 2-1 series to Lawliot, and then he 2-0'd Side and is up against Hippo again. What do we think about this?
Shall I?
Yeah, go ahead. The maestro first.
Well, I would say like Dice is very strong against human. I just talked to him. He told me, yeah, give me more humans. Like he likes it. He likes the meta at the moment. He says like, yeah, they have to control all the peasants. I just need to control my demon hunter. So I feel like he's just his mindset is already like it feels like he's on the high. He's like, okay, come on, I'm ready. And he feels like also he told me. That Hippo is very strong against Undead, but he doesn't feel like that he's very strong against Night Elf. We will see it. I think Hippo is a good player, so he can make it happen to win against Dice, but I think Dice is very comfortable.
Dice is a bit of a peasant diver, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's stepping every time with Staff of Teleportation to a peasant line, if you want or not.
Yeah.
It's not a good feeling, I can tell.
What do you think is good against that?
Actually, sometimes I just build a lumber mill, in a way that he's teleporting in my base, but is stuck between my barrack and farm and the lumber mill. I did it against Moon once in ladder, and he just was stuck and like trying, to escape, but he has nothing, and just, okay, I'm just attacking your farm. And I was like, you can't do this. But you need to be very fast, you need to react very fast.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that's all we have for now, but whenever Dice and Hippo are ready for the...
You talked about that matchup, but I feel like we need to tease already. We need to inform.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What's next after that?
After Dice versus Hippo, I think we have the banger of the day potentially. We got Happy versus Moon happening on stream, so you don't go anywhere. Not even for Dice versus Hippo, that's going to be amazing, but after that we got Happy versus Moon, so stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. So now you see two unfamiliar faces, and I would like to start with introducing myself. I am Benny from Being Esports, the host of this tournament of our beautiful RARALAND, together with Back to Warcraft and BaseTech. And I am not alone here. On my right, there is a person who has a lot to do with us being able to put it up this year again, our lovely RARALAND. To my right is Vincent.
Justin.
Justin.
Almost.
Yeah, it's Justin. I'm very sorry. To my right is Justin, and maybe you introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Justin. I'm, you can say next generation, part of the owner family of Kuchenmeister, let's say the Koala company. And I'm also very excited to be part of this whole event.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe for the people out there, I mean, you already saw the fun we were doing with the little koalas and everything, but I think Kuchenmeister is way more than just the koalas, is it?
Yeah, we were founded, I think my great-great-grandfather founded the company 1884, and we produce cakes, cake bars, koalas, stollen, muffins, so every kind of bakery goods you can imagine.
Yeah. That's cool. I mean, when we think of bakeries or anything like that, normally people do not immediately think of esports, but in the end it is a perfect fit, isn't it? Is that the idea behind Kuchenmeister coming here and supporting an esports event?
Yeah, kind of, because one of our biggest brands is the Koala brand. And I think it was some month ago where my colleague came to me and asked me, hey, Justin, do you know Warcraft 3? And I was like, oh, of course, yes, I know it. Because my two neighbors, Roman and Simon, some may know them, Toothbeer and Blade, also familiar in the Warcraft 3 scene. I think 10 years ago they introduced me to Warcraft 3 when I was 10 or 12. And when my colleague Fabian then came to me and said, Justin, yeah, we would like to get Koala into this event, I was like, of course, just do it.
That's great, that's great. And when you said you do it, so you knew Warcraft 3 before, you just said. Did you play it yourself, or do you play it yourself?
Yeah, I did. I don't play it anymore at the moment, but...
Why not?
Business.
Too
much work.
Too busy making cakes and koalas.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, I understand. Perfect. Well, you have been here today, right? And by the way, Vincent was here yesterday. That's where the confusion comes from. And he's today here as well. I think that he's filming us. Hello, Vincent. What is your first impression of the RARALAND?
Yeah, I already talked to Neo. It's awesome. Like, I've been to some other eSport events, but it's like a very, very familiar environment. Only people that have like good, are very happy. It's just awesome, really. We just entered the building and it felt like home. You're welcome, like home. Kind of, because
that
it's
is
like
amazing.
It's really cool.
That is amazing. I think many people here in the venue think just like that. And what I'm interested in, we talked about Kuchenmeister and esports. I think you are one of the first movers when we come to snacks that are from Germany, and I mean you are a very traditional company. Has there been discussion inside the company?
Not really, because of course my uncles and my father, they don't really know about esports and stuff, but we were like, okay, Fabian and me and Vincent, we said, let's just do it and try it.
Oh, okay. So you just... your father said you try it. So he also said that's fine?
No, they don't know anything about esports. they're too old for that.
Yeah, but they have understanding for it, so they were open to do it?
Kind of, yeah, but they trust us. They say, you guys, you know about it, you have to do it, we will trust you.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. And I hope, at least by now, I would say we didn't disappoint the trust, I hope so at least.
No, definitely not.
That's really, really cool. Thank you that you're part of it. Is there anything you want to tell the Warcraft community?
Yeah, just enjoy the event. I hope we have some more very nice games, very spectacular games we already had, and just enjoy the event. And
Perfect.
Eat a lot of koalas, of course.
Yeah, eat a lot of koalas. We have a lot of them. And you can also see, you saw it before, if you eat the koalas in the main room, you may be featured by the snack cam. So thank you very much. Can I have a round of applause for Justin, also for Vincent, by the way, and for Kuchenmeister in general. And applause, please. Thank you very much. And with that, we go into a quick break and be right back with more Warcraft 3 action. Okay.
Welcome to RARALAND. Welcome to Koala Land. I am joined here not only by the only Qbert, but also by our nice sponsor, who's going to be saying nothing at all, but just agreeing or disagreeing with whatever we have to say about the upcoming game, which is going to be Dice versus Hippo. It's going to be a run back from winner's bracket, where in the first round, Dice defeated Hippo 2-0, and Hippo had a long and drooling losers bracket, winning 2-0 over Edo and Exord, like just defeating these German undeads, and now he meets his maker yet again. Dice, of course, after that lost a close and contested series to Lawlight, 2-1, and beat Side 2-0, so he's also very experienced in the human matchup now, having a little bit of losers bracket momentum himself, and now winner of those gets to play Lawlight, of course, who just lost to Foggy. So what do you think here, Dice versus Hippo? I didn't see the first series. Do you know how these guys usually match up?
So in the past, Dice and Hippo have met a lot in the Back to Warcraft weekly cups, and I would say the vast majority of the time Dice usually manages to win, but Hippo has won a couple series against him and can pretty often take a map as well. So to be honest, I would expect Hippo to do really well here, and the fact that he beat not only Edo, who he normally struggles against a lot, 2-0, but then also taking out Exord 2-0. I don't think anybody saw that coming. That was totally out of left field.
Yeah, for sure. Exord also last year got eliminated by a human player, by Sock, that was 3-1. So humans seem to be the demise of the Scourge this year, as it seems, as there's only one undead player left in the field, and he didn't have to play human so far.
Yeah, indeed. You could say that he didn't have to come up against potentially the race that may dethrone him, but we'll have to wait and see, I think, quite a while before a human may potentially match against Happy, of course.
Yeah.
But no, for me personally, I mean, I know Hippo. We've been in a clan together for a while in the past. And, you know, he's a really, really nice, shy guy. And I'm happy that he's made it out again to Rara and that he's done so well. I mean, I would have expected him to get this far.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's managed to pull it out is really sick.
Yeah, really sick. He made top 8, so that's actually amazing.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Beating one of the players, he's the only player so far out of the players that qualified yesterday to beat one of the 8 players that qualified beforehand on the online open bracket qualifiers.
Precisely, yeah.
So yeah, that's also already a pretty sick run by him. But Dice, you know, he stopped him in his tracks before today, but maybe the losers bracket momentum could carry Hippo through here. We were talking a lot about Hippo yesterday, I think, when he was playing, because we were thinking like he hasn't been playing too much lately. Maybe he used to have like a really good showing at the weekly cups like sometime last year, but it's been a lot more quiet around the guy, and now it seems that the quiet guy strikes back.
Well, I know the Hippo was busy with like his PhD. He got married, in fact, as well.
Damn.
So he's been a busy lad.
I see.
Dice, on the other hand, I think has just been preparing pretty much non-stop for this event, and you know, he's done pretty well himself. He managed to take a map from Lawlight earlier on in the bracket.
That's right.
And you know, I would say he's the slight favorite to win against Hippo here, and then he will have a rematch then if he makes it through against Lawlight again, and then there's another potential for an upset there.
Yeah.
So a fairly upset-heavy lower bracket potentially.
Yeah, that's right. There was 2 upsets in this bracket, and that sets up Dice for just rematches. You know, sets him up for playing against Hippo again. Then maybe potentially, if he beats Hippo, playing against Lawlight again. How do you feel are Hippo's chances against Lawlight in case he makes it through here?
That will definitely be a lot tougher, that has to be said. Lawlight, he used to be called the human killer. You know, he used to be the guy that played Warden every game and used to just take down every single human that came before him. Pretty much anyone would fall before the might of the Warden, but then she's been kind of discarded to one side.
Yeah.
And we only saw Demon and Keeper for the longest time. So I'd say it's maybe gotten a little bit closer in that sense, the matchup. That Lawlight can't just use his strongest pick and has to rely on other heroes. But then, obviously, the Demon Hunter has gotten better. So I would say that Lawlight should be a pretty dominant favorite there against Hippo, for sure.
Yeah, I think so as well. I remember like when we were talking about like the Warden days when he was the human killer. I specifically remember WCA 2015 when I think Fly sent him to losers in the first round of the final stage, and then he tore through TH, Yumiko, and Infi in a row just to lose to Fly again.
Yes.
All the while, Yaws was dodging Lawlight and sitting comfortably in grand final winner's side actually, waiting for Fly. So yeah, that was quite the amazing run by Lawlight back then. This is when I first like heard of him. I think
that was WCA, right?
WCA 2015, yeah.
Yeah. I remember watching that tournament, actually. I stayed up to watch it.
Yeah.
It was probably the first major competition that I decided to watch. It was kind of around the time the game wasn't doing so well anymore, and that was one of the last hurrahs for some time, up until like the pre-announcement of Reforged, I suppose.
Yeah.
And I remember Lolite being sent down by Fly. Fly used to play insanely well back then and was kind of a heavy favorite, I would say. And then he just went and took down all the humans, and then wrecked by Fly, and then of course Yaws. He was called the Tourist, famously, back then, and then ended up throwing his advantage actually in the final against Fly. I remember that.
It was very sad. I still vividly remember on game 2 when they spawned on Turtle Rock, close positions.
Yes.
And Yoss, there was like just one crucial, like tiny mistake that lost him this game, because he already had it in the bag. Because the close position, he could do the tower push, and he was doing very well. And then I think he couldn't defend like the tower in one crucial spot where there were peasants available that could have repaired, but he just didn't, and that's what lost him the game. Tragic day for German Warcraft, to say the least. Imagine, But Yoss didn't manage to make it here. I think he could have made a splash as well. But we have Hippo here. Also, I think he's a fluent German speaker as well, right?
Yeah, his name is something like Lasse Schmieding or something. So there's that is a very definite German name, I'd imagine. Although Lasse, I'm not so sure.
It's a northern German name, I'd say. Yeah. Maybe it's also a Nordic name, of course, but in northern Germany, there's a lot of Lasses going around for sure.
I see. There we go.
So, Koala, what do you think? Who's going to win? Do you think Dice is going to win? What
I
are
would
your
say that means maybe.
That means maybe. What do you think? Do you think Hippo is going to take it? You think we are going to win?
We're going to take some koalas.
Oh my God! Yes, of course, I would love to.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's great. Do you have the milk ones?
Can we swap?
Yes, let's swap.
Because we love the other ones.
Exactly. After all this time, you don't even know us, Koala, man.
Silly Koala made a mistake.
Man. Oh, there's also a toy in there. It's a little starfish bear type thing.
I think I just opened from the bottom, actually.
Oh yeah, you did. You could see it by this thing being upside down, of course. Now, Chad is gonna love this, but I'm gonna munch this on stream right now. Could you hear the crisp? Could you hear the crunch, Chad?
Crispy, crunchy goodness, and my favorite is definitely chocolate filled. I don't like the milk one as much because I'm the fussiest man in the world. So for me, these are the perfect snack.
Nice, that's perfect. Yeah, for me, as I think I said many times over the course of the weekend, childhood throwback, these snacks, because I used to have them as a child all the time. I haven't had them in like 20 years. Coming here, they sponsor the freaking event, all right. And now we got 3 free koala, like milk cream-filled koala snacks lying around everywhere. I think I'm gonna gain like 5 pounds or something by the end of the weekend from eating all this.
I think everybody is. I've seen a lot of the snack cams, and people were actually sitting with like lots of tubs of them all the time. There was a guy walking through at one point with like a huge tray of them. I don't know where he found all of these like cartons, and he put them all in one and just walked through.
They are everywhere. Walk through the window with eyes open, they're everywhere. You're gonna find some.
And you can see just behind us as well how many we've got stacked up as well.
Oh, that's right. So thank you very much, Koala Bear, for bringing us all these treats. Good stuff.
We appreciate it.
We appreciate it. Shout out to Kuchenmeister. Also, we have a signing session with the pro players. So 4 of the 8 pro players that qualified before the offline open qualifier here, Hitman, Lawlight, Foggy, and Exord are signing your stuff at 7 at the front of the venue. So whoever wants to get their stuff signed by either Hitman, Lawlight, Foggy, or Exord, or maybe all 4 of them, go to the front of the venue. They'll be waiting for you, happy to sign your stuff. With that being out of the way, I think this is our 3rd to last match today. So
Correct.
We have Hippo versus Dice now, of course. Afterwards, we're going to see Happy versus Moon.
Correct. Yes.
Which is going to be an amazing sight to behold. I'm sure of it. I talked to Moon earlier, like when we went outside. I asked him, like, did he play Hitman yet? He's like, yeah. I won 2-0. I was like, how do you feel your chances against Happy? And he simply said, he's like, maybe not lose Hero.
He's hoping for the best here, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we already discussed before how tough that matchup is for Night Elf in general at the highest level. But I mean, you know, Moon's made his way here. He's come all this way, and he's definitely going to give it his absolute best shot in order to try and make something of that game.
Also, like, Happy being like the ice cold killer, so to speak, like, you know, the Iceman, the Emperor. He's never like, you know, never shaky or whatever. Todd told me earlier, because Happy was playing Blast in the first round, and Blast actually made him flinch. Blast, like, I think pushed him at level 1, went over there, got some treants and whatnot, killed one Acolyte, and then Happy built double graveyards. Now that is unheard of.
That is super weird.
Right?
Did he, my guess is that he started one and then thought it might get cancelled or something.
Maybe, yeah.
And then just, well, he had like a backup one and then never got rid of it or something and just lost track.
And that's basically unheard of. Making Happy flinch in that way, a major macro mistake, if you will.
I would say that's Blast's like peak Warcraft experience right there. That's the best
Todd
time
said
of
the
his life.
same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the other one that we are going to be having is going to be the conclusion of Group B's lower bracket, which is the loser of Happy Moon versus whoever comes out on top between Hitman, Starbuck, FoCuS, and Pato.
Yeah, and FoCuS and Pato have actually already played.
Oh, they have?
Yeah, so FoCuS Pato has already decided 2-0 for FoCuS.
Okay.
And I think Hitman and Starbuck should be underway, if I'm not mistaken, by now. So I guess we have a little while to wait for that result. But yes, we will be heading down to that side of the bracket as well. Finally, as well, it feels like we've been in Group A for most of the day.
Yeah.
And it's good that we're heading down to the other side as well. I mean, we can't miss those matches as well.
Yeah, that's true. But there's like, I think, how many matches has there been? It's like 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18... 22, 24 sets today, and we can only show 8 on stream. But we have a lot of lovely side streams. We have the Brazilian caster, of course. What's the name?
Forks.
Forks, that's right, Forks. Then we have Sparta on the German cast, doing it together with Fishy, of course, the W3 history guy.
Oh, yes. I've watched so many of those old casts, man.
Yeah, for sure. And then we also have a French cast.
Yeah, Frenchcraft TV.
Frenchcraft TV, exactly. So in case you're trying to catch any of the other games, of course, there's a lot of games being played at RARALAND. Not only the main games on the stage, but also, you know, the games that are not in the limelight, in the big arena area of the venue. And you can always, you know, see all the games happening, like almost all of the games happening. You got so much Warcraft to watch here between some of the most amazing players that there are in the world of Warcraft.
Absolutely.
No pun intended. And now we have the tail of the tape. We have Hippo versus Dice. I don't know how accurate these are, because we've discovered some major flaws in these head-to-head statistics so far. So far, it looks like Dice is up 4-0 on Hipposaur. I don't know which time frame.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly. I would say that Dice almost certainly would have been leading in the earlier stages of their rivalry, I guess, so to speak. But I've definitely seen Hippo win a couple series in some weekly cups as well. But in big competition, you know, it's a little bit of a different matter. I mean, anybody can enter a weekly cup online and just, you know, they don't care if they win or lose. You know, they're not playing for big money. But in this case, everybody's made the effort to come, and obviously it's a bigger tournament. So
yeah,
I think, you know, Dice will definitely be, you know, putting the pedal to the metal, you know, against Hippo, so to speak.
Definitely, yeah. And I think this is the biggest discrepancy we've seen in ELO rating overall, because Hipposaurus sitting at 65th place in the overall ELO rankings, which is, by the numbers, the worst player we've had on stream all day. But he's managed to upset some great players already, and I think he could keep going, right?
Yeah, there's no reason to believe that he can't keep the momentum going, that's for sure.
Yeah. So by all means, you know, Hippo is definitely not down and out here. But Dice, I would suppose, is the favorite, of course. We are getting our koala bear removed here.
This koala bear extraction time.
Yes, exactly. He needs to go back to the cage.
This is what loose from the zoo. The zoo, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Dortmund Zoo caught up to our shenanigans here. I mean, we're sitting right in front of a wide window, right? I think somebody must have seen that we have like local wildlife encaged here.
Yeah, somebody definitely made a phone call or two.
I think so as well. So does the crowd hear us actually? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear us. Nope. Okay. I was about to ask them who
I've seen
their
that guy at the
favorite
front
is.
just scratching his neck, so...
Maybe that's a thumbs up for me. I just was about to ask them like who they think the favorite is, but you know.
Well, we have our audience in front of us as well, actually.
Oh, that's true. We have an audience in front of us. Guys right here, sitting in front of us. Who's your favorite? Is it Dice or Hippo? Looks like they have no idea themselves.
They have time to ruminate on that matter and think about it a little bit, I guess.
For sure. Have you ever sat down on a lead desk, by the way?
I haven't had the pleasure, unfortunately.
I think there are some in the building because they're, of course, sponsoring this lovely event, just like last year's RARALAND. And I sat down on one lead desk last RARALAND, and I was like, this is amazing. I can put it as high as I want, and I sit like super low and have like a super high desk. That's like my setup. I don't know why.
How do you
but
sit like that?
I sit like that. No idea why. It kind of works out. I think it actually like makes for a better posture in the long run because you have to sit like this. You have to, have your back straightened out. Maybe that's why I have somewhat acceptable posture for a 32-year-old man that has played video games all his life.
And all of that is enabled by Lead Desk's flexibility, of course.
Exactly.
Allowing you to get into any of those positions that you apparently need. Apparently for you especially, you require a very special one.
Exactly, so. Yeah, I have the weirdest needs in terms of desk height, of course. You could also figure out your lead desk height because there's like some way to figure it out that they made it easy for you to find your perfect adjustment, right?
Yeah.
And as we said time and time again this weekend, even Happy thought it was a good thing to have this desk.
He said it was good.
He said it was good, yeah.
Yeah, like not bad or it was okay, but it was good.
It was good, yeah. He said it last year, yeah. Somebody asked him about it. He's like, yeah, it's good.
It's good. Perfect. We just saw the players briefly there for a second as well, getting ready on stage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think the last time if Hippo has ever even played at a LAN event and had his face on camera. Maybe, did he ever come to an Experion, potentially?
I don't recall. For me, it's the first time I've ever seen this person.
But did you follow all of the sort of like middle tier competitions? You know, we had like, Scars and 84 and Ido and all these guys that were playing at Experion or not?
Yeah, I watched some of that, but I don't recall seeing Hippo. Anyway, I think we got our match underway and we got our beautiful casters to take it away. So let's go, guys.
Thank you, Dennis. That is way overdue because, of course, Hippo was at the Experion events. And, of course, Hippo was at the RARALAND last time. But was he on stage? Not too sure. Now he is fighting for survival in the lower bracket versus Dice. Human versus Night Elf. You gotta love it, right, Todd?
Absolutely, yeah. He made it to the big show. He took a huge win against Exord. And I think we're ready to get it straight into it.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got the game on the way! All right, guys. Spawning in the bottom left-hand side, representing the Thunderdogs. Give it up for Dice! Damn, seems to have a lot of fans here. All right. On the upper right-hand side, in the blue, representing the Rocket Beans Creep Camp, it's Hipposar! Who are they louder for?
I don't know. I think both.
It's hard.
They like both players.
Yeah.
Hippo having the tournament of a lifetime here, beating Exord previously, beating Edo very convincingly. That was a 2-0. I saw game 2, and he was just playing mass air against the Crypt Lord and playing fantastically. So here against Dice, this should be his strongest test yet, potentially. Against the Dice, who's excellent against human. Gets out with the Wisp here. And we talked about it. Dice loves to kill peasants. So it's going to be perhaps the key for Hippo to do well is going to be to keep those alive. And as we all know, that's borderline impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for Dice, it's quite an amazing ride, of course. He started playing tournaments more frequently when we did the DreamHack tours, and that's where we saw him the first time. It's quite changed since then, of course, improved. We've seen him in a lot of NA LoL Cups, getting a lot of wins there. And I'm really curious if Hipposar has a chance here against one of the best Night Elves we have in Europe.
Do you know the meme of that guy that puts the finger on his head, and he's like, you can't lose all your peasants if you don't fast expo. Well, that's what Hippo's doing. He's playing one base. He's going to play rifle push Perhaps with the Naga second, perhaps Blood Mage, there's many options, but he's not gonna fast expo, even though it's the main meta against Night Elf almost every time.
All right, maybe supported with a couple of towers. We've seen a lot of towers when people think they are the underdog in this series, and so far the Harass is okay. He's sacrificing his own progress for Moonwells, of course, and a Demon Hunter with Immolation needs a lot of that juice.
I would say one of the things that I've seen Hippo struggle with at times has been hit point retention on his hero and hero control in general. He seems like to struggle against really good players to keep his hero healthy and alive at times. So here, against Dice, you can't be making those mistakes. I like that he didn't stay too long. Like as soon as he started having really low hit points, now he heads back out. And perhaps like one camp here might allow him to get level 2 sometime soon. But Dice gets right back to heavy work here, looking to creep the Merc camp with the Ancient of War.
Dude, Dice is putting so many hours into getting better. Like, a lot of Warcraft players, I think, are just about maintaining their shape. This guy is always improving. Is always at the Night Elf Discord. Is talking a lot, I think, with Razormoon. They're kind of a good gang. And yeah, man, he shows his first real offline event, I think, internationally as well. And already top 8, not bad. But of course, his standards are usually higher.
It doesn't really look the part either. Like that intro video, I was like, okay, this guy just looks like he was surfing somewhere, you know, like in some tropical islands just a second ago.
Oh, all right, we got a Demon Hunter with a Vamp Aura. That's pretty good, as the game was calming down for just a little bit. And Hippo is just relentlessly pushing, and he's going for the Hunter's Hall, which is pretty damn great if you take it, because that will prevent the lures.
Oh, that's crazy, actually. Because so now Dice is stuck on Archers? No, he restarts the Hunter's Soul elsewhere. Because he went so deep now, that might mean a Town Portal. Because like, now you can't escape. Demon's level 3, that's going to be Immolation level 2, just killing those heroes and units very, very quickly. So Hippo might have already accepted he's going to have to TP out, so he's going to try to kill as much as he can beforehand. Just before getting out, can he get one more Wisp or 2? He lets the Naga die.
On purpose, I guess it's easy and cheap to revive them. He just wants to stay around, because if the army is here, you can't really build the lures, and he has to wait still for the Hunter's Hall to finish anyway.
He already has a Sanctum.
Yeah.
This is so fast all this day. It reminds me of Sky, just straight in his face, non-stop attacking. He's going to make a couple casters. On this map, there's a great dynamic where you can secure the shop. He's forced to TP now. He already knew for a while that was going to happen regardless. And I wonder how much he creeps now. Does he do one merchant near him and then go? When you play this style, you're not supposed to have a shop. So this is normal. Like he doesn't have a shop, but that means he has to play more defensive now, and he needs to wait for the priest to heal his hero.
And Dice has Fork Lightning first. There's no Frost Arrow. He's about to snipe that Archmage. Is it enough?
Oh my god.
I don't think
Hippo,
so.
Seal the gates.
Oh, Illusion first. Naga comes out. Might
oh my
be
god,
trapped.
born into battle.
All of a sudden they trap each other outside, but there is an opening. Nice heads-up play. And now the Naga has to hold the fort. That's not great. Fork Lightning, of course. Naga at 50%. The Popo. The workers are blocking, unfortunately. This is odd now.
The illusion is going to be so annoying here. The Archmage could be in danger as well. He's already starting to move it back. He knew that the Naga was already a lost cause. Militia on top of the archers. They're going to die very quickly here.
Okay, lots of blocking from the illusion. Dice repositioning. The Popo ready to arrest, but the Demon Hunter is still super tanky thanks to the Vamp Aura. Not looking too good. Both players are losing a lot, but since Hippo is more on a timing-dependent push, this is helping Dice to recover. But he has to retreat now. Demon Hunter too low.
Yeah, that lumber coin here plummeting for Hippo. He wasn't mining for some time. Thankfully, he had some saved up. He does survive with 4 peasants. That could have been worse. If he had lost all of them, he would have had to remake some. Definitely not what he wants to spend gold into. That might play in his favor because Dice burned through a lot of hit points on his demon now. And in terms of actually being able to heal well, he only has 4 Moonwells. Of course, he's taking 2 bears behind this. I would love to see Hippo grab his merchants and then run across and keep on pushing.
And I think he's about to do that, creeping up a little bit. He's not going to get level 3 from this, is he?
Probably not. Maybe he could do the lab as well. I think ideally he wants to do that very quick and head over to the other merchant and hope that Dice is not done with it.
And hoping for a Scroll of the Beast maybe, but it is the Wind of Mana stealing. More priests are coming, 42 food, waiting for the next farm, and then off we go. I love that he adds the Sorceress just to slow down the Demon Hunter a little bit.
Yeah, I think, or the bears. Like some of the bears probably better because it lasts way longer on them. Improv boss only starts now, so that's like super delayed. And I think he's gonna head across, and he can start working on that Ancient of War that's slightly above where the main base is. And maybe here, what's really good to do is steal the lab of your opponent, because you just pull it, and Dice can't really fight very well. Like, he needs more bears, he needs orb.
Yeah, 100%.
Usually on the Naga as well here.
Everything is massively delayed for Dice, but Hippo is on a timing, and the timing comes in now. Do we have Militia with them? Yes, absolutely. Needs them. Slow on the Demon Hunter, and the kiting game begins.
Making an Arcane Tower here will be amazing, because then you force the Night Elf to engage into you before he's fully ready to fight you. He might run past the Ancient of War, but then he will be committed and he has no town portal, so that would be an overcommitment. So I think he has to work on that Ancient of War for a while. One of the peasants gets sniped, actually. This is quite bad. But Archmage close to level 3.
Second one is still up. Engine of War used as a buffer unit. Finally, Fork Lightning on the Naga. Getting burned instantly. Casters in the front row. That's not where they're supposed to be. Demon Hunter has an Invo Potion and still the Vampire, of course. Invo Potion gone. 7-second safety. Trying to buy time. Bear gets nuked by the Fork Lightning as well. It's kind of wild, and Hippo is holding his ground for now.
Yeah, and Rejuve was massive here. Dispel not quite yet ready here. Of course, he had to make all of these units, so pre-startup training on the way now, but that's a long upgrade to complete. And that means he's not going to be getting more casters for the time being, so he absolutely cannot lose any one of his casters. He needs to keep everything alive. Hippo tempted to go past the Ancient of War, but again, he's committing when he does that. I think he can tell there is no Bear Master training. It only started now.
Oh,
the upgrade.
wow. Okay, it is a fast upgrade. Naga getting a big slap from the right-hand side. Move away from the Ancient. You need to get rid of it. Demon Hunter well controlled. Again, burning through a lot of the mana, but also able to get this rifle. And Hippo's numbers still look okay, but what's it gonna be if the Bears arrive? The tower, the first one, is about to be finished.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge. He can kite all the way back. One bear almost about to go down. That absolutely cannot happen, and he gets hit, and that's level 3.
Oh my god, Hippo has a solid chance here. Naga saved this Arcane Tower. He needs to retreat into the back of, yeah, exactly, to the tower here. Can he save the Naga and keep the Demon Hunter controlled?
Oh, he's gonna drain through all the mana of the Demon Hunter, and then the Naga will be next here. Demon going low. There is no staff on the Naga. He has to TP out. Takes one more rifle with him, but one more archer will die as well. And now Hippo can just leapfrog those towers further and further and kite all the way back every time he gets engaged into.
The Exord Slayer is on the way again. Don't lose your nerves. Don't lose your cool. This position is still damn fine. Don't forget to macro up. Reinforcements are coming in. Dice was able to use all the Moon Dews, and now 3 Master Bears online.
All right, that Demon and Bear, those look quite scary against just a few rifles now. There is no more Sorceress to slow anything. It would be key against this. And it looks like Dice might just kind of crush through this right now. Even though Demon's being threatened, the Bear still somewhat healthy. The tower has to put in work. He's draining all the mana from everything. Hippo turns around and ends up being the chaser here because his entire army is ranged.
An incredible tug of war, as so often. If Hippo would have the time to get one of these Moonwells, it would keep Dice supply block, but he's taking care and rebuild some others. Even a Berserker still in the mix. How can he crack this Night Elf base now?
He needs to keep on doing this here. Engage and then force Dice to chase him, kite all the way to his tower. Dice is just trying to delay the next engagement as much as he can, but now he does have to engage eventually. There is Dispel to work with here, so removing that Rejuve is going to be key. Can he land it? Dispel!
Got it. So this is really expensive to heal the Demon Hunter back up, and also the Bears are not looking that great anymore on the left-hand side, almost dead. Hippo needs to pressure more, but Reju is such a huge help from every bear that gets produced.
He's really diving hard.
Yeah.
I would be chipping away at the Moonwells, but I actually like it because so many bears are low. He snipes one more before perhaps getting back intact, not losing anything. And the Demon went for an anti-magic potion, so he's going to enable that to not allow the Arcane Tower from draining all of his mana, but there is Dispel that can remove that.
That healthy bear losing 50% of the HP, getting Staff back. That's the Staff online now. And 2 more units for Hippo falling. Both are around 40 food.
I think he should chip away at the Moonwells, because then he would supply block him. It would be 41 out of 40.
Exactly. Out of 50 at least, but the Demon Hunter gets level 5 now, and that's 20 supply on his own.
All right, one Moonwell being targeted. Starts running away immediately. Don't lose that Sorceress. That's a very important unit here in your army. Hippo. Ideally, you'd love to be Archmage 4 here, but he hasn't been able to kill as much as he wanted in those fights. And Demon level 5 is so scary. Evasion level 3 is absolutely insane. That guy is not taking any damage right now.
This is incredible, and he can't be controlled anymore at all because there's no Sorceress anymore to apply slow. This might be the last one here. Moon Juice is rising, so are the levels, and so is the health bar of the bears.
I think Hippo needs to remake peasants at home because he had 4 and he sent 2 across the map, so he only has 2 on lumber right now, and he cannot start additional towers because of this, because he has to make units all the time.
Oh, this might be the breakthrough moment. This might be where DICE pushes Hippo away, and then from here on out with attack advantage is able to take it home. Archmage dropping. Demon Hunter, as you said, there's so many misses. This looks incredibly tough for Hippo now.
Yeah, when there's more bears than there is rifles, you know we're in trouble here. DICE on the chase now. Hippo losing so many units, killing nothing at this point anymore. There's the stuff available for DICE.
Oh, where's the damage? Where are the rifles? Bears take care of the tower. He'll scroll in the inventory for Hippo. Of course, you fight till the very, very end, but the end is nigh.
Yeah, DICE very comfortable at this point. He hasn't lost any unit here in a while. Demon being threatened, but he can just stab that out at the last second. Of course, he's very good with that. One detonate here removes a lot of the mana from those heroes and the casters. To have some time to not lose the demon. That would have been a disaster if he lost that demon.
Yeah, absolutely. With the tank up front, I mean, there's still bears, but the kiting game by Hippo is really strong. He's challenging DICE to the fullest, but when is it time to tap out? When does he see that this army is not better than your army?
You know, sometimes you kite like this all the way back to your base, and then eventually you turn it around and end up winning the game. But here it does look like nothing's healthy enough, and DICE takes game number 1 after being massively challenged there. That was really close.
Absolutely. The favorite prevails eventually, but especially the guts on Hippo. Level 1 Archmage, grab a couple of units, run across the map, kill that Hunter's Hall. That was so good. I love the aggression of Hippo, then coming back with the rifle push. It was really close.
Hippos are pretty Neo, and have you seen those things move around and how aggressive they are? They don't mess around.
They don't mess around, and we here at RARALAND are not messing around either. If you want to join the signing session that our nice host was talking about, it's up now, so you can get your mousepads, t-shirts, whatever, signed by your beautiful pro players.
Who's there? Do you remember?
Good question. Hitman, for sure.
I'd love a signature from Hitman. Who else? Yeah.
On what? On your shirt?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
On my boobs.
Okay. Unfortunately, we can't show that on stream. But yeah, definitely worth it. The players, super nice. And they need to be celebrated, man. It's so rare that we get to meet each other at LAN. And these guys provide us with entertainment and new strategy and new meta every single week. So time to appreciate them.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people have been happy to meet the people they've been watching online for such a long time, to each their own as well. Like, you know, everybody's got different tastes or plays a different race, but a lot of cool personalities in the scene. I feel like, you know, I'm friend with Leon, but I'm kind of like a fanboy of Leon as well, because I watch his stream a bunch.
I mean, how can you not? This guy...
Everyone should be a fan of Leon. I don't care what race you play.
What if Leon switches to undead all of a sudden?
He's dead to me.
Okay, yeah, understandable. Not dead is Hippo, for sure. I'm really impressed, man. He's not shying away at all. It's like, DICE, this guy beat him 15 times out of 16 series. He shows up here and causes a lot of trouble. I'm really excited what he has to in store on map 2, because that's going to be his losers pick.
I think, honestly, I like the decision here for the strategy that he went for. I think just the execution had to be a little better. And I was questioning the commitment on the units. I do think that he would have simplified his life a lot more if he just attack move. And then kill the Ancient of War. Don't dive further than the Ancient of War, because every time he was going forward, the Ancient of War was slapping away. So details like that add up.
Yeah. All right, we need a lot more details. It's DICE on match points and Hippo fighting for survival on map 2. All right, guys. Lower bracket semifinal group A. Can Hippo turn the ship around? We got him on the bottom left-hand side, of course, and the upper right-hand side is DICE. Seems like he's enjoying the non-existent spot. Oh, wow.
Good. What were those intros? You didn't go for like the super hype intros.
It's second map. I only do that on the first map. You can do the super hype intros.
We got an audience, man.
Well, okay, if you want to do it, then you do it.
No, you do it.
All right, everybody. I will not do that just because you said it. I'm the boss. I do what I want.
Okay.
So DICE is also doing whatever he wants, because that's the freaking warp.
You know, initially, I don't know if you remember, but he was known for Warden and being very strong against human. He was crushing so many humans. And then he just flipped the script. He was like, you know what, that Warden that I got known for, I'm going to play only keeper from now. And then he started getting really good with him. And basically now he can do it all. That's kind of how a lot of players start out and get known. In StarCraft, it was the same, actually. In StarCraft, there was a lot of players that were known for like only cheesing. And then eventually they became so good that they could do anything. But initially they were known as cheesers. I guess similar in Warcraft 3. And Dice is a very complete player. I'm sure he remembers very well how to play Warden. It's very specific of this map as well. Because obviously human almost always expos on the Northern Isle as much as we didn't see it on the Last Refuge. And against Expo, Warden is very good if the human plays passive and creeps 3. And you get Warden 3. So I think that might be the plan here. But Hippo is supposed to see that it's a Warden. And either straight Expo and play aggressive to not let the Warden level. Or do another one-base push.
Okay, it looks like an expansion now, so Hippo wants to turn it around. The Warden got the big mana, Todd!
Of course.
That's
the usual.
And the human
and he got
gets
a ring +5. Oh my god, just call it.
Can we check if it's not you playing?
Call it now.
Oh, this is gonna be so rough for Hippo. He saw the item now, not looking too happy. Needs to get some damage done and get the towers up.
Peasants.
Oh,
peasants.
The favorite sound of mine in the game.
You're the worst unit in the game.
Unbelievable that you still think this delusional, Todd. Oh man, but this is such a terrible setup for Hippo. As strong as he was in the early game on map 1, everything is going according to Dice's plan.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have like just insane momentum from there, even though he just killed a few units. He still has the mana potion. He's gonna keep Hippo back at home the whole time. He can grab staff and boots in a moment and just keep on harassing very easily. And usually when you go Walden, you get the shop on the other side near the green camp at the top.
Oh, a little bit of a
Okay, now he's styling on him.
Yeah, right?
But I think he made the shop probably near the green camp, and you can creep that with just units a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Just archers plus that one shop.
There we go. That's exactly what he's supposed to do. Warden 2.3, just healing up and then rinse and repeat. Ideally, of course, with the staff as well. Boom goes the dynamite. Hippo has to stabilize. Once that base is up and once the tech unfolds, it could still be super duper scary. Maybe with some tanks. But until then, it's just suffering.
I'm surprised Hippo hasn't gone to the marketplace yet, because if I find a ring +5 here and I'm fast expanding, I'm going to the marketplace and I'm throwing that thing on the counter of the pawn shop and telling this guy, give me $5 for this, I don't care.
Couldn't it be potentially good somehow?
Okay, how many times is Archmage gotten attacked and will get attacked? That's right, 0.
Probably. Yeah, it's a little unlucky, but maybe you can save it for later for the Mountain King, you know?
Yeah, when he's dead, yeah.
But Dice is giving Hippo some time. Expo's up, he's mining, and...
He's giving some time to recover those peasants before he goes on the next slaughter at the Expo.
Can someone get this man a Snickers? He's getting a little whiny over there.
I need some koalas.
My human. He's gonna turn this around, it's gonna be fine.
I think it's the right choice. I think going for 3 here is like the right choice for him. He has the great Armada and he can use Cloak of Shadows. I think if Hippo anticipates this will happen, he should get dust. Please get dust. Please get dust. No.
Maybe he's thinking about it. He has the resources. Okay, rather tech. It's a 5-minute 20 tech. That's still super fast.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't lose that many peasants yet. But now here's where the show begins.
Oh, yeah. If you don't prevent the staff, this is a classic Dice move, man. He did this since the Demon Hunter got buffed. And he's doing it with almost every hero now. Always on the Echo. But Hippo trying to turn it around.
He's 2.9. He just needs 1 unit to get level 3 here. And I cannot believe you don't have a dust. Like those archers are like, all right, we get a free pass. Nice.
Yeah. And
maybe he sent something to the lab. I see something at the lab on the left side.
He's trying.
Oh no, what?
Oh, the footy dies and he probably didn't scan. Panda is here, Brad.
Why were they awake at the lab? Maybe he detonated a wisp.
I think so, and Hippo sees that this is a catastrophe and taps out. The favorite prevails. Good first map by Hippo, but second map, man, put a Warden into Dice's hands and then he's gonna destroy you.
You know, Dice, he was confident against human. I think it showed he knew exactly how to play. Had to put up a fight in game 1. He was deep in the trenches, you know. It looked like maybe for some time it was going to be scary, but 2 experienced, 2 goods. and he earns himself another match down the line. Honestly, I'm very impressed with Dice. He's been an up-and-comer for a while. I feel like nowadays in Warcraft, when you talk about up-and-comers, people have been doing pretty good and getting better consistently. Colorful is not in that category anymore, so it's probably like, I think Dice, Kaho, and Starbuck nowadays.
Yeah, for
really
sure.
have stepped it up, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, we can't forget that Dice is only 23 years old, so still lots of time.
He's a child.
To
a child of Warcraft.
Improve. And we will throw to the couch and then have the interview.
And there we are, yet again. And wow, what a way to halt the loser bracket momentum that Hippo was having going into the series. Dice just shut him down right away. Both maps looked pretty rough for Hippo, I want to say.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame, actually. Hippo put in the effort to get through against Edo and then especially against Exord, who would almost certainly be able to come out against Dice. To come through against Dice, sorry. And then going down like that, in that style, in that fashion, basically like a 17-minute best of 3 or something. It was really, really fast. And it was just so tough for Hippo to close out game 1, and then in game 2 it felt like he really wasn't able to get off the ground at all.
Yeah, it looked like Dice just had his number today. Like from the winner's set, that also was a 2-0, quick 2-0. We used to say 2-0 and a handshake, And yeah, just like that, Dice advances to the top 6 of the tournament, actually.
Yep.
He's going to play Lawlight next.
That's a rematch.
That's a rematch as well, that's right. It was 2-1 in Lawlight's favor on the winner bracket. Let's see. Maybe Dice took some notes when he saw Foggy, dismantling Lawlight strategies there in maps 2 and 3, and maybe Dice could prevail to the top 4. That would be amazing, actually. I take it that you have some notes about the game, but I think we're going to have a winner's interview first. So let's wait for them to get ready with the interview. Just real quick, what do you think Hippo could have done differently in 2 sentences?
Well, in game 1, just to quickly summarize, he did well to delay the lures, but took too much damage in the mid-game, lost the hero twice, and really needed to build a farm to block the hero for a second to save his Naga the second time round. And that back and forth just doesn't go so well. In game 2, the ward needs to be blocked more, definitely, and the greater mana potion helped a ton as well for Dice.
Nice. All right. I think for a more thorough analysis, we are going to be back after the interview that is ready on stage right now.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Dice. Congratulations. You played very convincingly here, and I would love for you to go over the games one by one. So game 1, Last Refuge, he went for a rifle push. Did you expect he was going to do this, and what do you think was the key for you to hold and get the victory? And then game 2, you chose a Warden, which long time ago you were using that a lot, and you got very well known for that against Human.
At game 1, I thought that he will play rifle push here because he did it already in some couple weekly cups. So I thought I will play with Beastmaster, but then I just realized that with DH it's easier to beat rifle push. And I got some small spikes at the start and lost 1 or 2 wisps to Footman. So the games was so hard because I lost my early game. I should have stayed on tier 1 to add more wisps, 2 more wisps. It's a long time. So that's the reason why this game was so hard for me. It's about second game. I was really rage about my first game. So I decided to play Warden because Warden is more funny than DH. So I was sure that I can do on this map with Warden. And it happens.
You're one of the guys that we can consider new bloods in the Warcraft scene. Like you're one of the newer players that's doing very well at high level. So what's your expectations? What's your ambition in Warcraft 3? And also what did you expect coming to this tournament here? Did you set a goal for yourself? Like I want to get top 8 or something? Or what's your mindset like in general about all of these things?
Well, the main goal was be here, so I'm really enjoy it, and I already did it high place. So next opponent gonna be Lowlight, and I already played against him and lose 2-1. But I think for me it's not a very hard opponent, so assumed to be top 4 at least, yeah. And yeah, I really enjoy of this cup, of this tournament. I really like to talk with some Warcraft 3 community. It's really nice, yeah.
And can you tell us a little bit about the tournaments here? Is this everything you imagined to come to a tournament, to a venue like this, have fans? Like, had you dreamt of this before? Because like for such a long time, everything was online. Is this something that like you practiced for and you had hoped would come to happen someday?
Actually, I'm not practiced at all, but I thought about the opponents, about the games, about my pool, so it's everything in my head, not on the computer, yeah.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Good luck in the next match, and yeah, I'm sure we'll hear from you again. Back to you guys.
Yeah, the crowd just gave a round of applause to Dice, who of course prevailed here as the heavy favorite to win this against Hippo. He won twice, and now he is one series away from making it to the top 4, which would be amazing for him. But he said himself, he expects that of himself, so that's great.
Yeah, that was it was nice to hear a little bit of confidence from a player. You know, some people appreciate the humbleness of others, but also I think it's good to recognize your own strength.
That's right.
And in this case, you know, Dice, he went down 1-2. You know, he went down swinging and fighting against Loliot. It wasn't a rollover. And from my personal knowledge, I mean, Loliot struggles quite a bit in Elfmere. It's not his favorite matchup either. So Dice has a very real shot to book his ticket for the semi-finals tomorrow.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this. Before we come to all the notes that you made during the series, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of insightful stuff to be heard about the Human Night Elf matchup that you written down. I'm also here to inform you guys that the pro player signing session is in full effect right now in the entrance area. And let me show you something real quick, because I've been there before all of you. And I got my stuff signed.
Look at that. So if you have anything that you want to bring along and get it signed, it's in full swing now, guys. So get yourself into the queue. Get the signatures while it's hot.
Yes, please. So yeah, so much for the signing session, which is an amazing thing that they're having this. And now on to the, oh my God, everything is crumbled up back here. On to the post-game analysis. So we just saw Side versus Hippo. Not Side, Dice. Difficult. These guys also played each other, Side versus Dice.
They played each other, similar names. It's all confusing.
Must be a nightmare for casters. Glad I'm not there doing that job. But what do you have here? What did you write down?
Well, for me personally, the first game, you know, Hippo opened aggressively in Last Refuge, as he so often does. And he had a decent start, but it wasn't really enough. He took a lot of losses. The Naga purchase in the middle, he ended up losing his hero, and the Demon Hunter hit level 3. And at that point, with a dead Naga on your side and level 2 Archmage, Hurt Footman, etc., you need to do everything you can to take as little damage as possible, or the elf will just farm levels off of you. And I think the Naga came back and Dice was ready to jump on it straight away, but then Hippo had a really nice base build where he was able to actually walk the Naga back down into the base, and he even had a peasant nearby but didn't start building a farm or anything to try and prevent the Demon Hunter from going in. Maybe he didn't expect Dice to dive as deeply as he did, and he just took out the Naga again, which is a bit of a momentum killer, because for Human, like, you're on an absolute timer in order to try and push and end the game against Night Elf. So even though Dice's tech and bears were delayed, it wasn't enough because he kind of got counter-delayed as well by Dice's movements. So even though Hippo did manage to go across and set up outside, that kind of back and forth fighting was just kind of feeding the Night Elf heroes, and Hippo wasn't getting anything done. He wasn't destroying any buildings. Moonwell's picking off units, whereas Dice was. So in the end, Dice's base defense prevailed, and he had the way superior heroes.
Yeah, we've seen this time and time again with like Night Elf versus Human, right? Where the Human tries to push them, and then Night Elf, of course, because the first night in the game starts so early, they have like very nice like moon juice sustain and whatnot over the course of the, you know, the usual like first base rush timing. So yeah, Dice played that very well. I think so too. What happened on map 2 then?
Yeah, so game 2 is Northern Isles, and Hippo decided not to play super aggressive and actually went for the fast expansion. He used to play that more often in the past until he started being kind of super aggro with the rifles. And creeping into instant, you know, going for the instant expansion isn't the easiest strategy to execute in the world. It's very tight resource-wise. And Dice, he crit the Tuskar camp first, where he gets an immediate level 2. Went for Fan of Knives, didn't actually skill a second skill, interestingly enough. He managed to get the Greater Mana Potion, which is just, kind of winning the lottery a little bit there. And yeah, when the Warden came to attack Hippo's expansion, Hippo didn't really see it coming, like the angle that the Warden would approach, and didn't make any attempt to sort of block the Warden or get in her way, so that she at least had to expend like a blink or something to try and get on top of the Peasant's blink fan, and it would cost her a lot of mana. And she was able to just sort of waltz in and just start Fan of kniving everything. How do you even make that into an adjective?
Maybe fanning of knives, maybe? Yeah.
something like that, yeah. Yeah, fanning everything up. And I think it was 3 Peasants that went down, and that was just super tough for Hippo to recover from. And there wasn't that much he could do. I also didn't like the fact that he skipped the Arcane in the main, knowing that Dice would almost certainly achieve a level 3 Warden. That staff play back into the human main base with the level 2 fan is just deadly, and there was no Arcane there to mitigate that, unfortunately.
Yeah, to drain some of the mana potion at least, Well, that makes one more on the eliminated players list, that being Hippo. I think Hitman was also playing versus Starbuck?
Yeah, and I do believe the series may be tied up. It was 1-0.
I remember it being 1-1 at some point, like not too far away, like at some not too far away point. What I wanted to say. Okay, FoCuS beat Pato 2-0, and apparently Hitman Starbuck is still going on at the moment, and it's 1-1. Yeah.
So they must be playing a pretty competitive game.
Oh, it's 2-1. Right now. Okay. Starbuck took it. We just got informed by Remo Demo.
Nice, thank you, Remo. Well, a 2-1 victory for Starbuck. He'll be delighted. I know Starbuck really wanted to come far in this tournament, and Hitman is a pretty tough opponent. Getting through that match 2-1, I'm super hyped for him as his fellow teammate.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad for Hitman because he looked so confident against Leon, and then he had a tough draw playing Moon, the GOAT. After all, very difficult opponent to overcome. But I think Starbuck is a rough draw for the first loser bracket match because, especially with how good he's gotten, like very recently with this amazing run at TP League where he finished, I think, 3rd place. Top 3.
That's
beating
insane.
a lot of the really good Asian players as well. I think he even beat 1-0 in the group stage, right?
Yes, he did.
Incredible stuff. And Starbuck now is facing FoCuS, so another org.
Also another rematch from the previous stages here, because Hitman already played against, Starbuck already played against FoCuS and lost 2-0, I do believe. No, 2-1.
2-1, actually.
2-1.
Yeah, it looks like Starbuck is having these schlobberknockers today.
Yeah, he's coming through a lot of tough series. It's definitely not very enviable to play 6 maps against some of the top orcs with human.
Yeah, it's rough.
But he's the man to do it. Starbuck is so good at playing different styles. With human especially, he can play fast tech rifles, he can play expansion, he can play fast level 3 archmage and pick up like a tavern hero and go super aggressive on tier 2. And he's, I've spoken to myself, he's a guy that's willing to switch up strategy. He doesn't just stick to one game plan at all times. And that should give him a good chance to get past FoCuS again. And FoCuS, he's played, I would say, decently so far. Obviously, we saw him against Happy earlier, where he struggled really, really hard. Kind of a little bit more so than I expected. Remo was pretty confident that it would be like a bit of a blowout for FoCuS, which it was. I was a little bit more surprised. And then, of course, versus Pato, Pato, quite a clear underdog there. So FoCuS, he's got to step up a little bit, I think, against Starbuck, especially now that Starbuck's kind of warmed up a little bit again against another orc player.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting series, but I think the thing that everybody in the building has been looking forward to the most today is what's going to happen next, and that's going to be Happy versus Moon. It's going to be the unstoppable force of the recent years of Warcraft 3 versus the GOAT, I think the most accomplished player this game has ever seen, and by a significant margin. But it looks like lately it's been 7-0 in Happy's favor. He hasn't lost to Moon in a while. I think last time he lost to Moon must have been on the Keeper patch, like 3 years ago or something.
No, off the top of my head, I can't recall a series that Moon took off of Happy. I don't think they play a ton, to be honest. But no, Keeper patch, God, that feels like a long time ago, to be honest. But Moon, I think like the other Night Elves, he isn't always the greatest against undead. For a while, he was playing a lot of mass air, and then a lot of mass dryads, and then it became normal for everyone to try mass dryads, and then it was only Foggy that was taking maps off of Happy with that strategy. Even Moon and Doliet and other players, Colorful, were not winning with that strategy against Happy.
Yeah.
So perhaps Moon, you know, will he go with Demon Hunter or Keeper? I really don't know actually what he's going to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a genuine surprise because I think, all these Night Elves have been bashing their heads against the wall. That is Happy's very solid game plan that he has figured out against Night Elf and readjusted time and time again to, you know, adjust to changes that were made by patches in recent years. And it seems like no Night Elf is ever coming like close to beating Happy, which is, you could say that with all the fractions, I suppose, because nobody really, you know, contests Happy in a way that, you know, would make them confident against him. I think he's the only player that nobody in the room is confident against. And yeah, I love Moon's Dryad micro. I think Dryads are a really solid call for him here. Really good against Destroyers, of course, and the way he micros the Dryads, right? The Dryad dancing, as they call it, like splitting them at all times is really, really good. Also, quite potent against, you know, not being susceptible to the nuke that the undead heroes have to provide.
Precisely.
But then again, you really have to watch out or look out for your heroes because they are the prime target for the nukes then if you play Mass Dryads, so yeah.
Yeah, precisely. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword. You know, you've got all the units that are magic immune, but then your heroes are always going to be the recipient of a nuke, right? So, yeah, you have to be on your toes at all times. For me, it's always like Mass Dryads is a little bit like Marine Micro. You know, I'm not super familiar with StarCraft 2, but I know that you can like move various boxes of Marines around and split them and stuff. And Dryads is kind of a similar concept, but just, you know, not nearly as such an intense speed, obviously, to have to move so many units at once. But yeah, Moon is certainly famous for that. That's definitely one of his main strengths, and I feel like that would probably serve him well going forward, especially maybe with either the Demon Hunter second with the Keeper first or the Panda.
We saw that earlier today with Foggy when he was playing against Lawlight, but also when he was playing his first series against Exord on stream, that Foggy is the type of player that likes to prepare, that likes to, you know, think about like alternate strategies, maybe throwing in some weird timings here and there. And Foggy being one of the biggest Moon fanboys there are, because Moon has been around for such a long time, he also, of course, took a page out of the book of Moon himself, who used to be a huge innovator for the game back before, I think, before he had to do his mandatory military service, when he was still like active and on top of the game.
Yeah.
Not that he has like super fallen off after that, because he won some big events afterwards as well. But you know, he's not the big innovator anymore that we, you know, used to know him for. They call him the fifth race for a reason, and I'm wondering if he's got something cooking up. You know, if he's got something against Happy that, you know, he came here all the way from South Korea, from, I think I talked to them, they said it was like a 13-hour flight, right?
Yeah.
And they came here, I think, 3 days early, so they don't have to, you know, struggle with jet lag and whatnot. So maybe, just maybe, he's got something cooking, and maybe we see some unconventional strategies here. Maybe something to finally overthrow Happy here.
Well, we can just see Moon on screen right now. I wonder if he's feeling nervous or anything. I'm really curious about the kind of mental state of players, you know, when they go into more high-stakes matches, you know, how they feel going into it. Are they able to keep calm? Did they have, like, rituals? You know, for me personally, I'm a big fan of tennis, so, you know, yeah, I've watched especially players like Nadal, for example. You know, he has so many, like, pre-game rituals, and he's got to put everything right, kind of like what Happy does and stuff. But he's always like super nervous before and then settles into a match. So it'd be kind of cool to ask that sort of question to the players.
Yeah, that's right. I think if he wins, then we get a chance that our casters can ask him those sort of questions.
Yeah.
I think now in the rather unlikely event that Happy gets tossed into loser's bracket here and he has to come out on top against the winner of Starbuck and FoCuS. Do you think there's a shot that Happy drowns on the group stages here, or once he gets broken, you know?
Yeah, he's not like that. That's the trouble. It's just even a single loss, it never seems to put him down or take the win from his sails. He's just able to play every series as an individual event. It's like, right, I'm focusing on this best of 3, this best of 5, and regardless of prior events, it always feels like he's able to just concentrate on that and give his best.
Yeah.
It doesn't really seem to faze him much. I mean, as you can see from talking to him, it doesn't seem like much phases him, you know.
That's true, that's true. when they were shooting, they had like media day yesterday, right? All the pro players did.
Yeah.
And when they were shooting their little introduction videos, they had a lot of fun actually. And Heide told me that she was working with the Happy shoot again, and she's like, he has like a very dry sense of humor, but he tries to be like silly and funny at times, right? And everybody's like taken aback by this, but she got to know him like pretty well last year at last RARALAND, and she's like, no, you guys just don't know him like that. He is a funny guy, okay? So yeah, whenever like Remo's standing there on stage interviewing him, asking him like some silly question, and he's like, I don't want to answer that.
Yeah, we've seen that on stage before, for sure. No, I mean, not everybody is wired the same way, right? It's just, it's difficult for people to face a crowd or to be spontaneous and just come up with answers on the spot. It's not an easy thing to do, and he is just so concentrated on himself and his own game, I feel.
I feel like with all like the storyline building around Happy and like his dominance over the game in the last couple of years, and everything that we interpret into like his performances and how he does against certain players, and maybe he has a weak matchup in Orc, but then again he beat FoCuS really bad and whatnot. I feel like for Happy himself, it's just so different than like the way we perceive him. For him, I feel like he just sees the game as it is. He's just locked in. He doesn't think about accomplishments, accolades. What happens if I'm going to lose? What happens if I'm going to win? He just sees the game it is. He sees there is work to do. I know what to do. Yeah. I have the I have the capability to overcome any opponent you throw my way. Overcome any obstacle that you throw my way, and that's what I'm going to do. And that's why he's such a great player. He just adjusts on the fly, is hyper focused in the game, and yeah, that's basically like not unheard of in Warcraft, but most of the Warcraft players have some sort of watching out for their legacy and whatnot. Happy could never do that. He's like I want to play the game. I want to succeed. I'm good at it. He is the best in the world at it, right? And maybe at some point when these events, keep being as big as this one, for example, maybe at some point he will, be able to compete with the monetary legacy of players like Moon and Fly and Lin and Infi and TH, Can only hope for the best, because I think he deserves a spot among the upper top echelon of players of all time.
Yeah, it's interesting to reflect on history a little bit too, because Happy was always known as a strong player with strong micro, but it was never insanely successful. He did well in Warcraft, obviously, without a doubt, but he was never like an all-time great back then. And of course, then he had a stint in StarCraft 2 as well. I don't know, maybe you know better than I how well he did there.
He was a really solid player in StarCraft, but...
What race did he play? Terran?
I think so, yeah.
Terran, I think, yeah. But he didn't do insanely well, obviously, as well, right? He didn't become like a super top player or anything like that. But then, interestingly, when he came back to Warcraft, he just, I don't know, blew everyone out of the water. And the thing is, it's not like the scene sat idly for all those years. We had other professional players still continuing to play and improve at the game. And Happy just comes along and just rocks everyone's world. It didn't take long for him to just start completely dominating on another level that we've never seen.
Yeah, I know that back in the day when when Happy started coming back to these online events, especially I remember the Mo Cup by Massimo that was going down on Monday nights.
Massimo.
Yeah, with random heroes and whatnot. And I remember Remo was a little bit doubtful of Happy in the beginning. And for the first couple of months, it looks like Remo was right, because he had a very stiff, a very stale play style. He wasn't the biggest innovator. When everybody started playing Crypt Lord, when that Crypt Lord patch hit the scene, and the Crypt Lord was a very amazing hero for a short while, he refused to play him. He stuck to his guns. He stuck to the standard play that he knows, because he at some point, I think at some point he said something he figured out some sort of strategy for every matchup that works pretty well, and he knows his adjustments left and right, so he will just play the game plan that presents the least opposition to him, right? So he rarely throws curveballs or whatever. And that's why he's not known as a big-time innovator, not like the likes of 120, who he's they call him the Necromancer because he revived the undead race, when he started coming up, and he came up meteorically as well, a little bit earlier than Happy's comeback.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned 120 actually, because around the time I started watching in 2014, kind of basically post like Yoz kind of final that we witnessed in WCA. Every moment from there, I remember watching. I think 120 used to be called Tara or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Might be, yeah.
I think he had a different nickname, and he used to play super different to other undeads. He popularized the use of banshees, for example, especially against orc. Ted, in his latter days, also played that quite a bit, and then it just sort of fell off. And then 120 started playing it all the time. We used to then start seeing Possession being used, which was a very, very underused spell, especially against human. And then, of course, there was meat wagon pushes as well against human expansions. So he was always, 120 was always willing to try something new, and Happy was very rarely making any adjustments. And then it feels like as time went on, he sort of accepted that you need to make some sort of adjustment in order to continuously be the best. And I remember when a lot of the pro players came back, like Vortex, for example. Vortex was super good when he came back a few years ago for the short stint that he was here. And he was, he jumped on the Criplord train straight away, and I think took a series off of Happy with Criplord. And then Happy just played Criplord and won. So it's like, as soon as he picked it up, he was like, right, you know what, I'm not going to lose against this again because I know it's strong, and I can't be so stubborn all the time. And he ended up doing insanely well with it.
Yeah, that's right. So he's like, his execution, his decision making is just so good that it very well translates to trying out other strategies and then adjusting his game plans accordingly. Yeah, of course. And whenever there's a new patch that hits, I think Happy is one of the first that starts to discuss how the units balance now against each other in every matchup. That like from the undead side on his stream, there's I remember very specifically this one stream where I think for like as a sub goal or like for a donation or something, he did like a 2-hour like balance analysis in English, so we could finally watch and
we could understand his thoughts.
Exactly. And basically, one thing that I find is actually hilarious is that Happy thinks undead is the worst race, and he thinks it always has been. And he feels like undeads supposedly lose every matchup and whatnot. That's so funny. I don't know how he thinks about the meta at the moment in this very patch, but when he did the analysis in English back then, I think it was like 1.5 or 2 years ago or something, he was complaining a lot about like how like awful undeads do against every other matchup.
Yeah, I wonder where that comes from exactly, because he's been so dominant, and obviously, his skill can't be questioned. Like we've seen it proven time and time again. But it would be kind of weird to think that the race is that bad, but then he could still be that good.
Yeah,
and I don't think the two necessarily go hand in hand. I know we have a pretty small pro scene compared to other games, but there's still lots of really good players. So it seems strange to me that he would think it's that poor, which I personally don't either. But obviously there are some frustrating things about the race. Like the race is very reliant on like Death Knight and Aura, Coil statues. The acolytes can be easily harassed, things like that. But we've seen so much innovation over time. I mean, for example, Undead expansion was buffed, right? So Undeads could finally stop playing one base all the time and try it 2 base. We saw very recently Nerubian Tower Rushes against Night Elf, which a lot of the Night Elves hated.
Yeah, I love to see that. I think that's so funny.
You like to drink those Moonwell tears from the elves,
yes. And they are frozen.
Yeah, perfect. It's like a little explosion.
It's like a popsicle.
Yeah, exactly, explosion of flavor in your mouth.
It's a healing popsicle. I want that.
Do you know what? I think that's what I need.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I need to get myself back into shape.
That's what all of us need. A soul healing popsicle. Yeah, I forgot my train of thought. So please continue on. I had something on my mind, but I don't remember.
No, so we've obviously got Lolai at Dice, right? So that will be happening, I think, tomorrow potentially, actually, because there's the 2 loser bracket finals.
Yeah. If both of them happen tomorrow, I think that's cool. So, but then this would be the last series today, right?
Yeah, that's true, actually, because I think there's supposed to be 2 more.
Or maybe Starbuck FoCuS, that's still out in the open as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they're ongoing yet. Probably not, right? Because they just played Starbuck and Hitman, so that was
I know Hitman is
ago.
over there signing people's stuff, so, you know. Also, one thing that all the 3 Koreans, they told me Thursday night, I never thought about it, and now it's actually mind-blowing that they told me. They said for the last 2 years, there has only been 2 players that won Tier 1 events, and that's Happy and 1-0. The weakest race, am I right? The only 2 players that were able to win Tier 1 events, where also everybody shows up and everybody gives it their best shot because it's so much money on the line and so much pride and legacy on the line as well, you know? For a guy like Happy, like he like, you know, it looks like when he's in game, he's locked in, he doesn't care about all of that, where other people's, you know, struggle to, you know, compose themselves mentally with all the stress and all the, you know, expectations and whatnot. But I think outside of the game, when I talked to Happy last year, he really cares about his legacy. Like when he's not locked into the game, he's like, he just continues to play to, you know, improve and further his legacy, because this is the, you know, the best game, the best thing that he has. Like he's the best at this game by a wide margin, like the most consistent player and whatnot, and has been so for, I think, 4 to 5 years at this point. And yeah, actually crazy to think about. And like, I think that needs, as we already said, some sort of recognition in the annals of Warcraft history.
Yeah, do not recall last year at RARALAND 1 that Happy won the final, convincingly, obviously demolishing Lalite in the final, and then just went and played ladder.
Exactly,
Isn't that an insane thought? That is how dedicated this man is to his practice. You know, he, as you said, like he just wants to be the best. Like he
exactly.
At least that's what it appears like. You know, if you like you win one of the biggest competitions that's been arranged for such a long time, and then you just go to ladder.
That's the restless mega champ. He knows there's got to be some other tournament. They have monthly tournaments now, right, in China as well, like the TP League. So there's like, there's always competition, and there's always, you know, some more money to make, some more sets to win.
Yeah, more ice cream monies together, as we always joke about.
Yes.
But no, TP League as well is great to watch. Obviously, that is pretty much the peak of online Warcraft competition. I mean, it's always the top Koreans and a few of the Chinese players playing with Happy. Obviously, Starbuck made a huge splash there as well recently as well. And that's the thing that I like to watch the most, and just see how well he performs there consistently, because obviously, you know, here at BaseStack we have amazing conditions.
Yes.
But online, you know, it's a lot trickier to navigate servers and stuff like that, and you know, the players are playing with considerably higher ping and it's less stable and stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know, he can't deliver his absolute best, because I feel like Happy is a player that needs as low a ping as possible to excel. And you know, here he has the perfect opportunity to play his absolute best and show his fullest potential.
I think he has like the best micro anyone has ever seen in the game, and of course that comes to fruition best in a scenario where there's like almost no ping or like almost no like latency whatsoever. So that's where also the most impressive stuff, like the most impressive like Happy clips, you know, the most impressive micro clips always happen at these types of events, right? There's one WGL where like he had a pit lord quadruple killing with the cleave
so beautiful.
on, I think it was Lin again, no, maybe Lin or FoCuS. Quadruple killing headhunters with the cleave. Such a funny clip, man.
I love moments like that in Warcraft. It's a game that never fails to deliver such insane moments, like heroes just getting blown up or tons and tons of units being just absolutely destroyed by massive AoE damage. It's just the game we all know and love to watch, and it's just you know, fantastic that we've got the opportunity to be here to host, to be part of this event and be the premier event for BaseStack, and it's Warcraft 3 of all games.
That's actually, we're having a great time here. Shout outs to the people at BaseStack, of course, who are hosting us here. Great venue. They have a lot of room for, I think it must be about 150 or more people in here. I think with all the staff and whatever.
I feel like it's even more.
Yeah, it feels like 200 people with all staff and everything. So yeah, that's a lot of people crammed in here enjoying Warcraft. I think the arena where the games are being played, like the stream games that we are broadcasting to you, is like fully packed. So there's people sitting in front of us watching the screen behind our couch as well. There we see the stacked arena. People are, you know, standing at the walls, like leaning back and trying to, you know, find a place to play, to watch their favorite players prevail here. And this, of course, is going to be the most hyped match of the day, Happy versus Moon, as we, you know, been on a tangent about for the last what feels like 3 hours. I think everybody has been anticipating this game, right? So Happy versus Moon, everybody knew it was possible through the group, and they're seeded in a way that, you know, this should happen at the end of the day. which is, I think Group B is also a little bit busted. I think Group B was stronger than Group A, like overall. We have Happy, Moon, FoCuS, and then also Starbuck is in there, Hitman is in there.
Yeah.
I think that's a little more stacked than the first group, but not by a large margin, because Group A also we've seen some amazing games, and Foggy actually prevailed here. So that's also, you know, an amazing sight to behold.
Yeah, I was super impressed with Foggy's play today, actually.
For sure.
I was not expecting him to beat Exord in the fashion that he did. It was so quick. And it was just a clinical performance from him as well. So Foggy, I feel like, really is representing Group A right now.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we finally do have a game between Happy and Moon. So everybody enjoy, and casters, take it away.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, this is a dream come true. It is Happy versus Moon at RARALAND, Remo.
Hell yeah! These are the two GOATs of our time. Moon, the most successful player of all time in Warcraft 3. Happy, the most successful player of recent years. And they are the kings of their regions, and they're meeting here now.
100%, both undefeated, both gunning for the big semi-final tomorrow. There can only be one. The loser here is, of course, a second chance in the lower bracket, but it's going to be really, really tough tomorrow morning. And here are your players. Neither of these players needs an introduction, but of course we're gonna give it up. On the upper right-hand side, the Emperor of RARALAND, it's Happy! And on the bottom left-hand side, a name synonymous with Warcraft 3 representing DRX, this is Moon! I got goosebumps, dude.
Hell yeah, the crowd is absolutely on point here. The excitement is palpable in the air, and we're starting off our series. Best of 3 here, by the way, guys. Still, before tomorrow, we're going to go into a longer series. So 3 maps total to be played. Recently, Happy has absolute had Moon's number. Moon has been cooking up some new stuff I've been hearing, and he needs something new. Happy is known to be an absolute killer in this matchup, and normally leaves Night Elves by the wayside, like there's no tomorrow.
I hate to bring it to you as well, but yeah, the stats are heavily in favor of Happy. This is not a matchup that Moon likes to play against 1-0. He's really, really successful. Against all the other undeads in the world, he's super successful, but Happy has his number. He's the kryptonite, and Moon can't get around. But if you go to RARALAND, you know you have to go through one person to take the title, and that is Happy. So we'll see what Moon has been cooking.
Oh, hell yeah. Happy expected to be the final boss. The bookkeepers probably had his name all the way at the top of the list. But we're starting things off slow here. We're going to be creeping up a bit. And there's a Wisp ready to detonate. Gets that one off, at least gets one Skelly. Didn't get the experience away. And Moon is able to successfully slow down the leveling of the DK so far.
Yeah, it seems like it's once again Happy's slower approach to the matchup, not rushing across immediately against Immolation. That's also not a good plan. Moon is the one bringing the game to Happy, not with Mana Burn as Foggy did before against Exord, but no, with Immolation. So far, nothing crazy, but a lot of damage on these ghouls.
Absolutely. Of course, they're going to be able to heal on the Blight, but they have to stay at home for now. No Mana Burn build, very unusual to see nowadays, but the Demon here early is really strong with it. And the DK is completely out of mana already. So is the Demon, to be fair, but he can easily heal from the Moonwells, and Happy being stopped early in his tracks.
Immolation, Evasion, that's the build here. Happy kinda still away from level 2, but this little Murloc is giving it to him. That's Unholy Aura, that's unlocked, and the techs are unfolding as well. What are the odds for Gargs, Remo?
Gargs on one base, I think, pretty rarely seen. Happy plays Gargs quite often in this matchup if he's expanding. And what do we have Moon doing here? We thought he was going to fall back, but Moon is looking for more kills. He knows the ghouls are hurt. He's sitting in the main base with a very unconventional timing. He might get the graveyard. That slows down everything.
That's an amazing push by Moon. There we go. Floodgates open. We're at the end of the tech, but every single kill of Acolytes is hurting Happy big time. So far, the ghouls are alive, but for how long? Number one is falling, and no mining for Happy the entire time.
What a sick start by Moon here. Absolutely off to the races on map 1. Happy a bit greedy, didn't have a narrow tower for a long time. Shadow Meld, TP out. Does he save everything? Yes, he does.
What an early game, man. The Moon is indeed rising, coming prepared. His Hunter's Hall is also a little bit delayed, but he has the resources for the second hero, which he's gonna be picking up. Let's now... He has arrived at tier 2. He's getting solo experience from the Merc spot. That might just be on purpose.
He also sees the opponent coming. The Sentry Watch found earlier, placed in a perfect position. Moon knows Happy is arriving soon, and Moon's falling back. Doesn't want to fall victim to yet another creep jack by Happy like we've seen many times before. Moon's gonna play it safe now.
Okay, Happy is here finally with the Naga second. That is, of course, then Lich third, and a weaker Lich in that. Demon Hunter kind of squeezed in between the Ancient of War and the creeps, and it is indeed 2 more ghouls.
Happy loses 3 ghouls early, before 6 minutes.
Washed?
This doesn't happen. This never happens. Happy here, off to an uncharacteristically weak start in this series.
So, of course, we've seen it a lot of times, like Happy's 9-minute ghoul push, the 9-minute nightmare, as I like to call it. With all these ghoul kills, that's not possible anymore, so he has to go for his plan B, which is then late expo, I guess, but he is denying the second hero of Moon.
Demon level 3. What is he gonna skill now? That's the weird point.
Yeah.
Like, Mana Burn is gonna be good late game, but he's level 4 for it. He's holding on to the skill point still doesn't have a second hero, but Moon hasn't lost any units. All the archers are still there, and of course the ghouls, the statues, the timings, everything slowed down for Happy.
The living legend is making an impact.
Panda.
Here's the Panda. In anticipation of Garg's late Garg transition, it's always good against buildings, of course.
Yeah, with the Panda out now on the map, Gargs, I think, certainly shouldn't be an option, but of course nowadays it's mostly about the Naga. Is this the new strat for Moon? Is that what he's been cooking up? I've been hearing rumors. I've been hearing that Moon has been preparing something special for Happy, and here it certainly is. Level 2 Immolation plus Panda. It's all about the fire damage, baby.
Bring the heat, and these players so far definitely do. Solo experience now, as you said. Scroll of the Beast, Soul, Staff, Boots, lots of mobility for Moon, and the Panda, Ring of the Magi, can't complain about that.
Always a great item. Stat boosts for the Demon Hunter are terrific. Happy's looking for his first unit kill. The first unit kill of the game. I think he's gonna get it now. This archer indeed is doomed. That's level 3, big level up there. But guess what? The Naga also in trouble. But she's got the boots, helping her here quite a bit. The apparel of boots, appreciate on both sides.
Okay, we're on the way to tier 3 for Moon. Happy has arrived there. Was that just the first slaughterhouse that finished in the base? Yeah, right? This is kind of late with the statues here.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the graveyard thing. The graveyard cancel was huge. Graveyard takes forever to build. Really slowed down everything for Happy. And what does that mean across the map? It means that Moon has more time to prepare. Most likely the frenzy timing will still hit, but much later this time around. And if the Demon and Panda both get 3, I mean, that should be lights out for the ghouls. Or lights on,
lights
depending
on, I guess. Yeah, get the pitchforks. Rat spot already. That's a little bit of armor and damage and intelligence for the Demon Hunter. Should he use a Tome of Retraining maybe to go for Mana Burn again?
I could see that later on for sure, but I think right now it's about building the army first. You need the bears, you need the dryads, also orb. There's still lots of things to get stronger with. And especially as long as there are ghouls and the demon's in the right spot, with boots he might be, could still be quite good. I'm liking Moon's play a lot. Let's be 100% fair here, if we will. This wasn't Happy's best game ever. A few mistakes have in fact been displayed, but Moon has been doing this insanely well.
Red spot for Happy now. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Happy is not able to play the 9-minute push. Happy is not able to play the tier 3 expansion for now. Moon always has to be on the lookout, of course, for a second Haunted Gold Mine. But yeah, it's Creepcraft right now. Panda, easy. And on the other side, what do we got? Talisman, little boost for the Naga. But the Lich is definitely going to be under-leveled for a long time.
But since there's no mana burn, or at least not yet, it's going to be very hard to find the kills, especially on the lich. A bit of mana burn, right-click damage, also good for just nuke damage on the target. But, you know, the Demon Hunter Panda are extremely strong late game, but normally on one base, it's considered not playable because it's so weak in the mid game that you get overrun by the enemy second hero. But here, Moon had such a great game that he made the Panda work, and he has bridged the time. We are now in the late game. The heroes are online. And especially if Moon can perhaps find an answer to Destroyers, maybe Talons, I think he's looking great.
He's also getting the second mercenary camp. That's one of the biggest spots on the map with one of the best rewards there is. And Happy didn't even dare to get it because he was busy at the red spot bottom right-hand side. Heal scroll against the Panda, always nice to have. But Moon, can he finish that merc camp? He's even taking this little troll camp here. Man, he has no TP to get out though, so a fight is brewing.
Yeah, I think he's ready to fight, isn't he? Both heroes almost level 4, good items as well, and lots of mana. Supply is dead even. Happy's looking for the weakness, but he can't find one. He's backing off.
Rock solid Moon. The first breath of fire was amazing against the ghouls. He will need to use that heal scroll very, very soon. Happy sees no chance. This was supposed to be a creep jack, but it backfires hard. Moon in a tremendous spot.
Only costs Happy 1 ghoul in terms of losses, but it also means that the timing is slipping away. Ghouls are very strong right on tier 3 with Frenzy, but they'll be getting weaker over time, especially as enemy heroes get stronger, especially against heroes like a Panda.
Moon feeling confident. You can see it bottom right-hand side. We are in Destroyer territory, and there seemed to be an issue here. Maybe with the hotkeys, we'll see about that. Stressful. What a great game this was so far for Moon. Maybe a little psychological warfare, pausing the game, let it sink in. You know, Happy, I got your number. This game is looking good.
Yeah, this is a rare emotion to have against Happy, where you're feeling good, you're feeling confident. You've been kind of schooling Happy in the early game. Happy with 1 or 2 missteps, perhaps, that Moon was able to punish amazingly. Is this the new playstyle? I'm really curious to see if this is kind of something that's going to be continuing as well. Immolation plus Panda. It's been looking terrific here. And it all started off with quick harass, quick damage being done against the undead, and even a graveyard cancel out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can resolve things. It would be a darn shame if we have to restart the game, but shouldn't be. Should be a fix soon to come.
All right, how do you play from here if you're Happy? You know you're a little bit behind, but you also know that you've been in like 570 games where you were in this position and you were able to turn it around.
Yeah, this is interesting. Like normally, especially against the Demon Hunter Naga, you know that more creeping, more late game, more levels will normally favor you more. So, delay the game, stay at 50, be cost efficient, especially if the opponent does not have an expansion, and then just creep up the map as much as you can. You're fast with the aura, try to minimize losses, and then normally you can rely on very strong heroes late game. But now, he's facing Demon Panda, perhaps the strongest dual hero combo in the game, so the late game isn't necessarily on his side. Just dragging out the game might not favor him, especially since Nile can expand easier, and as we saw, that might be a thought as well. So, yeah, Happy has to make some quick adjustments. Perhaps the most obvious answer is try to get as many creeps in as you can, gobble up the rest of the map, try to get some crucial level ups, and then perhaps it's this time around the case that Happy is the one who actually has to act first as he's going up against these other strong 2 heroes.
Yeah, and as we said, like he's not as aggressive as he was a year ago, so there seemed to be still a little bit of an issue, so we just continue to talk about it. He's becoming tame. You think he's getting older, tamer, or is it just a meta?
Well, tell you what, it's the first game of the series also.
Yep.
Sometimes even Happy doesn't play his very best. There are indeed occurrences where a mistake is sometimes observed, but his ability to bounce back is truly phenomenal. And you know, I was thinking about this before as well. Happy, especially in best of 3s, hard to beat. Best of 5s, excuse me. But this is a best of 3.
Correct.
This could be a little punch landing there before the clock runs out, and could be indeed Moon forcing Happy down to the lower bracket, which would make it the second Night Elf in our top 4. Foggy, of course, being through already.
And then we got Starbuck versus FoCuS playing against the loser of this one. Pretty damn fantastic. If you're in Moon shoes, you feel really, really confident now. I hope the nerves doesn't go to him. Like, usually you would think, this guy is playing tournament for 22 years. He shouldn't get nervous. But when we went to China for the first time and we talked, oh, he's still getting nervous. Oh, yeah, I'm still getting nervous, man. Let's hope he has everything under control.
Yeah, a lot of athletes, a lot of performers also have like the jitters before they go into the game, but many also say once it starts, then the rhythm kicks in, you know, the experienced feel kicks in, and they can let loose and really display all their abilities. And those were quite some good abilities. Yeah. Excellent early game that Moon has displayed here, and I want to say perhaps the best early game against Happy from a Night Elf I've seen in quite some time. Might take some innovation. I guess also it's going to be up to Happy to make an adjustment on map 2, but that's something he must not focus on now. This game,
Let's
number
not cast
one,
the curses.
very much still up in the air. But yeah, this is certainly something fresh, and that's always the most exciting thing. Moon always has been an innovator, always has been fantastic to follow, fascinating to observe, and yeah, even now, even after all these years, he's still oftentimes leading the charge.
It's so crazy, man. After 20 years, how you can still come up with new things in Warcraft 3. Like, who does a timing push against a graveyard? No one does it, but you give Moon some time. It's been 6 weeks since the qualifier, I guess. He knew, okay, I'm going to go to Dortmund. I want to beat Happy's ass, and I'll prepare. And Moon was always the strongest when he had time to prepare. And man, 6 weeks in Moon's brain, that's scary.
Yeah, I wonder how many tricks have been cooking up there. As we know, some people like to let him cook, and something wonderful seems to have been produced from that. We've got a little simmering, if you will. Yeah, Last Refuge is still going to be the map for us to focus on. We're going to be continuing with that soon, guys. We're having, unfortunately, some technical difficulties, but should be underway shortly.
Happy looks like he has 400 APM in Windows settings. He's working with his entire head. It's crazy. But yeah, this was also at a time where we were close to a fight in the middle of the game, I think. So, okay, headphones back on. There was a nod, I think. And if Happy nods, we obey, I hope.
We're going to get the info here if we're ready to go momentarily. Lots of time to think also in the break for the players. Is there something to min-max? Is there a specific move to go for to either... Let's go. Find out.
All right, everybody, we're back! And Dortmund is back as well. All technical difficulties aside, Moon is in a great spot. 700 gold, amazing levels, great heroes. Happy slowed down the entire game, and look at the bravery of Moon. He just creeps the lap away with a Demon Hunter solo.
Level 2 immolation, baby. Let him burn.
What the hell? Dispelling against the inner fire and the bloodlust. How great is that?
He's suffering from his own success. He can't even pick up the item. He's got too many good items. Panda also gets the other camp across the map. Moon's experience gain is insane. And Happy, by the way, has made his choice. He's going for a different tech. Double Temple will be going into Banshees.
Oh, wow. Against the bears. He knows how strong these bears are, and he wants to have them for himself. Can he survive until then? The items for Moon are amazing. Devotion Aura, fantastic. An Ankh against Undead, always nice to have. Wand of the Wind, always the X factor, especially against Happy. You prevent one coil, one hero might fall at any given time. But Happy, important, scouted really, really well, and kicked the Expo. So we stay at 1-base.
And now almost all the creeps are gone. Oh, Demon Hunter here, getting kind of intercepted. Hero kill would go a long way, but he's got the staff, isn't it?
Oh! There's a zap! There's an Ankh! He's coming back, but Happy just ignores it. He just wanted the Ankh gone.
Couldn't you have killed him a second time?
I think so. Just surround him.
What?
Kill him. No?
It's only 500 HP.
Did he not realize? I mean, it's kind of obvious, but, you know, heat of the moment, maybe.
That would have been an easy kill. He had so much time to surround. This could have been a demon falling. Moon gets away with a black eye, but Happy also gets the last big camp on the map.
We have another transition, this time by Moon. We see an Ancient of Wind. It could be everything, really. Hippos, fairies, talons even, with the new patch we got. All right, both stay at 50, really greedy. We're not paying upkeep, we're investing into upgrades. The first attack upgrade for Happy along the way. We got 1-2 already for Moon.
Yeah, I think he will be looking towards those talons. Talons extremely good, especially late game with high supply against destroyers. Almost impossible to beat if the talons are in the right spot. But the talons don't do much against the Banshees, which Moon still has not figured out.
I think he needs fairies. Fairies against Curse?
Yeah, could be good.
It's amazing.
Absolutely.
Okay, calm before the storm. The three heroes feeling its other pulse. What's up? Who wants to dance? Are you ready? Nobody really feels ready. For Moon, the talent transition isn't done yet. The Banshee transition isn't done yet. It's just, put the toe in the water.
And Happy, of course, here has a big mana advantage. The statues in the back healing away. And there's no mana burn this time.
True.
So these statues can work over time, and Happy is making use of his advantages perfectly. With the mana advantage, he's poking with the spells, and also with the move speed advantage, he's kiting from range. Moon's army is strong if it gets to connect, but it's kind of slow to get there.
We have a little bit of a stalemate going on here. Happy keeps Moon busy, so there's no time to go to the shop to go for mana burn, for a Tome of Retraining. And now Banshees are ready in 5. How can you stop this?
All right, committing in with the Bears. Is this one really going to lead to something? Well, one ghoul goes down. That's the first kill in a while. This one, though, not too consequential. The bank is looking similar.
We have the first Talon out. Moon has 1,300 gold. Nobody wants to be the first to break upkeep here. Highly psychological tasking game.
I think Happy there was trying to snipe the Talon. Didn't quite work out. And Moon is starting to feel a bit now the downside of his opening build. Not having mana burn in this situation is really painful.
Yeah. Drunken Haze to slow Happy down a bit, just weaving in and out, in and out. And the Demon Hunter, it's not really much you can do. Maybe it would be nice to get Backpack and send something to the shop.
Yeah, I also got to feel that now it must be time for mana burn.
Yeah. But can you leave your base? Can you expose your base to this undead army?
The Archers are paying the price. They're, of course, easy Coil Nova targets. They have now been eliminated, but Moon's army is becoming really, really strong. Moon is basically building the perfect army right here. But some Talons getting caught. It's 2 Talons going down, and Moon is having a tough time finding the catch.
Another coil coming in. Lich is kind of hurt. So is the Fiend. We still have the Wand of the Wind. Oh no, it's gone. Okay, so no Wand of the Wind anymore. Breath of Fire into No Man's Land. And will we take this open fight in No Man's Land?
No, Happy's going to kite back once more. Another Talon has fallen. It's 3 Talons going down, plus the Archers. Happy has been trading extremely, extremely favorably the last few minutes, with Banshees coming behind that Moon probably still doesn't know about.
Yeah, and that could be 5 bears soon in Happy's army with Roar, Richu, etc.
Great kiting.
Gotta be careful! Barely
My
surviving.
gosh.
Oh boy. But Moon calculating this perfectly so far. Invo Potion on the Demon Hunter. We're still waiting for the Tome of Retraining. The dust settles a little bit. Both have the same supply numbers.
Yeah, Moon has to retrain. It has now become glaringly obvious. With the move speed of the undead army so high with the aura, he can't really get in the best position for the immolation anymore. There's an expansion that Moon has been able to set up in the meantime, though. If Moon can hold on to this could still be his win condition.
Oh, but how? There's no Nature's Blessing, is there? And he's staffing in. Fake, though, buying some time. Goes for the Crow. That's an easy kill, of course. Supply numbers for Moon are lackluster. He's not producing at the moment. 400 gold in the bank only. And still, no mana burn. Happy has a TP to get out if he needs it.
Yeah, and he does. Much of the army is stuck in the main base. Happy can't kite back here. It is sort of an island up here. Happy has to get out, but the last 4 minutes or so were insanely good trading for Happy.
Yeah, man, this is crazy. And Moon still doesn't know about these Banshees.
Uh-oh.
This is uh-oh indeed. We're gonna go for Dryads now. That's definitely helpful. Still needs the way to the shop. And of course, as the longer the game goes now, the better it could be for Moon because of the expansion, but also Happy can just constantly steal units.
Dark Ranger third. Ooh. Here's the answer. Moon wants to have the silence against the Banshees.
So he knows.
He did figure it out. Yes, sir.
All right. Calm before the storm. He went to the shop and didn't buy a tome. He has no gold for that at the moment. Wisp suffering. Expo didn't really mine anything just yet.
And we're going for the tree. Moon is going to try to defend. I don't think he's going to be here in time. The tree's going to go down, but maybe Moon can force a good fight. Happy is stuck up here.
No TP indeed. 2 heal scrolls. If Moon engages, it's do or die, and we will determine the winner of the first map right here, right now.
Moon trying to get a good concave, but there's also a good position for Happy up on the high ground.
Do you really want to fight Happy with a high ground disadvantage?
He's gonna try for it. Demon Hunter leading the charge. Banshee's coming in, trying to get off some possessions. The first Banshee, though, is she gonna get through? Last second with the cancel. Panda drops as well. Can he be saved? No, he can't. Panda goes down. The second hero hits the deck. Now it's up to the Demon Hunter by himself. And Happy's starting to steal more and more bears.
All your bears belong to us. This is looking grim for Moon. 53 food, only 20 food. Whooping advantage for Happy. Emperor reigns on last refuge.
He strikes back indeed after a tough early game. Happy now with an immense lead. Up by more than 20 supply. It looked so good for Moon for a long time. The Dark Ranger was supposed to counter the Banshees. Didn't exactly work out that way in the end.
How many bears are in Happy's army now? This is crazy. And usually what this army lacks is a good front row. Like 2 bears it is, all right. Is a good front row, a steady tank. You don't really want to go to Abominations unless you have Disease Cloud. And now you got this. It's not really a weak point anymore. Sweet deny, but will that help in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah, it's looking quite desperate right now, to be honest. Happy hasn't lost anything in a while. In fact, has been getting more supply from the fights thanks to the steals. The Banshees are now pretty much out of mana, but the army here is terrifying.
And the Panda isn't here to help. Moonwell's getting destroyed. Bears, of course, amazing at that as well. More and more nuke on the Demon Hunter, who can still not burn against this. The Dark Ranger had a staff, by the way. This Panda kill was preventable.
All right, Demon Hunter again, thick of things. He's tanky, but not that tanky as opposed. Staff is there this time, saves him last second, has to heal up now from the Moonwells. But the army size difference is just too overwhelming. And Happy gets the 1-0, turns around this game with a strong comeback.
Ooh, after the break, everything was different. A whole different Happy. Performing really well. Every single 50-50 decision went his way.
Yeah, great kiting there as well. You know, when the expansion was coming up, when he was trying to buy time for the Banshees, excellent control, perfect kiting by Happy. Sniping there between 10 and 15 supply, bit by bit, Coil Nova over and over. Coil Nova game over, as they say.
As they say.
And yeah, I think Moon, he missed the timing to retrain. I don't know when the perfect timing would have been, but it became very much obvious that in the very late game, 60 supply plus, Immolation does not cut it anymore.
Yeah, Happy did a great job at the bottom where he constantly threatened an attack into the base, so Moon couldn't really go to the shop. Then afterwards, he got the expansion, then he couldn't also go to the shop. It was very, very stressful, but yeah, without mana burn against high-level undead heroes, absolutely no chance in the late.
Yeah. There's room to improve on here, though. I'm sure Moon has already lost something, learned something from this game, and I think we also learned something from the early game and mid game. Early game, level 2 Immolation creeping, really good. Very strong to keep the DK at bay. Also, maybe a graveyard cancel, something you could actually look for with how strong it can be. And also, creeping on in the mid game. Panda creeping, Demon Hunter creeping, their Immolation is super good. Where Moon got nicely ahead. But yeah, in the end, Happy able to turn it around, which was, we have to say, also pretty sick.
Absolutely, man. He feels threatened, and then all of a sudden, everything goes well. Every decision, every timing, even like keeping the Banshees back to come in as a somewhat of a surprise. Just great how he finds the time to build double temple and then find the time for the adept training, for the master training, because he was constantly threatening a fight down south. He's just that damn good. Neo is just such a happy fanboy.
And there's good reason to be. And you know, when you see most undeads having lost the mid game, falling back, playing passive, throwing down double temple, that's a sign of desperation. That is a clear sign that things are not going right, and now we're going to try a wild Hail Mary.
Yep.
But with Happy, it's oftentimes like part of the strategy and part of the flowchart. Not just in this matchup, also against Human, especially when he was playing one base. This was part of his strategic arsenal. And outside of him, nobody's really able to make this work.
There was a game between Ente and Kevin in Meisterschaft, I guess. Ente was paving the way for that. All of a sudden, all the bears were gone by Kevin, and Ente had like 10 bears. So he's the innovator of that,
well,
I guess.
In that case, I did that also on Battle.net in 2009. Point being, not everyone is on the same level as Happy and Moon.
Probably no one.
That's right. That's why they're facing off against each other here. In fact, regardless of who makes it through today here in this match, the other one dropping down to the lower bracket, still going to be the top dog favorite. Starbuck and FoCuS and the loser will be playing it out there as well.
Yeah, but do you want to get up early to play the lower bracket final after being here late? I don't think so. You want to sleep in. Of course, we all do. We can't, but we all want to at least. So this is super duper important. You get the high seed as well, and a top 4 spot guaranteed. So happy, one step away.
Yeah, this map must have been a confidence booster for him as well. We are told that there are some hotkey problems, unfortunately, at the moment. So we're going to be fixing those and then get map 2 underway. I hope Moon can shrug this off. He's been here before. He's got the experience, even if he's not immune from nerves and nervousness every now and then. He's been in countless tournaments. If you look at his Wikipedia page, he's got achievement after achievement. He is obviously the biggest legend and most successful player of this game that there has ever been. But yeah, Happy has been making life tough for Moon, and that's not just been this year.
I mean, Happy's dominant started at WGL, right? Where that was the big grand final. We all remember the Dryad Micro, the fight in the middle of Twisted, and the emotion by Happy afterwards. That was really where everybody knew this is the new top dog now. If you want to achieve something in Warcraft 3, this is the guy to beat. And ever since, like, Moon felt a bit broken against him in that specific matchup. Happy was just constantly dominating, and it looked like he could stop it today, but no, not yet.
Yeah, map 1, seemingly he came close. Maybe a few micro adjustments can still lead the way, make a difference. But it's going to also come down to the map, of course. Not every map is good for Demon, not every map is good for immolation creeping. Last Refuge we saw, especially right at the beginning, with the opening builds, is really good for Demon, because you can get the first creep camp super quick with the Ancient of War, and then you get immolation, get the second item and the second creep, and there you have the level 2 advantage. That is not that way on every map. But of course, Moon's going to have the next map choice, and would love to see, for example, a Twisted Meadows. Wouldn't that be nice?
Moon Meadows at RARALAND? That sounds like a dream to me, but of course, if you're Happy, that could be your first ban. If you're not of the opinion that you can fast expand Mass Gargs, which is also definitely possible, we should have put it in the rules. Like Moon, it's not allowed to ban Twisted Meadows against Moon. Next year, maybe, if there's the next year.
I think Moon would agree.
Of course.
Sounds like a good rule.
Yeah, I think chat and the audience would agree as well.
Map number 2 is always going to be Lost Temple. How about that?
That would screw our schedule so hard, dude.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we've been seeing many of the maps this tournament. AZ is fortunately not one of them. We're going to figure out soon what the second map will be. Might tell us quite a bit already. You know, another hero that's been making the rounds lately, of course, the Demon Hunter is the talk of the town, but in this matchup as well, we've been seeing more Warden again.
Yes.
Even Moon's been trying Warden. Lawlide's always been a great Warden player. Foggy has been dabbling as well. The Night Elves aren't that easy to predict.
You could also play Keeper, really.
Yeah, I still think Moon's Keeper is amazing.
It is, absolutely. He always finds a way into the enemy base. He always finds a way to kick an Acolyte or a Ghoul or something. He always finds a way to get level 3, and then also from there you can kind of diverge. Do you want to play Dryads? Do you want to play Mass Air? Keeping Happy in the dark then a little.
Yeah, absolutely. We are still waiting on the fix. Our staff is hard at work and will soon be concluding.
It's actually the War 3 Champions main developer at the moment at the desk, ready to help. So
everyone's chipping in. Wonderful.
Yeah, of course. It's as always, the Warcraft community. You know, this could have been so easy if we had, for example, like a hotkey tool in the game.
We have it in War 3 Champions.
We have it in War 3 Champions. That's one of the many, many reasons why people should be playing on War 3 Champions.
Yeah. We have been informed. We're going to check out some highlights to get another taste of Map 1. Here we are already a good bit into the later stages. Yeah, this is where things were looking so good for Moon. He was creeping 2 labs at the same time. He was
I've never
so much
seen this before, man. I've never seen this creep before. Demon Hunter, Immolation, level 2 plus a Wisp. So sick.
And basically the entire map was prepped. Moon got most of it. And I think here we're going to see the most confusing moment in the game. Demon Hunter didn't staff out quite in time. I guess.
Because it was so great, we just look at it again.
Look at it again. There it is. Yep, there, Moon was already panicking, but he's like, uh-oh, here comes the Coil Nova and Fog Lightning.
But that was so odd, dude. Why not surround?
Yeah. It would have been so easy.
But it must make sense to Happy, obviously. Like, he was not even thinking about it. Like, straight to the turtle spot.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking there was a Panda close by for staff, but, I mean, may as well try it. And then the Banshees, late game, were able to take over the Bears. Not over-relying on Destroyers, since Destroyers can get countered so hard by the Talons nowadays. Yeah, the Panda dying so early. The staff was ready, wasn't it?
Yeah,
oh, the staff was ready.
Absolutely was, unfortunately.
That's a bit heartbreaking.
But all right, it's just gonna be even more epic when Moon turns this around, makes it a 2-1. Dortmund's on fire, and whoops, I thought I had the time to drink a little bit, but absolutely not. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. What are the odds you think that Moon is able to turn this around? Do you think he's gonna be deterred after map 1 because whatever strategy he came up with for LR didn't work?
I would think he's got more than just one strat lined up. Normally, Moon has very specific tailor-made strats for different maps, very similar to Foggy in that regard, which oftentimes also seems a bit risky to me, because you never know what your opponent's going to veto, necessarily. But most players have a fairly reliable veto pattern, and so I guess you can make an educated guess. I think he's going to switch to Keeper. I think Mass Air still has potential. And I could see Moon absolutely having a good shot here. I don't think he's going to get blown out by any means.
Me neither, man. And that's really cool that we don't know what's becoming next. Like, you know, when we were casting 10 years ago or something, 1.26 or whatever the patch was, every single game, every single map, the same strategy. Things are definitely better when we talk about build variety.
Yeah, absolutely. More heroes have been becoming playable. Keeper since then, more abilities have been becoming playable. Immolation, for example, which is an interesting story this year. Immolation was absolutely trash for the longest time. Then it was real strong. Oh, it was definitely too strong.
Yep.
And now it seems to be pretty good. Seems to be playable. Seems to be decent. The Demon Hunter's been using it a lot, like we saw there on map 1. And with a new patch on the horizon, we may have a new lady taking the limelight, because the Warden is getting some pretty good buff soon.
Yeah, I paid a lot to make Lawlight happy to finally get that Warden buff in. It was absolutely necessary. And I had to pay them a lot to get your Night Elf nerves out of the way, that Demon Hunter range nerve, dude.
You just don't know what you're missing. It would have been the best. You see? People agree.
Yeah, didn't they just say your name?
Yeah.
Really, it could be like...
They meant, Remo, you're right. Because, yeah, mana burn is a mana burn, isn't it?
It is a mana burn. We can ask these people. Does Dortmund think we should nerf mana burn? See? No one.
Nobody said no.
Nobody.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming.
You're a spin doctor, dude. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yeah, but we've been seeing lots of PTR changes. We've been seeing a lot of development in Warcraft 3, so it is still exciting to see that improvements are being made, innovations are being made, and I think it's supposed to come out, the new patch, on the end of this month, isn't it?
They were waiting for Rara to finish, which is very good and relaxed me a lot.
I was thinking that as well. Imagine if they just forgot and would have released in the same week.
Forgot? Who could forget about RARALAND? Are you mad?
I know, you shouldn't, but Blizzard have forgotten some things in the past.
Like what? A ladder for their game? Come on, that's ludicrous.
That will be one of them. Or that tanks give more XP when they have Barrage upgrade. And other examples like that.
Ah, that happens, you know. You forgot a lot of things in your life too.
Didn't forget RARALAND though.
That's right. Man, I would have been mad at you if you just casually forgot, sitting there at home, like, isn't there a tournament supposed to be happening?
Yeah. Well, thankfully, I was still driven here, despite the trains being cancelled. In case you guys didn't hear, on Thursday, where most people were arriving, we had a national strike in Germany.
Yep.
That was a fun little scramble when everybody had to figure out a new way to get here. And lots of plan Bs had to be made. Shout out to Bear for picking me up near Frankfurt and driving us here together. It was surprisingly non-complicated in the end. Unlike for Hitman, who was like stuck in traffic for 7 hours.
Well, he didn't charge his phone properly, and then he missed his train because he had to buy a new charger.
Yep,
so,
I heard.
yeah, that's what happens. I mean, it's his faulty preparation, I guess.
Yeah, too bad we didn't get to see Hitman series against Starbuck earlier, by the way. I was watching it on the stream. It happened simultaneously to Hippo and Dice. It was a really close game. It was pretty epic, back and forth. Starbuck making it through there in the end. His is going to be the last match of the day, isn't it?
Exactly.
Against FoCuS.
Versus FoCuS, indeed. But if you shout out some people, I might shout out some people as well. The staff of Being Esports, man. Without them, none of this would be possible. They are working for like half a year since we know that we could get this venue. Relentlessly, tirelessly, and they're always in a good mood. They always push for more, so less than 3 Being Esports.
Absolutely, they deserve it. They're a big crew here together. They're getting up much earlier than us to be here on time to discuss everything and get everything sorted. We know that there's been a few delays here and there, but that is not really their fault. It's something to do with the routing and hotkeys, and a few things just happen, you know.
And
sometimes things happen.
BattleNet sometimes gets in the way. The technology for a LAN event just isn't there yet. That's the mad thing, right? In Warcraft 3, you have a built-in latency of 60 to 80 on LAN. That's mad.
Well, it is at least 3 times better than old BattleNet.
That is
basic
correct.
latency.
I don't want to remember. All the cheaters, all the hackers, all the latency.
Yeah. Do you guys remember what we had to deal with, dude? Old BNet, 200 ping, baseline, plus drop hacks, plus map hacks, plus...
outdated map pool.
Everything.
Ay. It was rough. And then Pat took over, and that kind of started it all, eh? People coming back to the game. Netties saw, hey, this German dude is building W3 Arena. We can do that too. They built Netties. All of a sudden, we had GCS, WCA, and then a lot of people came back. It was great.
And now we are in the War 3 Champions era, also started by Pad, which really showed a whole new scope of what was possible with community work. Multiple of the War 3 Champions team members are here. Toxi, Kovacs, Helpstone, just to name a few.
Cephid,
absolutely. And is what has been keeping our game alive, the heartblood of the community. War 3 Champions marching on season after season, where conveniently you could also find the season finals always on Back to Warcraft, which have had epic encounters in the past where especially one of these two has been featured a lot in the past.
Yeah, what a segue, Mr. Remo Demo, because do you know when the season ends, the current season?
No.
It is tomorrow. So, in like 2 to 3 weeks, we have new War 3 Champions finals.
Oh, so soon already?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Actually...
So we got RARALAND, TP League, Dobby Ancient of Wonders Cup, and War 3 Champions finals.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I mean, the last War 3 Champions finals was when you were in Greece, so it's been a while. We had to push it a little further, but yeah, they're coming back and very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. In case you guys aren't familiar, in the War 3 Champions season finals, we use the ladder of War 3 Champions to qualify our players. The top 16 or top 24, depending on how exactly the format is going to work out, are always going to qualify to the online tournament where the best players of the ladder will face off. And it's been a cherished, long-standing tradition by now.
Very excited. Dude, I keep saying excited. I feel like a Blizzard employee. God damn it. No, we don't want that. But it's going to be real cool to give the people the shout-out they deserve and highlight all the features again with the little presentation we got. I love it. I have a little complaint, by the way.
Hit me.
Like about my own organization. My feet are killing me.
Me too.
And we're standing here. It's really bad. It really hurts. Ouchie.
Yeah, we are just basement-dwelling nerds, and we are not used to standing.
Yes.
I've noticed walking around much better. Just standing still.
Yep.
All of you fine folks out there who have to stand around a lot for your job, respect.
Yeah, how do you do it?
I don't know how you do it.
You poor souls. Like, there's a lot of people who count their steps.
Painkillers, maybe.
Here at the event.
Maybe just have to eat painkillers.
A great idea.
Yeah.
I'd rather eat some koalas, but I don't have koalas here. Another oversight.
There should be some here.
No, you shouldn't.
We must fix that for tomorrow.
You shouldn't snack when you're on a broadcast, eh? Maybe in the breaks.
In between.
In between, 100%. So I wonder if someone is fixing that now. I'm just putting my leg up. I don't care anymore.
This might be a wonderful time to remind you also of our sponsors. We mentioned the Koala Snacks already. That is Kurenmeister, who are supporting us here and making this all possible. The finest cooking wares, baking wares from a company, Kuchenmeister, which has existed for more than 100 years. That is almost 140 years, since 1884. Also thanks to leetdesk, who are...
There we go, everybody. Give it up for the Koalas and Kuchenmeister.
leetdesk, who are supplying us with the best gaming desks out there for standing desks, sitting desks, height adjustable. They have it all.
I'm just starting to snack now. I don't care.
Give me some.
Okay.
Give me some, baby.
You like the milk ones better or the chocolate ones?
Chocolate.
Unfortunately, this is milk, so...
They're both good, though. You know, can't go wrong.
That is correct. There you go.
No. One. Let's take two, bro. Let's go crazy.
Oh my God. Oh, and he dropped it. Oh my God.
Just like it hit the koala, dude. I just keep dropping
You
him.
really sucked at that.
I was the first one in, okay?
You were amazing at catching them. You were really bad at throwing them.
You know, you're leaning yourself out the window right now.
Yeah.
You haven't tried it yet, have you?
I have other things to do, you know? People want to take pictures with me. I got to sign stuff.
Tomorrow. You're going to do it.
No.
You and Lawlight, let's go.
Lawlight has to play. I don't know what they're saying, but as long as they're having fun, it's good.
It sounds like Figo. That doesn't make sense.
The football player?
Yeah.
From Portugal?
Yeah.
He's not even playing football anymore. Why would you yell that?
Why not?
It sounds nice.
It is a good name. That is true. Almost as good as Moon. Is there a more iconic Warcraft player name than Moon, I wonder?
I don't know, man. Sky?
Sky's pretty good. Yeah, those one-syllable ones go a long way. I guess
or a short way.
Short distance, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, boys, we got the bracket as well. Let's take a look. This is still what is coming our way. Group A is, by the way, done for today. We're going to have, of course, that continuing to tomorrow. But Group B, we still have 2 more matches.
Indeed, that is of course the maps that we have here, plus Starbuck versus FoCuS. The lower bracket final of each group will be played tomorrow. Dude, the biggest surprise is probably Hippo taking out Exord before, but also Pato getting a map off of Moon early. Much respect. Like Pato, he's used to playing on like 200 ping or something over there in Brazil. And now he was quite unhinged, I want to say. Like unchained is the better word. 2 overs, Leon, mad strong.
Yeah, Leon, unfortunately for all the German fanboys, didn't make it that far. And yeah, Leon and Exord out of the tournament, not super early, but not quite living up to the hope, I suppose, of many of the fans. But Starbuck, he's the guy that I now have an eye on. Of course, we saw him recently in the TP leagues and similar tournaments, TED Cups before. And his story is going to be an interesting one to follow. He's the only human, if you want to call him that, left in the tournament, playing up against FoCuS next. Against Hitman, he was playing all human, but he's also capable of playing random. He's capable of playing undead very well, and his org is also very strong. Just as Night Elf is normally the race that he doesn't look that strong with. But yeah, Starbuck is perhaps the one I'm most excited still to be seeing.
I'm sorry to say this, like sorry to FoCuS, but I really, really want Starbuck to advance, because can you imagine our dear friend Johan Mello, if there's no human in the top 6, my God, dude, the rest of the evening is going to be a nightmare.
Well, the good thing is Todd always goes home early and doesn't hang out with us, so shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Lots of Night Elves here in Group A, eh?
It certainly is. We will have 2 Night Elves advancing from this group. Like we mentioned earlier, Foggy is through already, and then there's going to be 1 more to join tomorrow. Lawlight or Dice, which, is that the first or the second game of the day? First, right?
That is the first game of the day. And man, what a journey that would be for Dice. From the round of 16, finally qualifying for DreamHack when he was still called Stranic.
Yeah.
Constantly grinding, constantly playing the Cups. And then his very first international offline event, and he's immediately reaching the final day. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I've been enjoying seeing his play a lot. He's been seemingly very fond of the experience here. Seemed to be quite joyful. Has been, I think, was also one of the earliest players to arrive here. And the new Beach Boy look, Beach Boy Dice, I like it a lot. You know, I think I mentioned this to you before. Some dudes really look great with long hair. He does. I thought I would try it as well a lot of years ago. I'm not one of those people. I am not, but Dice is.
Mr. Remo Demo, you saw me getting from when we get to know each other, I had this long hair. Do you think I should grow it out again?
I don't think you can anymore.
Oh, wow. It would be a lot lighter than back then, but challenge? No, not challenge accepted. It's way too comfortable.
Yeah, I imagine it makes life pretty easy. You don't have to worry about a haircut at all. Wait, I guess you have to shave it every 3 days or something, though?
Yep. Yeah. I only do every 7 because I'm lazy.
Yeah. And you save a lot of money. That's also good.
I had to build to buy a shaver, though.
One-time investment.
Yeah.
That's more money for leetdesk, more money for Kuchenmeister.
Correcto.
That's money way better spent.
I remember you shaved your head once, and then we went to an offline event, and one of the editors from the news page came, Remo, why did you shave your beautiful hair?
My beautiful hair. It was gone. Yeah, we did a lot of weird things with our hair in the past. I also dyed it blonde.
That was
a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been through a lot of weird stuff. I'm still ashamed of my my shirt with flames on him. Flames and tribals. That was my thing.
I think they're kind of coming back, the flames.
That is so bad. The 90s, right?
I wonder if people are like ironic about it and like, this looks so stupid, it's kind of funny. So let's do some flames.
I think it's just a thing of the 90s.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think flames are also kind of cringe, as the kids say.
Oh my God. It's cringe to say cringe.
The worst thing, which I don't think has a chance of ever coming back, was the frosted tips. You guys remember that? Dudes used to have fairly short hair, but then they would have their, what's it called?
Tips frosted?
Yeah, but they would have longer hair as well at the front, and they would have those tips frosted. That was the most stupid looking thing of all time.
I think it would look great on you. There were also
for Carnival, it would be funny, actually.
It would be funny. There's also some people that like frosted spikes, like twisted a little bit. It was a little bit more punk rock, pop punky, I guess. But that also looked hella stupid.
Yeah. That is the age to do it, though. If you want to be real dumb with your appearance, you know, as a teenager, gotta try things out.
Yep.
The world is vast, life is somewhat short, and you gotta figure out what you like, you know? Who knows what you like?
Yeah, and then eventually just shave it all off because it's all annoying. So, technical difficulties still on. So we're getting tired, we're old man, so we throw it back to people who have it more convenient than us, and we go back to the couch.
Hey guys, remember us from the couch?
The Koala apes.
Yeah, exactly, the Koala apes are back at it again. We are having massive technical difficulties. I don't know if Remo and Neo already told you, but apparently Moon had a bugged hotkey through the War 3 Champions client, and 2 of the War 3 Champions developers are actually in the building right now trying to fix the issue. They are still at a loss because they don't know how that could happen. And yeah, the issues are being fixed, and I think we are trying to bring you Game 2 of this wonderful series that was the most anticipated event of today.
They should take their time. Like every player needs to be on their A game, and inventory hotkeys are so important. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Like I cannot imagine having to play without. Actually, the day that I arrived, I went to the Phantom Aces bootcamp room, and River was playing 2v2 with Dark. They're both very good at 2-on-2 duo.
Mm-hmm.
He TP'd. Oh no, he staffed by clicking on his inventory. And I was like, stop right, I'm going to call the police if you don't fix this right now. If you don't bind this hotkey right now, we're going to have a problem.
Oh my God.
I went through with it, I told him like what he thinks he should add, and I think inventory hotkeys is like almost like, you know, it's just like the mouse and keyboard, it's an extension of your limbs when you play.
Yes.
Like you need to be perfect with them. Same thing with the inventory hotkeys. There is absolutely no way you can play without it. I'm pretty sure also like if Moon's insisting that it's important, it must be like his staff or Townfall hotkey, which is like, you cannot play without it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if like maybe even Game 1 should be replayed. I don't know. It sounds like really bad.
Yeah, that sounds like too much. There's no way.
In my opinion, it should be replayed. That was
it should be replayed, and Happy should have 50% handicap. There you go.
Oh well. So
it's still win, but
which hotkeys do you use? Like what are your inventory hotkeys?
So you only need 2. That's the thing too, because like there's 6, but the important items as human you only need 2. I think as orc probably much because you're gonna have like speed scroll, kill salves and all that. But as human, you need the two top ones. So top left is Town Portal, and top right is Staff.
Nice.
You need nothing else. The rest you can click, it doesn't matter. But Staff and Town Portal is non-negotiable. You need to absolutely be able to press hotkeys. And I use, for the top left, I use Control A, which English keyboard would be Control Q, and Control E for the top right.
Oh,
and I'm honestly, I don't want to brag, but my stats are pretty good.
Let's go. I still use the standard hotkeys, like for everything. Like I got everything memorized from when I was a child.
The numpad?
I use the numpad, yeah. I actually go like
Normie.
I go like cross-handed, like you know.
I remember people do that sometimes.
It's super weird, but like I don't know. I got used to playing that way, and also obviously I'm not a player of the caliber of Moon or Happy, so you know for me. Every once in a while, I use one of these hotkeys, and then I'm happy and content if it works the way I intended to do. Well, while we're at it, we are having some wonderful sponsors that are helping us to, you know, make all this happen. First and foremost, of course, Basedeck, which is the venue that we're at. All the technical difficulties aside, I mean, some of them maybe could, you know, be bogged down to the venue. This all being a very new operation, but also a lot of very unfortunate stuff happening with War 3 champions, of course, and also like with the servers and everything. Basedeck, I think they're doing an amazing job. They have provided a venue that, you know, is a sight to behold. We can, you know, fit almost like 100 people in that arena area to watch the games on stream. It's full, yeah.
I better be Saturday against Moon, you know.
That's right. And then we had like, you know, PC stations for I think 100+ players that were competing against each other yesterday. In I think 4 different brackets. They like had like a Swiss phase in the beginning, and then like 4 different brackets running simultaneously and relatively smoothly and finishing on time, judging by what like everything that had to be organized. And that now leads us to the good people at Being Esports, who are responsible for the not only the broadcast but also the organization of this entire tournament. I think they've been doing a fantastic job. They always have like somebody to quick fix any issues that arise, and there have been many issues that have arisen over the course of today, of course. A very unlucky day for all of us here, very unfortunate happenings, but somebody from Being Esports always is right there, you know, for the quick fix, for finding a solution as soon as possible. Also the guys at War 3 Champions that are here programming quick fixes left and right, you know, whenever something arises. Yeah. Of course, shout outs to Back to Warcraft, without whom this thing would have never, you know, even have been a thought, because I don't think we've had like, you know, basically like unsponsored, not entirely unsponsored, but you know, like those grassroots type offline events.
They're carrying the scene on their back.
For sure, for sure. So shout outs to Neo, Remo, and Carson. I think are the 3 Back to Warcraft staples at the moment. And yeah, then we have, of course, our 2 beautiful sponsors. One of them is leetdesk. You can see them on screen all the time. Leetdesk also provides the players with the desks that they're sitting on.
The best desks around, I think.
Yeah, that's
honestly.
right, that's right. You could also, you know, there's a chat command for this. So if you go to their website through the chat command and Twitch chat, maybe you decide on, you know, getting leetdesk at some point.
You can fully customize it. So you can pick like the color that's around, the exact size. I have the large one, pretty big guy.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, you can fully customize. You can add something to hold your PC tower under the desk. You have cable management trays. Like this is one of the most fascinating things to me, because my old desk, like there was cables everywhere, and now you have 2 trays under it, and you even put the what's it called, like the power source thing, the
PSU
multi-plug thing.
Oh, the multi-plug. Yeah.
And then everything's plugged in there, and then it's very like. You don't see any cables almost. It looks so clean.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
I need something like that in my life as well, because my desk looks so messy underneath it.
Leetdesk, hook a brother up.
Yeah, hook a brother up with a Leetdesk. I really appreciate that. And next to Leetdesk, we of course also have, and this is like one of the funnest and silliest sponsorships I've ever seen at any esports events. Kuchenmeister sponsoring us with their Koala snacks, and not only chocolate but also milk cream flavored.
What does it mean? Kuchenmeister?
It means cake master.
Oh, I thought Kuchen might be cooking master, but cake meister. It makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, it's Küche is kitchen.
Okay.
And Kuchen is cakes. It's very similar.
This means baking tradition since 1884, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I only lived in Germany 7 years. And I can't speak a word.
And it shows. No. You are able to dissect this very like puzzling commercial there. All right, yeah, and they provided us with lots of goodies, and I think also with lots of monies in order to get this operation running. So big shout-outs, of course, to Kuchenmeister. We had Justin of Kuchenmeister earlier today here in the venue as well. I don't know if he's still here, but him and his colleague actually competed in the Hit the Koala challenge, and they did quite well, actually. Yeah. It seems like in the Kuchenmeister offices, they knew this game beforehand. You know, we had to adjust on the fly.
Yeah, they knew about it. And of course, everybody did better than Remo anyway, so.
Oh my God, the poor guy. Okay, so we are informed by production that we are heading into a quick break until everything is fixed. I think everybody from the venue could go to the bar and get a drink right now, because this is one of the most hyped games, one of the most anticipated games that we have had so far, and it's going to conclude eventually, and everybody's working overtime in order to get it on its way. So see you as soon as possible, a couple of minutes maybe.
Jetzt sind die Fernseher aus. Ah, wir sind drauf.
Welcome to RARALAND.
Guys, we are back and we are happy to inform you that Moon is just right now in this very moment setting up at the computer in the player area. Todd, you just informed me what the exact issue with the hotkeys were. Could you please iterate for the stream?
Okay. I was told, I'm not very good at paraphrasing, but basically the inventory hotkey was not working successfully because the language kept on changing, even though, you know, like when you set up another language on a computer, you can delete all the other ones. So ideally it doesn't change. Somehow that was still happening. And because of that, one of the hotkeys wasn't working. So now Moon's being set up in the player area, and Happy's still going to be in the arena, and he's going to try to play from there, and hopefully it'll run smooth.
Okay, okay. And I feel like, you know, this the game one that we saw with Happy and Moon, it was going pretty well for Moon in the early game even. Like he could keep up with Happy. He got a couple of pickups here and there. So I feel like, my man kind of got robbed by a weird bug. So let's see if he can bring it back in map 2. Just hashtag justice for Moon. Now this is cosmic revenge, right? for what happened at DreamHack. Yeah, but you know, we do the best we can. Nobody could ever predict such things to happen. That's literally the first time I've ever heard of this happening.
Yeah. The thing about Moon is that I don't expect this will get to him. He's too experienced. He's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT.
He's still 100%. He's still ready to go. Let's go, champ.
That's right. All right, and now we are bringing you guys back to Remo and Neo, who are gonna cast map 2 and potentially 3. Let's go.
My production man just said, casters, get ready. And of course we're ready for map number 2.
We've been ready for 30 minutes.
We were waiting a long time, finally activated now. So hopefully 2 more games here. You can see this, what just happened from 2 different angles, I think, if you're Moon. A, you're really angry, of course, that you had a lead and you blew it. Or you say, my plan was working really, really, really well, and I got him. So just fix this one issue with the mana burn and do it again, and then I'm gonna wreck this kid.
Yeah, it's a rare sight indeed that Happy has such a weak early game, or rather, the better way to say it, to have such a good early game for Moon. Can he do it again on map 2? Let's jump in and find out.
Long have we waited. Happy Moon activated. Dortmund makes some noise. This player in the bottom left-hand side is in the other area of the venue, so you gotta be loud. Give it up for the man who's facing the lower bracket for Moon. And of course, with a 1-0 lead, the winner of last year facing the semi-final on the right-hand side is Happy.
So far, nothing much is changing for Happy. We have the same opening build. It is the one that can always be relied upon nowadays, the Ghoul build opening. And across the map, I think this might be the more interesting question, strategically speaking. What is Moon going to be playing? It's the same opening still. Demon Hunter, standard, creep route, so far going for the green. The fast level 2 and the aggression that followed really got Moon into a strong position. We'll see if he can do that again.
Okay, boys, this is gonna be a Demon Hunter once more. No Keeper shenanigans, no Warden shenanigans. We had a lot of time to speculate about different hero choices, but Moon, stick to your guns. It did work before, just fine-tune it and then it will be good. Happy is usually really, really good if he's facing an obstacle. It might work once or twice, but you give him a little bit of time and he fixed it immediately. Was he able to fix it in 30 minutes?
Yeah, if it is the same thing indeed, if it's going to be the immolation pressure again. Doesn't have to be, right? Moon has many different strategies, and depending on the map, an expansion play could also be in the cards. Although Demon Hunter expansion is a rare sight nowadays, doesn't mean it is not going to be played at all. We have immolation again, so that much we know already. Question is it going to be mana burn this time?
All right, ring first for the Demon Hunter, always good to get a little bit more tanky. And Happy is playing it more aggressive already than he did game 1. DK on the way to the shop, I guess. He likes to wear his circlets.
Absolutely, even willing to sacrifice his creep speed early, even a bit of HP, getting the circlet here. Not only good for the DK, but also taking it away from the Demon Hunter. Will not be able to benefit from this item for a while at least, but is benefiting from the other two items. Ring and Slippers are sensational for the Demon right away.
I like that word sensational, man. There's no better way to describe it. Techs haven't started yet, but it will be any second, gathering some lumber, and then off we go. Happy just queued it, Moon at the very same time.
And it's evasion again. All right, Neil, we have a pattern.
Dude, if... You like to make fun of me because of my pattern?
Took you a second, though.
Took me a second. I was in the zone, and all of a sudden you're coming up with memes. I have no idea what I wanted to say, so...
Yeah, but I mean, it is Moon tipping the hand. This seems to be the new playstyle for him. We'll be closely monitoring the following developments here in this game. Is it going to be the Panda again? Is it going to be one base again? Is it going to be heavy emphasis on creeping again? You know, at least in theory, it could perhaps even be better here if the early game goes well, because if Moon can creep the map fast, we will creep up this map faster than LR.
Yeah.
There's fewer creeps here. And with that in mind, Happy may be forced to fight late game with lower level heroes, but we're far away from that stage still.
Feels like Happy is playing the guessing game. What creep spot does Moon try to take away? He went for the Murlocs, was a little bit late there. And Moon's, Happy's DK was at the right-hand side. Gets the Wand of Mana Steal. That's, of course, nice against an Immolation Demon Hunter. But yeah, you are absolutely right. He's just creeping the spot in seconds.
Next item for him, the Panda not good for the Demon, could be good for the Panda, perhaps. Also Sentry Wards, again, helping Moon to have early vision, and the Sentry Ward vision helps with creeping as well, to know where you're safe and where you are not. Happy is looking for the opponent at the moment. We'll find the Archer, perhaps, but the Demon Hunter evades his grasp for now.
I don't want to belittle the Emperor, but it feels like he's a little lost on the map, and he has no idea what Moon is doing.
And for once, he doesn't see everything with the Skellies.
Yeah.
Which sometimes he does. Might still fortunately run into the Demon, but one coil certainly won't be enough for the kill. He's trying to snipe and steal away the item here. With only 2 Skellies, with the coils, I guess that should work.
He could use Wand of Mana Stealing on the Major, use the coil, and then gobble it up, the big heal portion or whatever it's gonna be, and there it is, because, oh, of course, Happy gets the big mana against the Demon Hunter with no mana burn.
This will be a lot of coils.
Yes.
Big mana and Wand of Mana Steal and statues and all that without facing the mana burn. I said earlier that I think he missed the timing to find the transition point. The DK now level 3, so is the Demon Hunter, and we're going for the Wisp Hunt.
Oh, super annoying, of course. You don't want to erect the laws right now when the DK is around. That coil kills the Wisp. But in the meantime, Moon got the level 3 himself. Another ring. This Mr. Remo Demo's 15 armor points now.
There's also a lot of Wisp going down.
Yeah.
This is going to be a late tech. I don't know when we're going to see the bears exactly, but it won't be too quick. Ancient of Lore. Ooh, risky business.
Oh, Moon almost trapping the DK here. There was no TP. If he builds an invisible archer wall like so many times before,
yeah,
might just be dead.
That would have been the weirdest way to win the game, just trapping the DK in there.
Yeah.
Then again, it's happy. Have you really won then? Probably not. But yeah, Moon's tech certainly slowed down. It's going to be time for a second hero soon. We saw the Panda again. I wonder if we will... and yeah, we do see it again. All right. This is, I think, now a clear sign that Moon has found his new playstyle. It is about burning the enemy with the Panda and with Immolation.
Happy is adjusting as well. This is no Naga second. He goes for the Lich. Of course, the powerful Coil Nova combo. You all know it. On the way to tier 3. This looks very much like the good old 9-minute frenzy timing because unlike the last game...
Creep Jack.
Oh, okay. Unlike the last game, he didn't lose any ghouls, but maybe now.
Item already went to the Panda. The Archmage Ring is really good. Good damage against the ghouls as well. It's way better to trade out the archers for the ghouls, and look at the damage. The Immolation and the Panda doing a good job. Coil flies. TP baited, but it's going on the archers instead. But a pretty good trade for Moon. He got the item, he got some ghoul kills, and he lost only one archer. Seems fine.
It's getting hot in here. Take out all your ghouls. It's working fine, man. Breath of Fire wasn't even there yet. It was just Drunken Haze for movement speed, for mischance. And Moon is definitely back after a not super successful early game, but he got the necessary levels. And Happy, where is he going to creep? He's going to the Arachnithids here in the north. Not the most valuable camp there is.
Yeah, the levels for Happy are not looking insane, but the tech timing is looking strong. Check out the clock at the top, not even 8 minutes. Black Citadel is finishing. Frenzy is going to be ready quick. In map 1, the Frenzy timing was greatly slowed down. Map 2, it's a different story. Frenzy's ready fast, and it's Moon who has the late tech.
Exactly.
A very late tech.
And of course the graveyard wasn't killed, so the slaughterhouse was in time, so the statue is up. HP regen, mana regen all the time. This is tricky. Ring of Regeneration. If
Insanely good items on the demon.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
He is supposed to be the carry, and he definitely looks like a carry.
It's going to have to be a lot of heavy lifting on the Demon Hunter. This map is also known to be pretty difficult for second hero creeping. For Night Elf, you can see it reflected clearly on the Panda. He's level 2, yes. But how is he going to get level 3 now? The shop is gone. The tavern, the marketplace is being taken by Happy. The natural is already crept. He has to hope for the red. How is he even going to create this red camp?
I guess the Demon Hunter is doing a lot. We'll see about that. Happy at the marketplace gets another item. It is the Mana Stone on top of the big Mana Potion. These items also very insane. So much mana, so much Coil Nova. Can Moon reach level 3 or level 5 somehow before Happy's timing hits?
Another big item here to be grabbed up. The Panda would love to get some solo experience here. Can't really do it though. Gets the Unholy Aura. That is indeed a good one, but now has to hustle on back. The push is coming, and the hero levels aren't quite there, especially on the Panda.
Oh, thankfully you get additional movement speed now, but is he ready? The Drunken Haze Fire combo needs to wipe out these ghouls instantly, otherwise he's losing too much moon juice. Using some healing here. Very conservative with the mana, but the Moonwell is down, but everything's burning.
Immolation doing great damage here indeed, but the Panda also suffering. Staff is on him.
Oh,
Can't be staffed out by the ally. Makes it to the shop though. The heal potion will save it once more. The Immolation plus Dryads could work out well here in theory against the ghouls.
Drunken Haze Breath of Fire rattling through one more time, but it's only level 1. It's rather weak. The longer the fight goes, the more important are these Obsidian statues, of course. Panda needs a potion rather quickly, but the Demon Hunter is a beast.
Now fighting mano a mano against the Death Knight, but we have so much mana still, Neil. We still have the Mana Stone that can be popped at any time. Speaking of mana, we know what juicing these Moonwells. The Moonstone has been popped this way, but the Panda is struggling. Still no level 3, still low HP, and the Demon Hunter now out of mana, also lowering his match tremendously.
Oh, both heroes in jeopardy here. Heal potion on the Panda. What about the Demon Hunter? The Moonwells are empty or destroyed. Panda gonna be the new carry for the time being. With Breath of Fire level 2, Happy has this game under control! It kills the Demon Hunter! This is the semi-final already!
This is how Happy has won many of these matchups before with a frenzied timing, and it might just be good enough. One hero down, 2 heroes dead, and the game is over. Happy victorious again.
The 9-minute nightmare is back after drawing out games to tier 3 in the very, very late game stages. This was picture perfect Happy. This is what he was playing for the past 4 years, terrorizing the Night Elves, and Moon wasn't up to the task today.
Ah, man, map 1 looked so close, and I think Dennis was on the money. Seemed like something slipped away there from him. Could have Tomo retraining, could have changed things, I don't know. But now we have the answer. This is not the strat that always works. This is not the strat that can be relied upon 100%. Perhaps it is now back to the drawing board for Moon after so many attempts, after so many changes. I guess there has to be a new innovation.
Oh yeah, and we will see Moon again, but in the lower bracket, our couch is gonna analyze all this for you.
Indeed, we do. And yeah, as we saw in game 1, Moon was very successful in the early game, like prolonging the tag of Happy so that the 9-minute ghoul frenzy timing, like 9-minute tier 3 frenzy ghoul timing, wouldn't work out in the way that Happy, you know, is used to playing it. As Yannis already said, he's been doing this for 4 years. And I think key to this matchup against Happy might be just, you know, trying to throw him off guard in the early game as good as possible and then delaying the ghoul frenzy timing for as long as possible, because by the time that he then reaches the frenzy ghouls, I think the Night Elf can already have an army online. As we saw in the second game, this didn't work out at all. Happy was, you know, evading Moon at every step of the way until the 9th minute, and then, you know, just could rush the base, kill one Moonwell very quickly, and then, you know, even though it was nighttime for the longest time and the Moonwells were full of mana and full of that juicy, juicy moon juice, it wasn't quite enough because, you know, if you tear down the building, all the juice goes to waste.
Yeah. Actually, we just saw Moon like walk outside and look absolutely dejected here.
Yes.
You got a feel for him. It's a good idea, though. I should try that instead of punching my walls at home when I drop a series like this. Yeah, no, Happy is just so solid. Like, I'm actually in awe at how easy it makes it look against the GOATs of the game here. Moon, the most titled player who's won the most money in the history of the game. Happy is just on another level, and it continues. Like, Moon on paper was one of the guys that can give him a run for his money, but Happy just delivers. That last fight was a thing of beauty, by the way. Like, so many players will do that attack and then just kind of like not execute it well enough. That wasn't him. He was always targeting the best thing that he could target. The ghouls were out of position for a bit. There were some archers doing more damage than they should be. He was like, wait a second, move the ghouls up on top of the archers, took them out instantly, and then after that just really wore down those heroes of Happy perfectly.
Yeah, and I think we are going to go back to the stage to hear what Happy has to say about this series.
And here we are, guys, with Happy, our winner, once more. Make some noise! All right, Happy, another victory for you. You just faced Moon, you two being some of the most successful players of all time. In Warcraft 3, we saw something that seemed new to us. We saw D-Mana with Immolation play, no mana burn, and Panda, all from one base. Did you practice against that before? Did that surprise you? What did you think?
Yeah, of course I played against it. No, it's not about surprise, it's about, I think it's simply not the best choice from his side, in my opinion.
What strategy did you think would have been better, or do you not want to give that away?
No, I'm not gonna say it now.
All right, fair enough. Now, you're in the top 4 already. Foggy is there as well. Who else do you expect to make it through?
You mean like from, like except me and Foggy?
Sorry, yeah, from the other players in the lower bracket.
I think from Group B it will be Moon. From the other group, I think Lowlight.
That would make a lot of Night Elves then to be your opponents for tomorrow. Is that the matchup you're feeling comfortable in at the moment? It always looks like against Night Elf you are very strong. Is that also your view on the matter?
Yeah, I'm quite fine in that match, for the most part.
All right, you're done for today now. Your games are over. How are you going to try to get best prepared and rested for tomorrow? What's the secret of the champion of last year to get ready for the final day?
No secret, just gonna rest.
All right. Nothing too complicated. Then wish you a good rest, Happy. We'll see him tomorrow again on Championship Sunday. We're not quite done for the day, of course. We have one more match to be played still. It's going to be Starbuck versus FoCuS coming up next, and we'll give it back to the boys.
And that is us. We are indeed the boys. Happy didn't have too much to say on the matter. Of course, he doesn't want to reveal like the strategy that he fears most, and he is he's certainly gonna meet a Night Elf player in the semifinals tomorrow, which is gonna be the winner of Dice and Loliot. So that's gonna be fun. Some more Night Elf slaughters, and you know, Loliot being more of an unconventional player, so to speak, while Dice, you know, plays more textbook-y, I'd say, even though we see a Warden every now and then from him. I think Loliot might have a better shot at figuring out what Happy exactly meant with the right strategy, you know?
Yeah. I think Loliot would have a way better shot. Dice and Happy, they meet every week in the finals of the weekly, and that never goes Dice's way, pretty much. I have a pasta about it. You want me to look it up? It's a fun pasta.
Oh, yes,
Give me a second. I'll look it up.
All right, while you look that up, the next set we are going to have on stage, and also the last one for the day, which concludes, almost concludes the loser bracket of Group B, is going to be FoCuS versus Starbuck, which is also a run back from the winner's side of the bracket, where Starbuck lost the series 1 and 2, and FoCuS continued on in the winner bracket, while Starbuck has a lot of loser bracket momentum and is facing, you know, the Starbuck slayer himself, FoCuS, once again. So yeah, I'm very excited to see that. But now, please hit me with your copy paste.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Happy is set to release his autobiography mid-2024, titled The Wolf of Warcraft. How I won $500,000 winning penny weekly cups. It will feature an extended review of his chat rules, why he picked the weakest race in both Warcraft 3 and Starcraft 2. When asked about which chapter he was most excited for everyone to read, he simply replied, "Shut up, I'm trying to focus to beat up Dice for another 50, easy $50. So yeah, he beats Dice every single week in the finals of the weekly. So
it used to be Foggy, right? So now we just found another Eastern European Night Elf to replace
Dice
Foggy.
picked up the torch.
Exactly, yeah.
He's like, I'll be that guy.
It's not a bad torch to pick up by any means, you know. Foggy is an amazing player in his own right, and you know, standing in his footsteps, of course. Also in the footsteps of Neutron, I feel like, because Neutron being the coach of Dice as well.
Used to be. I feel like these days, like the Padawan has surpassed the Master.
Doesn't mean that the Master doesn't have some tricks up his sleeve too.
That's true.
You know? And he also has been around since forever, so you know he also knows how to deal with like, you know, competition and with the pressure like getting to you and whatnot. So I still think, even though Dice obviously is the better player than Neutron is these days, I feel like Neutron might still have a lot, you know, of expertise to offer that Dice needs on his journey through the Warcraft 3 world. Another player that's journeyed through the Warcraft 3 world somewhat recently got, you know, a lot more spicy is that of Starbuck, because he has been on a meteoric rise, especially judging by his last performance in the TP League, where he finished 3rd place, beating world-renowned players such as 1-0 in the group stage, and then having a hell of a losers run in the deciding stage, finishing 3rd place, I think losing to Fortitude twice, right?
Yeah, it's weird because he has like some really good series, but it felt like in this one it was a bit more of a struggle. Sometimes you're gonna have the series where like nothing goes your way, and yeah, Starbuck has been impressive. And honestly, he beat Hitman here. I'm not even surprised. Like he's just so much on the rise and putting in the work, and he has so much passion for the game. You can tell from interacting with him, from watching him stream. He's always like in high spirits, listening to some sick tunes, and just having a lot of fun with the game, playing multiple races, doing different builds. Very creative guy, so really happy for him. And how far can he go here? That's really the big question.
Yeah, I haven't seen him play in like big tournaments in forever, but I know his name from the BattleNet ladder from like many years back. He was always like up there on the BattleNet ladder with like, you know, the guys of, what's this Romanian player, the undead player?
Nighthand?
Nighthand, exactly. Like him and Nighthand, and also like Shocky, they used to be like on top of the BattleNet ladder like years and years back. So I always knew the name Starbuck, but only somewhat recently, in the last couple of years, I've seen him, you know, become a world-renowned player in his own right. And now, you know, he fights for survival in the losers bracket, playing against, you know, FoCuS, the guy who beat him earlier. But it was a 2-1, it was a close and a heavily contested series. So, you know, with some loser bracket momentum, as we said earlier with Hippo, who didn't pull through in the end, maybe it's possible for him to overcome FoCuS and then, you know, face Moon.
Yeah, it's a match, like he lost earlier in the first match, but honestly, I like a lot how he plays against Orc. I feel like he has a very deep understanding. He's one of the best Orc against human in the world. So in theory, he should be one of the best human against Orc. And he did mention he thought he knew how he has to play this time. So I think he's going to make big adjustments, and that's always scary when the guy as smart as Starbuck at this game comes back and says, okay, I know what I have to do to win. Usually he delivers on that. But FoCuS obviously also very strong in the matchup.
Yeah.
I think Remo was gesturing to me that I'm casting, by the way, so I don't know if I should go now or something.
Well, you know, we could throw this segment into a little bit of a break if you need to get to the caster's desk, because that would be great to hear you on the mic once again.
Yeah, if somebody comes and takes over, Remo,
okay.
You want to sit on my lap or by
It looks like Remo and Todd are going to have a great
Let's swap
time.
All right.
Okay, we are swapping either way in a bit. I was informed by the production on my little earpiece here that I have, my little production earpiece, and Remo, you know, it doesn't matter to him what production says because he has nothing in it, no one in his ear.
All right, boys, good to see you again. How you guys doing?
Good, and you?
I'm doing pretty good. We're of course all a bit stressed with the issues there. Apparently the PC is now fried and completely busted, so no more gaming at that PC. We're gonna try to fix that for tomorrow, where then hopefully things are resolved.
How do they decide who gets his play on stage and who plays in the player area now? We flip a coin?
Flip a coin.
Okay, I see.
Let fate decide.
Oh, okay.
We could bring another PC there.
That's the most fair way, just like with item drops.
The thing is, I talked to somebody from the venue earlier, and they said they don't have any more PCs of that capacity. That was the last one. And now it's fried, which is amazing. How many things can go wrong in one day, I ask you? You've been to quite a lot of offline Warcraft tournaments.
Well, the day isn't over yet. Maybe we're going to find out.
Well, I don't want to jinx anything here, but yeah.
Another computer bites the dust from Carnova Imbalance. Who would have thought?
Okay, so Remo, I've been talking quite a lot to Todd about like what we think about the upcoming series. What do you think? Who's got the better shot here? Is it FoCuS, who already defeated Starbuck in the winner bracket, or is it Starbuck, who comes from loser bracket momentum and found some adjustments? Maybe.
I'm saying Starbuck. Yeah. I'm saying Starbuck. I must admit that might be my heart speaking more than my brain. FoCuS looked really good in his game in the lower bracket. He's got the experience as well, but like we said earlier, unfortunately, there's this reputation that FoCuS follows FoCuS around, and that is that in the big games offline, he does not always deliver the strongest. And for Starbuck, he's riding that momentum. He's riding that wave. He's been having a really strong couple of months. He's holding the flag high for the Human Alliance, the last bit of the hope remaining. I want to see Starbuck. I want to see Starbuck make it far. I could see it as well. He is nicely warmed up against Hitman, got the win there, but he did lose a map. It wasn't a clean 2-0 there.
And he lost to FoCuS previously. And when I talked to him, he said like he knows what adjustments he has to make to win this time around, and like just play differently.
And I think as well with Starbuck, that's something that especially for his playstyle, it always seems to me that he is really good at identifying weakness and punishing a certain lack in a build. I think at the first day, we mentioned the epic TP League run he had, and where he was playing very unconventional, beating players like Moon, beating players like Sock, with strats that they weren't expecting. And also against Hitman today, he played the Archmage Beastmaster stuff, which isn't perhaps 100% standard. So Starbuck oftentimes has a game plan prepared and can execute.
Yeah, that was because he had the fast level 3. And in one of the games, he also went Mountain King first. So he can play anything. Yep. I think his game IQ is just so high. And that applies to every game. He's one of the best in 2v2. With Kraft, they are like an insane duo. So he just understands the game somehow. I don't know like how it happened. Like I guess through playing a whole bunch and thinking about strategy, but just his understanding in general. That's what allows him to play so many different races as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder what's the chicken and what's the egg. You know what I mean? Like, does he have that much prime knowledge, base knowledge that allows him to incorporate that knowledge into different races, or did he play so many races to incorporate so many different trains of thought and then extrapolate into other scenarios?
Maybe you can record a 2 hours YouTube video about it, like you usually do.
Should I give him some tips, some pointers? Bro, this is what you should do. I'm sure you would appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
You know, I'm open to coach you.
I would definitely not watch it, yeah.
Oh my God, the Coach Remo coaching Todd arc, I'm so in for that.
Oh, please.
Yeah, and speaking of his random play, Starbuck, first round lower bracket. Who did he play again? Pato? No. Blast?
They did play against Blast.
Yeah. And they played random. So he
did he? I thought he picked Human.
Oh,
I didn't know.
I saw random in the Wikipedia.
I'm looking it up right now.
Perhaps that was not correct. But point being, he could still play random, but it feels like a gamble. It feels like a big
He would
gamble.
play human, I think. Like, he already played against FoCuS.
Yeah.
He knows how FoCuS likes to play. Then he did very well against Hitman. I think he's feeling the human right now.
He played all human today, actually.
Okay.
Played 3 games of human against FoCuS, beat Blast
He's our last
2-0.
representative.
Well, Hippo made quite the dent as well, but, you know, couldn't go all the way through. And the thing is that this is the same round that Hippo lost as well. So maybe humans are cursed, maybe they're not. We're going to find out after a short break. And we are back at it again. Now, we lost Todd, but we gained a lot of expertise from Mr. Remo Demo, Coach Remo himself. You threw your coach mantle away, and now you're just a casual guy.
Casual dude, indeed. But we have one very serious game. You should not count about a casual game coming up. So because we're in the lower bracket, it's do or die now. The winner here will move on, still have a chance. Not guaranteed top 4, but we'll fight on again tomorrow, and the loser will be out.
That's right, that's right. Loser meets the same fate as Hippo and the other group did, who unfortunately today earlier lost to Dice 2-0. Wasn't even close. These two guys, though, have played in winners as well, and it was a much closer affair than it was with Dice and Hippo, who also played in winners round 1 and then in the losers round 3. I think we said most things that can be said about Starbuck versus FoCuS by now, because we had a lot of time to talk about it. And my money still is on FoCuS, I guess. You said Starbuck, I still got FoCuS. I think he's just too solid overall of a player.
Would love to see Starbuck here make it far. You know, the arc has been rising, the pump has been going. We'll see if that continues to be the truth of this year as we hand it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, guys. I am Todd, he's Kubert, and we're going to be casting this amazing match coming up here between Starbuck and FoCuS. What do you expect out of this one?
It's definitely going to be a pretty intense game. Starbuck and FoCuS already played earlier on today, and it was a 2-1 victory for FoCuS. And now we're going to see a rematch right now, guys. Let's jump right in.
And in the bottom right, in the blue, from South Korea, playing Orc, give it up for FoCuS.
Let's go, everybody. Focus. And in the top left of Tidehunters here, we have Starbuck, the multiple race player, the human main as well. Give it up for Starbuck from Slovenia. And Todd, I don't know about you, but I'm super stoked to see a Mountain King first come out of Starbuck right now.
Yeah, especially with a bit of a grittier creep route, kind of hoping that maybe the Farseer wasn't going to show up in the correct spot first and foremost, but FoCuS, he's headed there. Starbuck told me that against Hitman he did that really well. There was one of the maps where he went for the lab and he told me he lost 0 peasants. He was very happy about it. So unfortunately here it looks like he's gonna lose 1 already, but as long as he secures the golem plus the item, he needs to get the experience though. He goes to the Mountain King, gets level 2 instantly, and Boots of Koala as well.
I think we can say Boots of Koala, definitely not the best drop, and 2 peasants go down as well for Starbuck, but I'm smelling a tier 1 expansion, and I think a couple of peasant losses at this stage is acceptable if that's the game plan for Starbuck.
Not the best drop, but when you have bash, like somewhat decent, you're going to be bashing a whole lot more.
Oh, there's one.
Oh my God, that
surround
bash.
immediately. What a beautiful mechanics by Starbuck to get the immediate bash and then to surround straight away. Beautifully done. Is he going to set up a second surround in quick succession, Todd?
I don't think so, because he bolted a little early, but he bashes again.
Oh,
Oh my
the
God.
bash.
This Mountain King's on steroids.
Is this the PTR bash already, Todd? Do you think?
It looks like it. Imagine on the PTR what it would look like.
In the meantime here, FoCuS, he's teching up already, of course, producing more and more headhunters. He feels like he needs to apply pressure here in the early game. Scouting with the Wolves, seeing that there's already an Arcane Tower in the main, and of course, Starbuck is still in tier 1 as well.
Oh, Hitman's about to die. And that was the previous game.
There we are. In any case, Starbuck here, he built the 4th farm. That indicates clearly that he will be attempting that tier 1 expansion. The question is where? I feel like the immediate expansion here would be, the expansion of the Orange Camp would be pretty tough. And it's interesting to see Starbuck take his time here. This expo is getting a little bit later and later, waiting for the Boots of Speed perhaps to come up.
Yeah, this is super delayed. It's very risky to keep on making a lot of headhunters, by the way, against this, because they're so squishy. So 1 bolt is going to equal 1 kill every single time, especially as we reach level 3 here sometime soon. He's already 2.2. Farseer only 1.3, ways off from that level 2 here. Starts to work on one of the peasants. Then one of those peasants is coming here on peasant form.
Yeah, he's bringing the lumber to set down the foundations of that town hall early, I think.
We need the Hulk, we don't need Bruce Banner.
Well, speaking of the Hulk here, I think the Mountain King's a pretty suitable candidate, getting the surround immediately on that Farseer. Forced into the TP straight away is FoCuS, and I think Starbuck here could be pretty happy with the way
so
this
on
game's
point.
going.
He's so on point with the surrounds.
Yep.
He can almost feel the bashes coming as well, apparently, because those were so clutch over and over, and now the expansion is going up. He's 2.8. On the other side, we already used Town Portal, so that's going to be one escape that's missing potentially in the upcoming skirmishes.
Yeah, FoCuS rebounding that speed scroll there, of course, that will be absolutely essential to attempt to get away from the Mountain King if necessary. The MK, of course, decide to get the boots. We've got a nice little cutes around here with the Footman, but the resummon is coming out of FoCuS. He is already starting on his next camp, so that thankfully didn't go to waste. And I think, you know, despite how solidly Starbuck has played so far, I feel like he needs to put some pressure onto the base right now of FoCuS, because his tech will be quite late compared to usual. And we see the Beastry is put in a bit of a strange position here.
Yeah, it's very far forward here. That's actually going to go down here. Very nice snipe by Starbuck, that's level 3, the Spion.
Oh my god, the bash again, Todd is
and he gets it.
Bash coming in clutch and securing the level 3 right now for the Mountain King. And there's the Torrent Totem finally coming up in the back.
FoCuS has 3 headhunters. He's lost everything that he's ever had this game, and he's up against a player who has fast expansion. Starbuck looking absolutely amazing right now.
Yeah, the Wolves here as well being sent into the Peasant line, not going to do too much. We can see the Arcane Tower is finishing momentarily. And FoCuS is losing track here a little bit of the multitasking. Perhaps in the far stage, just gets close in the surround. Desperate stomp, honestly, coming out of the Torrent Chief.
And he can't afford TP, so he uses a potion, but now that's going to be on cooldown. One more bolt before the Temple of the Mountain King. He's going to get the Farseer.
This is getting so close here, Todd, because the Mountain King will be forced into TP, but the Farseer goes down.
And he gets away as well. No Temple is forced from FoCuS on Starbuck. Peace. I'll be back.
Man, Starbuck here, just sensing when the timing was right. You know, he kept up the pressure, even though he wasn't quite level 3, which I know is something you like to preach a lot, Todd, in your games. But at the end of the day, the timing was right. You know, the Beastery maybe a bit mispositioned there, and it was an easy cancel, and then FoCuS just losing track of the Farseer for a second. Easy snipes, and then that's it. The Farseer is benched. FoCuS here feels like he's lost momentum a lot.
FoCuS, he's lost momentum. He's getting bullied, bro. He's stuck at home. He's gotten locked in. There's a barricade outside his house. He's not allowed to leave.
It's like when Happy set up the towers outside of that elf base. He's like, you cannot leave. You're in quarantine.
Yeah, except Happy quarantines heroes inside of the altar.
True.
He's next level. At least FoCuS is still alive somewhat inside of his base. But yeah, now he will go back to creeping. And Starbuck is still keeping his units out on the map. He really wants to not give any air to FoCuS, not give him any momentum in this game here. And Mountain King's almost back out there.
This is superbly played so far. I think Starbuck knows that the Ensnarer is not available yet. You know, he is an expert human player himself. And we see, I think, 2 more Headhunters are going to go down here. The Creeps may potentially be getting involved. Yes, 1 Headhunter goes down to the Creeps, and of course, Starbuck getting another Headhunter kill. And potentially a 3rd will go down as well. I think this is a disastrous game here for FoCuS right now. Oh, the Farseer as well.
Nah, he doesn't have any more mana.
Yeah, okay.
He's not allowing him to have any Headhunters. They've gone extinct in this game. And I think it might be a good idea to stop making them. I mentioned it earlier, like, they're so squishy against Mountain King level 3, it's a done deal. They're just gonna go down left and right. And this has been the ultimate snowball by Starbuck here. Start to finish so far.
Yeah, I feel like when the early game goes a bit poorly for the Orc, it's time to just cut out the Headhunters against Mountain King. I don't really see the reason to continue building them.
Oh my god, a critter.
Wait, that's the... Oh my god, it is the mechanical
It's the
critter.
skink.
The famous skink. Do you know what noise it makes?
Dude. Do it.
It's some horrendous noise like...
That's exactly what it sounds like. Dude, he's gonna scout perfectly with it. Look at the speed of that thing.
Oh my god. This is a first for me, seeing this on stage here. A mechanical critter scout is going to confirm that FoCuS is going for a tier 2 expansion. I didn't realize they were that fast.
No, it might be just a skink. Does he kill it? Dude, Max Verstappen is driving that thing. Look at this.
Yeah, Louis Hamilton is piloting that skink right now and confirms the location of that tier 2 expansion. And I love the Archmage second pick. It's quite tempting nowadays to go for Paladin second. We saw that a lot, even potentially Blood Mage.
Yeah.
But Archmage enables human to go casters. And casters are amazing against Orc. Mass Sorceress especially, with the Breaker frontline, is super strong. And Blizzard Clap potential retrain in the late game is amazing.
If you don't go casters, then it's okay to skip the Archmage. But if you go casters, you kind of have to get it for sure.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, and if you don't go casters, you go air. That's it. There's no other strategy. There's like no Knight Mortar, you know, that would make no sense. But yeah, one of those Sanctums actually gets cancelled here. And on the other side, Starbuck putting in work. He only has 1 Guard Tower on top of the Arcane here. He's staffing back. Wow, pretty ambitious. This Mountain King fares truly nothing. But FoCuS, this is a strong timing of his here because he has Spirit Link. And right now there is only Footmen to face him, but we see a Rifle in production and a Sanctum.
Yeah, actually, that's double barracks as well. We can see 2 riflemen coming out at the same time here. So double barracks, double sanctum? That seems maybe a little bit ambitious from Starbuck. Maybe he could have just started the rifle production as soon as possible. And we see the blacksmith being targeted quite a bit here. I don't think that's really the best idea from FoCuS. He's losing a raider.
The police is coming in.
Here come the boys!
Maybe
and
the
stock to
the
lead that in
TC.
there.
He has a lot of units around the TC, but he really wants to kill all the units, and he's cleaning up right now. Starbuck has killed so many of the units.
Oh, the peasants are
FoCuS
potentially-
almost get the Tauren Chieftain, but he breaks out.
Oh, this is getting closer. The Mountain King, he has those boots, of course, and there's 2 Stormbolts available, but I think the units, you know, the militia timers ran out. A little bit of a random bolt there, has to be said. Perhaps it's just like, you know, get out of my lawn.
That's a screw you bolt right there. Get out of there.
Absolutely. But FoCuS, you know, he has managed to get a bunch of levels. Tauren Chieftain is going to get level 3. Shock Control is there as well, so Invo Potion will almost definitely be picked up, potentially a Scroll as well. But Starbuck, you know, he's leveled up already to level 4 Mountain King. The Archmage did go for Elementals first, which is interesting. I think sometimes with the Archmage second, you maybe go Aura first and then Blizzard immediately. I don't know about you. But that option is always there. But the big mana from the marketplace, Todd, that's going to be clutch.
The happy DLC has been enabled.
You think he paid a premium price for that one, right?
He's just a lucky human.
Unlike some other humans, huh?
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be another cancel here. Even just getting the cancel and TPing out would be fine, but I think he might even just take the fight for a little bit. I don't think he should have bolted the TC, maybe gone for units instead. Yeah, he's just going to TP. I think he can tell it. He's not going to kill much more. So he loses 2 units. Maybe the TP could have been a bit earlier, but I mean, getting a cancel right now when you have Expo running this whole time, is just a dream scenario anyway.
Yeah, I think 7 food is maybe a little bit more than expected. I would have liked to see a fewer losses from Starbuck's side, but it's not too bad at the end of the day, and the Orc is kept on 1 base economy for this entire time. Of course, Starbuck here has finally got up to 50 food. We have breaker production, and the long rifles upgrade, of course, as well, to help deal with the Kodos especially. And FoCuS, I mean, he's just going to have to keep retrying to put the expansion down and put the pressure on. And I was saying in a few other series, I like when Orcs go Shockwave a lot. I feel like the base pressure is something that really keeps humans at bay.
Yeah.
But perhaps the timing was too late to abuse that level 2 Shockwave.
The big problem for FoCuS is he has no mana regen. He can't really afford to go home to use double clarity, so with his mana being so low on both heroes here when he fights, he's just gonna have no potential to actually do anything really good. I don't even know why he's trying to push. Like, Militia would absolutely wreck him here in the fight.
Yeah, perhaps FoCuS is just posturing. Perhaps
he's buffing his chest out.
Yes, exactly. I think perhaps FoCuS is just content with his levels. He just wants the Expo to come up at all costs and make sure that Starbuck just doesn't walk across again and cancel it, because Starbuck did indeed buy the TP. We could see something in the meantime is actually attacking the Orc counter expansion. I'm not too sure what. Maybe an elemental was sent across from the Archmage?
Must have been a water elemental, because I think it just expired. TC going in, gets bolted instantly. He has 0 survivability item on the TC, so that guy will melt if he was to come back in to try and stomp again. He has no mana anyway. He gets targeted. Spirit Link doing work. He speed scrolls away. Starbuck with the block. He's about to have a stumble. He gets ensnared, and he gets away.
An absolutely clutch ensnare right there on the Mountain King, preventing the hero FoCuS finishing off that Torn Chieftain, but the bulk goes on the Kodo anyway, which is a pretty big loss for FoCuS. But it did buy time for the expansion, but I'm not sure the losses are worth it. That Stormbolt probably takes out the Ethereal Form Walker. Oh, he's going for the Grunt instead. Okay, maybe unsure if that would be a one-shot, one-kill.
Yeah, taking the Grunts out is really good because they are the only unit that does somewhat decent against Breakers. He's going to get it anyway. Oh, goes for another Grunt.
Well, you see that he definitely has that on his mind as well, so you guys are thinking the same. Definitely take out the Grunts so that the Breakers can reign as supreme as possible, and who cares about one Walker, I guess.
Yeah. TC!
Oh, nice dodge. Beautiful dodge coming out of FoCuS right now. Absolutely essential. We don't have the heal salve running in the meantime, though, which is a little bit tricky. And yeah, it just feels like FoCuS here. He's just on the retreat. Another Stormbolt flying out as well. Of course, the greater mana there coming in full effect for Starbuck.
Big supply lead. Mountain King level 4.4 now. Starbuck on the rampage. He's on the warpath here, hunting down FoCuS around the map. Kodo about to go down. Wolves at the back. He has no more priests. He needs to replace a couple of his casters. Some priests, some sorceresses would be helpful. A rifle is going to go down. FoCuS somehow trying to salvage this as much as possible. And the Expo just finished, so he can start mining from this here.
Dude, Starbuck is getting so many bashes off to the side. I was seeing the Kodo just get constantly bashed, and Starbuck managed to reclaim his rifle that was from the belly of that Kodo beast. The TC far in front again. A little bit of a risky situation. Doesn't have any survivability once again. More production is coming for Starbuck. He's got the Adept training and more rifles and another Priest. And of course the Breakers are an amazing counter to the Spirit Walkers here, getting rid of that Spirit Link and stealing it for the human army.
Yeah, that's actually amazing. When he can do that, Archmage almost level 3 here. Curious whether he's going to go Brilliance level 2 or Water Elementals. If there is not many Walkers, I think going Water Elemental can be okay, but Brilliance always great to have just more Stoneball to work with and more mana on his casters. And I like that he goes for a camp here. I think even though he knows that the expansion of FoCuS is running by now, it's really about building big supply a little more and hitting those very important levels of 5 and 3, which he's going to get, looks like.
Actually, Starbuck choosing to go for level 2 Water Elemental, I personally don't agree with that choice. I would have loved to have seen a Clap retrain and get the level 2 aura unlocked for the Mountain King, but perhaps Starbuck is confident enough and he can keep the Walker army down as much as possible. We see there's not really much for FoCuS, especially
maybe he feels rushed.
Mana.
I think he feels rushed. He feels like he has to go right now. Like, you give a player like FoCuS even 30 seconds, he can come back sometimes in this type of game, so...
Well, we have another fight engaging right here. Immediate Stormbolt onto the TC who gets surrounded. I think an item may have to be transferred. There's nothing to transfer. There's only one potion available, which gets popped immediately. The Speed Scroll also as well. Breaker's getting taken out a little bit here by the Wolves, which are pretty strong. It's a pretty chaotic fight here right now. We have fighting on all fronts.
Yeah. Great micro by FoCuS. He went for the backline and the casters with the Raiders. That's what they do the most damage to. But now Mountain King is level 5. He still has mana to work with. He has an escape with a Town Portal. That's more than FoCuS can say about this fight here. He has no escape himself, no survivability, and the Farseer is next. He's not even moving.
The Farseer is next on the menu right now, Todd. He has absolutely no chance of getting out, not even needing the level 3 bolt to secure the kill, and now the TC is next on the menu. Oh, this is looking so so tough for FoCuS right now. There's a lot of low units on the side of Starbuck, though, it has to be said. And the Orc army, you know, it is quite bulky. We see a lot of grunts here. They're actually standing strong. The breakers are getting pretty low.
Yeah, I think maybe the single target fire was a little overdone here, but with the heal scroll, Starbuck should be fine. There might not be one available because I don't see him buying one, so I think the TC stole it just a second ago. And he forces the temple. Oh my god, how did FoCuS stay alive? I thought this was truly over ages ago. And now he has a high grunt count against that many breakers. I feel like Starbuck's missing 2-3 sorceresses to really slow everything here.
Yeah, I think the caster backline just isn't strong enough. We saw a lot of riflemen, which are obviously decent in high DPS.
Maybe retrain.
Yeah, I think the clap retrain is sorely missing right now, especially against grunts. The
All right,
Mighty
here
King
we
is
go.
going to get right in there. Please be a toll with retrain. Let's go.
Are you ready?
I'm hoping for it. That's what I'm hoping to see
I
right
thought
now.
maybe
There we go.
FoCuS bought it and then sold it to not allow the MK to do it, but I don't think it did. All right, here we go. Shop at the expo for extra mana potions. It's clap time.
It's clap time, baby. And we also got level 2 Brilliance Aura unlocked as well, so that Mountain King is going to be topped off at all times. But the TC is not to be underestimated right now, who is level 5 as well, and we know how deadly that level 3 Warstorm can be in combat. Oh, a Zeppelin purchase as well. I think FoCuS knows that there's hero focus potential coming up for that Mountain King, of course, but there's the clap, Todd, and those grunts are getting low already. Heal scroll needs to be popped, and now there's no more survivability on the side of the Orc, and the TC's already out of mana, and there's no mana potion available for him either.
Okay, Starbuck has no temple here, so if the fight goes wrong, he's not going to be able to get out as easily as you might think. Farseer was out of position, gets sniped instantly. Mountain King pretty much out of mana, but so is the Torrent Chieftain, and FoCuS taps out. Starbuck with the map 1 victory after an absolute brawl on Tidehunters.
That was just amazing to watch the Mountain King in full force right there. Of course, the greater mana, I think, was amazing in the mid-game. We saw those 2 additional grunt pickoffs, which really, really helped Starbuck to keep the momentum. But FoCuS, I think he did his absolute best to come back into that game. He managed to get the expansion in the end, and it felt like he had a real fighting chance at some point. Starbuck was very focused on the hero kills, did get the Farseer, but then the army was really dying.
Yeah.
And I think when he realized that the TC stole the heal scroll, it was really smart to TP and just go home, regenerate, and come back across. And of course, the retrain, as I called earlier, I felt like was just so crucial. And you see how strong it is on level 3. And the TC was just nullified by the breakers. And of course, that execution at the end of Farseer just got absolutely obliterated by Stormbolt Cloud.
I would have just stayed, been like, this is so unfair, and they lost everything, and then blame balance. But not Starbuck. He TPs out, replenishes hit points, gets mana back, retrains. That retrain. Clap level 3, you know, is obviously amazing. So, great fight here at the end. That Farseer movement, though, you know, I feel I got a couple flashbacks from my 4v4 random team games here for a second. You know, the Farseer often goes a little too deep and then dies. A little bit unusual. Like, it's so well because FoCuS did so many things so well, but the Farseer placement definitely wasn't it.
Yeah, I feel like when Starbuck came across and cancelled the Bestiary, and the Farseer was just sat in front of the main, and Starbuck could just walk and surround the hero immediately. I feel like FoCuS lost track of something. I mean, he sent the wolves across, and it felt like he didn't have much else to do. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But then, of course, I mean, that was a bit of a momentum killer for FoCuS there. Just losing the Farseer level 2 was pretty.
Maybe he thought if he goes inside the wall, the Mountain King will stand at the entrance, like our friend Ghost at the entrance of the club, and just like, nobody's coming through.
Nobody's getting through me, mate, as he would say. But yeah, no, I mean, FoCuS here, he's going to have to bring it back hard right now. Starbuck, he is so flexible as a human player, especially against Orc. He's just fantastic against that race in particular. He's able to change up strategy when he wants, and I really want to see what he does next.
All right, let's go right into the next game here. Let's do it.
Well, I don't know about you, Tom, but it was pretty entertaining there to see Starbuck hold the rifle, just like the rifles in the game that he made previously, but also the axe, like a grunt. Of course, Starbuck being a random player, I think it suited him pretty well.
We didn't have any pickaxes for him to preview the militia killing everything, so we had to settle for an axe.
All right, game 2 here between FoCuS and Starbuck, everyone. It's Autumn Leaves, which is a map that I personally quite enjoy. And this time we've got Archmage first. So
and the altar on the left side,
yes.
plus a footman already there. So perhaps a straight expo creep, which does not even necessarily mean he's going to take the expo, but should be the case. I think Starbuck really understands how to play with fast expansion. He's a beast. I mentioned it on the couch earlier.
Yeah.
He's, I think, one of the best orc against human in the world, by far. Like, he beat Chemico when Chemico was considered best human. He had amazing games recently. He beat Sok. So I think he truly understands how to play, and that's part of why he's so scary in human against orc as well. And FoCuS creeping the first camp, I think that's pretty good for Starbuck, because then he gets to do this entire camp here very easily.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge for Starbuck, actually. He's able to get the camp down really easily, and of course the pool there, making sure that he takes the least amount of damage possible. No slows going on to Starbuck's army, of course, as well. All 5 peasants are here. Of course, a few of them a little bit hurt. And FoCuS, I'm not sure he actually knows what's going on here. So he sees that there's 3 farms, there's more production coming from the town hall, and that there's no expansion here. He should definitely know at this point that there's an expo coming top left. But Starbuck, he's already moving out because FoCuS decided to take a creek camp first. This is actually a dream position for Human right now.
Yeah, the tower is going to go up very quick. The expansion is going to be set up. We saw Leon attempt the fast expansion against Hitman, and I honestly thought, you know, it was going okay. It's just like he overfought too much. I don't expect Starbuck to make the same type of mistake here, so it should be very solid from here on. Then, how does FoCuS even answer to this strategy here? In terms of once he reaches tier 2, is he going to perhaps play more Raider heavy and try to hit and run, or is he just going to be standard and trying to expo himself?
Yeah, I'm personally a big fan of double beast tree from Orc, especially with the shockwave play. But FoCuS has done a good job here, actually. He distracted Starbuck in the main base, and Starbuck wanted to exchange the low peasants with new militia, but they had to fight the wolves off because, of course, you can't make 2 arcanes and try and power build
the
town hall. Yeah, they're a little bit late. I don't know exactly what was happening here. And Starbuck actually taking quite substantial losses. FoCuS had the resummon available and managed to get all his units on top of those peasants, even achieving level 2.
Yeah, that's not good here. When you start losing peasants in a situation like this, we see the tunnel on the expansion greatly delayed. There is only 2 peasants there right now, and that tower snipe, huge there, because you have to remake that entirely from scratch.
Yeah, one thing that has to be noted as well is that Starbuck did call over the remaining militia needed to power build the expansion, but they stay in militia form for quite a while. So the town hall isn't really going to come up the fastest. You can see that Starbuck is also preparing another farm ahead of time so he can be out of being supply blocked. And the defend upgrade is coming as well in anticipation of maybe some headhunters or to enable him to attack the orc base.
Yeah, even just harassing the peon line is amazing here, and FoCuS, you know, perhaps keeping spikes, much like my 4v4 teammates.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like against human fast expansion play, or when they go for a fast level 3, there's no excuse not to get spiked.
If there's a footman on the map,
then maybe you could just get spikes anyway. I mean, it's a pretty cheap upgrade, 75 gold, 25 wood, so not too bad. But then there's no tower here still for Starbuck, and that's leaving the door wide open for FoCuS to continue the harass. You see the wolves here getting another kill.
Okay, defense just finished.
Nice.
He immediately triggers it. It's very important. The wolves putting in some work on the Archmage. Is there a deny? One time.
Easy deny there for Starbuck. Nicely done. Of course, the defend coming up perfectly on time. FoCuS came in for the attack, and we even have a troll berserker that was obviously pulled from the mercenary earlier, who's incredibly strong, but against the defend footman, not so imposing.
Yeah, that was actually super smart to get defense. I think if he didn't have defense here, he'd be getting absolutely wrecked right now.
Absolutely.
So great defense by Starbuck. Has to send militia, but that wrecks his lumber economy more so, but he already started keep, so it's actually not the end of the world right now. Oh, and he gets to surround on the berserker here. That's going to be a lot of experience going to the Archmage if he can finish that, if there is no deny. 2.2 to 2.5 right now for Starbuck.
The Troll Berserker gives just absolutely huge experience right now, 2.5 on that Archmage indeed, but the Farseer for FoCuS right now is also approaching 2.5. We have 2.4 at the moment, and the tier 2 buildings are coming up completely unscathed this time. So FoCuS here should have the best timings possible to come online, get those tier 2 units out, and apply some pressure, and maybe expand behind.
Yeah, because of how much pressure Starbuck has been under here, the shop is greatly delayed here. He would have loved to already have that, be able to heal, running away from those walls. Comes back with the Archmage, quite risky here. You really don't want to lose that. And ideally, you'd love to kill a couple more units and get level 3 here. He's going to get on top of those headhunters. Hasn't really, he's under so much pressure that he hasn't really gotten around to sending footmen across the map. to counter harass. One headhunter is gonna go down. Okay, 2.6 now for the Archmage.
Yeah, this isn't too bad actually for Starbuck right now. I feel he kept the Arcane Tower up against the piercing damage of the Headhunters. One died as well, and we see the other one being chased off right now. And Starbuck
is that repair rate I always hear about on Jin, eh?
Hey, it is pretty strong, you have to admit. But then in the face of like 4 or 5 Headhunters, it's pretty worthless. So Starbuck healing up his Archmage right now. Didn't buy a Clarity, interestingly. I'm not quite too sure there. But we see that Starbuck's macro this whole time has been really impressive. I'm just watching the resources tick down constantly. He's never letting his gold get too high. I think it's that StarCraft 2 experience coming into effect right now.
Oh yeah, he was a Zerg as well.
I imagine Zerg is very macro heavy.
Yeah, very demanding, like speed-wise and in terms of macro as well.
Well, there we have it. Starbuck there showing both his strength in micro mechanics, especially the first game, getting those surrounds into this game. His macro has pretty much been impeccable. Tier 2 finishing as well for the human momentarily. We do have a blacksmith as well. Maybe some rifles will be added. And FoCuS going for a pretty standard army for nowadays. We have the Raiders already equipped with Ensnare, and the first Shaman coming out, and the counter expansion, of course, and the Stomp once again being selected.
I wonder if he might do an Infist Potion to send the Archmage to cancel the Expo, because he knows he's there, so that might be a good play to do here. Unless he really thinks he needs the Archmage back at home to defend against the upcoming attack. No tower in the main base. Yes. So that actually would be really weak if he got attacked here in a second.
Yeah, Starbuck playing pretty greedy, I would say, at the moment. He could also purchase both the Invis Potion and the Staff of Teleportation, just to ensure that he could go across, cancel, and staff home. But Starbuck here kind of running into the Orc a little bit, and there's some potential threat here for the Archmage to be in danger, but he manages to just walk out pretty much unscathed. But the Wolves will chase down and continue to put chip damage there.
He was threatening a counter surround for a second, which FoCuS didn't seem too worried about. That Farseer is very low on mana. You mentioned the Clarity, like he definitely needs to get one of those, like for the fights.
Yeah, the Farseer, it feels like he's definitely been blowing through his spells quite a lot. Wow, Starbuck here, he's still finding a timing here to try and cancel the Great Hall.
I don't know if he can get that.
I don't know, he has a heal scroll on his side. There comes the Purge, but there's not a second Purge. It might even be worth to try and heal scroll the Elemental here. He does heal scroll the Elemental.
Oh my god, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it.
It's getting insanely close. The Farseer doesn't have any spells available. There is a Stomp available. Oh no, the Archmage goes down.
I think defend wasn't enabled, so those editors were doing a ton of damage on the footies as well, and Starbuck instant revives. Raiders are not too far. FoCuS is on the chase. Who's hunting who now?
Yeah, the tables have surely turned here right now. That was an absolutely clutch moment. Starbuck there investing so much into this expansion cancel. The heal scroll, of course, the Archmage died. That's a Tavern revive.
He tried to go around and he got spotted. Not on my watch.
Not on my watch, says FoCuS, yeah. With just the Shamans, actually, interestingly enough, was enough to deter Starbuck there, of course.
Yeah, this
guy's risky to head out.
This guy's gonna deny him. This ain't a ayahuasca trip.
And FoCuS, this is such a different game right now. He has the expansion actually mining. We have attack upgrades coming for the Grunts, which of course are amazing against the Breakers. We have Kodos coming as well. And I like the extra Peon as well, just to ensure that FoCuS can pump upgrades, maybe get a tower, second shop, a burrow with the expansion as well. It's pretty wood demanding for Orc in general. I think we don't even have reinforced available yet. So FoCuS needs to work on that lumber economy as soon as possible.
It's like the saddest harassment. He has to use a bolt and attack multiple times to kill one single peon. If he can get away, it still would be okay, but looks like it's going to be a town pool of forced here. FoCuS with all the map control in the world now. Raiders, Shamans. He can make sure he catches and punishes Starbuck if he's anywhere near him. Big hero level advantage now. And he's way ahead in supply, despite the expansion being up for so long for Starbuck.
Yeah, Starbuck, he invested so much gold into consumables. You know, he's bought, I think, 2 TPs now. We had the Archmage revive, of course, as well from the Tavern. The heal scroll being invested earlier, units that were picked off. And FoCuS, he hasn't really lost a lot for the past while. And with the expansion established, this is a very, very solid game for him. Also, Book of the Dead may be quite frustrating. It could be sent into the worker line. I would like to see FoCuS pass it over to the Farseer, but it seems that he's coming with the full army anyway. This could be some huge damage on some peasants. Your favorite sound, Todd, might be incoming.
The peasant sound. Pillage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, pillage is always nice to have here when you have a bunch of raiders. You're always going to get, like, it's going to become worth very quickly. A bit surprised at the lack of towers, but I guess the whole game has been a difficult one for Starbuck. He didn't really have the economy to get many towers easily. He's actually trapped in there. I guess he could come out through the left side. Lightning shield used on one of the rifles. FoCuS really committing to this attack. I guess he's not taking that much damage. The army of Starbuck is very minimal here.
Yeah, I feel like if I was focused right now, I would be happy that I forced the human back and the Mountain King stopped creeping. And at this point, you could just move on out and take another creep camp, or move your way over to Starbuck's main base as well and keep up the base pressure, because as you pointed out, there's very little base defense on Starbuck's side.
On FoCuS side too, apparently he doesn't have reinforced defense either. But yeah. I think with all the map control he's got, he's fine.
Yeah, the defenses are paper thin, but as you say, FoCuS, I don't think he really needs it. The pressure is too high on Starbuck's side, and also FoCuS decides to retrain into Shockwave, and this may be a potential huge Shockwave. Oh my god, it hits almost everything, Todd.
Yeah, this is looking really bad right now for Starbuck. He needs a clutch hold. To have a chance here, he needs a clutch hold. Militia is gonna come in from behind, that's always very helpful. It was only 1 at first, goes up to 4. Yeah, but he had a Scroll of the Beast, which is coming in handy for whatever units he has other than the breakers. Big clap landing actually on top of everything. Militia is helping tremendously. Can he get the hold?
Wait, Starbuck is actually picking off a ton of units here. There are a few roared riflemen at the back as well, putting in lots of DPS with the Torrent Chieftain here. He levels up to level 4. Another big shockwave going into the back of Starbuck's army. But Starbuck can kind of shrug off that damage, honestly. It didn't do too much. And FoCuS just blew through 2 heal scrolls as well against a level 1 clap. It's not often that you see that many resources be expended. And Starbuck here, though, it does feel like he's losing quite a lot of units now. And there's also Kodo's digesting, surely.
Yeah, that shockwave is terrible, by the way. He hit 1 priest. Would have been way better to at least hit the Mountain King, which is under threat right now. No survivability item, no escape for Starbuck, no Temple or Invuln. And FoCuS still on the warpath here, going very deep where the Arcane Tower can shoot.
Yeah, the Arcane Tower here is working wonders here to get rid of the level 2 wolves from FoCuS. And it does feel like FoCuS maybe is pushing his luck too much. I mean, 2 heal scrolls is very expensive to repurchase again, especially once you're in low upkeep. You know, 14 gold per second is pretty good, but it's expensive to buy 250 gold items, that's for sure.
You know what?
Level 2 clap is always going to rank right now.
You know what we never see here that I think would be amazing is backpack. He could just keep bringing over like double clarity to his heroes all the time.
Yeah, or even buy them from the Goblin Merchant in the corner there potentially as well. Then we have another engagement. The Farseer actually goes for the level 3 wolves, interestingly enough, despite the level 3 channeling being really strong. Kodo is kind of blocked in the back, and Starbuck gets the breaker back in return. There's another breaker being digested on the right here as well. This is a pretty messy fight once again, of course. Units being killed on all sides. The peasants here doing what they do best and dying. And Starbuck here is plummeting down in supply. The Mountain King is in danger. There's no survivability items, and Starbuck has to call GG.
We've got a series on our hands, guys. FoCuS hasn't said his last word here. And great adaptation to the expand here. He found some damage. He got the cancel on the tower. Maybe the SimCity was a little wrong where the tower was too easily accessible. And yeah, those peasants, you mentioned them. 2 of them were like kind of low. Sometimes it feels a little bit random. I mean, obviously, if you creep always cleanly, like it's a skill that you can have, but sometimes it does feel like, you know, those creeps, they will behave slightly differently and you can take a little bit more damage than usual, and that's where the snowball can start for the opponent. If you have 2 peasants below 50% HP and you know he's going to show up and start killing them. So maybe that was the misplay, like the creeping wasn't as clean as it should have been on the Expo.
Yeah, I'd have to rewatch the replay directly, but I felt like maybe the first Elemental wasn't summoned early enough so that the second one would come up and start tanking the camp as soon as possible. It felt like the army had to tank, and then the second Elemental would come up and, you know, the camp was finished relatively cleanly, but then those 2 workers got killed easily. And then the militia that came to reinforce got distracted in the main base, and then the rest of the militia that came were still in militia form, so the Expo wasn't quite as clean as it could have been. Even though Starbuck did get a pretty good tech, it felt like in the end just not getting that cancel that he invested so much to do was crucial.
Because if he gets the tower up, like we're looking at a very different game, then the defense becomes so much easier. Even Salvage did pretty well, I think, with the defense, which obviously delayed his tech because he had to get that beforehand. But yeah, it's all about those mistakes adding up. That's why Happy is the best player, because how many of those mistakes does he really make in his games?
Yeah, like
almost none.
Yeah, like 1 maximum per series, it feels like, that's for sure.
He made the double graveyard against Blast, though. That's actually unacceptable. But let's go into map number 3 here between Starbuck and FoCuS to conclude it.
All right, everyone, we have the deciding match here between Starbuck and FoCuS. It's game number 3 on Northern Isles, one of my personal favorite maps. And Starbuck again with the altar on the right-hand side, most likely suggesting that it would be a safer creep right or maybe an early expansion as well. So no Tuskar camp, I would imagine. And FoCuS, I would expect to see a similar build. You know, War Mill is coming out already. Grunt, maybe one Grunt will come online soon as well. That will be handy for FoCuS to creep and apply some pressure. And it is indeed the Archmage once again, so no Mountain King this time.
It's very common to go one Grunt here, makes it way easier to creep with, very high damage. And also, like, for human, if you see straight Headhunter, you know there's going to be a ton of Headhunters. You just kind of get defend, and you do really well against that. Of course, Orc can go back into Grunts, but it's going to be trickier. So I like the Grunt into Headhunter opener here. Very solid by FoCuS. And I expect he's probably going to do one camp. There's this creep out on this map that's really good for Orc, where you do the Murloc camp with the consumable. With your Farseer, you pick up the item, then you ride across the map, and then you do the other camp with the rest of your units and your walls. Yeah.
It gives you level 2, and of course the Farseer doesn't need to be present for that second camp. So you can get right on top of the human, whether they're deciding to creep an expansion at that point, or they're just at their own big Murloc consumable if they start with the easier creeps and play one base. And that Chain Lightning is super effective in stealing creep camps. I mean, you have no real counterplay against Chain Lightning aside from trying to dance around the last side, which is pretty tricky to do.
And FoCuS, because he faced an expansion last game, he's kind of thinking there might be the same thing this time around. So he runs straight across the map instead of creeping. So Starbuck is going to be able to open with a safe camp first, and it feels like it's somewhat to his advantage, at least a little bit.
Yeah, I like the opening so far from Starbuck. It's all the 2s. He built 2 farms and started his tech at 222.
Yeah.
Feels like it was down to the absolute second there. And I like the power build as well coming onto the Scout Tower. We do need a little bit more lumber to start the Arcane. And this is the hard part here. Okay, Starbuck is coming back to defend. If he didn't choose to defend here, I think it would be pretty risky, but I love that in the meantime, he will secure his own level 2 and is trying his best to mitigate the harassment that FoCuS is putting on, because this pressure is costing the human a lot of wood right now.
Yeah, he's going to lose a ton of lumber because of having to use militia and not mining for that very long, but with this build, I think when you open two farm tech like this, it is on this map very often to go into a lumber mill and then double Sanctum, with sometimes a Beastmaster second, sometimes something else.
Yeah, I feel like Northern Isles is one of those maps for human where you can actually play any of the main strategies, right? You can go for one base fast tech rifles, you can go for the expansion, you can go for the fast level 3 and play something like a Beastmaster into tier 2 expansion. That's one of the reasons why I like this map so much as human. There are a lot of options. But Orc, of course, usually with that solid creep right, but FoCuS here is playing super aggressive and just wants to limit the amount of lumber that Starbuck has to try and delay the Mountain King or the Arcane Sanctum, or force Starbuck to just make the decision between which thing do I want to get first and what am I going to have to delay.
He's going Blacksmith. This is going to be a rifle build from Starbuck. Sometimes when Starbuck played this build in the past, he did get defend with it, which is really weird, right? Because usually you think rifle, it's like, okay, well, you'll just get a couple of footmen, skip defend, and then go straight into rifles. But no, you can't go 5 footmen defend into rifle, but here his lumber is so wrecked that I don't think that he could do that. It's going to be very tricky.
It feels like Starbuck here is pretty limited in his options. I think as soon as he gets to tier 2, it's going to be the MK. And at that point, he has to save up a ton in order to get a Sanctum going. And then you have rifles, of course, that you need to make, and long rifles, +1 attack. You need all of those things to come online in good time in order to have a successful mid-game here.
This isn't 4v4. You can't pull a Shocker and ask for 100 gold, 100 lumber, you know?
That's the classic, man. Asking for resources every single game.
Can't get bailed out every time. But yeah, he needs to make Peasants immediately, and we see Peasants in production here. He needs to make, I think he lost, what, 3? He needs to make a whole bunch, at least those 3 that he lost.
Yeah, there's only 6 currently, so that means that 3 were lost, as usually you have 8 with this opener. But Starbuck, he can only reproduce another one, and now the farm, of course, had to be built as soon as possible. And FoCuS, you know, he's just taking his time here to get some big camps off of the map. Starbuck not getting the most amount of camps. I do like the replenishment potion drops on both sides as well. It's pretty nice, pretty even, one could say. But FoCuS here, stealing away the Parrot of Vitality. Not an insane item, but decent nevertheless for the Torn Chieftain.
Yeah, thieving around here. Stealing the item from the expansion of Starbuck, that's a pretty big deal, because often the opponent will not realize that this happened. He will go there hoping that he's able to get that for himself, and then only once you get there do you realize it's not there, but that's already too late. You're already there, so then you have to do the camp, and you're missing the main thing from it, which is the item.
Yeah, I could see something actually is yellow in the bottom corner there, so Starbuck is aware that the item is gone, and hopefully the Mountain King progresses on towards the Tuskar or plays super aggressive against the Tauren Chieftain. But I feel like that's going to be a tall order because Starbuck here doesn't have many units left. You know, the Sanctum is pretty late now. Rifle production has been slow as a result of all the economy harass. And it feels like FoCuS really knew what to do at the start of this game. You know, he went across straight away, and Starbuck decided to skip the tower, which was maybe a bit too greedy.
All right, what do we go for? Do we go for the items in the center? Very common on this map to try and get that. Does he want to bolt either of these walls? Nope. Wants to save all the mana that he can. And FoCuS has pretty much every camp that he wants to go for on his side of the map. The Tusker is still there, the expansion item is still there. Starbuck looks like he wants to grab the item here from the marketplace. You want to trigger Frost Armor on something else, or you can bolt the Troll Priest that casts Frost Armor to make sure it doesn't go on the one creep that you want to be able to snipe here.
Yeah, precisely. You can afford to take the piercing damage of the big troll anyway onto the Mountain King. The Starbuck actually choosing to clean up the entire camp, which I guess he kind of needs to do, right? Because the levels are going to be severely lacking behind for that Mountain King. You do not want to take an engagement with the TC is level 3 and the MK is not.
And he gets one of the wins.
Superb item.
Yeah, is there no lodge?
As far as I could see,
yeah, there's no shaman, so I think no lodge. So that means no dispel, no purge. Against the one of the wind, that TC is going to be flying.
Yeah, the Cow's going to be flying to Kansas, I'm afraid. I'm not sure why FoCuS didn't actually go for another tier 2 building. It feels like his resources are in good order. We could have seen walkers or shaman.
I think because it's rifles, maybe. So he was like, I don't need necessarily shamans.
Yeah, perhaps, but then it feels like, well, you have no counter against elementals. They're quite strong on level 2, but Starbuck did decide to actually go for the level 2 brilliance this time.
And it's Shockwave being used on top of all those units, but Militia is always so strong in those fights. As long as you're on your half of the map, Militia can always come in and be very scary in those fights. We see Long Rifles about to finish as well. Starbuck is on the chase. He still has a bunch of mana to work with. He went bash. Goes for the Cyclone on Tauren Chieftain, even though he wasn't really threatening the Storm just yet.
Yeah, and here we go. So I think a potential second Cyclone has to come out on that TC before the next Shockwave. It's Starbuck here. He's doing a good job picking up units. Very strange pick indeed. Perhaps because of the level 3 suddenly being triggered. He's scared of that level 2 Chain Lightning. Oh, it might be coming out and maybe we'll see some more kills. But actually Starbuck here not losing too much on the way out. But it still feels like his momentum has been stopped. Starbuck being forced back to his own side. And FoCuS, he bought some time for his expansion.
Yeah, the thing about those fights is that it's way easier for a human to replenish mana because you have Brilliance, and it's Brilliance 2 in this case, whereas Orc has to go all the way back home, use Clarities. So it's always something you have to keep in mind, like when you TP out, like you can re-engage after. Greater mana dropped on the Mountain King. The TC picks up a Belt of Giant Strength here, which is always nice. And Starbuck's gonna wanna look to secure the entire lab here. Does FoCuS go and look for the engagement? Again, I repeat myself, it's kind of low on mana because they were just fighting.
Yeah, they were just brawling, and of course Starbuck here with the greater mana. This might be close though. We see the Shockwave coming out as well. Pretty good damage in the meantime. A Grunt being traded out for the Priest. Starbuck does secure the creep. It's a Circle of Nobility, but the hero is pretty low. That Mountain King is under threat of being killed. And it feels like the rifles are pretty low, but the Farseer does have... Oh, there was a heal scroll being popped there just to keep him alive.
The MK,
the
Mountain
King. Wait, the snare lands from miles away, but the counter focus on the Farseer, and the Farseer isn't able to trigger the Invo Pulsion in time or TP out, and he goes down as well.
Archmage being targeted, he has no Taunt Portal. This might be the end. He can't escape, there's nothing he can do to get out of there. Both heroes in the altar now, +1 wasn't even finished. Starbuck has to restart those from the altar. There's nothing in center to instant revive.
Starbuck was fighting as hard as he could, and there we go, FoCuS able to bring it back 2-1. And a very strong performance on Northern Isles.
What a roll. They just like slugged it out. They decided we're gonna meet in the center of the map and we're gonna fight, and that's what they did. They fought for everything they had, and FoCuS able to pull through some great decision making in those fights. That Mountain King, I could tell for a while, I was like, this is gonna get targeted for sure. He's already low. And then he realized there was no Taunt Portal of the Archmage. He's like, a freebie. I went Mass Raiders instead of Shamans here. I can just ensnare you and kill you.
Yeah, it feels like actually the Beastry pick here and skipping another building ended up playing into FoCuS's strength. He was able to just constantly produce Raiders. There was a lot of them on the field at a time. And Starbuck, his options were so limited. I feel like the early game economy harass, having to tech up with only 5 lumber workers, it really cost him. And I feel like this build with the 2-farm, no arcane before tech is too greedy. It's kind of like a mind game build. If the orc doesn't harass you, then it's amazing. But if the orc comes across and they're really, really good at harassing you, it's super, super tough to stabilize.
Yeah, I gotta say, it was impressive. Like, it seemed like he was making a lot of good choices with where to go in the start. At first, I was a little doubtful, but it worked out very well. Let's go and check in with the couch and hear what they have to say about that series.
I mean, what a run back, right? It's played out the exact same way it did in winner's bracket, just like with Hippo and Dice earlier today. It seems like, you know, both these players, Dice as well as FoCuS, just had their opponent's numbers. This one was a little bit more closely contested, of course, but I think going MK first in the first game was a really good call by Starbuck, but on the other two maps, it just, you know, seemed not feasible enough. So, you know, having to go with AM first and then having to creep up the Mountain King afterwards, just, you know, Starbuck didn't find, like, you know, the time to do that while FoCuS was constantly harassing him.
It was so close, though.
It
map
was.
Running across the map, he was so close. Maybe he didn't micro the AM perfectly. Maybe he didn't use the heal stroke fast enough. Definitely the TP was too late, but the AM dies, the expansion doesn't get cancelled, and then FoCuS all the advantages. If you cancel the expansion, TP's out, the game isn't 100% over, but it's like 85% over. That is something that might be haunting Starbuck in the days to come. And, well, he's out here, no hope of the top 4 anymore, but FoCuS is fighting on.
He is. He's going to meet Moon tomorrow for the top 4 qualifier, while Starbuck has finished in 7th place, which is a respectable showing. I think it's better than last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
I think so, yeah. I think last year he finished in the shared 9th place bracket, if I'm not mistaken. And now we are going to hear from FoCuS for the first time of the day and the last player interview of the day. So take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with FoCuS, or Victor. I would like to ask you about the match you just played, because you played with Starbuck previously, you were able to win, and now you have to play him again. So were you confident that you can get this type of performance again and beat him, or were you worried he might be able to make adjustments that will make it very hard for you to win here?
Before I start, I was confident because I win people met him, but when I lose first game, I think he really very well. Maybe I could lose, so I was a little nervous after first game.
You were not here at the first RARALAND in Hamburg last time. Was it a tournament that you watched from home and you thought, I want to be there next time for sure? Like, were you very excited to be able to qualify this time around and come here?
My friend, my really best friend live in Germany, but last years I didn't come here because I lose to So. So this year I really wanted to come here, and I'm come here.
So now you advance to the next stage. You're going to be playing tomorrow. There is only very strong players left in the tournaments. What do you make of your chances? Is there certain matchups, certain opponents that you're scared of, or do you think you can beat anybody if you're having a really good day?
I think my best matchup is against F, but remain on F is so hard now. So I will try my best, and I always lose to Moon in offline event, but this time I want to win.
I love it. Thank you so much, FoCuS. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
I mean, that's very fortunate for him that he's going to be meeting Moon right away tomorrow morning, first thing. So, yeah, maybe finally his dream comes true of beating Moon for once.
He has fate in his own hands. He can overcome the curse, he can overcome the bad reputation, because, yeah, as he says, he tends to lose at offline events, which is a bit sad.
It was DreamHack Anaheim, the grand final, basically, remember? 3 years ago? That was a relatively one-sided affair.
Yeah.
We casted that in Reforged graphics. Keck W! Not happening here at my land.
Those were not the days.
No, absolutely not.
But man, it looks so dumb.
It's so nice, though, to see how much FoCuS cares about the event. Like, he enjoys being in front of a crowd. You can clearly see that, right?
Oh, yeah.
what he said was that his best friend is here in Germany, and last time he was really disappointed that they couldn't meet because they were at each other's weddings, but apart from that, they never really see each other. He was his manager like 15 years ago at like Fnatic days. So now I saw them at the bar earlier, so we can reunite friends here, man, and that is so awesome.
Yeah, that is for all the citizens of that was a long ass day for me, wasn't it? That goes for all citizens of RARALAND. We have made so many great friends over the course of many years of Warcraft, and it's so great to finally have a spot to reunite once a year. Hopefully, maybe next year. I think if you guys buy some Koala snacks, maybe buy a leetdesk or two. Maybe somebody needs two. You never know, right?
Use the ref link.
Use the ref link, of course.
If you buy a leetdesk, use the ref link. It's really helpful.
That's right. Also, exclamation point giveaway, of course, in chat. And also, please, everybody that's watching right now that is inside the venue, go hit the bar.
So we will be there.
We will be there. We'll meet you there.
As soon as this segment is over, we are heading right over. Yeah. Thanks for all the support already. Check out our sponsors. Check out our partners. Kuchenmeister, their homepage. leetdesk, their homepage. They have amazing products. Check them out. They're well worth it. We've been testing them. We can guarantee.
I tested a lot of Koalas, and I have a leetdesk at home.
Very good. Very good. And also, thanks you all to the support we've been getting, the donations, the subs. Much appreciated. All helps tremendously.
I can't really check who's sub, but I will check it later, so thank you very much. This is incredibly expensive to have a venue like this, to have a staff like this, and the Being Esports guys, they're kind of basically working for free because our budget is so tight. So we will share all the income on the stream, every sub, every dono with them, and if we make meets, then maybe there's a chance for RARALAND 3.
Yo, did I hear RARALAND 3?
Maybe RARALAND 3?
Chat, help us make it possible. We want to meet again. We want to meet you lovely people in chat as well. So if there's going to be RARALAND 2024, please come over.
Yeah. Hit the bar, hit the sub button, and hit the Back to Warcraft button tomorrow when we have our final 6 and crown a new champion.
Or maybe an old champion, you never know.
Re-crown him, yeah. So Happy is in the semis. Foggy is in the semis. That is a big surprise to me. And then the round of 6 matches are Lawlight versus Dice and Moon versus FoCuS. And that starts at noon tomorrow.
Yes, sir. We have one undead already in our top 4. Happy, that was what nobody's surprised about. Foggy, we've been really thrilled to see him do so well. I swear to God, dude. Every WGL, I'm like, is Foggy going to play this good? At DreamHack, is Foggy going to be looking good? I don't know, man. The last few weeks hasn't been that good. Guess what? He's on LAN. He's on point. Every time.
He is a magician after all, eh?
That's right.
I want to see some more Foggy magic tomorrow, hopefully with fewer technical difficulties. There was a little plague today. Warcraft 3 is a very fragile game. Apologies for that. But now, thank you very much for tuning in, for being here, people in Dortmund. And we see each other at the bar and on the Discords. Bye-bye.
That's right.
That's right.
Bye-bye.